Sigh, it's already been 18 years since I was reborn into this world. And only now do they tell me I'm the villain. In Chang'an City, several tall guards followed behind a handsome young man dressed in luxurious garments as they strolled casually down the street. The youth was named Ye Wangchuan and today marked the 18th year since he had transmigrated into this fantastical world. For the past 18 years Ye Wangchuan had believed he was merely an ordinary transmigrator born into a wealthy family with nothing more remarkable than a bit of money. Although he had neither a system nor any so-called cheat abilities, his life had been carefree and comfortable. Yet only a few days ago at his 18th birthday banquet. Only then did he learn that the Ye family had annihilated dozens of clans over the years. Among them were the Su clan, the Lin clan, the Qin clan, the Xiao clan. And when those clans were wiped out, it was said the Ye family spared every child whose height did not reach the top of a cartwheel. This left Ye Wangchuan deeply troubled. Fine, if you're going to exterminate clans, then exterminate them cleanly. Why leave behind a bunch of brats? Were they just waiting for those survivors to come seeking vengeance? And the first target of that vengeance would undoubtedly be him. After all, he was the Ye family's sole heir, destined to draw all the hatred onto himself. That old codger left me with such a rotten mess to clean up. Ye Wangchuan muttered to himself in complaint. At that moment a young girl passed by and bumped into him. The impact sent both of them staggering. Ye Wangchuan hurriedly adjusted his posture and managed to steady himself, but the girl was not so fortunate. She fell heavily to the ground on her backside. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Young master, I'm in a hurry. I truly am sorry. The girl named Bai Piao grimaced in pain as she stood up, bowing her head repeatedly to apologize to Ye Wangchuan. She then turned around intending to hurry away. However, the very next second after Bai Piao turned, there was a sharp snap as Ye Wangchuan spun around and tightly seized her wrist. What are you doing? Taking advantage of me? With her wrist caught, Bai Piao turned back in a panic to look at Ye Wangchuan. At her shout, the gazes of the surrounding pedestrians were immediately drawn to them. Even so, the strong hand gripping her wrist showed no intention of loosening in the slightest. Hey, you bump into me fine, but now you steal my money and still try to frame me. Ye Wangchuan looked at Bai Piao speechless, then forcibly lifted her arm, revealing to everyone what she was clutching in her hand. In Bai Piao's hand was a bulging, finely crafted money pouch. Upon seeing it, the bystanders immediately understood the situation. One party was a luxuriously dressed youth, young master Ye Wangchuan of the Ye family. The other was a plainly dressed girl with no apparent background. Did anyone even need to ask to whom that money pouch belonged? At once a chorus of fingers pointed and whispers rose around Bai Piao. Seeing that she clearly held no advantage, Bai Piao bit her lip and lowered her head to speak to Ye Wangchuan. I'm sorry. My grandmother is gravely ill and I desperately need this money to buy medicinal herbs to save her life. I'm sorry, As Bai Piao spoke, tears began to spill from the corners of her eyes. She was not bad looking to begin with, and with her grimy little face paired with that pitiful expression, she appeared delicate and heart-wrenchingly pitiful. And what does that have to do with me? Ye Wangchuan replied offhandedly. Then with his other hand he grabbed hold of his money pouch and tugged a few times, trying to pull it back. But Bai Piao's fingers clamped down on the pouch like a baby monkey clutching its mother, refusing to let go no matter what. Young master Ye, I beg you. I beg you. Bai Piao knows that your Ye family is the greatest clan in Chang'an City. With your vast wealth, even the tiniest bit that slips through your fingers would be enough to save my grandmother's life. Once my grandmother is saved, Bai Piao is willing to give her body to you forever to be used at your command. As she spoke, Bai Piao's tears flowed even more freely. Even her small face was washed clean in 2 streaks by the tears. The surrounding pedestrians could no longer bring themselves to criticize her. After all, she only wanted her family to live. How could that be wrong? Bang! Seeing that Bai Piao refused to let go, Ye Wangchuan decisively raised his right leg and kicked hard toward her abdomen. With that one kick, Bai Piao was sent flying several meters away. She flew through the air and crashed heavily into an empty wooden rack, smashing it into pieces. Though Ye Wangchuan was only 18, he stood a solid 1.85 meters in height, and he usually trained his body to better learn martial arts. In terms of sheer strength, there was simply no way a frail girl could compare. Ye Wangchuan patted his money pouch, brushing off the dust that had clung to it. Then he took 5 copper coins from the pouch and tossed them toward Bai Piao, who lay sprawled on the ground. If you want to beg, go to the commercial street. Don't get in the way here. Having uttered this cold remark, Ye Wangchuan tucked the pouch into his pocket and prepared to leave. By the broken rack, Bai Piao stared stunned. Seriously? She was a girl, and a very pretty one at that, crying so pitifully. She had after all practiced fake crying in front of a bronze mirror for a very, very long time. By all logic, rich young masters should like her pure innocent type. No, she couldn't just let such a big fish slip away. She was unwilling to accept that. She still needed money to go to the wine shop and drink. Bai Piao muttered in her heart a few times. Then, under the gaze of all the onlookers, she shouted loudly. Ye Xiao, you heartless bastard. You clearly promised that if you had your fun with Bai Piao you would save my grandmother. Now that you've used me up, you suddenly go back on your word and wash your hands of it. You beast. Woo woo woo. At her cry, the bystanders who had been about to leave immediately gathered again. Although the notion of a young master toying with a poor woman might not seem entirely believable. They loved nothing more than a good spectacle. This was far more entertaining than listening to an opera. Ye Wangchuan, who had been about to leave, halted mid-step. He truly had not expected this. In this cultivation world where strength reigned supreme and the weak were prey to the strong, there was actually someone running a top-tier victim script like this. Very well, if that was how she wanted to play it. Ye Wangchuan chuckled and turned his head to look at Bai Piao. Then he extended his hand and raised the same money pouch high in the air. Seeing him take out the pouch, Bai Piao's face lit up with delight. As expected, young Master Yi was going to spend money to settle the matter for the sake of his reputation. Tisk tisk, if only he had done this earlier, only now did he think to pay. Even if he paid now, his reputation would surely be worse than before. Ha, this was the price of provoking her. Bai Piao was just basking in her sense of victory. You lot go beat this woman up. Whoever hits her the hardest, this money goes to him. Ye Wangchuan addressed the surrounding onlookers as he spoke. Eh? Bai Piao, still lying on the ground, froze, her expression instantly twisting into terror. She hurriedly turned her head to look around her. She saw circles of people surging toward her, their faces filled with greed tinged with a hint of madness. Earlier Bai Piao had shouted to draw these onlookers over, intending to use them to pressure Ye Wangchuan. Who would have thought that with a single sentence Ye Wangchuan would turn these very onlookers into arrows aimed at her? Why, she thought frantically, would this young Master Yi rather give the money to random strangers than to her? Just as Bai Piao was cursing Ye Wangchuan furiously in her heart bang, a passerby rushed forward and landed a solid punch on her face. Bai Piao's train of thought was cut off on the spot, and so were her teeth. Damn it, you dog, trying to be the first, huh? Someone snarled. Hit her stomach. Hit her stomach hard, another voice countered. Nonsense, you have to hit the head. With someone taking the lead, more passersby surged forward to join the group beating of Bai Piao. They were terrified of not hitting hard enough and missing out on the immense fortune in Ye Wangchuan's hands. Bang bang bang. Wah! The sound of fists thudding into flesh echoed while Bai Piao's heartrending screams rang out without pause. Ye Wangchuan stood at the rear watching the scene with evident delight. He was a firm believer in gender equality. Whether man or woman, anyone acting cheap deserved a beating. The beating lasted a full 10 minutes. Only when Ye Wangchuan's guards spoke a few words did the crowd finally stop, for Bai Piao was on the verge of being beaten to death. Young master, this woman is about to die. How should we deal with her? Oh. Let me take a look. The guards opened a path through the crowd so Ye Wangchuan could walk inside. Coming to the center of the crowd, Ye Wangchuan saw Bai Piao lying on the ground, her body covered in bruises of blue and purple, her face pounded so badly it was distorted, and she had even lost control of her bowels. He nodded in satisfaction and turned to a guard. Among this lot, who hit her the hardest? Young master, it was that one. The guard pointed to a burly man with a hulking frame and explained, he's a butcher, naturally strong, and he even possesses first-level cultivation. If I hadn't deliberately warned him, that woman would probably have been beaten to death already. Good, reward him. Ye Wangchuan grinned and casually tossed a money pouch to the butcher. As the sole heir of the Yi family, what Ye Wangchuan lacked least was money. If he felt like throwing silver into a lake for fun, the lake would probably be filled before his money ran out. The reason he had refused to give Bai Piao that money pouch earlier was not because he was stingy, but simply because he did not want to give it. She had the gall to steal and still act righteous about it. Why should she get a single coin? Damn, thank you, young Master Yi. The butcher's eyes lit up the moment he caught the money. He thanked Ye Wangchuan over and over, almost ready to acknowledge him as his own father. The reason was simple. The butcher would have to toil for a full 3 years to earn a pouch of silver like this, and that was with his first-level cultivation. For an ordinary person, it would take at least 5 years of hard labor to earn that much. Seeing the butcher rewarded, the hearts of the other bystanders surged with restless desire. Yet when they looked at the butcher's massive build and his first-level cultivation, they could only suppress their wicked thoughts. All right, all of you can leave now. Ye Wangchuan waved his hand and dismissed all the onlookers. Once they had left, he turned to his guards and said, bring a ladle of water and wake this woman up for me. The guard nodded and went to fetch the water. Splash. Pooh, cough cough. As a ladle of water poured over her face, the unconscious Bai Piao choked and awoke at once. Seeing Ye Wangchuan towering over her, she immediately came to her senses and, ignoring the pain racking her body, begged for mercy. Young Master Yi. I was wrong, I was so terribly wrong. I should not have stolen your money. I should not have fabricated lies to threaten you. I should never have slandered you. I falsely accused you. This humble woman deserves 10,000 deaths, Bai Piao poured out her pleas for mercy. If several of her bones had not been broken and she could still move, she would likely have knelt and kowed out on the spot. Of course, Bai Piao's admission of guilt did not mean she truly understood her fault. She had merely realized one thing: Ye Wangchuan really dared to beat women. Why? Weren't men supposed to be courteous to women? Ye Wangchuan chuckled and walked over. You don't quite deserve death. I am after all a very kind-hearted person at heart. Hearing this, Bai Piao's expression brightened. Begging for mercy worked. Yes, young Master Yi, you are absolutely right. I truly do not deserve to die, and if I die there will be no one to clarify the false accusations I made against you. Everyone will think that you toyed with me and unwilling to take responsibility flew into a shameful rage and had me beaten. If I stay alive I can clear your name and restore your innocence. Bai Piao spoke excitedly, convinced her reasoning was exceedingly clever. No, you never falsely accused me. Ye Wangchuan kept smiling as he continued, because I now intend to do exactly what you claimed, have a little fun with you. Of course you're not worthy of being played with by me. With that Ye Wangchuan snapped his fingers. 2 guards stepped forward and lifted the limp Bai Piao from the ground. Eh? Bai Piao stared at Ye Wangchuan in utter disbelief. A moment later he said, throw this woman into a mountain village. Wearing his warmest expression, Ye Wangchuan uttered the most terrifying words. At that Bai Piao's pupils contracted sharply. A mountain village, pleasantly put, it was a village in the mountains. Less pleasantly, it was where a crowd of paupers who could not survive in Shan'an City fled into the wild hills. Most of the women in such villages were both ugly and fat. For women with any beauty would never end up there. Even serving as a servant in a wealthy household was better. One could well imagine how starved the men in those villages were. Though Bai Piao's face had been beaten out of shape, it was still barely passable. Thus if she were thrown into a mountain village, those paupers would surely force her to cling to life. Using her again and again is nothing more than a tool for venting their lust. No. I want go to a mountain village. I'm begging you, young Master Yi, I want go to a mountain village. I would rather die. I deserve to die, I deserve to die. Bai Piao screamed and struggled like a madwoman. To enter a mountain village would indeed be a fate worse than death. Sadly not a single bone in her limbs remained intact. Rather than a proper struggle, her movements looked more like random helpless twitching. I already said you do not deserve death. And I will not let you die. After you throw this woman into the mountain village, remember to treat her injuries. I am a kind soul, I cannot bear to see people die. Having said this, Ye Wangchuan smiled. As a villain he felt he was far too kind. He had been slandered and still did not kill. Truly he was kind upon kind, benevolent upon benevolent. After hearing the order, the guards immediately dragged Bai Piao away toward the mountain. No. I want go to the mountain village. No. Help! Help! Bai Piao's shrill screams naturally drew another small crowd of onlookers. What happened to this woman? Having her limbs broken and being sent to a mountain village, tisk how miserable. Sai, you don't know this brainless woman just falsely accused young Master Yi. Oh. Young Master Yi gets angry too. I thought he only strolled the streets and seemed quite amiable. I heard young Master Yi had already given her several chances. She clung on shamelessly, and this is the end she earned. While the bystanders chattered off to the side, a petite loli-like girl happened to be passing by. She glanced twice at the battered Bai Piao, then as if she had seen nothing prepared to slip away. Matters like heroes rescuing damsels she thought were better left to others. She had no desire to get involved. Just then, however, a voice echoed inside the little girl's mind. Ding, a heaven-ordained great villain has been detected. The system hereby issues the following mission to the host Li Luo. Ding. The system has detected the emergence of a destined villain and issues the following task to the host Li Luo. Option 1, mind your own business and leave this area. Reward a pair of useful straw sandals, helping the host run faster. Option 2, heroically rescue the beautiful girl being taken to the mountain village. Reward 3 low-grade cultivation pills and 1 low-grade foundation establishment pill, which can increase the speed of cultivation. Option 3, sneak around to the back and ambush the destined villain Ye Wangchuan with a surprise attack. Reward 6 low-grade cultivation pills, 2 low-grade foundation establishment pills and 100 villain emotional points. The electronic voice issued tasks within the mind of the little girl named Li Luo. Li Luo is a time traveler who often traverses worlds. She has crossed into numerous realms. As long as she defeats the destined villain corresponding to each world, she can earn rewards and move on to the next world. Moreover, every time she crosses into a new world, Li Luo gets a new system. Since a few days ago when she crossed into this place and switched to this so-called God-level choice system, it was the first time the system issued a task. As for why she is in the body of a 139 centimeters tall little girl, it is simply due to malnutrition since childhood. Li Luo's age, however, is a solid 18. Back to the system. Clearly the difficulty and rewards of the tasks given by the system are proportional. The more dangerous and difficult the task, the more generous the reward. System, what is this villain emotional value? Li Luo pointed at the floating window with her little hand. The villain emotional value is a special token that can only be provided by the destined villain, which can be used to purchase rewards. As the system spoke, a new interface unfolded. Li Luo glanced at the interface and immediately lost her composure. Low-grade cultivation pill, 30 villain emotional points each. Low-grade foundation establishment pill, 90 villain emotional points each. Looking at the myriad of treasures, Li Luo swallowed hard as she scrolled down to see other system items. Soul cleansing fruit. Villain emotional points each. Light feather immortal sword. Villain emotional points each. These items demand an excessively high amount of villain emotional points, making it impossible for Li Luo to even know their prices. However, it is clear that these items are incredibly powerful. Truly, it is deserving of being called a fantasy world. Before choosing a task, Li Luo looked around and noticed a wall surrounding Ye Wangchuan. At the bottom of that wall there was a small hole just big enough for Li Luo to crawl through while the guards could not. It was practically a tailor-made escape route for her to avoid being caught by the guards after her ambush. I will choose option 3. Seeing the escape route, Li Luo decisively chose task option 3. The villain emotional points are too useful, even saving them would be worthwhile. Moreover, the task isn't really that difficult. It's just about ambushing and beating up a villain, right? Who can't do that? And there's a hole to make it easier to escape. Ah. No. Let go of me. Let go of me. I don't want to go to the mountain village. I don't want to. Meanwhile, Ye Wangchuan and his guards were watching the scene with amusement. However, inside Ye Wangchuan's heart things were far from amusing. Could there be a destined child coming to rescue the beauty? Ye Wangchuan thought to himself as he began to scan the surroundings. This scene could only be described as too typical. A rich and spoiled young master bullying a beautiful girl intending to force her to the mountain village. Ye Wangchuan did not believe that there wouldn't be a destined child to come and rescue her. However, after glancing around, he did not see anyone resembling a destined child. He did notice a black-haired little girl staring at him, which seemed a bit strange. Yet Ye Wangchuan did not take it to heart. She's just a little kid, what could she possibly do? A destined child, after all, should at least be an adult male. How could a little girl be the destined child? That shouldn't be possible, right? Just then the little girl walked toward Ye Wangchuan. I will pretend to be an innocent little girl and walk over to ask Ye Wangchuan for directions. When he lets his guard down, he'll give him a couple of punches. After that, he'll crawl through the hole to escape. After all, I only need the system's rewards, I don't care about saving it. However, just when she was about 5 meters away from Ye Wangchuan, preparing to take a few more steps, the next moment Ye Wangchuan suddenly took a few steps back. Li Luo was puzzled and took another step forward. Ye Wangchuan stepped back again. What's going on with this person? Li Luo felt confused but decided not to move forward anymore. If she did, she would be suspected. What's this kid doing? Ye Wangchuan frowned as he looked at Li Luo. Although he knew that a destined child was unlikely to be a little girl, he still felt somewhat uneasy. After all, this little girl has been here since earlier and now inexplicably wants to approach him. This is indeed a bit suspicious. Could she be a destined child with transformation abilities trying to get close to him for an ambush? After pondering for a moment, Ye Wangchuan asked Li Luo, little girl, what are you coming close to me for? As soon as Ye Wangchuan's words left his mouth, the guards nearby also came back to their senses. They stopped watching the girl being dragged away and instead focused on the black-haired little girl in front of them. Ahaha, I lost my way with my mother and wanted to ask for directions. Li Luo awkwardly scratched her head on the surface, but inside she was already crying out in despair. Why is this villain so cautious? Do I really have to be on guard even against a child? I've long heard that the villains in male-oriented fantasy worlds are all as cautious as if they have paranoia. Who would have thought it was true? Asking for directions. Here you go, show her the way. Ye Wangchuan said, extending his hand to push one of the female guards forward. The female guard squatted down in front of Li Luo and gently asked. Little sister, do you remember where you got separated from your mother? It should be just ahead. Li Luo pretended not to understand and pointed at the road. The female guard smiled and led Li Luo in that direction. Li Luo nodded happily on the surface, following along, but inside she was already feeling like a river of sadness was flowing backwards. There's no way to complete option 3 now that villain is too cautious. As for option 2, there's no chance at all. Li Luo has just arrived in this world and hasn't developed yet in terms of strength. She can't even take on an adult in a straight fight. That's why she wanted to ambush Ye Wangchuan for the rewards. The other 2 options were impossible to complete, so she could only settle for option 1. System settle. I don't want the straw sandals, boo-hoo. The Yi family. Ye Wangchuan swaggered home after having a blast. Upon entering, he saw a middle-aged man sitting in the hall engrossed in writing and painting. The man wore a dusty straw hat dressed in tattered clothes, and on his feet were a pair of worn-out straw sandals with an old fishing rod beside him. He appeared quite disheveled. However, his physique was well maintained. Despite being middle-aged, his muscles were still exquisitely sculpted. Yet this scruffy man was the patriarch of the entire Yi family, named Ye Wangchuan. He was also Ye Wangchuan's father in this world. Oh, old man, didn't you go fishing today? Why are you here writing and painting? Ye Wangchuan asked as he pulled out a chair and sat beside Ye Wangchuan. You're back quite early this time. I thought you'd be out until evening, Ye Wangchuan replied casually. Ye Wangchuan shrugged helplessly and leaned over to see what Ye Wangchuan was writing. Congratulations to my son Ye Wangchuan for possessing a talent of level 99. Congratulations. 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 Ye Wangchuan twitched his mouth, speechless. Isn't the talent assessment supposed to start tomorrow? How can you be so sure I'll have a talent of level 99? If you're not level 99, don't expect to stay in the Yi family. After saying this, Ye Wangchuan took out a ring from his pocket and tossed it to Ye Wangchuan. Ye Wangchuan caught the ring and examined it briefly. This was a spatial ring capable of storing items in another space. It was a convenient piece of equipment for villains to hoard gold coins. Looking inside the spatial ring at its contents, Ye Wangchuan immediately smiled. Wow, old man, you've really invested heavily this time. I just don't want you to embarrass me. Now hurry up and get ready. If you don't perform well in tomorrow's talent assessment, you'll see how I deal with you. Ye Zhentian said, putting away his writing and returning to his bedroom. Once inside, he couldn't help but smile proudly. Ha ha. Old Lu, your son wants to compete with mine. This time I'll see how you compare. Ha ha ha. The next day. In the center of Chang'an City, the atmosphere was bustling with activity filled with vehicles and people. The reason was the annual talent assessment was about to begin. Like other fantasy worlds, the so-called talent assessment was naturally a test of one's innate abilities. In this world, humans could not cultivate from birth. Everyone had to wait until they were 18 years old to participate in the talent assessment to unlock their potential before beginning cultivation. Otherwise, cultivating forcefully without unlocking one's potential would only lead to self-destruction of their meridians. Ye Wangchuan sat at the highest level of a wooden building looking down at the crowd. Young master, here's the list of participants for the talent assessment with surnames Su Linqin and Xiao. A guard approached and handed him a list. Ye Wangchuan took the list and scrutinized it carefully. Keep a close eye on these two named Lin Fan and Xiao Fan. Also pay attention to this Qin Tian and Su Chen. If anyone with these four surnames uses a sword as a weapon, take note. By the way, if someone's name is Long Outian, remember to inform me. After instructing a few names, he continued to focus on the scene below. The only requirement to participate in the talent assessment was simple. To be at least 18 years old. As long as your age exceeds 18 regardless of gender, wealth, identity, or background, anyone over 18 could participate in the talent assessment. This was to increase the number of lower-class individuals to highlight how superior the talents of the upper class were. Although innate talent is not easily altered, most upper-class individuals tend to have better talents and their children naturally inherit good potential. It also served to prevent some geniuses from being overlooked. However, now Ye Wangchuan no longer saw this as a good. Too many luckiest children have soared to greatness just by virtue of their talent assessments. The talented luckiest will be taken in by powerful sects, while the untalented luckiest might catch the eye of some strong individual. How about letting the old man change the conditions for the talent assessment next year, making the registration fee 500 silver coins? 500 silver coins are equivalent to 500,000 copper coins. Ye Wangchuan calculated that the purchasing power of 10 copper coins in this world is roughly equivalent to 1 yuan in Blue Star. In other words, 500 silver coins would be equivalent to 50,000 in Blue Star. This registration fee would be enough to filter out the luckiest children from impoverished families. While Ye Wangchuan was lost in thought, he suddenly focused his gaze below as if he had discovered something extraordinary. He noticed a little dwarf darting around in the crowd. Wait, you go buy 20 bundles of woodnox tendons for me and get the best ones. Ye Wangchuan commanded a guard. At the registration area, Li Luo squeezed through the crowd, her face filled with displeasure. She had been feeling down since she didn't receive the best reward last time. But no matter what, she still had to come for the talent assessment. After all, without unlocking her potential, she couldn't cultivate. Missing this talent assessment would mean waiting until next year for another chance. That would be equivalent to wasting a whole year of cultivation time. As she pondered, it was now her turn to register. What's your name? Li Luo. From the Li family. No. I was abandoned under a Li tree, so I'm called Li Luo. The guard nodded, ready to let her in. But upon seeing Li Luo's height of 139 centimeters and her petite figure, he asked again, are you sure you're 18? Don't blame me for not reminding you, those under 18 can't withstand the pressure of the talent assessment. I'm already 18. Li Luo said impatiently as she walked into the talent assessment venue. Although called a venue, it was actually just an enormous open space. The number of participants in the talent assessment was in the millions. How could any venue accommodate that? After all, in a fantasy world, not having enough people would be insufficient for the villains to kill. As she thought about this, Li Luo recalled the villain Ye Wangchuan who had retreated earlier. Her mood instantly soured. How infuriating. How could there be such a villain? Just then. Hey kid. What are you doing here? Ye Wangchuan reached out and patted Li Luo's head. Today was the talent assessment and Ye Wangchuan's father was naturally present, watching from somewhere in the venue. The fact that this little girl could enter the talent assessment venue indicated that she had never cultivated before. Thus, knowing that this little girl might be a luckiest child, Ye Wangchuan dared to approach and speak to her. Ye Wangchuan had absolute confidence in his father's strength. If an untrained luckiest child could harm him under his father's watch, then there would be no reason to stay in this world. Child, you have turned 18. Ye Wangchuan continued his conversation with Li Luo. Only those who are at least 18 years old can enter the heavenly stage's opening ceremony. So Li Luo is still a legal loli. Upon hearing the word child, a vein bulged on her forehead. Don't call me a child. My name is Li Luo. And what's wrong with being 18? Ye Wangchuan smiled and said, Since you are 18, then yesterday when you told me you got lost with your mother, that must have been a lie, right? Ye Wangchuan stood in front of Li Luo as he spoke. The petite Li Luo could only look up to meet his gaze. What exactly was your intention when you approached me that day? As he said this, Ye Wangchuan fixed his piercing gaze on Li Luo's eyes, trying to capture some subtle expression. He indeed caught quite a lot. Despite Li Luo's efforts to calm her expression, a hint of shallow panic flashed beneath her pupils. Panicked. Haha, it seems my guess was correct. This child is indeed a child of destiny. Seeing Li Luo fall silent, Ye Wangchuan patted her shoulder and continued. Are you sure you won't say anything? Looking at the enormous hand that seemed ready to crush her, Li Luo swallowed hard. But she firmly believed that she had not provoked this villain. As long as she didn't admit that she approached him to beat him up, nothing would go wrong. Probably. I really just wanted to ask for directions, is that not okay? Li Luo said, slightly angered. You're 18 and still can't find your way. You even got lost with your mother. Ye Wangchuan asked in confusion. Exactly. I am frail and petite, and at 18 I still can't leave my mother. Is there a problem with that? Li Luo gritted her teeth. Saying it like that does seem to have no problem. Ye Wangchuan stroked his chin. If there's no problem, then don't touch me. Are you a pervert who likes lolis? Li Luo said, swatting away Ye Wangchuan's hand that was resting on her shoulder. In the next moment, villain's emotional value 20, current remaining 20 points. Eh? Seeing the villain's emotional value increase, Li Luo felt a bit bewildered. What did she just do to earn that? Why did her emotional value go up? Just now she called Ye Wangchuan a pervert. Could it be that this emotional value is gained simply by making the villain feel something towards her? Not necessarily needing to fulfill a task. Li Luo raised her head and tentatively insulted Ye Wangchuan again. Pervert. Villain's emotional value 20, current remaining 40 points. Ye Wangchuan looked at Li Luo with a cold face. Why did this child insult him twice? And why was she so confident? He had no desire for this little brat at all. If he had to say there was a desire to hit her. After all, this little lowly Li Luo was just like that woman before daring to slander him. She deserved to be taught a lesson. A good thrashing, and then toss her back to the mountains and she would behave. I am not a pervert, Ye Wangchuan said coldly. Li Luo replied, no, you are a pervert. Just now you were looking at my body and my thighs. I did not look. Ye Wangchuan replied. Villain's emotional value 30, current remaining 70 points. Seeing another increase in the villain's emotional value, Li Luo felt an inner delight. She had only insulted him 3 times as a pervert and effortlessly gained 70 points of villain's emotional value. That was already enough to buy 2 low-grade cultivation pills. If she were to throw in a few more insults, wouldn't that yield even more villain's emotional value? Li Luo was lost in. Meanwhile, Ye Wangchuan was also deep in thought. He was contemplating whether to punch this loli in the abdomen once or twice. Or perhaps to kill her. Perhaps it was better to wait a moment and see what this lawless golden finger was. If he could steal it, he would give it a try. As he thought, Ye Wangchuan's eyes coldly swept over Li Luo and he fell silent. Li Luo shivered, feeling a chill run down her spine. Having defeated several villains in previous worlds, her sensitivity to villains was quite acute. She looked up at Ye Wangchuan's indifferent expression, feeling a wave of irritation. Did this villain just now want to hit her? It couldn't be a mistake. Li Luo clearly sensed that Ye Wangchuan wanted to hit her. The malice was deeply hidden, but she still sensed some of it. If it weren't for her experiences in the previous world, she might not have noticed anything unusual about Ye Wangchuan. Damn. Wait, buddy. She was just a little lowly, having met him only twice. The first time she did nothing, and the second time she also did nothing. Wait, it seemed to be because she called him a pervert 3 times. Time passed quickly and it was noon. Boom. The time has come. Heavenly stage. Open. With a loud bell ringing, an old man with white hair and a long robe appeared in the center of the sky. With a wave of his hand, rumble. The ground shook beneath the feet of the millions who had signed up for the opening ceremony. In the next moment, the soil and stones beneath everyone's feet rose up to a height of 1,000 meters. The old man waved his long sleeves, dispersing the clouds in the sky. He pointed, and the rays of sunlight gradually those rays of light formed a golden staircase with 99 steps. However, despite being called a staircase, its size was not like that of ordinary steps. Each step had a height of approximately 100 meters from the previous one. It resembled a steep cliff. Combined, the 99 steps reached nearly 10,000 meters in height. With such height, the length and width were even more astonishing. At least one step could easily accommodate millions of people. The heavenly stage opening will last for a week starting now. As the old man in the long robe finished speaking, the entire golden-bordered staircase shimmered with golden light. Upon stepping onto the first step, one would be astonished to find that under the radiance of this golden light, their body would continuously replenish energy, heal injuries, and cleanse impurities. The so-called test of talent was quite straightforward and brutal. It involved digging one's fingers into the staircase and climbing up bit by bit. Even if one broke a finger and bled, it would heal in an instant. Even if one fell 100 meters and was smashed into a pulp, they would bounce back to life in 10 seconds. It was a test of willpower. A test of strength. Soon the people around began to rush toward the wall, starting to climb. Hey, seriously. Climbing directly. Li Luo raised her head, looking up in astonishment at the towering 100-meter wall. Just looking at it was enough to feel oppressive. And this 100-meter wall had a staggering 98 of them. Just as Li Luo was bewildered, Ye Wangchuan suddenly surged forward, approaching the 100-meter wall. As he approached the giant wall, Ye Wangchuan pressed his hand against the wall, forcefully flipping himself upward. Then, leveraging this force, he began to run up the wall with incredible agility. Once the force dissipated and he could no longer maintain his wall running, he would again dig his fingers into the wall and propel himself upward. This cycle continued. In just 10 seconds, Ye Wangchuan had ascended 50 meters. Compared to those around him who had climbed only a few meters, he was far ahead. Wow, the wall climbing technique the old man taught me is surprisingly effective. Ye Wangchuan thought to himself. After all, he was a child from a wealthy family and his father had taught him some wall climbing techniques to help him ascend quickly. Was that too much to ask? Below, Li Luo stared in disbelief at the scene above. What was going on? Wasn't it said that no one could cultivate before the age of 18? How was Ye Wangchuan climbing so fast? At that moment, Li Luo suddenly remembered her task and slapped her hands together. Damn! She needed to climb higher than Ye Wangchuan to earn the reward. She had to catch up quickly. Li Luo approached the 100-meter steps and patted the staircase. How did Ye Wangchuan manage to run up the wall at such a steep angle? Li Luo attempted to dig her fingers into the wall. Surprisingly, it was quite easy. It felt as if her fingers were sinking into soft, wet soil. However, unlike wet soil, there was no resistance to find a point of force. After confirming her grip, Li Luo exerted all her strength, trying to propel herself upward like Ye Wangchuan. Then, slap! Li Luo fell directly to the ground, causing an uproar of laughter from those around her. Get lost. All of you get lost. Li Luo stood up, shooing away everyone who had mocked her. Then she obediently began to climb the steps. Just then a white-haired man suddenly approached Li Luo. Of course, he was not deliberately getting close to her. The reason the white-haired man approached Li Luo was to catch up with Ye Wangchuan. He placed his foot on the wall, curled his legs, and with a powerful push shot upward at an astonishing speed. After bouncing, the man braced himself against the wall, resting for a moment. After catching his breath, he continued to ascend, rapidly closing the distance between himself and Ye Wangchuan. Li Luo. Are you really just an ordinary person who hasn't practiced? 2 hours later. Huff. With a forceful motion of his arm, Ye Wangchuan successfully brought himself to the 34th step. Those who could reach the 34th step had at least a moderate level of talent. Ye Wangchuan exhaled and looked down. He saw a white-haired man resting against the wall below. Once the man had rested enough, he pushed off the wall and jumped up to the 34th step. Ye Wangchuan, why aren't you continuing to climb? The white-haired man looked at Ye Wangchuan, who was lying on the 34th step. Ye Wangchuan merely replied nonchalantly. I'm waiting for someone, you can just go on. There are still 6 days left for the competition. Alright. Just don't get too lazy. My father said that the difficulty of climbing beyond the 67th step is greater than the combined challenge of the first 66 steps. Got it. Ye Wangchuan waved his hand, dismissing the white-haired man. After confirming that the man had climbed far away, Ye Wangchuan began to ponder. That white-haired man was named Lu Han. He was also the heir of the Lu family. According to the old man, the Yi and Lu families had maintained a friendly relationship for thousands of years and often collaborated. Lu Han had often been taken around by Ye Wangchuan when they were young. Therefore, Ye Wangchuan had no intention of being suspicious. But could Lu Han truly be the child of destiny? After all, his terrifying talent and noble lineage really resembled that of a genius protagonist. Of course, he could also resemble a villain. However, Ye Wangchuan never believed that one region could have two antagonists with similar attributes. If Lu Han was the child of destiny, would he attack him? But at the moment, there was no reason for them to oppose each other. Forget it, I'm overthinking it. Just keep an eye on Lu Han. Who says the child of destiny must battle with the villain? I've read novels where the child of destiny and the villain coexist peacefully. Of course, that little lowly child of destiny is an exception. If she dares to approach me, it definitely means she has some malicious intent. I need to be cautious. Ye Wangchuan shook his head and lay down on the 34th step, falling asleep. Although the heavenly steps continuously infused energy into his body, making it impossible for him to truly sleep. About half an hour later. At this moment, Li Luo had reached the 33rd step. She had climbed for several hours without a moment's rest. However, Li Luo felt fairly relaxed. For her, each wall felt as soft and easy to climb as wet soil. Meanwhile, the commoners were falling behind one after another. For them, if the wall of the first step was as hard as wet soil, by the second step it became as hard as firm clay. By the 5th step the wall felt as hard as wood. And by the 10th step it became as hard as stone. However, due to Li Luo's exceptional talent, she faced no difficulties. Aside from Li Luo, only those from wealthy families could climb effortlessly all the way up. In this world even the innate talents of the wealthy far surpassed those of the commoners. As she pondered, Li Luo was about to reach the 34th step. She was incredibly excited at this moment. Steps 133 represented low talent, steps 3466 represented moderate talent, and steps 6799 represented high talent. As long as she climbed one more step she would reach moderate talent. The next second Li Luo's smile suddenly froze. Above her there stood a young man. The young man stood on that step, not moving, allowing the wild wind to blow through his clothes. Ye Wangchuan. What is he doing up there? Li Luo looked at Ye Wangchuan in bewilderment, twisting her body as she began to climb sideways. She intended to bypass him. Avoid him to prevent any trouble. Above, Ye Wangchuan watched as Li Luo climbed sideways, chuckling to himself. He then took a couple of steps and positioned himself right above her. Li Luo. Oh no. He's coming for me. Li Luo skeptically moved sideways a few more times. But wherever she went Ye Wangchuan followed. What do you want? Li Luo looked up at Ye Wangchuan in exasperation. To deal with you, Ye Wangchuan casually replied, stepping on her hand that was reaching for the stairs. Hiss. A sharp pain shot through her bones, causing Li Luo to gasp in surprise. She raised her head to angrily curse. What's wrong? Are you upset because I called you a pervert? Villain's emotional value 20, current remaining 90 points. It's just slander. No matter how you slander me, I won't be angry about it. Ye Wangchuan said nonchalantly. At the same time he pressed down harder on Li Luo's hand. Hiss. So you're stubborn, huh? Feeling her finger bones crush under his weight, Li Luo's face flushed in anger. In a fit of rage she yelled at Ye Wangchuan. You perverted beast. Hypocrite. You appear so glorious on the surface, yet behind the scenes you're so disgusting. You block my path just because I called you a pervert. Pervert. Disgusting. Trash. A continuous stream of insults left Ye Wangchuan momentarily stunned. Villain's emotional value 100, villain's emotional value 100, current remaining 290 points. Wow, that's a lot. Seeing the villain's emotional value increase so much, Li Luo was a bit dazed. Just then Ye Wangchuan suddenly bent down. With incredible speed he grabbed Li Luo by the back of her collar and lifted her. It was as if he were lifting a kitten by the scruff of its neck. Li Luo's hands and feet were immediately pulled away from the wall, hanging high in the air. Eh? Li Luo was momentarily stunned just as she reacted and prepared to cling tightly to Ye Wangchuan's arm. In the next second Ye Wangchuan suddenly let go. Li Luo fell freely. Boom. Falling from a height of 100 meters she landed directly on the 33rd step, turning into a puddle. Fortunately there was a heavenly staircase below. Just a fall made her into a puddle. A burst of golden light infused the mud below, and in just a few moments it began to regain a humanoid shape. At that moment Ye Wangchuan took out a long spear, inserting it into the nearby wall, allowing him to slide down rapidly. Seizing the opportunity before Li Luo fully recovered, he quickly slid to the ground and rushed in front of her. Then with a thought he activated the spatial ring on his finger and a bundle of rope appeared before him. This rope was the wooden bull tendon rope that Ye Wangchuan had previously instructed the guards to purchase. This rope was nothing special, just quite elastic and very hard to break. Even a giant elephant couldn't snap it, and the sharp teeth of a fierce tiger couldn't chew through it. Be obedient. Ye Wangchuan squatted down in front of the freshly restored Li Luo. He then grasped her hands behind her back and decisively tied them. He wouldn't let her escape anywhere else either. Her legs were tied together and a rope connected from her ankles to her neck to prevent her from struggling. Her arms and torso were secured and even her fingers were tightly wrapped. Each knot was a deadlock as difficult to untie as possible. When Li Luo's mind was restored by the heavenly staircase, she found herself completely bound. Hey! Ye Wangchuan, you beast! What do you want to do? Are you going to harm a child? Are you even human? Villain's emotional value 20, villain's emotional value 20, current remaining 330 points. Li Luo vented her frustrations with a barrage of insults. On one hand it was to release her pent-up emotions. On the other it was naturally to increase the villain's emotional value. After just a couple of insults the villain's emotional value was enough to buy a low-grade cultivation pill. But she could only afford to curse a couple of times. I've never been interested in your pathetic body, stop being so narcissistic. Ye Wangchuan casually remarked. He toyed with the rope around Li Luo's neck, giving it a tug. Ugh, cough cough. Cough. Ugh. The tightening of her neck made Li Luo cough continuously. Before she could cough a few times a piece of cloth was suddenly stuffed into her mouth. After securing the cloth, Ye Wangchuan wrapped the rope around the back of Li Luo's head and jaw several times. With these few actions Li Luo was completely silenced, only able to emit weak MMPH sounds. Once he finished tying her up, Ye Wangchuan nodded in satisfaction. Tied up like this she shouldn't be able to climb up anymore. He let out a long breath. This plan had been in preparation since the moment he saw Li Luo on the wooden building. After all, Li Luo was just a little lowly in terms of physical combat power, she could not match him. Thus Ye Wangchuan had the guards purchase the wooden bull tendon rope to prepare for his physical sealing technique. The reason he dealt with Li Luo on the 33rd step was simple. The talent of the destined child could either be extremely high or extremely low with some in between. Ye Wangchuan had trapped Li Luo on the 33rd step, the peak of the low-tier talent. He wondered if this action could disrupt Li Luo's fortune. As long as he could ruin her fortune, this destined child would be rendered useless and he wouldn't have to worry about her anymore. Even if it didn't work, it wouldn't be a big deal. The main reason Ye Wangchuan had Li Luo trapped here was because of the various sects of this continent. They only accepted disciples with at least a talent of 34 steps or above. No sect would recruit disciples with a talent of 33 steps or lower. This would reduce Li Luo's chances of becoming a genius destined child. If she were to soar like other destined children, it would only be due to some great opportunity. Or perhaps she had a system. However, Ye Wangchuan had yet to see Li Luo produce any magical devices or inexplicably increase her cultivation. Thus he remained uncertain about whether Li Luo had a system. It was merely a suspicion. Next, I just need to figure out how to prevent anyone from unsealing Li Luo. Ye Wangchuan looked at Li Luo. Although the knots on her were all secure, taking a long time to untie and the wooden bull tendon rope was tough to cut. Nonetheless, Ye Wangchuan still felt somewhat uneasy and thought it prudent to be cautious. After some thought, he first retrieved a sturdy burlap sack from his spatial ring, placing Li Luo inside it, then securely tied the open end with the wooden bull tendon rope. This way no one would be able to see Li Luo's situation clearly, preventing anyone from feeling pity for her being a little lowly and attempting to rescue her. After putting Li Luo into the burlap sack, Ye Wangchuan took out a piece of white cloth and wrote something on it with a brush. He then pulled out a long spear and forcefully drove it into the ground beside Li Luo. Next, he draped the cloth over the spear. The cloth read, "This person is my enemy Luhan. I do not wish for her to have great talent, so I have tied her here. Whoever dares to unseal her shall be an enemy of my Lu family." After completing all of this, Ye Wangchuan left the area and began to climb higher. The 33rd step. Li Luo wore a speechless expression as he listened to the people passing by around him. These people had naturally seen Li Luo, who was stuffed into a sack. But unfortunately, 90% of them were too lazy to get involved and continued climbing upwards. The remaining 10%, upon seeing the banner, would turn away to avoid provoking the Lu family. As tens of thousands of people passed by Li Luo, only one older sister attempted to help him. It wasn't that she wasn't afraid of the Lu family. She simply couldn't read and didn't know what was written on the banner. However, the rope made from wooden cow tendons was too tough and Ye Wangchuan had tied it in a dead knot. The older sister tried for 5 minutes but couldn't even open the sack. In order not to fall too far behind in her own cultivation, she ultimately chose to give up on saving him and turned to climb the steps. Li Luo exerted himself to twist his body. It was of no use. She was feeling utterly speechless inside. What kind of villain was this? Tying oneself up and then just throwing it away, then running off. Is this madness? A normal villain should be arrogant and mock someone without a background trying to climb the heavenly steps only to eventually surpass them and slap their face right. Mum. System, do you have any tools for escape? 9-fold cultivation experience card. I can't afford this. Li Luo wanted to sigh. But her mouth was blocked. Forget it. Just let it be. It is what it is. Li Luo twisted her body to find a comfortable position and began to contemplate whether to farm or become a loose cultivator after the heavenly steps concluded. Just as Li Luo was thinking. Whoosh! A pool of ink suddenly flew before her. Then that ink formed a vortex. The vortex grew larger and gradually took shape as a person. In the next moment, a short old lady, only around 1.4 meters tall, sprang out from it. As soon as she jumped out, the old lady began to circle around Li Luo, looking at her from the left and right. "Oh ho ho, you're really short, even a bit shorter than me." Seeing that Li Luo was only 139 centimeters tall, the old lady burst into laughter. Hearing the mockery about her height, a vein popped on Li Luo's forehead as she glared angrily at the old lady. What was this old lady doing here for no reason? In the next moment, the old lady approached the banner hanging from Ye Wangchuan. After looking at the content on it, she let out a cold snort. The Lu family. They're becoming more and more reckless, daring to obstruct others on the heavenly steps. Fortunately, I discovered it quickly. I remember your name. It's Li Luo, right? I see your talent is exceptional. How about this, let's make a deal. I'll help you break free, but you must join the Li family in Chagan City. After saying this, the old lady tore open the sack with her bare hands and looked down at Li Luo, seeking her opinion. Li Luo naturally nodded vigorously. Isn't this a win-win situation? Breaking free allows her to climb the steps, and joining the Li family gives her a backing. Even if the Li family treats her as a tool, she could take advantage of this time of protection to rapidly develop with the system. Because Li Luo had already discovered the true use of the system. That is to chase after Ye Wangchuan and scold him. Seeing the other party agree, the old lady nodded in satisfaction and casually took out a brush. With a wave of the brush towards Li Luo, ink splattered everywhere. The ink cut through the wooden cow tendons like a sharp knife, severing all the ropes. Phew. Cough. Cough cough. As she broke free, Li Luo spat out some saliva. She looked up in confusion and asked, "Who are you?" "I am the elder of the Li family," the old lady said with a smile, transforming into a swirl of ink and disappearing from the spot. "An elder, huh?" Li Luo thought about the identity of the person rubbing her body marked with indentations. "Damn you, Ye Wangchuan, how ruthless. Forget it, let's climb the steps first." On the other side, Ye Wangchuan continued to ascend. He excelled due to his better talent. He took only 4 hours to climb from the 33rd step to the 67th step. Before reaching the 67th step, Ye Wangchuan hardly felt any pressure. Each heavenly step was as soft as wet soil. Upon arriving at the 67th step, Ye Wangchuan looked up. At this moment there were only 5 people above him. Excluding him and Lu Han, the remaining 3 were surnamed Zhang, Jiang and Wang. The one surnamed Jiang was a woman while the other 2 were men. However, these 3 looked like they were nearing their limits and should only be able to stay at over 80 steps in a few days. But Lu Han had already climbed to the 80th step. These 3 shouldn't be the children of destiny. It seems that there is a limit to the number of such children in each city. Having Lu Han and Li Luo as the 2 children of destiny in Chang'an City is already pushing it. Considering that Chang'an City has a dragon vein supporting this destiny, other cities might only have 1 child of destiny. As Ye Wangchuan analyzed this, he swiftly surpassed Zhang, Jiang and Wang. Another 60 hours passed. Ye Wangchuan successfully climbed from the 67th step to the 89th step. Meanwhile, Lu Han was sweating profusely as he climbed the 95th step. Bang! 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 Ye Wangchuan kept pounding his fists against the wall of the 89th step. After thousands of punches, he finally created a small dent in the wall. He quickly grabbed the dent to lift himself up a bit further. As Ye Wangchuan climbed up, the dent he created began to heal below, preventing others from leveraging the dent to reach a strength they shouldn't have. But this also meant that if Ye Wangchuan fell, he would have to start over. After grinding for 2 hours, Ye Wangchuan finally arrived at the 90th step. Phew! My talent probably stops here. My limit is the 90th step. Ye Wangchuan muttered to himself. The 90th step was already considered exceptional talent. Over several years, fewer than 100 people could reach above the 90th step. But he was not satisfied. If he didn't reach the 99th step, wouldn't he be laughed at by the old folks when he gets home? Even Lu Han could reach the 95th step. Ye Wangchuan glanced at the spatial ring, ready to take out the treasure his father had given him. This treasure would definitely help him directly rush to the 99th step. Ye Wangchuan hadn't used this treasure before because he feared Lu Han would see it and enter a berserk mode, rushing to the 99th step. After all, it was not uncommon for children of destiny to go berserk. Children of destiny are just unreasonable things. But now the end of the heavenly steps was approaching. Having used this treasure, no matter how Lu Han goes berserk, he wouldn't reach the 99th step. If he dared to rush to the 99th step, Li Luo would kick him down. Having thought this, Ye Wangchuan moved his mind and took out the treasure. What he saw was a large burlap sack. Inside the sack were numerous washing marrow fruits. The effect of the washing marrow fruit is very simple. Eating it can increase one's talent. As for why other wealthy sons don't eat this, it's probably because the washing marrow fruit tree is monopolized by his father. Just as Ye Wangchuan was about to begin gnawing on the washing marrow fruit, he suddenly focused his gaze downward. He spotted a small black dot climbing up the 90th step. And the speed was astonishing. The other party's talent was no less than Lu Han's. Li Luo. The moment he saw that small black dot, Ye Wangchuan thought of Li Luo, as he suspected that small black dot was indeed Li Luo. When Ye Wangchuan saw Li Luo, she naturally saw him too. I'm not climbing anymore. Seeing Ye Wangchuan above, Li Luo immediately got stuck halfway up the mountain and refused to climb any higher. She certainly didn't want to be abandoned by Ye Wangchuan again. Above, seeing that Li Luo had stopped climbing, Ye Wangchuan chuckled softly and asked, "Who helped you untie the rope?" "A fat woman helped me untie it." She pried open the knot with a thin needle. Li Luo suppressed her urge to curse and casually replied. She knew that if she swore at Ye Wangchuan now, she could forget about climbing the 90th step. On the surface, Ye Wangchuan appeared harmless and cheerful. But deep down he definitely held grudges. Ye Wangchuan nodded, seemingly believing that a fat woman had indeed helped Li Luo untie the rope. "I see, but why aren't you coming up?" I want to enjoy the breeze," Li Luo said, her face full of embarrassment. Ye Wangchuan smiled. It seemed that Li Luo was quite clever. After being taught a lesson by him, she knew better than to insult him. "The heavenly steps are about to close, so I have to hurry up and climb. I won't stay here any longer. We will meet again later." With that, Ye Wangchuan vanished from Li Luo's sight. Li Luo sighed in relief and waited in place for half an hour. After half an hour, she began to ascend. As long as no one stopped her, she climbed quickly. But just as Li Luo reached the 90th step, from a blind spot, Ye Wangchuan, who was resting, glanced over. He immediately sprinted towards Li Luo. Li Luo. No. Didn't you go up? Don't wait for me here, big brother. Are you in love with me? As she spoke, Li Luo started running. However, there was a big long leg and a short little leg. Naturally, the short leg could not outrun the long one. In just a moment, Li Luo was pulled up by Ye Wangchuan by both wrists. No matter how wildly her feet kicked in the air, it was futile. Ye Wangchuan prepared to toss Li Luo down to the 89th step. No, no. Brother. My handsome and charming Wangchuan brother who captivates thousands. Villain's emotional value 20. Villain's emotional value 20. Current remaining 370 points. In a short time, Li Luo used all the flattery she had learned throughout her life. Surprisingly, she even earned 40 emotional points in the process. It seemed that the emotions in this emotional value system were not limited to disgust, sadness and anger. Joy, excitement and comfort could also add points. But there was no time to think too much. Although Ye Wangchuan's inner emotional value increased by 40 points, he still maintained a cold expression as he lifted Li Luo to a suspended position, his fingers beginning to loosen. Li Luo gritted her teeth. If she didn't take risks, she wouldn't be able to gain rewards. Ye Wangchuan. I have a pill that can increase cultivation. Really? Show me. Hearing this, Ye Wangchuan's loosening fingers tightened. As he spoke, Ye Wangchuan swung Li Luo back. Li Luo grinned in pain as she sat up, pretending to reach into her pocket to take something out. At the same time, she internally shouted, "System, buy 2 low-grade cultivation pills." Ding, 2 low-grade cultivation pills cost 60 villain emotional points. Deducted. Current remaining 310 points. As the system reported, 2 low-grade cultivation pills appeared in the system space. Li Luo immediately chose to take out the low-grade cultivation pills, making them appear in her pocket. Then she took out the pills and handed them to Ye Wangchuan. Ye Wangchuan looked at the cultivation pills and smiled. Although he didn't know if these pills were real, he was certain of one: these pills were pulled out of thin air by Li Luo. When Ye Wangchuan tied up Li Luo, he had also searched her body. At that time, Li Luo had nothing in her pockets. Plus, they had just engaged in such a fierce physical confrontation, yet this round pill had not rolled out. So Ye Wangchuan was 90% sure that these pills were pulled out of thin air. Did you hide a spatial ring on you? Or is it in the system space? Ye Wangchuan kept thinking to himself. If there's space, then there must be more than just these 2. Having thought this, Ye Wangchuan decided to take advantage of the situation to the fullest. He looked at Li Luo and asked, "Is it just these 2? Just these 2. Li Luo did not want to be taken advantage of. She wanted to keep the villain emotional points for herself. If there are only 2, I can tell by searching you. Ye Wangchuan approached, preparing to search Li Luo. He was not purely searching for treasures. He wanted to see if Li Luo had a hidden spatial ring. He touched his coat pocket. Empty. He patted his pants. Empty. He took off his straw sandals to check. Nothing hidden there. He lifted his coat. I have. Don't search anymore. Li Luo panicked and pushed Ye Wangchuan away. She had no doubt that this person would search her body thoroughly for the pills. It was already daring to strip her of her clothes. She couldn't even imagine what else he would dare to do later. Li Luo, with a face full of grievance, took out 2 cultivation pills from the inside of her coat. These are my last 2. I don't believe you. Really? Then let me search again. Wait, actually, I have 2 more. 10 minutes later, Ye Wangchuan looked at the 12 cultivation pills in his hand. He glanced at Li Luo, who looked furious and seemed ready to kill him. Only then did he believe that Li Luo really had no more cultivation pills left. This time it should be all gone, Ye Wangchuan said, nodding. Li Luo almost exploded upon hearing this. Of course there were no more. She only had 10 villain emotional points left. It was infuriating. Once I get up there, I will curse you out. I will earn back all the villain emotional points I used. Ye Wangchuan, but just to be safe, I think he'll search you again. Only after Ye Wangchuan finished searching did he finally let Li Luo go. No spatial ring was found. However, Li Luo was still able to produce 12 pills. There must be a system space. Otherwise, where could all these pills be hidden besides the system space? As for throwing Li Luo back down, it could be done, but it's unnecessary. It's just a matter of several levels of talent difference. It would be better to leave Li Luo with the impression that as long as he gives Ye Wangchuan treasures, Ye Wangchuan will let him go. This way Li Luo could later provide him with more gold coins. Since Li Luo has a system, there's no rush to kill. Think of a way to make Li Luo his slave, extracting benefits from the other system daily. This is the way to maximize profits. Alright, you go on with your climbing. Ye Wangchuan said to Li Luo. At that moment Li Luo lay on the ground, her face filled with despair. She had given up all her possessions to avoid being searched by Ye Wangchuan. In the end, he still searched her thoroughly. Had she known it would turn out like this, she wouldn't have handed over so many cultivation pills. Ugh. The villain's emotional value. It hurts. Li Luo sat up. She tightened her loose clothing and climbed a few times on the 90th level wall. It was quite difficult, but she could barely keep climbing. After climbing up about 20 meters, Li Luo turned her head and curiously asked Ye Wangchuan, who stood still, "Why aren't you climbing?" "My talent only allows me to go this far, I can't climb any higher." Ye Wangchuan casually deceived her. In fact, he planned to send Li Luo away and remain alone here. That way she wouldn't see him devouring a pile of cleansing fruit later. Treasures like cleansing fruit must be kept well hidden and not seen by the child of destiny. Otherwise, what if they try to snatch your things? But upon hearing this, Li Luo pondered for a moment. Having been restrained for so long, she could still catch up to Ye Wangchuan. This indicated that his talent was indeed inferior to hers. And she was currently on the wall. This meant it was a prime opportunity to mock Ye Wangchuan and gain villain emotional value. Thinking this, Li Luo revealed a mischievous smile and taunted Ye Wangchuan. "Haha, worthless. Is this all you've got?" "Just this. Villain emotional value 10, current remaining 20 points. Seeing that the villain emotional value only increased by 10, Li Luo felt a bit disappointed. It seemed that Ye Wangchuan had developed resistance to her taunts and began to ignore them. Next, she would need to change her approach to taunting. As for praising Ye Wangchuan to gain emotional value, Li Luo had no intention of doing that. Got it. Hey, is this all you can do? The eldest son of the Yi family is really just a small fry. I never expected that the well-off young master Yi doesn't even have the talent of an ordinary person like me. Small fry, worthless, truly useless, villain emotional value 100, villain emotional value 100, current remaining 220 points. This is it. This is exactly what I wanted. Seeing the increase of 200 emotional value, Li Luo's eyes lit up. Indeed, Ye Wangchuan couldn't withstand this more arrogant form of taunting. Overly straightforward taunts seemed to have developed resistance. Clearly, Li Luo's strategy was correct. Ye Wangchuan still wore a cold expression on the surface. However, deep inside he was slightly stirred. He felt the urge to hit someone. The next moment. Whoosh! With a thought, a bag of cleansing fruit appeared before Ye Wangchuan. The cleansing fruit resembled a dragon fruit but tasted like water. Crunch! Ye Wangchuan immediately bit into the cleansing fruit, his eyes coldly scanning over Li Luo. Li Luo on the wall shivered, feeling a wave of malice approaching. Damn! Ye Wangchuan wants to hit me again. No worries, no worries. My talent is higher than Ye Wangchuan's. I climb the wall faster. By the way, what is Ye Wangchuan munching on? Li Luo squinted at the cleansing fruit. The next moment her expression suddenly turned to fear as she called out in her heart. System opened the emotional value mall. Flip to the last page. Cleansing fruit. Villain value 1 piece. Li Luo swallowed hard and clicked on the cleansing fruit interface to check the details. Cleansing fruit description: born from the only cleansing fruit tree in the entire continent, it bears one fruit every 100 years, capable of increasing the consumer's talent. Those with 1st level talent can leap to the 99th level after consumption. Li Luo was startled and looked down. At that moment, Ye Wangchuan had already eaten 3 cleansing fruits. He still had 7 cleansing fruits in his bag, clearly planning to eat them all. No way, man. Is he really going to eat cleansing fruits which are at the same level as the 9 Emperor's experience card, one of the rarest treasures in the continent? Are you planning to eat 10 at once? And this thing can reach the peak with just 1. What are you trying to do by eating 10? Reach the 999th level. Li Luo only knew that the Yi family was the #1 family in Chagan City. They were quite wealthy. However, she truly hadn't expected that the Yi family was rich to this extent. These things, which could cause countless sects and families to scramble for them, Ye Wangchuan was treating as fruit. The other 9 were wasted. In fact, there was no waste. Ye Wangchuan bit into the 4th cleansing fruit. At this moment he could still feel his talent increasing. Although the maximum is still the 99th level, the difference in talent from struggling to reach the 99th level and easily climbing to the 99th level is definitely not the same. Ye Wangchuan kept munching on the cleansing fruits. Until the 10th cleansing fruit, he took a bite of the last cleansing fruit and found that his talent had not increased. That's it. Thus Ye Wangchuan not only reached the highest level of talent but also concluded that cleansing fruit cannot be eaten, as a meal eating 9 still hadn't filled him up. Ye Wangchuan put away the bitten cleansing fruit into his spatial ring and smiled at Li Luo above him. The next moment he used his finger to grip the wall and flung himself upwards, rapidly approaching Li Luo. Li Luo. Brother Yi. I was just joking. Just playing around. Brother Yi. Really? Haha, then I'll play with you too. Ye Wangchuan reached beneath Li Luo, grabbed her ankle and lifted her up. Li Luo immediately toppled over. Ye Wangchuan chuckled. What do you want to say? Can you be a bit gentler? Li Luo weakly said. Sure. Ye Wangchuan happily replied. Ah. Ye Wangchuan. Let go of me. Let go. On the wall, Ye Wangchuan was climbing swiftly. On Ye Wangchuan's wrist there was a rope made from cow tendons. The other end of the cow tendon rope was tied to Li Luo, who was wrapped up like a dumpling. This scene was as if Ye Wangchuan was pulling a meteor hammer while climbing a mountain. Ye Wangchuan looked down and said, "Aren't I helping you climb? You should be grateful to me. Please don't help me." "Okay." After Ye Wangchuan finished speaking, he pulled off the cow tendon rope on his wrist and threw it down. "Wait, I think it would be better if you helped me slap." Li Luo hadn't finished speaking. She became a Li Luo sauce. Bang. The bell tolls. Only half an hour remains until the end of the heavenly steps opening. The 96th step. Huff. Huff. Lu Han is struggling to climb above. He keeps punching the wall relentlessly. With each strike, fragments scatter. Those fragments are not from the wall. Instead, they are bone fragments from Lu Han's fists. Bang. Bang. Lu Han continues to smash the wall with his bloodied fists. Just a second after the heavenly steps healed his fists, he would break them again. However, after thousands of punches, the wall remains unscathed. Lu Han looks up. A considerable distance remains to the 97th step. Damn it. Is my talent limited to this? Lu Han's eyes dim. Yet his fists continue to strike the wall. At this moment, an ancient voice emanates from Lu Han's waist. "Silly child, think positively. You are already far stronger than that kid from the Yi family. At least in Chang'an City you are the #1 genius in talent." The next moment, swish. Ye Wangchuan suddenly darts away from Lu Han. "Lu Han." The ancient voice. "It's okay, the head of the Yi family is so powerful, it's normal for his son to possess extraordinary talent. At least you are still the second genius in Chang'an City." Half an hour later. Ye Wangchuan. Li Luo yells as he chases upward. Although he isn't as fast as Ye Wangchuan, he is much quicker than Lu Han. "Lu Han." The ancient voice. "It's fine with such a large Chang'an City, it's normal for a few prodigies to emerge." "At least you are still." Lu Han, startled, quickly reaches out to silence the ancient voice, stopping it from continuing. He fears that if it continues, his place among the top 3 geniuses will be at risk. 25 minutes later. Who has been helping Li Luo untie her ropes? The 97th step. Ye Wangchuan is deep in thought. From the beginning until now, he has tied Li Luo up with wooden cow tendons several times. But each time Li Luo manages to free herself from the ropes. "Ye Wangchuan, you really wait. Ugh. Where did you get so many ropes?" Just as Li Luo climbs to the 97th step and is still figuring out the situation, she gets tied up again. After tying her up, Ye Wangchuan claps his hands, climbs to the 98th step and pokes his head to check the situation. Sure enough, just 3 minutes after Li Luo was bound, 2 drops of ink suddenly coalesced in the air. The ink glimmered, leaving a trailing stroke in the air. The bindings on Li Luo naturally snap apart. Ink. Is it from the Li family? Did the Li family recruit her because they noticed her extraordinary talent? Ye Wangchuan ponders as he looks at the sky. Only 2 minutes remain until the end of the heavenly steps opening. Ye Wangchuan stretches lazily, grabs the wall and effortlessly climbs up to the 99th step. As he reaches the 99th step, bang. With a booming toll that resonates throughout the city, the heavenly steps opening concludes. Swish. In the air, the white-haired elder reappears. With a flick of his robe, a gust of wind swirls around. This wind sweeps all those on the heavenly steps down to the ground. Then the elder claps his hands vigorously. Bang. With a clap, the entire heavenly steps instantly transforms into a flat surface. This surface resembles a massive sheet with numerous horizontal lines drawn on it. Counting carefully, there are exactly 99 lines. The bottom line represents the first step, followed by the second, third step. The elder waves his hand and countless footprints appear on the surface. These footprints are all the marks left by each person on the heavenly steps. Moreover, only the highest footprints reached by each person are retained. Soon after, those footprints begin to sway, transforming into the names of their owners. The entire scene is 99th step Ye Wangchuan, 98th step Nun, 97th step Li Luo, 96th step Lu Han. As the names are announced, people on the ground begin to discuss animatedly. The heavenly curtain has appeared. Quick look. Oh, my 99th step. Wow, the young master of the Yi family strolls around every day, and yesterday he even hit a woman. Who knew his talent would be so high? The young master of the Lu family is also terrifying. He has surpassed the 95th step. Clearly Ye Wangchuan and Lu Han are quite well known. By the way, who is Li Luo? Wasn't the young master of the Li family Li Yud? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Not many people know about Li Luo. After all, she suddenly crossed into this world. In a small pavilion, a few old men are sitting together drinking tea. The appearance of the heavenly curtain naturally catches their attention. Ye Wangchuan's father Ye Zhentian pokes his head out. Upon seeing his son's name on the 99th step, his mood instantly lifts. The washing marrow fruit was worth it. Ha ha ha. Everyone. My eyesight is a bit poor. I can't see this heavenly curtain clearly. Could someone help me see who is at the top? You still have poor eyesight. Then are we all blind? An old man curses and leans forward to take a look. The next second he exclaims in shock, what? Don't you mean that little Ye Wangchuan took first place? I guessed that long ago. No, it's old Lu. Your son is only third. What? The old man with the surname Lu rushes over and closely examines the heavenly curtain. When he discovers another name above his son's, the old Lu lets out a piercing shriek. Old Li. When did your family have such a capable child? The other old men, seeing that the second person has the surname Li, quickly gather around the old man Li to ask. Old Li strokes his beard, chuckling, hee my Li family just happened to produce a genius, nothing to worry about. Old Lu, let me see where your son Li Yud is. 61st step. Old Li. The old men soon start to bicker with each other. Only Ye Zhentian sits contentedly on the side sipping tea. Ye Wangchuan raises his head and glances upwards. The top few names are not much different from what he expected, just an additional Li Luo. The top three are Yi Li Lu, followed by Zhang Zhang and Wang. Among the top six except for Li Luo, all are wealthy heirs. It seems there are no other faithful children. After checking the top positions, he turns to look at the bottom. After all, those with extremely poor talent could still be faithful children. Ye Wangchuan looks downward. 5th step to Wu Dogzi. 4th step none. 3rd step Tang San. 2nd step none. 1st step none. When he sees the two characters Tang San, Ye Wangchuan almost can't hold himself back. It can't be that one, right? If it is that one. Cautiously, Ye Wangchuan decided to ask a passerby for directions. He looked around and approached a scholarly-looking young man. Do you know who Tang San is? Yi. Young Master Yi. The scholar shivered in fright as Ye Wangchuan approached. Although rumors said that Ye Wangchuan did nothing but wander around, the only time he ever fought was in response to a false accusation. However, being close to such a wealthy young master exuded an invisible sense of pressure. Speak quickly. Seeing the scholar hesitate, Ye Wangchuan placed a few coins in his hand. At your service. The scholar's eyes brightened at the sight of the coins and he began to speak. Tang San is the young master of the Tang family. But his character Tsk Tisk is quite deplorable. Moreover, he boasts of having suffered 3 betrayals, earning him another title. Ye Wangchuan 3. Scholar, ah no. It's Tang Liuzi. Villain emotion value 500. If this scholar had a system, he would see such a message. Ye Wangchuan suppressed the turmoil of emotions within him and continued to inquire. However, it seemed that he truly did not need to concern himself with Tang San. Though in a sense Tang San could be considered a child of fortune. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing task option 2. Option 2: ascend above level 66 in the heavenly stairs. Reward 5 low-grade cultivation pills, 2 low-grade foundation establishment pills. Rewards have been issued to the system space. On the other side, Li Luo looked at the rewards received, feeling secretly pleased. Very good. Although he felt a bit regretful for not completing the more rewarding option 3, at least he had completed option 1. As for the villain emotion value, after all, he had the Li family as a backing. Although he didn't know how powerful the Li family was, it shouldn't be too shabby. He could find opportunities to insult Ye Wangchuan a few times, simple and easy. Just as Li Luo was thinking, he spotted Ye Wangchuan, who was listening for news. Hee, the villain emotion value, isn't it coming right now? Oh, isn't this young Master Yi? Just now at the heavenly stairs. You. Before he could finish his sentence, Ye Wangchuan quickly reached out and covered Li Luo's mouth, preventing him from making a sound. Alright, you can go now. Ye Wangchuan spoke to the scholar from earlier. Scholars like him loved gossip, so Ye Wangchuan covered Li Luo's mouth to prevent any intentional mockery from reaching the scholar's ears. After all, if Li Luo mocked him, it would surely be 3 sentences without deviating from the theme of perversion. Oh, okay. Although the scholar didn't know what was happening, he nodded and left. Once the scholar left, a vein throbbed on Li Luo's forehead. Damn it, why is he covering my mouth? How long does this villain want to keep it like this? Li Luo, enraged, opened his mouth and bit down on the hand covering his mouth. Villain emotion value 40. Villain emotion value 40. Current remaining 300 points. Are you a dog? Why are you biting people? Ye Wangchuan sighed, pinching Li Luo's face and withdrawing his hand. He glanced at his palm. You've drawn blood, you owe me compensation. Ye Wangchuan displayed his palm to Li Luo, who was being pinched on the face, unable to articulate his anger. Li Hao AI. You deserve it. What an unreasonable woman. Ye Wangchuan shook his head and sighed. Suddenly he thought of something and took out the cultivation pill that Li Luo had previously given him. Ye Wangchuan selected one, crushed it, and directly stuffed it into Li Luo's mouth. Mum. Li Luo trembled all over. Not for any other reason but because as soon as the cultivation pill reached her mouth, an extremely bitter taste akin to concentrated herbal medicine surged forth, constantly assaulting her taste buds. She immediately struggled and twisted. Behave yourself and swallow this pill for me. Ye Wangchuan pressed Li Luo against the wall, raised her head and covered her mouth to prevent her from spitting out the pill. He stared intently at Li Luo until she finally gulped down the pill with a gurgling sound, at which point Ye Wangchuan released his hand. Li Luo collapsed to the ground gasping for breath, coughing a few times in disbelief. Cough, cough. Cough. What are you doing? I'm testing for poison on you. Ye Wangchuan replied bluntly. Upon hearing this, Li Luo smirked and said, haha, actually among those 12 pills one is poisonous. Why don't you try each one? Ye Wangchuan, the one I fed you was made from a portion of each pill mixed together. Li Luo. After Ye Wangchuan finished speaking, he pulled Li Luo up from the ground. He then took out the remaining cultivation pills and stuffed one into his own mouth to taste. Li Luo immediately raised her head, wanting to see if Ye Wangchuan would be affected by the bitterness of the cultivation pill. But clearly it was useless. Ye Wangchuan swallowed the cultivation pill with a straight face, feeling that his aura had indeed increased significantly. At the same time, Ye Wangchuan confirmed one thing. Li Luo indeed had a system. The alchemists had been researching for thousands of years and had never developed a pill that could unconditionally increase cultivation. Why should Li Luo be able to? Coupled with the earlier incident where Li Luo had produced a pill out of thin air, Ye Wangchuan believed that the system was the best explanation. However, on the surface, Ye Wangchuan merely smiled and patted Li Luo's small shoulder, saying, "This is quite good, give me 12 more foundational." "I only have 2. Where would I get 12? Li Luo instinctively retorted. Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly covered her mouth. It's over. She had been caught in her own words. She should have said she didn't have such pills. Ye Wangchuan, indeed you do give them to me. Li Luo, are you a beggar? No. Ye Wangchuan, you bit my hand, compensation. Li Luo, you deserved it for being bitten. Ye Wangchuan, how unreasonable you are, I was clearly afraid that your slander of me would be heard by the scholar. Li Luo, Then I can compensate you with 1 pill. Just as the two were conversing, a middle-aged man approached from behind Ye Wangchuan and spoke. Is this Li Luo? I am one of the elders of the Li family. Since you have just arrived at the Li family, I will be responsible for teaching you some of our rules and... Perfect timing. Elder, I accidentally bit this person and he insists on compensation. Please help me out here. Li Luo addressed the elder. Upon hearing this, the elder had no intention of providing compensation. Instead, he angrily addressed the person opposite Li Luo. Whose child are you? Daring to challenge our Li family genius over a mere bite. Young master Yi, my apologies, please continue. This Li Luo is merely an outsider and has not yet joined our Li family. Her actions have no relation to us. As soon as the elder saw Ye Wangchuan, he smoothly changed his tone and made a grand exit. Li Luo. What? I'm a genius of the 97th tier. Are you just going to sell me out like this? I only bit Ye Wangchuan, is it that serious? Can you please move? Give me the foundation strengthening pill and I will leave. Ye Wangchuan spoke while ruffling Li Luo's hair. Fine, here, take them. Li Luo muttered, exasperated, pulling a low-grade foundation establishment pill from her pocket. Ye Wangchuan accepted it, then added calmly, 1 is insufficient. Li Luo gritted her teeth and handed over another. She deeply regretted having approached Ye Wangchuan so closely just moments earlier. Had she known this would happen, she would have gone straight to the Li family instead. 2 pills still fall short of compensation, Ye Wangchuan declared. I require 5, so hand over 3 more. I only possess 2 foundation establishment pills. I don't believe you. Believe it or not, I have only 2. Search me if you must. Then write me an IOU for 3 pills repayable later. 1 month's delay incurs an additional pill in interest. Are you unhinged? Antagonist emotion points 20. Current balance 320 points. Li Luo was on the verge of exploding. Ye Wangchuan neither demanded more nor accepted less, precisely 3 low-grade foundation establishment pills. She had exactly 320 antagonist emotion points. Each low-grade foundation establishment pill cost 90 points. 3 pills were precisely her maximum purchase limit. How in the heavens did Ye Wangchuan know exactly how many to ask for? You bit me, yet refuse both compensation and an IOU, and now insult my sanity. What? Do you take me for gentle or easily intimidated? Ye Wangchuan asked, puzzled, then seized Li Luo's collar and lifted her off the ground, his voice icy and calm. If you refuse to compensate with pills, you shall serve as my household servant for 6 months. Ye Wangchuan made this demand not out of malice but calculation. First, within the Yi family residence he could regularly draw upon her resources. Second, by withholding cultivation materials he could deliberately suppress her cultivation progress. Thus 1 destined prodigy would vanish and 1 convenient benefactor would emerge. Here. Sensing Ye Wangchuan was utterly serious, Li Luo feigned rummaging through her pocket and produced 3 foundation establishment pills with her small hand. At that very moment a voice echoed within her mind. Ding, 3 foundation establishment pills purchased at 270 antagonist emotion points. Deducted. Current balance 50 points. Wah. All those painstakingly accumulated antagonist emotion points gone in an instant. A single bite on Ye Wangchuan yielded only 80 points. Excellent. Seeing the pills in her hand, Ye Wangchuan's face lit up with a satisfied smile. He accepted the 3 pills and set Li Luo back down on the ground. Then he turned and strode away, no longer lingering. Ye Wangchuan still had to return home and celebrate his ascension to the 99th realm with the old master. After Ye Wangchuan departed, Li Luo stamped her foot furiously against the ground. Ye Wangchuan! Ye Wangchuan! Ye Wangchuan! You infuriate me. Every time I'm near you nothing good ever happens. Just as Li Luo seethed in fury, the Li family elder who'd appeared earlier suddenly rushed over beaming cheerfully. Li Luo, come, let me escort you to the Li family residence now. Didn't you say I had no ties to the Li family? Li Luo replied flatly. The elder cleared his throat awkwardly. Well, isn't that precisely why I'm taking you there now? Ah ha ha. Fine, let's go. Li Luo sighed, then obediently followed the elder. Yet inwardly her resolve hardened. If the Li family intended only to exploit her, then she would exploit them in turn. Once she survived this nascent stage, everything would improve. Yi family residence. Ye Wangchuan strode confidently back home. Though he always returned thus, head high, shoulders back, this time an ineffable aura of quiet certainty clung to him. As if he'd just aced the Imperial Cultivation examination with a perfect score. And yet, he hadn't merely scored 700 plus, he'd achieved perfection. Those so-called destined prodigies scaled the 90 realms through innate talent and raw power, shallow unearned triumphs. Not so with him. He had climbed to the 99th realm solely through grit, devouring marrow-cleansing fruits one agonizing bite after another. Pure perseverance. Unwavering effort. Lost in such reverie, he reached the grand hall and instantly smoothed his expression into serene composure before stepping inside. There he found his father Ye Zhentian cheerfully practicing calligraphy. Upon spotting Ye Wangchuan, Ye Zhentian immediately dropped his smile and assumed an expression of profound, unruffled dignity. Thus 2 perfectly composed men exchanged measured glances and greetings. Back already? I knew you'd reach the 99th realm. Go rest in your room, I'll draft a congratulatory inscription and dispatch invitations. Ye Zhentian spoke as though the outcome had been inevitable. Merely the 99th realm, trivial. Make the inscription bold and commanding, Ye Wangchuan replied with a faint effortless smile as if wholly indifferent. Glad you understand, don't let pride cloud your judgment. Truth be told, I'd originally declined to host a celebration, but fearing your disappointment I've reluctantly agreed. Celebrations hold no significance for me. But since invitations have already been sent, we may as well proceed, Ye Wangchuan remarked casually, revealing equal disinterest. After exchanging silent nods, he turned to retire to his chamber. Before departing, Ye Zhentian eyed the cloth wrapped around his son's hand with curiosity. What happened to your hand? It got dirty, I'm just wiping it clean. After Ye Wangchuan left. Instantly. Ha ha ha. My son has ascended to the 99th realm. Lu family. Li family. Zhang family. Jiang family. Wang family, come witness this glory. Ye Zhentian burst into ecstatic muttering. With a mere thought, he conjured a cascade of golden-edged invitation scroll. Go! With a flick of his wrist, the scrolls soared skyward, flying autonomously toward their destinations. Inside Ye Wangchuan's chamber. Ha ha! The 99th realm alone won't dazzle him. Let me quietly ascend 1 full realm, just enough to shock the old master with system-powered brilliance. Ye Wangchuan entered his room. With a thought, 10 realm advancement pills and 5 foundation establishment pills materialized before him. Without hesitation, he began alternating between them, swallowing each in rapid succession. The realm advancement pills surged his cultivation forward with explosive momentum. The foundation establishment pills fortified his base, preventing instability or superficial growth. Together they embodied the same relentless devotion and sheer stubborn effort as the marrow-cleansing fruits. Boom! After consuming 9 realm advancement pills and 3 foundation establishment pills, Ye Wangchuan erupted, breaking through instantly into the initial stage of the first realm. By the system's divine might. Ye Wangchuan murmured, gazing at his own body in awe. For ordinary cultivators, ascending from 0 to the initial stage of the first realm required 3 full years. Yet he'd done it in 2 minutes. Looks like I'll need to shear Li Luo a few more times, he mused, popping the last realm advancement pill and 2 remaining foundation establishment pills into his mouth. Bitter. In the Li family, old man Li sat at a table looking displeased at the invitation from the Yi family in his hand. Humph. This Ye Zhentian, only now that his son has reached the 99th rank does he remember to invite us. Once this is over, he will surely be showing off again. I really don't understand why he loves to flaunt his son so much. As old man Li spoke, he glanced at a boy beside him with a face full of grievances. Li Yud, how can you still look at me? With a talent of only 61 ranks, you haven't even reached the upper tier. You really have some potential, huh? Why can't you learn from Ye Wangchuan of the Yi family and make your father proud? Old man Li's angry reprimand did not cause the boy named Li Yud to lower his head. Li Yud just pouted and muttered softly, talent is something I can't control, why blame me? Enough enough. You go practice your martial arts. Or you'll starve to death in the future. Old man Li angrily drove Li Yud out. Then he sat back down in his chair, rubbing his head inside helplessly. Fortunately there is a foreigner with the surname Li who has reached the 97th rank and agreed to join our Li family, otherwise our Li family would truly be finished. Just as Old Man Li was talking to himself, there was a knock on the door. After sensing the aura outside the door, Old Man Li spoke, "Come in." The door creaked open and the person who entered was the elder who had previously guided Li Luo. The elder came before Old Man Li and said, "Patriarch, I have brought Li Luo back. Such a trivial matter, there was no need to find me for this." Old Man Li waved his hand just as he was about to dismiss the elder. But the elder shook his head and continued, "Naturally, it's not just these trivial matters. Just now when I went to find Li Luo, guess what? I saw Ye Wangchuan. He was standing next to Li Luo." "Oh." Old Man Li expressed his confusion. "Why?" "Because Li Luo bit Ye Wangchuan's hand." Bang. Before the elder could finish, Old Man Li stood up and slammed the table, terrified. "Then why did you bring Li Luo here? Don't you know that Ye Zhentian, that old man, is fiercely protective of his offspring? Can you stop him if he comes for you?" Hey, Patriarch, don't be anxious, let me explain." The elder steadied Old Man Li, helping him sit down slowly, then spoke excitedly. "But Li Luo obviously has a special relationship with Ye Wangchuan. The two of them were not only intimate in their actions, but it seemed they were flirting with each other. Moreover, after Li Luo gave Ye Wangchuan a few pills, Ye Wangchuan forgave Li Luo and left satisfied. Plus Li Luo's appearance is indeed a rare beauty." The elder's words caused Old Man Li's expression to gradually shift from anger to calm, then to a smile, and finally to a hearty laugh. "Good. Good. What are you still standing there for? Hurry and have the maid prepare Li Luo for the Yi family banquet." After their conversation, the elder brought Li Luo to a smaller version of an ancient palace and explained some of the rules of the Li family. For example, to dress neatly, not to shout or swear, not to fight, to behave gracefully, and so on. However, Li Luo was not very concerned. These were all ordinary rules, easy to follow. "Hello, Miss Li Luo, I am the maid responsible for taking care of you. Hot water has been prepared next door, please go wash up. The change of clothes is here and I will bring you new clothes shortly." A maid approached, cautiously speaking. "All right." Li Luo nodded. The clothes she was wearing were originally a piece of coarse cloth she had picked up from somewhere. After so many days, they were indeed very dirty. It was time to wash up. Li Luo took off her clothes and went to the bathroom to bathe. When she finished and emerged drying her hair, she saw the maid standing outside the door with undergarments and a thin cheongsam. The cheongsam was obviously just made. Not only was it finely textured and intricately patterned, but it also fit Li Luo perfectly. There was only one problem. "Isn't this clothing too thin? It feels like there's no difference between wearing it and not." Li Luo looked down at the cheongsam fabric clinging to her abdomen. Due to the thin fabric, she could vaguely see the lines of her abdomen through the cheongsam. Moreover, the cheongsam had slits all the way up to her thighs. A gust of wind blew, brushing against Li Luo's delicate skin. Instantly Li Luo shivered all over. "No, this clothing is truly too thin. Is there no thicker clothing available?" Li Luo asked the maid in confusion. Upon hearing this, the maid took out an outer garment and said, "Miss Li Luo, there are no thicker undergarments available at the moment. You can put on this outer coat to keep warm." "All right then." Li Luo nodded, taking the outer coat and putting it on firmly. Afterward, the maid styled Li Luo's hair into a nice double bun. As for makeup, there was no need. The cosmetics produced by the Halhuan sect were indeed effective. But Li Luo's face was already beautiful. Makeup would only mask her beauty. Only those with imperfect appearances need makeup to cover their flaws. Once her hair was sorted, Li Luo planned to go cultivate. Although Ye Wangchuan had taken quite a few pills, she still had 5 inferior grade cultivation pills left. As long as she consumed the pills, the increased cultivation should be enough to strengthen her physique a bit. Just as Li Luo was about to return to her room to eat the cultivation pills. "By the way, Miss Li Luo, Elder Li just instructed me that after you are dressed you should go to the entrance." Li Luo walked reluctantly towards the outside. Upon reaching the entrance, she saw a luxurious carriage waiting. "You must be Li Luo. I am the patriarch of the Li family, you can call me Uncle Li." Old Man Li, sitting on the carriage, had a warm expression upon seeing Li Luo come out. Although their cultivation levels were worlds apart, he did not need to be so polite. But who told Ye Wangchuan to take a liking to this girl Li Luo? Even though Ye Wangchuan and Li Luo had only exchanged a few touches and a few words. "All right, Uncle Li." Li Luo politely nodded. After all, he was the patriarch, so being polite was never a bad thing. Old Man Li, hearing this, immediately broke into a broad smile. Good. Come Li Luo, get in the carriage. Uncle will take you to a banquet." A banquet?" Li Luo displayed a puzzled expression. To be honest, she wanted to cultivate more than attend a banquet right now. Seeing Li Luo's reluctant expression, Old Man Li added, "It's a banquet hosted by the Yi family and young master Ye Wangchuan will be present." "All right, I'm going." Upon hearing that Ye Wangchuan would also be there, Li Luo promptly hopped onto the carriage. The villain's emotional value. "Here I come. Ye family." At this moment, the Ye family was extraordinarily radiant and bustling. To show off properly, Ye Zhentian had invited every family in Chang'an City that he could. Even ordinary passers-by had to come by to nibble on a big pork knuckle before leaving. Greetings Master Li, welcome to the banquet. Lord Ye is waiting for you inside. Do you need me to park your carriage? That would be troublesome for you. At the entrance old Li handed the reins of the horse to the attendant. The attendant swiftly climbed onto the carriage and began to find a place to park. Let's go. Old Li smiled at Li Luo and headed inside the Ye family. At this moment Li Luo finally saw the appearance of the Ye family. It was vast and exquisitely decorated. In terms of both appearance and grandeur it was no less than that of a palace. Previously Li Luo thought the Li family was quite large. But compared to the Ye family. Alright, now Li Luo understood a bit why the elders of the Li family did not dare to provoke Ye Wangchuan. Entering the Ye family they first arrived at a gigantic courtyard. Inside the courtyard were hundreds of large tables. The maids, attendants and guards of the Ye family were happily enjoying the feast. How should I put it? It felt a bit like a banquet. Li Luo casually glanced around and each table had more than 10 people. And this was just one courtyard. The Ye family certainly had more than one courtyard. This meant that the Ye family had at least tens of thousands if not hundreds of thousands of servants. This doesn't even include those who were working and not partaking in the feast. Li Luo's mouth twitched. With so many servants, even if they all went out to fight it would be quite a force. He passed through the courtyard and arrived in front of a wooden building. The door of this wooden building was certainly not an ordinary door. On it was an eye the size of a bull. Old Li approached the eye and knocked on it. The eye squinted in pain, reluctantly opened and glanced at Old Li. The next moment the door swung open. Creak! As soon as the door opened a number of old men were gathered inside drinking tea. Upon seeing Old Li the other old men hurriedly greeted him. Oh. Is that you, Old Li? Come sit here. Hey Old Li. Why didn't you bring your boy Li Yud along? Poof. Him. Don't mention it. It's still too embarrassing. After a few exchanges Old Li turned to Li Luo and said. Li Luo, Uncle Li wants to chat with these old friends. You go play with the young people for a while. After saying this Old Li's eyes shifted, signaling a maid from the Li family to follow Li Luo. The maid immediately understood and followed Li Luo. Alright. Li Luo didn't think too much about it, nodded and looked towards another area. Compared to the old men chatting and gossiping, most of the young people were busy showing off their skills. Some were arm wrestling, some were flaunting their supernatural powers and others were dancing and singing. Li Luo walked to a long table and casually picked a golden grape to eat. Quite sweet. One more. Another one. Just as Li Luo was about to grab a few more, he suddenly noticed. In a quiet and secluded little room, Ye Wangchuan was quietly drinking tea and chatting with a white-haired youth. Ye Wangchuan, no brother Ye. You truly surprise me. In the past I saw you just wandering the streets all day and I thought you were lazy and unambitious. But now seeing that you not only have 99 ranks of top-tier talent but can also break through to the initial stage of the first level in just one afternoon, you are indeed a genius among geniuses. Lu Han spared no praise, showering compliments on Ye Wangchuan. This left Ye Wangchuan feeling somewhat speechless. Can someone with such fortune really be my adversary? Lu Han is practically turning into a little brother who admires me. Haha, Lu Han, you jest. Your talent of 96 ranks is not much inferior to mine. As for your cultivation, it's merely the initial stage of the first level, there's no need to pay much attention to it. While the two were busy complimenting each other, Li Luo, munching on grapes, walked over and said, Ye Wangchuan, your talent is clearly only at 90 ranks. The 99 ranks are because you relied on the essence cleansing fruit. Before Li Luo could finish, Ye Wangchuan stuffed a pear from the table into Li Luo's mouth. Essence cleansing fruit. Lu Han tilted his head, not quite understanding what the essence cleansing fruit was. This was quite normal. The only essence cleansing fruit tree in the world had been monopolized by Ye Zhentian for who knows how many thousands of years. Moreover, Ye Zhentian had never sold these essence cleansing fruits but instead hoarded them as reserve funds. Over time, only a few old timers from Ye Zhentian's generation knew about the essence cleansing fruits. But these old timers understood the terror of Ye Zhentian and never dared to have thoughts about the essence cleansing fruit. None of your business, you go play with old Zhang and old Zhang. Ye Wangchuan waved his hand, dismissing Lu Han. Lu Han nodded and left the room. At this moment only Ye Wangchuan, Li Luo and a maid from the Li family remained in the room. Li Luo took the pear from her mouth, spat out the seeds and muttered Spit. Ye Wangchuan, you little scoundrel. She was just about to angrily scold Ye Wangchuan. But thinking of Ye Wangchuan's vengeful nature, she swallowed her curses back down. Then she forced a smile and said, You charming man. Villain emotion points 20, current remaining 70 points. Unable to curse, Li Luo naturally could only flatter Ye Wangchuan. Although it was quite disgusting. But this was the only way to earn some villain emotion points. Ye Wangchuan. What is this? Why is she suddenly flattering me for no reason? Is she sick? Trying to curry favor with me? Laughable, I wouldn't waver because of such trivial praise. Thinking thus, Ye Wangchuan coldly asked. Do you have something to discuss? Why are you here? Nothing much, there are so many people here and I only know you. Is it wrong to come and hang out for a while? Li Luo casually replied, pulling out a stool to sit. She had already made up her mind. She would accumulate emotion points here for the entire night. Buy a bunch of pills. Break through. Let her cultivation surpass Ye Wangchuan. Then fiercely insult him. And earn another round of villain emotion points. At this moment the maid remembered old Li's order. She picked up a cup of tea, first poured one for Ye Wangchuan and then, "Miss Li, let me pour you a cup of tea as well." "All right." Li Luo had just nodded in agreement when in the next moment, the maid suddenly tripped, spilling tea all over Li Luo's coat. The maid immediately let out a sharp scream and knelt down, banging her head on the ground. "Oh no. Miss Li Luo, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'll get you a new coat right away," the maid said, immediately reaching for Li Luo's coat, preparing to pull it off. "Wait. No." Li Luo instantly pressed down on her coat, refusing to change it. The reason was simple. Under Li Luo's coat was a thin cheongsam. Originally Li Luo thought that since she had a coat it didn't matter what she wore underneath. After all, others couldn't see. But now that the coat was stained with tea, if she took it off, wouldn't that directly expose her thin cheongsam to Ye Wangchuan? No way. Absolutely not. She was already itching to beat Ye Wangchuan up. How could she let him see her thin cheongsam? However, no matter how much Li Luo resisted, she was ultimately just a young girl. She was not as strong as the maid. The maid quickly took off Li Luo's coat. "Miss Li Luo, don't worry, I'll bring you a new coat soon. It should take about an hour," the maid said, leaving the room, and before leaving she made sure to close the door to prevent anyone outside from peeking in. After she walked a distance, the maid's mouth curled into a wicked smile. According to the orders of the head of the Li family, she was to make Li Luo wear something that would highlight her charm to gain Ye Wangchuan's favor. At the same time, to avoid being seen by others and causing gossip, before Li Luo met Ye Wangchuan, she would first cover her with an outer coat. When Li Luo and Ye Wangchuan met, this maid would find a reason to dirty Li Luo's coat, then take it away and exit the room, giving the two a chance to be alone. This task she considered perfectly accomplished. She was sure to get promoted. With this thought, the maid happily left the Ye family banquet. In the room. What? An hour. Hearing the maid say it would take an hour to get a new outfit, Li Luo immediately exploded. Wearing a thin cheongsam in front of Ye Wangchuan for a whole 2 hours. What is this? Just then, whoosh, a gust of wind blew in from outside. The cold wind struck Li Luo's skin. Ugh. Due to the thin clothing, Li Luo shivered violently. Ye Wangchuan glanced over and chuckled, saying, "Is the Li family so poor they can't even afford fabric? Why are you wearing such thin clothes underneath?" "I don't want to either." "Ye Wangchuan, can I borrow your coat?" Li Luo, unable to withstand the cold, spoke up. Ye Wangchuan looked at the coat he was wearing, thought for a moment, and replied, 3 cultivation pills. Why don't you just go rob someone? 1 pill. 3 cultivation pills. It's just a coat, I don't want it. Li Luo huffed angrily, curling her legs up to warm herself. But the gusts of wind blew in, and before she could warm herself she was chilled again. Li Luo could only lift the stool, shift her position, and try to get Ye Wangchuan to block the wind for her. Seeing this scene, every time Li Luo found a good position, Ye Wangchuan would quietly move slightly, allowing the wind to continue blowing towards Li. After a while, with her hands and feet icy cold, shivering uncontrollably, Li Luo finally spoke up. 2 pills. I'll give you 2 cultivation pills. How about that? 3 pills. Alright, 3 pills is 3 pills. Quickly give me the coat. Who by the window? Li Luo, draped in a coat over her cheongsam, took a sip of hot tea and exhaled a breath of warmth. Finally it felt a bit warmer. Next to Li Luo, Ye Wangchuan, dressed only in an undershirt, was consuming cultivation pills. 3 cultivation pills resembling hawthorn balls were quickly devoured by Ye Wangchuan. Afterward, Ye Wangchuan, with a blank expression, picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. This cultivation pill is still so bitter no matter how many times I eat it. After mentally complaining, Ye Wangchuan turned to Li Luo. I finished the 3 cultivation pills, now return my clothes. What? Didn't you sell the clothes to me directly? Li Luo, having just warmed up, turned around in shock. Ye Wangchuan replied, I merely said 3 cultivation pills, I never said I would sell you the clothes. Li Luo retorted, Ye Wangchuan, your mother must be a celestial beauty, otherwise how could she have given birth to someone as handsome as you? Villain's emotional value 20, current remaining 90 points. Ye Wangchuan was momentarily stunned before speaking. Are you trying to flatter me? Ahaha, yes. Li Luo responded with a stiff smile. Flattering me is of no use. It's just a piece of clothing, I'll give it to you. Ye Wangchuan clapped his hands and called over a maid from the Yi family. After saying a few words, the maid soon brought a new piece of clothing for Ye Wangchuan to wear. Seeing this scene, Li Luo's expression stiffened. So you can actually call a maid to get you clothes? Return my cultivation pills. I was still wondering why you insisted on having my clothes. Ye Wangchuan chuckled. He enjoyed watching this lucky girl with fate lose her composure. In the old man's area, a few old men were discussing whether Li Luo and Ye Wangchuan were a suitable match. One old man clicked his tongue and spoke. Old Li, don't say I didn't tell you, I really think these two have a chance. Not likely. Too short, right? Ha! Old Li, you've really struck gold this year. If they get on the Yi family's ship, wouldn't they surpass old Lu? The old men chattered among themselves. Just then all the old men suddenly felt a familiar yet dangerous aura. They turned their heads to see Ye Wangchuan and old Lu approaching with smiles. What are you discussing? Let me hear it too. Ye Wangchuan cheerfully asked about their topic. Ahaha, brother Yi, it's like this. The old men nervously explained. After all, they were secretly discussing someone else's son. They had long heard that Ye Wangchuan was not an ordinary protector of his own. If he got angry. Meanwhile, once he learned they were discussing whether Ye Wangchuan and Li Luo were a good match, Ye Wangchuan was clearly a bit stunned. Just then, oh old Ji, don't say I didn't tell you, I think it's pretty good. Old Lu elbowed Ye Wangchuan, laughing. Compared to the other old men's tension, old Lu seemed much more relaxed. Let's look at talent first. Your son has a talent level of 99 and that girl from the Li family has a talent level of 97, there's no issue there, they're both geniuses. Then let's look at looks. Your son is tall and handsome, almost perfect. The girl from the Li family has delicate features and a healthy figure. Aside from being a bit short, she's good everywhere else. Now let's talk about family background. At least the Li family isn't too bad in my eyes. Old Liu's explanation didn't ease Ye Wangchuan's furrowed brows. After a while, Ye Wangchuan shook his head. No, my son said he will only be with strong individuals. With a girl who has just started her cultivation, who knows when she will reach the 9th level. My son could never like such a girl. Absolutely impossible. Ye Wangchuan grew more confident as he spoke. Old Lu inquired, what if your son really likes that girl? Ye Wangchuan waved his hand confidently, he could never like her. My son only cares about benefits. I know his character well enough. Unless that girl has some celestial artifact that can continuously provide treasures to Ye Wangchuan. Otherwise I can't think of a second reason. After this remark, the surrounding old men all nodded in agreement. Ye Wangchuan's character was indeed like that. However, old Li's expression turned quite grim. He truly did not believe it. If neither of these two liked the other, then why had Li Luo entered Ye Wangchuan's room and not been driven out until now? Could it be that they could both obtain treasures from each other? Regardless, he still had to play matchmaker. What if it actually worked out? If it worked out, they'd soar. Ye Wangchuan, your fingers are quite beautiful, long and slender. Villain's emotional value 1, current remaining 200 points. After Li Luo's enthusiastic flattery, she successfully accumulated her emotional value to 200 points. However, it was incredibly difficult to flatter someone without repeating oneself and trigger the other person's emotional response. Because after too much flattery, the other party would inevitably get tired of it. Insulting someone was different. A single word like pervert could yield several rounds of emotional value. Even if it led to Ye Wangchuan developing resistance to the insults, she could continue with a different form of mockery. For instance, calling him a small fish, but the price of quickly accumulating emotional value was that it could easily provoke too much mockery, resulting in severe retaliation. Meanwhile, Ye Wangchuan was filled with confusion. What is this lucky child of fate doing? Why is she flattering me? And the flattery is so poor. Just as Ye Wangchuan was pondering. Bang! At the door, an old man slammed the door open. Following the old man was a young boy. Ye Wangchuan opened the curtain of the room and casually glanced at the hall. I don't recognize them, I don't know which small family they are from. However, the next second Ye Wangchuan understood the identities of the old man and the boy. A servant walked up to the two and said, you must be from the Tang family. I'm very sorry, but this banquet does not allow Tang family members and pets to enter. Please leave. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd burst into laughter. Which family is the Tang family from again? Oh, the one with a talent level of 3. Oh, that one, ha ha ha, cough cough, I just remembered something amusing. He listened to the continuous laughter. The old man who had slammed the door, Tang Lao, instantly turned red. He immediately grabbed the servant by the collar and angrily said, what do you Yi family mean by this? All the families in Chang'an City were invited, so why was my Tang family not invited? Exactly. A mere servant dares to challenge my father. How arrogant. You have sealed your own doom. Tang Lao's companion, the young boy Tang San, also stepped forward to speak. Watching the two Tang people attacking the attendant, Ye Wangchuan's lips twitched. This thing. Even without an invitation from his father, it could come. Especially that one named Tang San. Just hearing the phrase "you already have a path to death" confirms that Tang San is indeed a child of destiny. Moreover, he is a child of destiny from a suppressed family who is also looked down upon due to his low talent. Lost in thought, Ye Wangchuan suddenly jolted. He glanced at Li Luo beside him, a system-type child of destiny. Then he looked over at Lu Han. A genius-type child of destiny. Then he looked towards the entrance Tang San. A waste-type child of destiny. 3 children of destiny. Leaving aside the fact that a single city could have 3 children of destiny, after all, Tang San hardly possesses much fortune. However, all 3 children of destiny showed up at his celebration banquet. What does this signify? It signifies that something typical must occur at his banquet. Ye Wangchuan quickly racked his brain for memories of novels he had read in his previous life. Children of Destiny banquets typical events. Could it possibly be a broken engagement? However, Ye Wangchuan himself had nothing resembling a fiancé. He then turned his gaze intensely scanning every corner of the venue. Meanwhile, Li Luo was still preparing to accumulate some villain emotional value. Li Luo, Ye Wangchuan, your gaze. So serious, so sparkling. Ye Wangchuan. Li Luo, Ye Wangchuan, your clothes. Why do they have a faint fragrance? Ye Wangchuan. Li Luo, Ye Wangchuan, Ye Wangchuan, Li Luo, shut up. Don't ruin my good fortune. Li Luo. At the entrance. Sorry, it's the clan leader who forbids Tang family members from entering. I am merely an attendant. Questioning me is futile regardless, Tang family members are not allowed to enter. The attendant stood tall, showing no signs of retreat. The originally red-faced old Tang, upon hearing such a blunt dismissal, turned even redder. He stammered for a long time, unable to think of a retort. After all, he truly had not received an invitation. He had come mainly to pick up some treasures from the banquet. Nearby, Tang San felt his father being humiliated and anger surged within him once more. He walked over, directly pointing at the maid's nose, angrily declaring, a mere attendant dares to be so arrogant. My father has suffered unjust treatment and has come to demand an explanation. What wrong is there in that? It's you, attendant, who has repeatedly overstepped. Don't think just because you are Ye family's attendant you are truly one. I can see you already have a path to death. Today I, Tang San, for the sake of maintaining order, will wipe out this ill-tempered attendant on the spot. Saying this, Tang San intended to have his father attack the attendant. Unfortunately, his talent was only at level 3 and he couldn't even defeat an attendant. But just then, ha ha ha. I am surnamed Yi. May I ask if I have the right to act arrogantly? A tall man clad in silver armor approached. Upon seeing him, the attendant slightly bowed and said, "Good day, Mr. Yi Bai." The man named Yi Bai nodded slightly. Ye Wangchuan, seated silently, observed the scene deep in thought. Although Ye Wangchuan was the only heir of the Yi family, it did not mean that he was the only young person with the surname Yi. For instance, this Yi Bai is the descendant of the 38th adopted son taken in by his grandfather. Moreover, his cultivation had already reached the late stage of the second layer and was quite strong. At the entrance, Yi Bai dismissed the attendant. He turned to the two Tang people with disdain and said, "Hey Tang family. Why don't you know why you weren't given an invitation? How dare you speak of unfair treatment? Your strength is lacking, yet your temper is quite foul. Just like a dog that enjoys biting people. The only contribution your Tang family has made to Chang'an is producing a level 3 talent joke. You're killing me with laughter, a level 3 talent. Even if I dragged an old lady up to the heavenly stage, she wouldn't only be level 3. Yi Bai's mocking words spilled forth. At the seating area, Ye Wangchuan's lips twitched. Damn, this Yi Bai, his villain aura is too obvious. Such straightforward ridicule. Based on Ye Wangchuan's previous experience reading web novels, this Yi Bai would likely soon be slapped in the face by Tang San's arrogance. Speaking of which, why is it again that a person with the surname Yi is the villain? Can a level 3 talent Tang San really slap the face of Yi Bai, who has a second layer cultivation? He must have some golden finger or something. No, I need to get closer to see. Ye Wangchuan pondered, looking at Li Luo, who was curled up like a hamster nibbling on grapes beside him. If the two children of destiny were to oppose each other, wouldn't the aura of fortune be nullified? With this thought, Ye Wangchuan said to Li Luo, "Let's go watch the show." "I want go. Didn't you tell me to shut up and not ruin your good fortune?" Li Luo said, speechless. "Alright then, I'll go find Lu Han." Ye Wangchuan shook his head and turned to leave. In the corner, Li Luo continued to nibble on grapes. But just then a voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Ding, special event detected, system issuing a task. Option 1, continue staying in place and nibbling on grapes. Reward 100 golden grapes, allowing the host to eat to satisfaction. Option 2, help Ye Wangchuan beat up the Tang family's young master. Reward cultivation pill 3, villain emotional value 100, the host already has a path to death. Option 3, prevent Ye Wangchuan from beating up the Tang family's young master. Reward cultivation pill 5, villain emotional value 200, the host will not have a path to death. Li Luo looked at the options, slightly puzzled. Why would Ye Wangchuan want to hit the Tang family's young master? And what is this path to death? However, looking at the inertia of the best rewards for option 3 in the system, this path to death seems to imply something unpleasant. From this perspective, Li Luo would definitely choose option 2. Li Luo decisively chose option 2. She could see which was more dangerous, offending the Yi family or the Tang family. Moreover, from what she heard from the discussions around her, the Tang family's heir seemed to only possess a level 3 talent. So even if she offended him, it wouldn't matter. Lu Han, let's go get a closer look. Yi brother, you're really spirited, you even want to involve yourself in such trivial matters. Ye Wangchuan conversed with Lu Han. Lu Han stood up ready to follow Ye Wangchuan into the fray. Just then, I want to go too. Li Luo interjected, interrupting their conversation. Ye Wangchuan looked down and finally noticed Li Luo, who had come closer. He casually rubbed Li Luo's head and smiled. Didn't you say you weren't going? Mind your business. I want to go now. Li Luo shook her head trying to shake off Ye Wangchuan's hand. Naturally Ye Wangchuan wouldn't refuse Li Luo wanting to join the fun again. This little girl inexplicably changing her attitude must have accepted a system task. After dealing with Tang San he intended to have a good talk with her. Fine. By the way Lu Han, are you still going? Lu Han looked at Ye Wangchuan. He then looked down at Li Luo who had her eyes tightly shut trying to shake off his hand. The next moment Lu Han seemed to understand something. He said seriously, Ye brother, I want to disturb you guys. What do you mean disturb? Ye Wangchuan asked puzzled. The argument at the entrance continued. Tang San, there are many families weaker and worse than the Tang family. Yet you Ye family choose not to invite us, this is clearly targeted discrimination. Ye Bai, shut up you with a third-tier aptitude. Tang San, even if the Tang family is indeed at fault, putting aside the facts, does the Ye family have no faults at all? Ye Bai, shut up you with a third-tier aptitude. Tang San, since the Ye family takes advantage of its power to target the Tang family, then I believe other families aren't safe either. Ye Bai, shut up you with a third-tier aptitude. Tang San, can you change your wording? Ye Bai, Tang San, shut up. Tang San. Fine. Gritting his teeth, Tang San glared at Ye Bai and said, since you look down on third-tier aptitude and think I'm weak, do you dare to compete with me? Ye Bai chuckled, just you. If a match can stop you from bothering the Ye family, then let's compete. Let's do this. To avoid you claiming I bully others with my cultivation, I will voluntarily suppress my power. Before he could finish, Ye Bai interrupted, are you a child? Ye Wangchuan's cold voice interrupted, what are you dragging on for? Just kick these two out. This disrupted Ye Bai, who had been ready to accept the challenge. Ye Bai glanced over and seeing Ye Wangchuan helplessly spread his hands. Alright, since the young master has said so, then let's not compete. Upon hearing this, Ye Wangchuan nodded, feeling quite satisfied. Given the situation, if Ye Bai had really suppressed his cultivation to compete with Tang San would surely have some hidden weapon or special ability to defeat Ye Bai, humiliating him and showing off to those around. Fortunately, Ye Bai was not a brainless villain, he was able to resolve the situation just by speaking. Ye Wangchuan felt pleased while Tang San was not happy at all. Tang San's expression soured instantly as he shot a glance at Ye Wangchuan and said lightly, oh. The young master of the Ye family. Tisk, I really didn't expect that. I thought you were a capable person after reaching the 99th tier, but I didn't expect your character to be so weak, Pua. With a bang, before Tang San could finish his sentence, Ye Wangchuan kicked him in the stomach. The force of a first-tier early cultivation erupted, causing the area to tremble slightly and a fierce gust of wind to blow. Boom! Tang San immediately flew out like a kite with its string cut crashing heavily to the ground with the sound of breaking bones echoing. He rolled on the ground for several rounds before barely coming to a stop. Ugh! 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 Outside, Tang San lay on the ground vomiting blood profusely. He tried to get up only to find he had lost control of his body, seemingly injured in his spine. His internal organs were shattered and bones were broken in numerous places. First tier early. Ye Wangchuan's cultivation is definitely at first tier early. Tang San's pupils trembled, his face filled with disbelief. The heavenly aptitude assessment ended at noon and Ye Wangchuan arrived at first tier early in the evening. What the hell is this speed? Even the 99th tier can't cultivate that fast. Yet I was nearly killed by Ye Wangchuan's nonchalant kick. Inside the room, Ye Wangchuan looked at Tang San with a face full of speechlessness. You talk too much. By the way, you old man, get out. Ye Wangchuan pointed at old Tang, his words devoid of any respect. Old Tang glared back angrily and shouted, Ye Wangchuan, why did you hit my son? If I want to hit, then I will. You. Old Tang, enraged, had nothing else he could do but be furious. Clenching his fists, he forced himself to swallow his endure. He must endure. Just as Old Tang was about to swallow his anger, Li Luo, who had witnessed Ye Wangchuan casually insult Old Tang, thought that Old Tang was weak. After all, Tang San was a waste, his father probably wouldn't be much stronger. Since that's the case. Suddenly Li Luo, who had been beside Ye Wangchuan, stood up and dashed outside. In the astonished gaze of the crowd, Li Luo rushed to Tang San's side. Then she lifted her foot and aimed at Tang San's waist, kicking with force as if playing soccer. Crack! Tang San, who had been struggling on the ground, was kicked down with a crack and stopped moving. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing option 2. Reward: cultivation pills 3, villain emotion value 100. The host already has a path to death. Rewards have been issued to the system space, current villain emotion value 300 points. Very good. Li Luo nodded in satisfaction. Completing the task was what mattered. Inside the room, several people stared blankly at Li Luo. Why did this little girl suddenly rush out to stab Tang San again? Ye Wangchuan. Old Tang. Aha! My son. You little brat, are you crazy? Old Tang, who was originally trying to endure, could no longer hold it together. Ye Wangchuan is the young master of the Ye family, it's one thing to hit Tang San inside. How dare you? How dare you? Old Tang was driven to madness by his son being killed. Roaring, he released his aura. In the next moment old Tang's cultivation revealed itself. First tier midstage. Indeed it was first tier midstage. That was half a tier higher than Ye Wangchuan, who had only cultivated for a day. Terrifying. Whoosh. Old Tang immediately rushed towards Li Luo. Li Luo saw old Tang rushing towards her and looked around. She noticed a small alley nearby. She hurried over and squeezed her petite body inside. At that moment old Tang also rushed over. He squeezed outside the alley, reaching out to grab Li Luo inside. Unfortunately he just missed. Seeing this scene, Li Luo breathed a sigh of relief. She looked back and saw it was a dead end. Could she climb up? No, the top was blocked as well. You little brat. Get out here. Bang. Furious old Tang pulled out a hammer that looked like a giant vat, starting to demolish the alley. With each swing he could shatter several bricks. Bang. 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 As old Tang attacked he slowly pushed himself further inside. However Li Luo was not panicked. Long before she attacked Tang San she had anticipated this scene. Clearing her throat Li Luo shouted towards the outside. Uncle Li. The next second. I was just eating, why are you calling me? At the entrance old Li, who was slurping noodles, suddenly appeared. Uncle Li. Come save me. Li Luo's voice came from the alley. Old Li followed the sound and saw old Tang with red eyes smashing the wall. Beside him lay Tang San's corpse. He immediately understood what had happened. Help me hold this bowl. Old Li turned back, placing the noodles in Ye Bai's hands, ready to save Li Luo. But as he turned back old Li saw Ye Wangchuan. With a quick thought he instantly came up with something. Hey Wangchuan, come here for a moment, your uncle wants to tell you something. Clan leader Li, what is it? Ye Wangchuan, seeing the old man Li beckoning him, approached with a puzzled expression. After all, he was the leader of a prominent clan. Although not as influential as the Yi and Lu clans, he still needed to greet him. One never knows when he might need to rely on Clan Li for gold coins. No need to call me clan leader, that sounds too formal. Just call me Uncle Li. The old man Li waved his hand and casually walked over to pat Ye Wangchuan on the shoulder. Wangchuan, this old man from the Tang family is only at mid-stage foundation establishment. If I fight him it would be somewhat unfair. He continued, I just sensed that your cultivation is already at early stage foundation establishment. I don't know how you leveled up so quickly, but I think you should try battling the old man Tang. He added, this could help you accumulate valuable combat experience, and with me watching nothing major will happen. The old man Li's words had dual purposes. On one hand he genuinely wanted to nurture Ye Wangchuan and gain the favor of the Yi family. On the other hand he hoped that Ye Wangchuan would perform a heroic act to enhance the feelings between him and Li Luo. There is some truth to that. Ye Wangchuan pondered for a moment, agreeing with the reasoning. However, aside from gaining combat experience, there was another aspect that was especially important. That was the opportunity to take advantage of Li Luo. The sudden attack on Tang San by Li Luo might seem inexplicable to others. But in Ye Wangchuan's eyes Li Luo must have acted so abruptly to complete a system task. This meant that Li Luo definitely had some treasures on him. He didn't want much, just 6 cultivation pills and 3 foundation establishment pills. That shouldn't be too much to ask, right? Alright, I'll go exchange a few moves with that old man Tang. Ye Wangchuan casually said. With a thought, a long spear was summoned from his spatial ring. Ye Wangchuan tightened his grip on the spear, his muscles tensed. He then thrust the spear forward with great force. At the alley entrance old man Tang was preparing to continue smashing the entrance with his hammer. Suddenly a faint breeze brushed against his shoulder and he could vaguely hear the sound of wind whistling. Old man Tang's pupils constricted and he slapped his hand against the wall in front of him. Using the recoil he quickly retreated. Just as he stepped back, a long spear crashed into the ground like a giant arrow. The tremendous force created a 1-meter deep pit in the ground, sending dirt and stones flying and raising a large cloud of dust. Old man Tang was drenched in sweat, his heart filled with lingering fear. If that spear had hit him, he definitely wouldn't have been able to get back up. I must say, old age brings wisdom, the sixth sense is indeed sharp. Ye Wangchuan walked over slowly. He casually took out 2 more long spears. Upon reaching the entrance of the alley he forcefully inserted these 2 spears at the entrance, one in front and one behind. The 2 spears effectively blocked the entrance. Inside the alley Li Luo looked bewildered. Ye Wangchuan's actions were to prevent Li Luo from escaping during the battle. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to seize the opportunity. However, in old man Li's eyes it was a different matter. In such a tense situation as a battle, the first thing Ye Wangchuan does is to use the long spear to block the entrance and prevent Li Luo from being affected. How gentle. The old man Li said, touched. Beside him Ye Bai, who was slurping noodles, looked confused. Returning to the battle, young master of the Yi family, I do not wish to fight you. Old man Tang said with a frown. We have no grievances or enmities, why do you seek to obstruct me? If you don't want to fight me, then leave the Yi family now and no one will stop you. Ye Wangchuan replied casually. No, I want to kill that girl. She killed my son. I want her to pay for his life. When old man Tang mentioned Li Luo, his eyes were filled with rage. Then I must stop you. After saying that, Ye Wangchuan took out another long spear from his spatial ring. With a swift motion he thrust it forward. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. In the center of the scene, Ye Wangchuan continuously swept, jabbed and slashed with the spear, skillfully changing his attack methods. Meanwhile, old man Tang was holding his heavy hammer to block the spear's assault. Unfortunately, while the hammer was effective for breaking through defenses and against heavy armor, it was too cumbersome against the long spear, which had greater range and mobility. After just a few exchanges, old man Tang had received 3 cuts and 1 stab that created a bloody hole in him. This won't do. This kid has the advantage in weaponry and high proficiency in spear techniques. If this continues, I will undoubtedly lose. The most important thing for me is to avenge my son. Just as old man Tang was thinking, he noticed the long spear planted at the entrance, blocking Li Luo. An idea struck him. Clang! Clang! The attacks continued relentlessly. Old man Tang carefully monitored Ye Wangchuan's strikes. As Ye Wangchuan thrust the spear, old man Tang suddenly shouted, "Kid! You're still too naive." Boom! Old man Tang suddenly swung his hammer forcefully towards Ye Wangchuan. A great force surged, causing Ye Wangchuan to lose his balance. Ye Wangchuan decisively planted the spear on the ground, using the pole to flip himself over and create distance between him and old man Tang, avoiding any follow-up attacks. However, once he completed the flip, he realized that the position where old man Tang had been standing was now only a hammer. Old man Tang himself was sprinting towards the entrance. Ye Wangchuan was startled and hurriedly chased after him. But the distance was too great. At that moment, old man Tang had already reached for the long spear lodged at the entrance. "You little brat who killed my son! Go down and accompany him to the grave." Old man Tang roared as he prepared to yank out the spear at the entrance and throw it at Li Luo inside. His heavy hammer was too large to throw into the alley to smash Li Luo. But a long spear was different. It would be easy to throw it in and impale a little kid. Ye Wangchuan, who had maintained a calm expression, now showed a hint of panic. Inside the house, old man Li furrowed his brows, ready to slap old man Tang to death. Die! Old man Tang roared, gripping the outer long spear, and with a yank. Crack! The wooden shaft of the spear broke off, leaving the tip still in the ground. Old man Tang looked at the wooden stick in his hand, momentarily stunned. Slap! What the hell? Why tamper with the spear? Old man Tang angrily snapped the wooden stick in half. The spear planted at the outer entrance was just a decoy. It was an ordinary spear with a loosened tip. Even if he smashed that broken wooden stick on Li Luo, it wouldn't be enough to kill her in one blow. Only the spear on the inside could be real. Ye Wangchuan's reason for planting 2 spears at the entrance was not for safety, but rather as a trap. Old man Tang was just about to pull out the inner spear. But it was too late. Whoosh! A spear whistled through the air. Whoosh! The long spear whistled through the air. There was simply no time to dodge. It struck true, hitting the old man Tang squarely on the back of his head. Then, with a thud, the spear pierced through the back of old Tang's head, emerging from his forehead. It impaled him directly. It pinned him harshly against the wall. Even the wall was smashed, showing large spiderweb cracks from the ferocious force of the spear. The impaled old Tang twitched a few times against the wall and then ceased to move. With old Tang's death, the battle also came to a close. Not bad, not bad. Inside the room, old Li nodded in satisfaction. Although Ye Wangchuan's combat experience was somewhat immature, his high proficiency with the spear and his trap led to a natural victory over a mid-stage opponent. Seeing that things had come to an end, old Li prepared to return to the elder area to continue chatting. He turned his head and exchanged a glance with Ye Bai, who was slurping noodles. "Why are you eating my noodles?" At the alley's entrance, Ye Wangchuan looked coldly at old Tang's corpse. He didn't rush to the alley, but waved his hand to Ye Bai inside, signaling him not to let anyone through. Then, gritting his teeth, Ye Wangchuan decisively stabbed himself multiple times with the long spear. Only after he had seriously injured himself did he limp toward the alley. He walked over and first yanked the spear off the wall. Then, like kicking garbage, he kicked old Tang's corpse backward, letting it pile up with Tang San's body. These corpses were of no importance. What mattered most now was Li Luo. Ye Wangchuan looked at Li Luo, who appeared calm inside. Having traversed many worlds, Li Luo had naturally killed before, so she could remain calm in front of an old man's death. Rather, she felt a bit pleased, as old Tang had intended to kill her. But to Ye Wangchuan it seemed strange. Why does Li Luo look so indifferent? Ye Wangchuan pondered. He himself was a rich young master who had undergone some training since childhood. For example, he had killed pigs barehanded, feeling their breaths and heartbeats gradually fade away. At first he was indeed somewhat unaccustomed. But with more practice one naturally becomes desensitized to killing living beings. Thus Ye Wangchuan could kick old Tang's corpse aside without changing his expression. But this Li Luo, who had previously been an ordinary person, should not have received any training. Why could she remain unfazed when an old man was shot in front of her? After a moment, Ye Wangchuan shook his head. He was overthinking. Li Luo was the child of destiny. It was not uncommon for a child of destiny to experience family annihilation or forced killings. Moreover, Tang San had been kicked to death by Li Luo. What was most important now was making a profit. Li Luo, are you okay? Ye Wangchuan feigned extreme weakness, putting on a strong front as if he had just fought a difficult battle with old Tang. I'm fine, but you seem to be seriously injured. Ye Wangchuan, I remember calling for Uncle Li, have you seen him? Li Luo said with confusion. I haven't seen him. Ugh. As Ye Wangchuan spoke, he stealthily punched himself in the chest, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Li Luo asked in her mind system, if Ye Wangchuan dies, can I move on to the next world? The host must reach the 9th level of cultivation and personally defeat the destined great villain to proceed to the next world. If the destined great villain dies prematurely, a new destined great villain will arise. Upon hearing this, Li Luo was instantly speechless. Damn. Why are there such conditions? Realizing that Ye Wangchuan's death would bring her no benefits, Li Luo hurried to the alley's entrance, shouting through the spear. Ye Wangchuan. Don't die yet. Pull out the spear blocking the alley. No, I'm completely drained, my body is filled with hidden injuries. Ye Wangchuan shook his head. He walked over to Li Luo at the alley's entrance and said, it's okay, soon the servants of the Yi family will be here, you just need to. Ugh. As he spoke, he coughed up more blood, collapsing to the ground, looking as if he would soon accompany Tang San. Li Luo's expression turned to one of terror. Oh no. Big brother, don't die in front of me. If you die here, I won't be able to cleanse myself even if I jump into the Yellow River. I can't move right now. Ye Wangchuan weakly continued. Unless you have cultivation pills and foundation establishment pills, if I eat them I can increase my cultivation and prolong my life. Hiss. Ye Wangchuan said seriously, then returned to his weak state. Li Luo. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Young Master Yi of the Yi family has collapsed here. Hurry and save him. Hearing about the pills, Li Luo immediately raised her voice to shout. However, after shouting for over 10 seconds, hardly anyone came. Li Luo scratched her head, somewhat puzzled. Didn't the Yi family have anyone? In reality, a few servants had wanted to come and check the situation. But they were stopped by Yi Bai. The young master is acting, don't go causing trouble. By the way, you must not let anyone know about the young master's performance, alright? In the elder area, the same situation occurred. A few elders wanted to see how Li Luo was doing, but they were all held back by old Li. Hey, it's nothing. Ye Wangchuan is just playing with Li Luo. As for Yi Zhentian, he sat nearby looking black-faced. Damn, this kid is intentionally injuring himself to put on a show. After waiting for a full minute, still no one came. At this moment, Ye Wangchuan weakly spoke up. The banquet has a barrier against disturbances which silences all external sounds, so your voice can't get through. Cough. Ye Wangchuan casually fabricated a reason and spat out more blood. Hearing this, Li Luo felt a bit dazed. He was really forcing her to use her pills. Li Luo had never doubted that Ye Wangchuan was pretending to be injured. Although the visibility at the alley's entrance was poor, Li Luo hadn't seen the entire fight between Ye Wangchuan and Old Tang. But with Old Tang being a mid-stage level 1 and Ye Wangchuan only at the initial stage, it was completely reasonable for him to be injured by Old Tang. Li Luo did not believe that Ye Wangchuan would intentionally injure himself to exchange for the uncertain number of pills. Thinking about this, Li Luo looked at the items she had left. She had 5 cultivation pills and 300 points of villain emotional value. Each cultivation pill cost 30 points while foundation establishment pills cost 90 points. If distributed evenly, that would be exactly 6 cultivation pills and 3 foundation establishment pills. Although Ye Wangchuan is a villain, he got injured this time to save me. If I still ignore him now, am I still human? Besides, if he dies, a new villain will arise. That would be even more troublesome. Li Luo's eyes hardened as she took out 2 cultivation pills and 1 foundation establishment pill. She threw the pills through the gap and asked, are these 3 enough? It's still a bit short. Ye Wangchuan said weakly after eating the pills. Li Luo could only throw in 2 more cultivation pills and 1 foundation establishment pill. After Ye Wangchuan finished eating, he continued, it's still a bit short. Still a bit short. Li Luo looked at the last 2 cultivation pills and 1 foundation establishment pill with a pained expression. She gritted her teeth and threw all the pills out. This is all I have left. If you can't survive with this, then there's nothing I can do. No, it's still a little short. Ye Wangchuan said. He didn't want to leave even a bit of wool for Li Luo. But at that moment, Li Luo truly had no pills left. Hearing that it was still short, her heart sank. Damn. Can't this save you? At that moment, Li Luo thought of something else. Ye Wangchuan. If I end up cursing you a bit harshly, just bear with it. What? Ye Wangchuan looked up in confusion. The next second, Ye Wangchuan, you are truly useless. You got yourself beaten up by an old man. Did you not learn any martial arts when you were young? Why did you have to save me? Couldn't you have called someone stronger? Are you stupid? Or are you this pervert afraid something might happen to me? Idiot. Useless. Trash. Pervert. Li Luo shouted, afraid Ye Wangchuan wouldn't hear her. Villain emotional value 100. Villain emotional value 100. Seeing 200 villainy emotion points credited to his account, Li Luo's face lit up with delight and immediately spent the sum on 3 cultivation enhancement pills and 1 foundation establishment pill. The 200 villainy emotion points he had just looted instantly dwindled to 20. Here, your last 4. Li Luo tossed the pills to Ye Wangchuan. Ye Wangchuan caught the pills and popped them into his mouth. With a single gulp he swallowed all 4. The next instant, boom. A surge of formidable energy erupted from Ye Wangchuan's body. On the spot he broke through, advancing from the early stage of First Realm to its middle stage. With this breakthrough, the grievous injury that had been life-threatening at the early stage of First Realm now became merely tolerable at the middle stage. Ye Wangchuan knew he had pushed his luck far enough, he could not squeeze another drop. Slowly rising to his feet, he wrenched the long spear blocking the alleyway's entrance from the ground. Then he extended his hand toward Li Luo with a smile. Thank you. Li Luo nodded silently, but inwardly sorrow flooded her heart. Ye Wangchuan had consumed 9 cultivation enhancement pills and 4 foundation establishment pills, all hers. How insatiable could one be? Even the mission rewards she'd earned by defeating Tang San weren't enough to feed him. She was even forced to subsidize him out of pocket. And yet, he'd advanced to the middle stage of First Realm while she herself hadn't even reached First Realm. What's more, he'd sustained those injuries solely to save her. She couldn't even scold him, no trace of villainy emotion points remained to harvest. Sobbing softly, she lamented, my pills. Just then, noticing Li Luo's gloom, Ye Wangchuan gently patted her shoulder. Li Luo, back in the alley, you asked why I saved you. The reason in truth is quite simple. I've met many people. Yet most shrink from me, or keep their distance, because of who I am. Everyone who walks beside me treads with caution, terrified of provoking my wrath. Only you speak plainly, unswayed by my identity. That I cherish deeply. So I saved you. I refuse to let you leave. At these words, Li Luo turned to look at him, then smacked him lightly in exasperation. Then why did you hit me when I cursed you? You deserved it. Li Luo shot him a sharp glare, then strode away. Once out of sight, she leaned against a wall and began to ponder. Did Ye Wangchuan just confess feelings for me? How splendid. Then I can harvest even more villainy emotion points. Heh, just watch me fleece you dry. Grinning mischievously, Li Luo resolved to drain Ye Wangchuan's emotional reserves mercilessly. At the alley's mouth. Watching Li Luo depart, Ye Wangchuan retrieved a healing pill from his spatial ring and swallowed it whole. Instantly his wounds sealed, his body restored to perfect health. My earlier speech was deliberate, it should have boosted Li Luo's affection. Greater affection means richer emotional yields. Heh, just watch me fleece you dry. Ye Wangchuan chuckled softly, already plotting his next round of emotional harvesting when Ye Bai approached. Master, you're ruthless indeed, to kill them outright. That old man Tang merely sought vengeance for his son, surely death wasn't warranted. Ye Bai remarked, glancing at the 2 corpses sprawled on the ground. Though his words feigned restraint, his expression was pure mockery. Oh. Should we spare him for the new year? Let him escape only to return and retaliate. A father's grief over his slain son cannot be forgiven. Since reconciliation is impossible, only the father's removal remains. Ye Wangchuan spoke calmly. Indeed, Ye Bai nodded, then asked, and how shall we dispose of these bodies? Discard the elder Tang's corpse before the Tang clan's main gate, they'll raise no objection. As for Tang San's body, incinerate it thoroughly. Prevent resurrection. So saying, Ye Wangchuan prepared to change clothes, his current attire soaked in blood, unbearably grimy. Before leaving, he cast one final glance at Tang San's corpse, and a faint knowing smile curved his lips. A suspicion long held in his heart had now been confirmed: fortune-blessed protagonists could be killed, though they typically possessed lifelock protection. Thus when Ye Wangchuan kicked Tang San, the latter lost only 99% of his vitality, clinging stubbornly to the final thread of life. Yet if one fortune-blessed protagonist attacks another, such lifelock becomes irrelevant. Take Li Luo. With a single kick she shattered Tang San's spine. Tang San didn't even have time to trigger his final desperate burst of power, he perished instantly. And Li Luo's physical strength was that of a frail, delicate girl, utterly unremarkable. Hence, if Ye Wangchuan ever sought to slay another hostile fortune-blessed protagonist, he would do well to keep a friendly one close at hand. Once he reduced his foe to near death, he'd let the ally deliver the killing blow, bypassing lifelock entirely, ensuring immediate annihilation and eliminating any chance of a last-moment power surge. It seems Li Luo now serves a dual purpose, not only as a source of emotional yield but also as an indispensable tactical asset. How fortunate. The Tang clan. Thud. Thud. Several Ye clan attendants strode forward and hurled the elder Tang's corpse onto the Tang clan's main threshold. Their leader cleared his throat and shouted inward. Father and son Tang, uninvited, you trespassed upon the Ye clan. Tang San insulted our attendants and was accidentally kicked to death. Enraged, the elder Tang attempted to assault a distinguished guest of the Ye clan and was slain on the spot. The Tang clan is hereby instructed to retrieve its corpse. The attendants' deliberately humiliating proclamation drew a crowd of local townsfolk eager for spectacle. Yet having delivered their lines, the attendants vanished swiftly into the throng, leaving no trace behind. When the Tang clan elders finally emerged, they found their patriarch lying dead before the main gate, surrounded by gawking onlookers who chattered and laughed over the corpse. "Be gone. All of you. Who gave you permission to gawk?" The Tang clan's grand elder stormed forth, scattering the crowd. His fellows hurriedly lifted the body and carried it inside. Once within the compound, one elder froze. "Wait," the Ye clan's attendant claimed Tang San was kicked to death. "Where is Tang San's corpse?" "Exactly. Without his body we cannot resurrect him. Damn the Ye clan." This was premeditated murder, and they deliberately withheld Tang San's remains. They mean to destroy the Tang clan. Several Tang elders began spinning sinister theories about the Ye clan's intentions. At that moment, the Tang clan's grand elder declared, "You are absolutely right, we must unite and launch a full-scale assault on the Ye clan. Who will lead the charge?" Perhaps Tang San's corpse was stolen by demons or monsters. Yes. Precisely. Enough, let us eat first. With practiced ease, the elders deflected the matter, shifting conversation away from perilous speculation. As for the elder Tang, deemed unworthy of resurrection, his corpse was discarded in the wilds to feed the beasts. After the banquet of the Ye family, Chanan welcomed a period of calm just like before. Ye Wangchuan's rapid rise to the mid-stage of foundation establishment within half a day garnered him fame and astonishment throughout the city. However, Ye Wangchuan himself paid no mind to this. He chose to seclude himself at home, adapting to the power of the mid-stage foundation establishment and modifying his combat style. After all, his cultivation had indeed advanced a bit too quickly. At the same time, he dispatched a large number of female guards to keep a constant 24-hour watch on Li Luo. He feared that Li Luo might stumble upon some opportunity while he missed out. However, after several days, Li Luo remained astonishingly calm. She was simply attending the Li family academy to make up for the knowledge she had missed during her 18 years, aiming for a more comprehensive understanding of this world. After all, her system needed to be close to Ye Wangchuan to maximize the benefits. With Ye Wangchuan absent, the system wouldn't even provide her with a single task to choose from. The two of them thus settled into a tacit calm. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. 2 weeks had passed since the Ye family banquet incident. On this day, it was also the sect's disciple recruitment conference. The Ye family was informed, "Old man, a group of sect members has come to the city center to recruit disciples." Ye Wangchuan said casually, "I plan to go take a look." Meanwhile, Ye Zhentian, reclining on a wooden chair reading the daily news while sipping tea, expressed his confusion. Places like sects are where ordinary talents go. They lack cultivation resources, backing, and martial arts manual. Thus, joining a sect means providing strength to the sect in exchange for resources, backing, and manuals. But simultaneously, due to the involvement with the sect, one cannot recklessly provoke enemies. In the Ye family, you lack for neither resources, backing, nor manuals. So why would you waste your advantages by going to a sect? Ye Zhentian's doubts were indeed quite reasonable. Ye Wangchuan pondered for a moment before pulling out a pre-prepared excuse. "If I stay in the Ye family, things will be too smooth and boring. I want to go out and experience some challenges." Ye Zhentian scoffed disdainfully. "Humph, you want to play the pig to eat the tiger, revealing the Ye family identity to shock others while they are attacking you, right? Only a fool would do that." He continued, "If you truly want to face challenges, I can throw you into my inheritance right now so you can experience it well." Ye Wangchuan's mouth twitched upon hearing this. Damn. This old man understands quite a lot. He actually knows about playing the pig to eat the tiger. What Ye Wangchuan just said was certainly not intended for such foolishness. Rather, it was a memory from his past life while reading novels. Such sect recruitment conferences typically feature a hidden master hosting a special sect recruiting the last disciples. And the children of destiny would coincidentally be chosen by this master to join the sect. As a child of destiny and the last disciple, one would receive all sorts of exceptional care and cultivation, taking off right on the spot. Ye Wangchuan's intention in going was to see if he could intercept such a sect. After all, with Tang San already dead, it wasn't impossible for another child of destiny to emerge in Chanan. Just as Ye Wangchuan was preparing to think of another reason to persuade Ye Zhentian, he said, "Of course, if you really want to join a sect, that's also possible." Ye Zhentian sat up, stretched his shoulders, and continued, "Once you choose a sect, I will uproot that sect's sacred ground and relocate it next to the Ye family. In this way, you can benefit from the sect's cultivation as well as from the Ye family's training." Ye Zhentian said, tossing a black token to Ye Wangchuan. Ye Wangchuan caught the token, revealing a speechless expression as he asked, "Old man, are you reluctant to see me leave Chanan? Worried you won't see me?" "Not at all." In the city center, a massive circular stone platform with a radius of 5,000 meters floated in the air. Simultaneously, the bottom of this circular platform emitted sunlight, preventing the area below from falling into shadow. Layer upon layer of floating stone steps extended from above to the ground. Ye Wangchuan walked up the stone steps and arrived at the recruitment site. The scene was incredibly lively. While the number of people was not as many as the millions present for the heavenly staircase, it still reached several 100,000. This was because the recruitment conference had lasted for 2 weeks, allowing some people to take their time arriving. Ye Wangchuan looked around. The entire stone platform was divided into 6 areas. These 6 areas represented 6 different sects. They were martial cultivation, spell cultivation, medical cultivation, alchemy cultivation, talisman cultivation, and weapon cultivation. Ye Wangchuan first ruled out medical, alchemy, talisman, and weapon cultivation. These 4 sects were all responsible for logistical roles and lacked combat power compared to martial and spell cultivators of the same level. Naturally, Ye Wangchuan would not allow himself to be without combat power. Thus he turned his gaze towards martial and spell cultivation. One focused on martial skills while the other emphasized divine abilities. I think he'll choose martial cultivation. Ye Wangchuan pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding on martial cultivation. After all, he had practiced the spear for so long it couldn't go to waste. Moreover, swords were also included in martial cultivation, so the number of children of destiny in that area would certainly be higher. Entering the martial cultivation area would make it easier for him to find a hidden master running a sect. At the recruitment conferences square, the inconspicuously Luo furrowed her brow as she looked toward the martial cultivation area. Did Ye Wangchuan just walk past? Li Luo thought for a moment before decisively deciding to follow him. In fact, Li Luo did not intend to join any sect. After all, she was now a member of the Li family and naturally lacked resources. Thus there was no need for her to join a sect. However, if Ye Wangchuan joins a sect, then I must join the corresponding sect. Li Luo thought to herself. All her previous conclusions had been based on the assumption that Ye Wangchuan would not join a sect and would stay in Chang'an. But if Ye Wangchuan were to leave Chang'an, then no matter where Ye Wangchuan went, Li Luo had to follow. There was no choice. Without following Ye Wangchuan, there would be no system rewards. Cultivating alone would take her at least a year and a half to reach the Mid-Stitch Foundation establishment. Without Ye Wangchuan, her system had never triggered a task. Therefore, she needed to take advantage of Ye Wangchuan to accumulate enough villainous emotional value. Li Luo tightened her coat and chipa, walking into the martial cultivation area. Ye Wangchuan looked left and right. The sect recruitment was serious yet casual. The entire martial cultivation area resembled a marketplace. Those recruiting members from the sect set up stalls using cloth and brushes to write down recruitment requirements. For example, to the left. Ye Wangchuan looked left and saw the stall there had a cloth hanging that read Sword Dance Sect, characteristics of the sect's martial arts, sword techniques that are graceful akin to a dance possessing strong visual appeal. Recruitment standard: those with a talent level of 60 and above need no review and can join directly. Those with talent levels of 34 and above should come to the stall to explain their situation. Benefits: outer disciples receive around 28 to 150 silver coins of cultivation resources each month, while inner disciples will discuss further in person. The number of people there was still considerable. However, Ye Wangchuan did not particularly like such effeminate sects. He turned to look at other stalls. Ye Wangchuan noticed a stall in the corner with no one in line before it. This made his heart leap with joy. This is it. A sect with no visitors. It must be run by a hidden master, yet no one realizes it. Soon there will likely be an unwanted child of fortune who out of desperation will have to choose the sect and then take off. But unfortunately, he arrived to intercept them in advance. Let the remaining positions in this sect be filled by him. As he approached, he saw a 138 centimeters tall white-haired loli in a long robe. However, Ye Wangchuan did not regard her as just a child. Despite her petite appearance, she was surely over 18 years old. After all, the prerequisite for joining a sect is to have awakened one's talent, which requires being at least 18. The white-haired loli lay on the table, sound asleep, drooling with her mouth open. Ye Wangchuan. The white-haired loli zzz. Ye Wangchuan turned away, speechlessly glancing at the side of the white-haired loli. Qiao sect. Characteristics of the art: very powerful. Recruitment standard: only one disciple with 99 level talent. Benefits: none. Ye Wangchuan looked at the cloth, a large question mark appearing above his head. No wonder no one came. But the more special it is, the more Ye Wangchuan is convinced. This is the sect for the child of fortune. Moreover, it only accepts one disciple. He would directly seize the position of the child of fortune. Excited, he walked over and knocked on the table. Wake up. Bang. Bang. Wake up. Bang. Bang. Get up already. Bang. Ye Wangchuan slammed the table heavily, finally waking the white-haired loli. What do you want? The white-haired loli slowly sat up, leisurely pulling out a handkerchief to wipe her drool. She hadn't expected that someone would actually register. Originally, the white-haired loli had planned that if no one registered, she would just find someone to take as a disciple after the recruitment conference. Ye Wangchuan, I'm here to register. The white-haired loli, 99 level. Ye Wangchuan, 99 level. The white-haired loli, impressive. My name is Fong Ke, what is yours? Ye Wangchuan, Ye Wangchuan. The white-haired loli, Fong Ke from the Yi family. Ye Wangchuan mm. After a simple exchange, the white-haired loli named Fong Ke yawned. Then she looked at Ye Wangchuan, listlessly puzzled. You with 99 level talent are from such a powerful family as the Yi family. I'm curious, why do you want to join my sect? For someone like you from a noble family, being cultivated within your family is obviously the more profitable choice, right? Fong Kei's inquiries made Ye Wangchuan feel a bit of a headache. Indeed, to ask such questions. After pondering for a moment, Ye Wangchuan replied, my dad is busy fishing, so naturally he sent me to the sect for cultivation. Fong Kei, can't you stop your dad from fishing? Ye Wangchuan, no way, if I stop him from fishing he'll get anxious and might kill someone. Fong Kei, what about the elders of the Ye family? They can't all be busy, right? And the Ye family is so wealthy, can't they hire experts? Ye Wangchuan interrupted Fong Kei. He understood that without a reasonable explanation Fong Kei would likely continue to press him. So Ye Wangchuan bluntly stated, I like petite women. Fong Kei nodded expressionlessly, so you like me? I see, that makes sense. Li Luo, who was eavesdropping in the corner, was confused. With the answer, Fong Kei clapped her hands towards the sky. In the next moment, a gigantic sparrow measuring 10 meters in length flew over. Chirp, chirp. The sparrow lowered its head towards Fong Kei and she climbed onto it. She dove into the soft feathers of the sparrow and said to Ye Wangchuan, come up, Ye Wangchuan, from today onwards you are my sole disciple. I will take you to my spirit mountain. Master Fong Kei, I think we don't need to go to the spirit mountain. Why? Just as Fong Kei was puzzled, she suddenly felt a shadow enveloping her. Looking around, she found that not just herself but the entire recruitment venue was shrouded in shadow. As Fong Kei looked up in confusion, she saw in the sky an uncle casually lifting a mountain of 100,000 meters with one hand. Why is there an old man flying by holding my spirit mountain? Fong Kei stared blankly at Ye Wangchuan. That's my dad. Your dad? Is he named Ye Zhentian? Yes. Above the Ye family, Ye Zhentian floated with the spirit mountain. He looked around, selecting a spot that wouldn't block the sunlight, preparing to place the spirit mountain down. Naturally, he couldn't just drop the spirit mountain directly. After all, that would crush a large number of houses. So Ye Zhentian extended his hand towards the ground. Then with a casual wave of his hand, boom! With Ye Zhentian's wave, the houses next to the Ye family were uprooted along with the ground, then swiftly moved outwards for several 100,000 meters to find flat ground to land. He forcibly made those houses give way to create a flat area with a diameter of 1,000,000 meters. All right. Ye Zhentian saw the open space and then vanished effortlessly, tossing down the mountain. The spirit mountain, the size of a small asteroid, emitted a roar as it plummeted toward the ground. It could be said that if it fell straight down like this, the shockwave alone could easily topple 10 Chang'an cities. But Ye Zhentian was certainly not foolish enough to smash his own house. Just as the spirit mountain was about to hit the ground, suddenly above Chang'an City a golden dragon phantom larger than the spirit mountain appeared. Roar! A thunderous dragon roar echoed. Instantly the shockwave threatening the city was the spirit mountain landed gently on the open ground like a giant inflatable balloon. Once the spirit mountain stabilized on the ground, the golden dragon phantom gradually dissipated. At the recruitment venue, everyone stared blankly at this scene. What just happened? Oh my, did they just move a mountain like that? Wait, did my home just get moved from the city center to the outer city? What was that golden dragon just now? That was a dragon vein possessing functions such as protecting territory, ensuring good weather, and providing fortune. In a corner, Ye Wangchuan watched the entire process of the spirit mountain's placement. He wiped his forehead in silent exasperation. Father, truly you are far too capricious. Ye Wangchuan had assumed that at most his father would relocate a modest mountain, perhaps a kilometer tall, to establish a sect. Instead, he hauled over an entire spirit mountain over 10,000 meters high. My heavens, father! To accommodate it, he even diverted a dragon vein. Was this truly necessary? Wasn't this extravagance utterly excessive? And why, pray tell, did Fong Kei choose a spirit mountain as her sex base? With a mere height of 138 centimeters, what possible need could she have for such an immense peak? Though inwardly astonished, Ye Wangchuan remained outwardly composed as he calmly addressed Fong Kei. Let us go to the spirit mountain. All right. Fong Kei nodded. She was about to instruct the giant sparrow to carry Ye Wangchuan aloft toward her newly relocated spirit mountain when suddenly... Wait, hold on. I wish to join as well. Li Luo emerged from the shadows, having observed silently all along. Fong Kei glanced at her dismissively and replied coolly. Ye Wangchuan is my sole inner disciple, I accept no others. But my talent rank is 97. Impressive. Still, no. What? Stunned by the blunt refusal, Li Luo stood momentarily dazed. She had assumed her 9 Aventier talent would effortlessly secure entry into the same sect as Ye Wangchuan. Yet who could have foreseen a sect so discerning it dismissed even a 9 Aventier prodigy? Undeterred, Li Luo pulled out a small pouch of coins and asked hesitantly. Truly, absolutely no chance. None whatsoever. I have no intention of instructing 2 disciples simultaneously, your money changes nothing. Fong Kei sighed, exasperated. Meanwhile, a quiet curiosity stirred within her. Judging by the exquisite craftsmanship of Li Luo's cheongsam, she clearly hailed from a prestigious clan. Why in this era were scions of noble houses so fiercely vying for sect admission? What precisely had transpired during her millennia-long seclusion? Just then Fong Ke noticed Li Luo's gaze flickering repeatedly toward Ye Wangchuan. Recalling Ye Wangchuan's earlier remark that he preferred petite women and noting Li Luo's own delicate stature just 1 centimeter taller than herself. Could it be? Do you perhaps harbor affection for Ye Wangchuan? If your feelings are mutual, I shall permit your enrollment in my sect. Fong Ke spoke these words openly, unflinchingly before them both. Ha! They froze in stunned silence, then in unison Li Luo gritted her teeth and declared, yes, I do. Ye Wangchuan stated plainly, I do. Their declarations rang out almost simultaneously. Li Luo of course felt no genuine affection for Ye Wangchuan. She sought only sect membership to exploit Ye Wangchuan's resources. And feigning affection she reasoned might further endear her to him, easing her exploitation. Nor did Ye Wangchuan harbor true affection for Li Luo. His aim was solely to secure her sect entry, to exploit her resources. Pretending fondness he thought might enhance her goodwill and thus deepen his advantage. What? Realizing what had just been spoken, Li Luo whirled away flustered. Though Ye Wangchuan's preference for petite women was known, and though he had saved her at the banquet, hearing him declare his affection for her still struck her with profound shock. So, he truly is eccentric. Ha! You wretched antagonist, dare to fancy me. Just wait till I strip you bare. Outwardly serene Ye Wangchuan felt a subtle ripple of bewilderment within. What on earth has Li Luo taken hold of? Is some system compelling her to join this sect? Now it makes sense. Nearby Fong Ke observed the exchange and nodded approvingly. Very well, both of you come aboard. At once the giant sparrow lowered its head to allow them to climb aboard. Once seated it spread its wings and surged skyward, swiftly bearing them toward the spirit mountain beside the Yi family estate. A spirit mountain, so named for its innate ability to actively absorb spiritual energy, is a towering peak saturated with chi, its very structure fortified by abundant reserves. Thus every spirit mountain rises over 10,000 meters. Yet despite their staggering altitude, and contrary to expectation, they are not barren or frigid. Rather they bask in perpetual spring blossoms of rare beauty, flourish exotic fruits, ripen extraordinary creatures, roam freely. In essence, a secluded paradise. Soon the giant sparrow alighted upon the spirit mountain with its passengers. Heave-a-ho! Fong Ke leapt lightly from the sparrow's back. Reaching into her flowing robe she retrieved several seeds and tossed them into the sparrow's beak. The creature instantly wore an expression of blissful contentment before soaring joyfully away. Ye Wangchuan surveyed the surroundings, serene vistas, crisp air, thick spiritual energy. An ideal place for cultivation. Yet, nothing more. No grand sect gates, no sacred precincts, no outer or inner sect divisions, only a single rustic wooden cottage. You two acclimate yourselves first, I shall take a brief nap. With that Fong Ke strode casually toward the cottage. Just then Ye Wangchuan extended his hand with practiced ease, seized Fong Ke's collar and lifted her slightly off the ground. Where is the sect's sacred precinct? Where are the other disciples? And the scripture pavilion? Yes, yes. I wish to ask precisely that. Li Luo chimed in eagerly. Suspended midair, Fong Ke pondered briefly, then answered candidly. There is none. Ye Wangchuan, having anticipated this reply, sighed wordlessly. You appoint an inner disciple, yet have no disciples at all. It's merely procedural, to ensure the lineage of cultivation arts remains unbroken. Ye Wangchuan rubbed his face wearily. So Fong Ke was indeed a reclusive master who embraced effortless nonchalance. At that moment Li Luo stepped forward, puzzled. Then where shall we reside? Return to your respective homes, the city of Chang'an lies directly below. Simply leap down. Master Fong Ke, leaping would surely prove fatal. Is that so? Then you may stay in that cottage over there. Fong Ke pointed toward the solitary cottage. Moments later the three entered its interior. Its design was starkly simple, a single bed, a plain wooden table, nothing more. Glancing outside, dusk had already settled. Fong Ke remarked, it grows late, you two may share the bed for tonight. Since you profess mutual affection, I shall sleep on the floor. Ye Wangchuan, no. Li Luo, absolutely not. What, grown adults yet still bashful? Then discuss among yourselves how to arrange sleeping quarters. I shall rest now. With a soft yawn Fong Ke closed her eyes and drifted instantly into slumber. Inside the small wooden house Ye Wangchuan and Li Luo exchanged glances for a moment, pondering who would sleep on the bed and who on the floor. Forget it, you the rich young master must be used to soft beds since childhood and won't be able to sleep on the floor. I'll kindly let you take the bed then. Li Luo said as he prepared to lay down on the floor. Are you really planning to sleep? Ye Wangchuan looked at Li Luo with a speechless expression as if he were looking at a fool. Li Luo. What do you mean, Ye Wangchuan? You can sleep or not. If you don't take the bed, I will. Ye Wangchuan shook his head calmly, saying, this is Chanan. Li Luo, what do you mean? At this moment Li Luo was filled with confusion. What riddle was Ye Wangchuan talking about? But in the next second she found out the answer. Suddenly Ye Wangchuan's mind moved and a token emerged from his spatial ring. The token was entirely black with a white character Ye inscribed on it. Then Ye Wangchuan tapped the token with his finger. As his finger struck the white character, Ye suddenly emitted a golden glimmer. Seeing the token glow, Ye Wangchuan spoke to it. Hey! Old thing! Have someone bring me the longevity palace and 50 attendants. Right, send it to the Ling Mountain. Supplies. Just a little bit would be fine. Sending up a few elders should suffice. After finishing the conversation, Ye Wangchuan tapped the token again, causing it to stop glowing. Meanwhile, Li Luo looked utterly bewildered. What is this thing? A phone. Ye Wangchuan, what is this token? This is the Yi family token. It has the function of remote communication. Ye Wangchuan said casually. The two waited for a moment. Boom. At the foot of the mountain a slight tremor began to sound. Boom boom boom. The tremor grew closer. Li Luo turned her head in confusion, looking towards the source of the vibration. In the next second she was stunned. There atop the steep cliff was a gigantic turtle. The turtle was about 500 meters long and looked immensely heavy. However, that wasn't important. What mattered was that on its shell there were enormous and exquisite buildings. The name of the building was Longevity Palace. The structure was covered by a special formation, remaining incredibly stable even without a foundation. Wangchuan. Over there go. An old man poked his head out from the turtle, and upon seeing Ye Wangchuan his face lit up with joy. As he pointed, various talismans lit up on the giant turtle. Once the talismans lit up, the giant turtle's speed surged, climbing the mountain faster than a monkey. In just a moment it arrived in front of Ye Wangchuan. The old man jumped down and came to Ye Wangchuan, grinning widely. Wangchuan, I've brought the Longevity Palace and 50 attendants you requested. And there's more. This space ring contains pills, this one has food, and this one has clothing, this one is. The old man chattered on, placing a large handful of space rings into Ye Wangchuan's hands. Beside them, Li Luo was taken aback. Why are there so many space rings? Aren't space rings supposed to be rare? The entire Li family only has 5 space rings. Just as Li Luo was pondering, the old man suddenly looked at her and asked curiously, Wangchuan, who is this girl? She doesn't look like your master, does she? My master is sleeping inside. This is Li Luo from the Li family, gifted at the 97th tier. Ye Wangchuan briefly introduced. The old man, upon hearing this, pondered for a moment before grinning. I see. Hello, Li Luo, and the third elder of the Yi family. Here, let me give you something nice. The third elder said, taking out a stack of talismans and handing them to Li Luo, also giving Ye Wangchuan a stack. Li Luo looked at the talismans and asked in confusion, what are these for? If you stick them on your body, they can reduce your energy consumption rate. They'll help you cultivate better. The third elder explained. Ye Wangchuan added, with these talismans it will be much easier to practice martial arts without needing to rest frequently. Thank you, third elder. Li Luo replied, oh, thank you. The two of them calmly stored the talismans away, showing no other emotions. Seeing this, the third elder helplessly rubbed his forehead. It seems he thought too much. These two don't seem to understand the correct way to use talismans. Well, anyway, he could easily draw a large number of talismans. Wangchuan, where should I place the Longevity Palace? Anywhere. After a moment, the Longevity Palace was placed by the sunny lakeside. Additionally, there was a simple wooden building across the lake. That wooden building was for the 50 attendants to live in. Let's leave it at that for now. If you need anything, just use the token to let me know and I'll send it over. After some simple pleasantries, the third elder jumped back onto the turtle and headed down the mountain. Wow, such a big house. Ye Wangchuan, this is too. Li Luo looked at the Longevity Palace standing in the open space, feeling quite pleased. At least she wouldn't have to live in the small wooden house anymore. She was about to enter the Longevity Palace to take a look. Just then, wait, you have to pay rent if you move in. Otherwise you can't stay. Ye Wangchuan reached out and lifted Li Luo. Li Luo looked at Ye Wangchuan with a speechless expression. Aren't we fellow disciples? Does it matter? It costs 3 cultivation pills or 1 foundation establishment pill for a day's stay. Ye Wangchuan, so much. Then I'll just stay in the small wooden house. Hearing the price, Li Luo immediately lost the desire to stay. Alright, Ye Wangchuan did not insist. Just as the two were arguing, What are you two arguing about? Fong Kei sleepily rubbed her eyes as she came out of the wooden house. As soon as she stepped out, she saw the previously empty open space had piles of buildings. Where did these come from? Fong Kei asked, puzzled. I had the Yi family send over the Longevity Palace, Ye Wangchuan explained. Oh, Ye Wangchuan, can I go in and sleep? Fong Kei asked curiously. Sure, Ye Wangchuan nodded. Thank you, I'll teach you a powerful divine ability tomorrow. Fong Kei expressed her gratitude. Ye Wangchuan's thoughts were quite simple. This master was a hidden expert and he might gain some powerful techniques from her. Thus it was necessary to gain a certain level of goodwill. As for Li Luo, gaining her goodwill was for the sake of earning gold coins, and right now he was indeed earning gold coins. After thinking this, Ye Wangchuan followed Feng Ke leisurely into the palace. Li Luo. Seeing Ye Wangchuan going in with Feng Ke, Li Luo felt a bit unsettled. Initially she thought Feng Ke wouldn't care about these buildings and would continue to sleep in the small wooden house. In that case, even if she lived in the small wooden house, it wouldn't matter. Because once daytime arrived, Ye Wangchuan would definitely come out to learn techniques and she could still take advantage of that. But if Feng Ke chose to stay in the longevity palace, that would be different. What if Feng Ke secretly taught Ye Wangchuan techniques at night and she missed out on it? Then wouldn't that be the end for her? So she also had to move into the longevity palace. Hey, wait. I want to go too. Li Luo suddenly called out to Ye Wangchuan, who was about to leave. Didn't you want to stay in the wooden house? I want to stay in the longevity palace now. No way. Ye Wangchuan, you greedy bastard. Li Luo angrily complained a few words and glanced at her system space. There wasn't a single pill and her villain emotion value was only 20 points. 3 cultivation pills or 1 foundation establishment pill require 90 points of villain emotion value. That means I still need to extract 70 points from Ye Wangchuan. After calculating, Li Luo mocked Ye Wangchuan. After all, you've consumed so many of my pills without me, you probably can't even cultivate, always asking me for pills, you useless fish. I really have no way to deal with you. Villain emotion value 50, villain emotion value 50, current remaining 120 points. Seeing the villain emotion value credited, Li Luo spent 90 points to buy 3 cultivation pills, pretending to pull them from her pocket and handed them to Ye Wangchuan. I'll reluctantly give you a few, useless fish. Villain emotion value 20, villain emotion value 20, current remaining 70 points. Ye Wangchuan nodded coldly on the surface, casually accepting the pill, seemingly indifferent to Li Luo's provocation. However, deep down he began to feel a hint of doubt. This Li Luo seems normal most of the time. Why does she have to mock me whenever it comes to pills? Like a little ghost. Is it her system that requires her to mock me? Or is she just being mouthy? Ye Wangchuan pondered as he walked into the longevity palace. In reality, it was just a small cluster of buildings. A few courtyards, some dormitories, and a few gardens. Nothing particularly luxurious. Ye Wangchuan casually chose a dormitory near the entrance, had his attendant tidy it up, and then fell asleep. By this time the sky had darkened and Feng Ke had also found a room to sleep. There was no need to stay awake any longer. Ye Wangchuan squinted and fell into a deep sleep. Ah, what a beautiful, peaceful and smooth day. Let it pass like this. Halfway through the night, Li Luo quietly pushed open Ye Wangchuan's window and climbed in. Using the moonlight, Li Luo looked around. Soon she found Ye Wangchuan sleeping soundly on the bed. Sleeping so deeply, if I scare him awake later there should be plenty of emotion value. Just watch me extract this month's rent. Li Luo confidently put her hands on her hips, filled with joy. Then she climbed onto the bed, reached out her small hand and tapped Ye Wangchuan's shoulder, saying, Ye Wangchuan, give me back my life. Li Luo hadn't finished her sentence. Just as she touched Ye Wangchuan's shoulder. Villain emotion value 200, villain emotion value 200, current remaining 470 points. Ye Wangchuan suddenly woke up, opening his eyes that were still somewhat tired. Upon hearing the words give me back my life, he instinctively grabbed Li Luo by the collar and pressed her down onto the bed. Using too much force, he accidentally smashed a wooden post of the bed, creating a loud noise. He quickly pulled out a stack of talismans from his spatial ring, cursing, whose wild ghost is this? Watch me use talismans to strike you down. Li Luo. Only then did he see that the person in front of him was Li Luo. How did you get in? What are you doing here? Upon realizing it was Li Luo, not a wild ghost or vengeful spirit, Ye Wangchuan quickly calmed down and returned to a peaceful expression. First he looked at the door, confirming that he had blocked it with a wooden post, then glanced around. Soon Ye Wangchuan noticed a smaller window that he had not locked. After all, that window was only small enough for someone of Feng Ke and Li Luo's petite stature to squeeze through, so he hadn't paid it any mind before. Ha. I couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd pull you out for a stroll. Li Luo immediately raised her hands in surrender. Ye Wangchuan was at mid-stage foundation establishment while her cultivation level hadn't even reached the first stage. If she mocked him again now, she would probably end up being pressed down and pounded by Ye Wangchuan. Having already earned 400 points, it was best to stop while she was ahead. Just as Ye Wangchuan was about to ask why Li Luo didn't knock on the door and instead sneaked in, hey. Ye Wangchuan, why are you making so much noise? Feng Ke tiptoed and jumped up to the small window. As soon as her head popped in, she saw Ye Wangchuan pressing Li Luo down on the bed. Ye Wangchuan. Li Luo. Feng Ke, can I keep watching? Ye Wangchuan, sure. Li Luo, this kind of thing shouldn't be watched casually. No, you've misunderstood. After a while of explanation, Li Luo finally clarified that she had just come to find Ye Wangchuan to go out for a stroll. Feng Ke yawned, her expression unchanged. So it's just this little thing, you two go ahead, I'll continue sleeping. After saying that, Feng Ke happily climbed back up to the window, crawled out and returned to her own room. At this moment Ye Wangchuan also felt a bit tired and wasn't very keen on strolling with Li Luo. After thinking for a moment, he spoke, 1 foundation establishment pill. Are you made of gold or silver? So expensive for one night. Li Luo rolled her eyes at Ye Wangchuan. Then she took out a foundation establishment pill and tossed it at Ye Wangchuan. Let's go. Li Luo said as she walked out. Her giving Ye Wangchuan the foundation establishment pill wasn't because she was overflowing with villain emotion value. Rather, she believed that during the stroll throughout the night she could easily earn back the emotion value by just being a bit mouthy. At this time the villain emotion value remained at 380 points. Ye Wangchuan accepted the foundation establishment pill, yawned and followed Li Luo out. The two first arrived at a pavilion. The pavilion was situated above a lake. The lake housed some fish and the water was flowing, making it very clear and clean. Inside the pavilion was a stone table engraved with a chessboard. It was also neatly set with chess pieces. Li Luo couldn't help but wonder how the third elder managed to transport such items intact. Ye Wangchuan, can you play chess? Yes. Come on. Li Luo sat down on the stone bench chuckling to herself. As long as she won the chess game against Ye Wangchuan she would definitely earn some villain emotion value. Sure, but just playing chess is boring. How about this, whoever loses has to give the other a cultivation pill, what do you think? Ye Wangchuan was still thinking about extracting benefits. Li Luo rolled her eyes at Ye Wangchuan again. You again, how much do you love my pills? Are you scared? I'm not scared. If you want to come then come. Li Luo muttered and made her first move. She was a modern person and had some understanding of those chess strategies. Ye Wangchuan being a fantasy ancient person, how could his chess skills compare to 2,000 years of modern refinement? Inside the pavilion. The chess match had been ongoing for a while. In the first round Ye Wangchuan narrowly defeated Li Luo. Li Luo shook his head unfazed. After all, the opponent was a scion from a prestigious family and must have learned a bit about chess. He was merely inexperienced. In the second round Ye Wangchuan narrowly defeated Li Luo again. Li Luo began to feel anxious, his defenses starting to crack. Just a little, he was so close. If only he changed his strategy he could definitely win. In the third round Ye Wangchuan lost to Li Luo. Li Luo was overjoyed. Ha ha. Finally a win. But why didn't Ye Wangchuan provide any villain emotional points? Could it be that he didn't care about winning or losing? In the fourth round Ye Wangchuan narrowly defeated Li Luo again. Li Luo became agitated once more. Damn it. Once again, if only he hadn't made that mistake in the previous step. At the very least he should reclaim what he lost. In the fifth round Ye Wangchuan accidentally made a mistake, overpowering Li Luo with a victory. Li Luo. Did you deliberately win narrowly for me? This was as Li Luo handed the third cultivation pill to Ye Wangchuan. Her remaining villain emotional points had reached 290. Meanwhile Li Luo finally realized something. I'm not playing anymore. Li Luo bit her lip. Don't. Let's play one more game. If I lose I'll give you 3 cultivation pills. Ye Wangchuan gestured 3 with his hand. No. I don't. I'm not playing anymore. Li Luo stammered, decisively standing up to leave. Wow. Ye Wangchuan not only played chess but could control the game as well. If it weren't for the opponent's mistake in the fifth round he would have really kept going for a few more rounds. Seeing Li Luo's aggrieved expression, Ye Wangchuan smiled gently and stood up. He patted Li Luo on the shoulder and comforted her. Actually, I lost that round on purpose. Shut up, ah. Thus the chess game came to an end. Afterward the two wandered around other parts of the Qianzhou Palace, enjoying leisurely activities like fishing, stargazing and flower admiring. These romantic scenes were all non-existent. Throughout the journey Li Luo kept thinking about how to extract villain emotional points. Ye Wangchuan on the other hand was pondering how to gather pills. The two wandered aimlessly together. At that moment Ye Wangchuan suddenly asked, "Shall we go outside for a stroll?" "Ah, won't there be wild beasts?" Li Luo raised her head in confusion. Ye Wangchuan shook his head and explained, "This spiritual mountain is the residence of Master Feng Ke. She must regularly clear out ferocious wild beasts." I feel like she isn't that diligent." Li Luo mumbled a few words but no longer refused. She estimated that she would stay in this spiritual mountain for a while, so getting familiar with it wouldn't hurt. She tiptoed toward the main door of the Qianzhou Palace. Meanwhile Ye Wangchuan watched Li Luo skip along, a slight smile on his lips. He took out a talisman from his pocket and examined it. The talisman bore 4 large characters: Beast Control Talisman. Its function was as its name suggests. It was a talisman used to control beasts. Previously the third elder of the Yi family could control a giant tortoise thanks to this talisman. Ye Wangchuan had specifically asked the third elder for this talisman. As for what Ye Wangchuan intended to do with this talisman, it was naturally to extract gold coins from Li Luo. In the wilderness the two walked and stopped strolling for half an hour. They observed plenty of heavenly materials and friendly animals. At this point Li Luo's legs were already sore. After all, she was not yet at the first level, she was just a little girl with a weak constitution. "Ye Wangchuan, carry me," Li Luo said. "If you're tired just go back and sleep," Ye Wangchuan replied, speechless. It's too far from the Qingzhou Palace here. I'll give you a cultivation pill. Li Luo made her offer. One foundation establishment pill, Ye Wangchuan countered. So expensive. Your back is pricier than a mansion for a day. Li Luo scolded angrily. However, her legs were indeed sore. Li Luo looked around preparing to find a rock to sit on and rest for a while. Hee, I won't give you a foundation establishment pill. I'll let Ye Wangchuan extract another pill. If that happens, my name Li Luo will be written backward. While Li Luo was looking for a rock to rest. On the other side, Ye Wangchuan chuckled. Sore legs. That was the perfect opportunity. With that thought, Ye Wangchuan stealthily reached into his pocket. He then pricked his finger, smearing his blood onto the beast control talisman. As he smeared the blood on the talisman, a bear was peacefully sleeping in the grass. The next second, a talisman lit up on the bear. On a stone, Li Luo sat on the rock, swinging her legs, waiting for her stamina to recover. Ye Wangchuan stood beside her, leaning on his spear as he rested. He originally thought that the evening would pass so easily, but just then, roar. A beast's furious roar came from the grass beside Li Luo. The sound was deafening, and just listening to it was terrifying. Ye Wangchuan was startled. He immediately reacted, kicking Li Luo away and pulling down the spear from behind him to block in front of him. Clang! A loud sound like metal striking resonated. Accompanied by this was a tremendous force that slammed against the spear. The immense power forcibly pushed Ye Wangchuan back 4 meters, leaving deep grooves in the dirt under his feet before he finally stopped. It was at this moment that Ye Wangchuan and Li Luo finally saw the source of the roar. Before them stood a creature resembling a polar bear. However, it was much larger, at a towering height of 3.5 meters. Its weight was at least 1.5 tons. Its fur was not soft and fluffy, but rather covered in dense needle-like bristles, as if it were born with a layer of iron armor. Thus people referred to it as the majestic bear. To Yi Zhentian, Li Laotu, and even Yi Bai, this majestic bear could easily be vanquished. But unfortunately, at this moment there were only Ye Wangchuan and Li Luo present. Ye Wangchuan's gaze sharpened. This majestic bear's strength at least corresponded to the late stage of the first level in humans. With that thought, Ye Wangchuan, his face grim, spoke to Li Luo behind him. Li Luo, go find Master Feng Ke. Okay. Li Luo scrambled up from the ground, no longer caring about anything else. Faced with a silver-spiked polar bear, plus she certainly didn't think she could defeat it. Rather than stay here and hinder Ye Wangchuan, it was better to find help. Just as the two finished speaking, the majestic bear launched another attack. Roar! The majestic bear plunged its claws into the ground, ripping out a half-meter-wide clump of earth and hurling it at Ye Wangchuan. Whoosh! Ye Wangchuan decisively swung his spear, piercing through the clump of earth. As the earth shattered, some dust rose, slightly obscuring his view. Ye Wangchuan focused intently, seeing a flash of silver light through the dust, and retreated decisively. Boom! The majestic bear charged to the spot where Ye Wangchuan had just stood, its fists clenched tightly as it slammed down. The ground trembled slightly from the impact, with cracks spreading everywhere. This majestic bear also possessed a certain level of intelligence. It knew to use the dust as cover to launch a surprise attack. If it weren't for Ye Wangchuan's keen instincts, he would have undoubtedly taken a solid hit. Clang! Clang! The battle rages on. Taking advantage of the moment when the fierce bear's fist smashed into the ground, Ye Wangchuan decisively launched his attack. A rain of long spears descended, each strike capable of forcefully smashing dozens of iron spikes off the fierce bear's body. Some spikes were directly sent flying, while others were driven deep into the bear's flesh. In just a few seconds, large patches of blurred flesh appeared on the fierce bear's body. The iron spikes, which resembled a steel armor, were also significantly scattered. However, that was all there was to it. Roar! The intense pain did not instill fear in the fierce bear, instead it only fueled its fury. Moreover, as the injuries were all external with no internal damage, the fierce bear surprisingly became even more ferocious in a short time. It stood up and lunged at Ye Wangchuan recklessly. Clang! Clang! But Ye Wangchuan's spear technique was not honed in vain. While retreating, he utilized the spear to deplete the bear's energy. The advantages of the spear were fully realized by him. Roar! Unfortunately, no advantages without its mistakes. Amidst the continuous assaults, the fierce bear suddenly found an opportunity. Seizing the moment when Ye Wangchuan held the spear with one hand instead of two, it lunged forward, forcefully stabbing the spear into its own flesh. Then it grasped the spear with its paw and forcefully pulled it towards itself. Ye Wangchuan was startled and quickly let go to avoid being dragged over. The fierce bear, seeing Ye Wangchuan lose his weapon, revealed a hint of a mocking grin that seemed almost human. Bizarre and absurd. It seemed to mock Ye Wangchuan, proclaiming that his death was at hand. The next second. Whoosh! With a thought, Ye Wangchuan activated his spatial ring and another spear appeared in his hand. The fierce bear. With Ye Wangchuan's thought, he took out another spear. The fierce bear's defenses were breached. It was just an animal. While it had some intelligence, it could not comprehend the use of weapons. Thus, even though it had advantages in strength, defense, and speed over Ye Wangchuan, as long as he held a spear, it could not charge up to his face. The advantage of wielding a weapon was simply too great. Furthermore, Ye Wangchuan's spatial ring contained thousands of spears. Even if the fierce bear risked its life to snatch a spear, it would be futile. At this moment the battle continued. However, as the fierce bear's furious emotions gradually subsided, the pain from its injuries became increasingly evident. The fierce bear's instinctive fear began to invade its mind. Likewise, as its rage diminished, it started to regain a semblance of rationality. It could not clash directly with the human wielding the spear. Just as the fierce bear's momentum waned and it prepared to flee. Very good, this should prevent it from suspecting me. Ye Wangchuan saw that the time was ripe, reached into his pocket and smeared some blood from the beast-taming talisman onto himself. As the shape of the blood changed, on the fierce bear's back a talisman faintly glowed. At the same time, the fierce bear's gaze froze. For some unknown reason, it suddenly noticed something. Hundreds of meters away, a little short figure was frantically running with short legs. That little figure was of course Li Luo. About 3 minutes had passed since Ye Wangchuan first engaged the fierce bear. In these 3 minutes, Li Luo had only managed to run a little over 300 meters. There was no help for it. His legs were too short, coupled with his poor physique, leaving him panting. Li Luo running 300 meters in 3 minutes was already considered a burst of potential. Seeing this, a flicker of unusual expression crossed the fierce bear's eyes. That man and the cub were companions. As long as it attacked the cub, the man would come to protect it, preventing it from unleashing its full power. The fierce bear's mind inexplicably flashed with this thought. The next second. Roar! The fierce bear let out a furious roar and dashed towards Li Luo at a speed of 6 seconds per 100 meters. It completely ignored Ye Wangchuan ahead and charged past him. Oh no! Seeing the polar bear charging towards him, Li Luo was instantly terrified and desperately accelerated. At the same time, Ye Wangchuan pretended to be startled for a moment. Then, as if realizing something, he threw away the spear and raced after the fierce bear. In terms of speed, Ye Wangchuan was slightly faster. However, the fierce bear had the advantage of a head start and the distance was far greater than Ye Wangchuan's. In just a few seconds, the fierce bear closed in to 30 meters behind Li Luo. Behind the fierce bear, Ye Wangchuan's lips curled slightly. Everything was going according to plan. He had intentionally used the beast-taming talisman to control the fierce bear, then had it attack Li Luo. Soon he would rush in to block the fatal blow for Li Luo. Just like what happened with Old Man Tang, he would borrow the guise of a hero saving the beauty. Sustaining what seemed to be a serious injury, he would then extort a pile of pills from Li Luo. If he could obtain one that was at the late stage of the first realm, that would be even better. On the other side. No. Why are you chasing me? Am I fragrant? Li Luo screamed as he was pursued by the fierce bear, frantically flipping through the system shop. Useless dog system. What else can I buy besides cultivation pills and foundation establishment pills? Your host is going to die. Li Luo began to shout in his heart. Host, please do not insult the system. After screening, aside from cultivation pills and foundation establishment pills, the host can also purchase the following items. Ordinary iron sword 5 villain emotion points 1 piece. Ordinary longbow 5 villain emotion points 1 piece. Ordinary arrows 5 villain emotion points 10 pieces. Aha! You useless dog system. Just as Li Luo was frantically shouting internally, he saw the fierce bear suddenly stop and cease its pursuit. Eh? Seeing the fierce bear halt, Li Luo was momentarily stunned. The next second he became triumphant. Ha ha ha. You little fish-brained bear. Out of stamina, ha. Soon Ye Wangchuan will stab you to death, you big dumb. Before Li Luo could finish his taunts, the next second. Boom. The fierce bear's muscles tensed up, and then with a powerful push of its calves it launched itself into the air like an arrow shot towards Li Luo. Whoa whoa whoa. Back to the medicine. Li Luo screamed in shock. At this moment Ye Wangchuan's gaze sharpened, preparing to rush in and block this fatal blow. At the same time, Li Luo's mind echoed with the system's voice. Ding, the host has been granted the purchasing rights for a low-grade explosive talisman. This system is not a useless system. Low-grade explosive talisman 200 villain emotion points 1 piece. Li Luo was instantly shocked. What? 200 points? Why don't you go rob someone? Let me buy one to try it out. A red talisman suddenly appeared in Li Luo's system space as the system's voice fell. Purchased a low-grade explosion talisman. Deducted 200 points of villainous emotion value, current remaining 90 points. Li Luo took it out on the spot and glanced at the description. Low-grade explosion talisman description: a talisman that explodes the system has removed the spiritual energy activation restriction. The host only needs to will it and it can be activated. Oh wow. So good. Li Luo's eyes brightened as he threw the explosion talisman at the charging giant bear. Slap. The talisman directly stuck to the bear's face. Then Li Luo snapped his fingers and said casually, bang. Nearby, Ye Wangchuan, who was preparing to help Li Luo block the lethal damage, inexplicably heard Li Luo mumble bong, feeling somewhat puzzled. Then he saw a red light shining brightly on the bear's face. Seeing this red light, Ye Wangchuan was suddenly startled. He was all too aware of what this red light indicated. Once there was a mountain in Chang'an City that was particularly troublesome. So the third elder of the Yi family couldn't stand it anymore and stuck a talisman on that mountain. Then a flash of red light appeared and that mountain vanished without a trace. Although the red light on the bear's face was far less than the red light that the third elder used to blow up the mountain back then. Nevertheless, Ye Wangchuan cautiously retreated dozens of steps. The beast-controlling talisman was still in Ye Wangchuan's pocket, so he wasn't worried about the bear attacking Li Luo. He then wiped the blood on the beast-controlling talisman, directing the giant bear to run towards the distance. Roar! As the blood was wiped, a thought emerged in the bear's mind. The red light on its face was no joke. It needed to run far away and find a river to dive into. The giant bear immediately turned around and ran in the opposite direction. Just 3 seconds after it started running, boom! A small mushroom cloud shot up into the sky. At the same time, a massive wave of wind swept across the area. Li Luo's small frame was blown away on the spot. Ye Wangchuan steadied himself with his spear planted in the ground. Whoosh! As the gusts diminished, Ye Wangchuan looked at the spot where the giant bear had been. There was no sign of the bear. Only a large pit with a diameter of 30 meters remained. Ye Wangchuan! At this moment, Ye Wangchuan was filled with confusion. He wasn't questioning the power of the talisman. After all, the third elder of the Yi family could easily draw a bunch of talismans like that. What puzzled Ye Wangchuan was, why could Li Luo use a talisman with such great power? In this world, talismans couldn't be used across levels. The stronger the talisman, the thicker the blood and power required to activate it. A person with lower cultivation couldn't activate high-quality talismans at all. Otherwise, Ye Wangchuan would have long borrowed a bunch of powerful talismans from the third elder to beat the luck child. But Li Luo, who clearly had no cultivation at all, could activate a talisman capable of killing a latest-stage beast on the spot. What was going on? A system item. It should be a system item. Understanding this, Ye Wangchuan looked at the flat ground beside him. Oh dear. Li Luo lay on the ground, covering her backside with a painful expression. She had been caught in the blast and blown a distance before landing on the ground. Her backside hurt from the fall. Are you okay? Can you walk? Ye Wangchuan walked over and grabbed Li Luo's hand to help her up. Hiss. Ouch. Ouch. It hurts. Don't move. My backside hurts, my legs are sore, I can't stand up. Li Luo lay on the ground speaking helplessly. Then she used her last remaining 90 points to buy a foundation establishment pill. Li Luo handed the foundation establishment pill to Ye Wangchuan and said helplessly, "Carry me." Ye Wangchuan. At that moment, Ye Wangchuan's emotions were quite complex. Originally, he intended to use the giant bear for a heroic rescue. But Li Luo solved the bear problem herself. Now that things had come to this, it was best to sleep. All right. Ye Wangchuan accepted the foundation establishment pill. He then crouched down, carefully supporting Li Luo's thigh and back, and picked her up. It was as if an old man was carrying his granddaughter. Since he was carrying her, Ye Wangchuan naturally had to hold Li Luo's thigh with his hands to prevent her from sliding down. He firmly supported Li Luo's thigh and set off without showing any expression. Everything seemed so normal. If only Li Luo could ignore the voice in her head. Villainous emotion value 20, villainous emotion value 20, villainous emotion value 20, villainous emotion value 20. Li Luo. Ever since Ye Wangchuan touched her thigh earlier, the system's voice had been incessantly ringing. Li Luo spoke helplessly. Ye Wangchuan is a rich young master. Have you never touched a woman from childhood to now? Villainous emotion value 100. What are you talking about? Do you think I lack women? I just don't care about women. Such desires are too lowly, they are far from the higher desires I pursue. Ye Wangchuan chuckled, seemingly unbothered. Li Luo looked at the rapidly rising villainous emotion value and felt a blossoming joy in her heart. So you haven't touched one then? Villainous emotion value 100, I'm touching one right now. Ye Wangchuan casually replied, his expression and tone still utterly calm. Li Luo was a bit stunned. How did Ye Wangchuan manage to provide her with a bunch of emotion value while remaining so composed? If it weren't for the system, Li Luo might really think that this guy had no feelings for women. At that moment, Li Luo smirked. It seemed she had found the right way to interact with Ye Wangchuan. Li Luo leaned her head on Ye Wangchuan's shoulder, blowing softly in his ear, and weakly said, "In your eyes, am I considered a woman too? Villainous emotion value 200, you're not a woman, can you be a man? I just referred to you based on your biological gender." Ye Wangchuan said somewhat helplessly on the surface. At this moment, Li Luo was almost ready to take off in delight. As long as she teased him a few times, a bunch of villainous emotion value would be credited. It was so exhilarating. Moreover, it seemed that teasing Ye Wangchuan didn't bring any strong retaliation. There shouldn't be any strong retaliation, right? Ye Wangchuan walked calmly along the road. Although his emotions were wildly shifting inside, his rationality still dominated. After all, he was the young master of the Yi family, meticulously cultivated. A mere woman couldn't disturb his will. Moreover, Li Luo was the luck child. As a villain, he would surely have a grudge against such a luck child in the future. With this thought, Ye Wangchuan's mindset gradually stabilized. Villainous emotion value 20. Along the way, the villain's emotional value constantly increased. Li Luo would naturally not miss such a good opportunity to exploit. As a result, Ye Wangchuan started running, wanting to quickly shake off this troublesome girl. At this moment, Li Luo had already accumulated 2,000 points of villainous emotional value. She was feeling exceptionally pleased. This was the richest battle she had ever fought in her life. It's time to take off. Li Luo planned to buy 11 foundation establishment pills and 33 cultivation pills. She would immediately raise her cultivation to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. This is the treatment a system traveler should have. What kind of life had she lived before this? Just as Li Luo was thinking about this, Ye Wangchuan suddenly pushed open Li Luo's bedroom. He tossed Li Luo onto the bed, then sat on a stool glaring at her. What are you doing? Li Luo said nervously. Could it be that Ye Wangchuan? You mocked me 3 times for not having touched a woman and 5 times for being a loser, and you even deliberately rubbed your thigh against me. I want you to compensate me with 15 cultivation pills and 5 foundation establishment pills. Once these words left Ye Wangchuan's mouth, Li Luo's nervous expression froze. Are you serious, dude? How much do you care about the pills? Ye Wangchuan's thoughts were quite simple. He guessed that Li Luo must have a pile of pills on her right now. Because he knew Li Luo's character, she was definitely not the type to flirt with others. So when Li Luo was fidgeting and talking nonsense on his back, it must have been to earn system rewards. If you earn, shouldn't you share some with me? No. I won't give you a single one. Why should I compensate you? I even helped you kill that ferocious bear. Li Luo said, covering her head with a blanket. You mocked me so many times, do you think this can just be brushed off? I could have killed that ferocious bear myself, your involvement was just self-defense. Ye Wangchuan walked over and pulled off Li Luo's blanket. Without the blanket, Li Luo could only sit on the bed glaring at Ye Wangchuan angry. Ye Wangchuan. You jerk. Didn't you say you liked me? What's wrong with me teasing you a bit? I don't like you anymore, I hold grudges. Quickly compensate me with pills. Ye Wangchuan said flatly. Li Luo helplessly rubbed her head. Ye Wangchuan understood Li Luo's character, and she naturally understood his. She knew that once Ye Wangchuan held a grudge, he wouldn't give up until he achieved his goal. If she stubbornly refused to give him the pills, then Ye Wangchuan would probably use other means to force her to compensate. Thus Li Luo decided to negotiate and maximize her benefits. Li Luo 3 cultivation pills and 1 foundation establishment pill. Ye Wangchuan not enough, 15 cultivation pills and 5 foundation establishment pills. You're asking for too much. With that many you'll be at the late stage of foundation establishment. At noon 12 o'clock. At this moment Fong Ke finally got out of bed. The room Fong Ke chose had poor lighting. Even at noon the room remained extremely gloomy. Fong Ke enjoyed this somber feeling. She yawned and casually grabbed the long robe at the foot of the bed and draped it over herself, tying it simply. Her white hair, having been slept on for a night, was a mess. However, there was neither oil nor dandruff in her hair. Instead, it was particularly clean and smooth. At Fong Ke's level of cultivation, she was already able to keep her body free from any filth. Even after meditating for thousands of years, her hair and body remained pristine. She no longer needed to eat or go to the bathroom. Fong Ke casually ran her fingers through her hair and walked down from the bed barefoot. She preferred not to wear shoes, finding it more comfortable to be barefoot. Of course, Fong Ke wouldn't directly step on the floor. Instead, her feet floated 1 centimeter above the ground. Since she did not directly contact the ground, Fong Ke's feet were white and delicate. She walked to the door floating at 1 centimeter above the ground and opened it. Creak, the door was pushed open. The blazing sun at noon suddenly shot in with strong light. Fong Ke instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes from the sunlight, then suddenly remembered her high cultivation and was no longer afraid of bright light, lowering her hand. Looking outside the door in the yard, Ye Wangchuan sat on a chair leisurely sipping tea while a guard fanned him. Li Luo was in the center, randomly swinging a wooden stick. In the corner of the yard there was a bed with a broken pillar. Bang! The next moment Li Luo was suddenly hit on the head by the wooden stick he swung. Ouch! Li Luo squatted down, covering his head. Tisk, you can't even handle a stick and you want to use a spear. Ye Wangchuan chuckled. Ye Wangchuan, you did that on purpose, right? Do I look like someone who is suited to use a spear with this physique? Li Luo complained. Then there's nothing I can do, I only know spear techniques. You should ask Master Fong Ke to teach you something else. She has come out now. Ye Wangchuan said, glancing at Fong Ke at the entrance of the yard. Fong Ke nodded and walked over listlessly. I'll first spend 20 minutes teaching you some basic skills and then leave the rest for tomorrow. As soon as Fong Ke said this, the corners of Ye Wangchuan and Li Luo's mouths twitched. Getting up at noon and only teaching for 20 minutes. This is too much. Just as Fong Ke was about to start teaching, suddenly she sensed the auras of Ye Wangchuan and Li Luo and asked curiously, What happened to you two? Yesterday you were at the mid-stage of foundation establishment and immortal, how come today you're at the latest stage of foundation establishment and the early stage of foundation establishment? Fong Ke looked at the bed with the broken pillar in the corner, suddenly realizing, did you two practice dual cultivation last night? The results are so good, next time take me along. Ye Wangchuan replied no. Li Luo added definitely not. And you can't take me with you, hey? Fong Ke waved her hand and got back to the subject. Let me first briefly explain the divine abilities of the Ke sect. Ye Wangchuan, come here. Ye Wangchuan walked over to Fong Ke in confusion. In the next second a wooden table suddenly flew over, positioning itself between Fong Ke and Ye Wangchuan. Fong Ke placed her right arm on the table and said to Ye Wangchuan, come let's arm wrestle. Ah, okay. Although Ye Wangchuan didn't understand why he complied. Their large hand and small hand clasped together. 3, 2, 1. With Fong Ke's command, Ye Wangchuan exerted his strength. Suddenly a force enveloped Fong Ke's arm from all directions, forcibly pressing Ye Wangchuan's arm down onto the table. Bang! In the next moment Ye Wangchuan was easily pinned down. Ye Wangchuan and Li Luo were not surprised by this outcome at all. After all, Fong Ke was a powerhouse capable of dominating a 100,000-meter spiritual mountain. Without some strength the mountain would have long been taken by someone else, and perhaps even the person would be taken as well. Fong Ke continued to ask Ye Wangchuan, did you feel anything strange while arm wrestling just now? I wasn't pinned down just because Master Fong Ke exerted her strength, but because a force enveloped my arm and pressed it down onto the table. Ye Wangchuan recounted his feelings from earlier. Exactly, now let's arm wrestle again. As she spoke, Fong Ke focused her mind and retrieved a bundle of golden ropes from her spatial ring. She wrapped the golden ropes around her right arm a few times, then grasped Ye Wangchuan's hand and said 3, 2, 1. Again, this time Ye Wangchuan exerted all his strength. Bang! This time Ye Wangchuan easily pinned Fong Ke down. He didn't even feel any resistance. It was as if he was arm wrestling with a child. Ye Wangchuan asked in confusion. Master Fong Ke, is your physique not very good? That's right, my physique makes even lifting a 30-pound object quite a challenge. Fong Ke said calmly as she removed the golden ropes from her right hand. This rope is called the Binding Immortal Rope. The part bound by the Binding Immortal Rope will lose the ability to actively control spiritual energy. Therefore, since my arm was wrapped with the Binding Immortal Rope, I couldn't pin down Ye Wangchuan. If my entire body were bound, I would probably be at their mercy. As Fong Ke was about to put away the Binding Immortal Rope, Ye Wangchuan suddenly approached, saying, Master Fong Ke, can I borrow this for a while? The Binding Immortal Rope is indeed a rare item. It is said that to create it one must slay a special divine dragon and extract its dragon tendons. The divine dragon is not easy to kill. It's not that it is too strong and no one can defeat it. It's because its numbers are too few, there are only 9 in total. With only 9 bundles in the entire world, how could it not be rare? Ye Wangchuan stared intently at Fong Ke. He was ready. If Fong Ke refused to lend him the Binding Immortal Rope, he would offer the Cleansing Fruit in exchange. The Cleansing Fruit, also a rare item, should be able to. You want it? Then he'll give it to you as a gift for staying at the Longevity Palace. Fong Ke casually said as she placed the Binding Immortal Rope into Ye Wangchuan's hands. Ye Wangchuan. Li Luo. Li Luo was also bewildered at this moment. Just now she searched the system market for the Binding Immortal Rope. And it was indeed there. Unfortunately. Binding Immortal Rope. Villain emotion value 1 bundle. Can't afford it. By the way, why is such a precious item given to Ye Wangchuan? At this moment, Ye Wangchuan looked at the Binding Immortal Rope in his hands, somewhat bewildered. Wait, is this master so generous? Just a light tug and the gold coins that popped out were more than Li Luo could produce in days. Okay, I'll make sure to grab at this white-haired lowly master a few more times in the future. Just now the reason I was able to overpower Ye Wangchuan was due to a divine ability. Take a closer look at my feet, they are actually suspended above the ground, also relying on this divine ability. This divine ability can manipulate objects through the air. Since it is a technique I created myself and I was too lazy to name it, I simply call it Sparrow Technique. Fong Ke explained the divine ability she had just used. At the same time she focused her mind and effortlessly moved a large stone to herself from a distance. Then with a snap of her fingers the stone turned to dust. Ye Wangchuan and Li Luo, who were observing, nodded slightly, each arriving at a conclusion in their hearts. Isn't this just telekinesis? Ye Wangchuan began to ponder. To be fair, it is no wonder that such a powerful technique is taught in a sect that has a child of destiny. I didn't expect the techniques taught here to be so useful as telekinesis. Telekinesis is essentially a universal tool. Whether for martial cultivators or for spellcasters, it proves to be extremely handy. Martial cultivators can use telekinesis to manipulate multiple weapons, compensating for their short attack range. With a sword they can even launch flying swords and perform sword flight. For spellcasters, having telekinesis can directly alleviate their lack of strength and disadvantages in close combat. They can also use telekinesis to alter the direction of their techniques. Thus, rather than calling this the Sparrow Sect a martial sect, it is more accurate to say it is a school that cultivates both martial and magical practices. Ye Wangchuan felt a bit relieved, thankful that he had seized the sect. Where else could one find a sect that casually hands out a binding immortal rope while also teaching telekinesis? It's just a pity for the original child of destiny who was supposed to belong here. Such a great opportunity has been snatched by me. Ha ha ha. Delightful. The following time was spent with Fong Kei explaining some principles of the sparrow technique. 20 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Fong Kei looked at the sky and spoke. Let's stop here for today. I'll teach you the usage of the sparrow technique tomorrow. I want to take a stroll in Shannon. Do you two want to come along? As Fong Kei spoke, she clapped her hands. The large sparrow from the sect recruitment meeting quickly flew over. Fong Kei climbed on and lay down into its feathers. I'll go with my master for a walk. Ye Wangchuan thought for a moment and followed suit. Mainly because he wanted to see if he could take advantage of Fong Kei a little more. Hey, I also need to visit the Li family. I haven't told Uncle Li about joining the sect yet. Li Luo also tiptoed up. The large sparrow flapped its wings and swiftly charged towards the foot of the spirit mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Li Luo and Ye Wangchuan separated, allowing the attendants of the Yi family to take her to the Li family. Fong Kei turned to the street. Ye Wangchuan, where in Shannon can I buy dumplings? Master, with your cultivation level you shouldn't need to eat. Just craving something. Alright, I'll ask the chefs of the Yi family to make something fresh for you. It'll taste better than what's served in shops. Just going to the street is fine, I can't get used to such fine food. Okay. When it comes to shopping, no one is more familiar than Ye Wangchuan. Soon Ye Wangchuan and Fong Kei arrived at a beautifully decorated dumpling shop. Waiter, 1 large bowl of pork dumplings. Ye Wangchuan walked to the counter and placed a silver coin down. The waiter turned to see the silver coin and smiled cheerfully. Sure. A large bowl of pork dumplings is 200 copper coins. Here's your 800 copper coins. Whoa. Yi Xiao. Upon seeing Ye Wangchuan, the waiter's eyes nearly popped out and he quickly returned the silver coins at the counter. No, young master Yi, I can't accept your money. What's with all the fuss? I'm not a violent person. Ye Wangchuan's mouth twitched as he helplessly pushed the money back to the waiter. The waiter cautiously accepted the money and retrieved 800 copper coins to hand to Ye Wangchuan. After Ye Wangchuan accepted the change, he returned to the seat where Fong Kei was waiting. Fong Kei sat on the bench resting her chin on her hand as she watched the crowd come and go on the street. Because Ye Wangchuan was not a child of destiny, he did not have to worry about anyone deliberately finding fault with him or mocking him. The two of them waited comfortably for a while. Here come the large bowl of pork dumplings. The waiter grinned as he placed a large bowl of dumplings on the table. The bowl was filled to the brim with dumplings. Clearly the chef had added quite a bit more. Seeing so many dumplings, Fong Kei said helplessly. Ye Wangchuan, there are too many dumplings, I can't finish them. Help me share some in a bowl, we can't waste them. Sure. Ye Wangchuan chuckled and called the waiter to bring a bowl. However, deep down he started to feel a bit satisfied with his identity as a villain. Everyone sees him as polite. Even the dumplings are served a bit extra. No one is foolish enough to jump up and mock him mindlessly. If he were a child of destiny, the waiter would definitely try to find fault with him at this dumpling shop. For instance, noticing Fong Kei was relatively short, they might say something like, "Dressed so poorly, you shouldn't be eating in the city center. Can you even afford these dumplings?" Ye Wangchuan was taken aback. The earlier words were not merely Ye Wangchuan's imagination but rather something the waiter had said. Following the sound, he saw a young man outside looking ragged like a beggar, glaring at the waiter. "I can afford it. What gives you the right to chase me away?" The beggar youth shouted loudly while pulling out a bundle of dirt-covered copper coins. The waiter scoffed and laughed dismissively. "Let me tell you, having money is useless. Do you know the Yi family of Chahan? The young master of the Yi family is dining in the shop. With a beggar like you around, you'll ruin young master Yes' appetite. Can you afford to compensate for that?" With that, the waiter reached out and slapped the beggar's hand hard. Smack! The dirt-covered copper coins scattered all over the ground. The beggar did not choose to bend down to pick up the money but glared back, gritting his teeth. "Don't bully me too much." "Oh, and what if I do? With a beggar like you, it's clear that you must have too low of a talent to be accepted by any sect, haha. Do you have any background or strength?" The waiter continued to mock, spitting at the beggar. The beggar hurriedly raised his hand to block it. At the same time, his anger grew even more. The waiter's mockery was not wrong. The beggar's name was Su Fugui. Unfortunately, unlike his name, he had never experienced even a hint of wealth in his life. Su Fugui was an orphan since childhood, and the name Fugui was given to him by an elder in the village. The village was poor, extremely poor. Thus Su Fugui had always worked in the fields and tended to the land. Saving and saving, finally he had saved enough food. He traveled over mountains and rivers with the food. When the food ran out on the road, he nibbled on wild fruits and grasses, drinking from streams and lakes. But the wilds were not so easy to survive in. Some wild beasts had cultivation, he dared not provoke them and could only avoid them. Several times he nearly died at the jaws of wild beasts. Finally he encountered a merchant caravan heading to Chang'an and had to sell the jade bracelet he had since birth to get a ride to Chang'an. 2 months passed and he finally arrived in Chang'an City. Just in time for the heavenly steps to open. Su Fuguei hoped he could attain a better talent and enter a decent sect. Su Fuguei struggled to climb the heavenly steps. No matter what, he could not reach the distant 34th step. Clearly just reaching the 34th step would grant him entry into the sect. At this moment Su Fuguei still held a glimmer of hope. What if a sect took notice of him during the recruitment conference? Su Fuguei persevered for a few weeks. When the recruitment conference arrived, he approached various sects humbly begging them to take him in. Even if he could only sweep the floors every day without any cultivation resources, as long as he was provided meals, it would suffice. Yet every sect resolutely rejected Su Fuguei. In the mystical continent there was no shortage of mortals. With no other option, Su Fuguei discovered a sect called K sect in a corner. Moreover, that sect had no one in it. Su Fuguei began to think that if he couldn't find a sect after the recruitment conference, he would try his luck with the K sect. After all, their recruitment requirement was for talent at the 99th step, and he knew he couldn't just go straight there. However, when the recruitment conference ended, Su Fuguei arrived at that corner. He discovered that the K sect had already taken in disciples and had even packed up their booth, no longer recruiting anyone. Finally, Su Fuguei felt despair. With a talent of the 19th step, no background, no money and no skills. Not a single sect wanted him. He simply couldn't survive in Chang'an. He could only run to the mountain village, living a muddled life. In despair, Su Fuguei found a tree. Then he hanged himself. Su Fuguei's story should have ended here. But at that moment in Blue Star, a young man also named Su Fuguei was accidentally hit by a car. By coincidence, the soul of Blue Star Su Fuguei transmigrated into the body of the beggar Su Fuguei. Moreover, upon transmigration he had 10 seconds of invincibility, allowing him to free himself. After reading the memories of his former self, Su Fuguei felt a bit overwhelmed. Damn! What a hellish beginning! At this point, the newly transmigrated Su Fuguei felt a bit hungry. First he would find a dumpling shop to eat dumplings. Then the earlier scene unfolded. Dumpling shop, if you dare to insult me again, try it. Su Fuguei pointed at the shop assistant, looking extremely angry, ready to explode. If it were the original self after being humiliated by the assistant, he might have just endured it. But now Su Fuguei was different. He was a transmigrator, and being humiliated by a mere assistant was something he could not tolerate. Hey, what's wrong with insulting you? Dirty beggar, you know who young master Ye Wangchuan is? Dirty beggar, bang. Before the assistant could finish, Su Fuguei's fist slammed into his face. The sudden punch made the assistant fall directly to the ground. I don't give a damn about your young master Yi or young master Qin. I, Su Fuguei, have transmigrated here to be the boss. Su Fuguei glared at the assistant, furiously cursing. Meanwhile, Ye Wangchuan paused his dumpling eating and looked towards the entrance. Fang Ke continued to eat dumplings leisurely, completely unconcerned about the conflict happening at the entrance. Ye Wangchuan's expression twitched, instantly speechless. This beggar named Su Fuguei was quite something, exposing his identity so recklessly. One must say he truly deserved to be the child of fate, to be mocked by a mere assistant for so long. Speaking of which, would this Su Fuguei seek trouble with me? Should I kill him now? After all, he's just a beggar. But Master Fang Ke is here, maybe I should wait and see what kind of trump card Su Fuguei has. With that thought, Ye Wangchuan casually pulled a fan from his spatial ring, fanning himself while starting to watch the drama unfold. You dare to hit someone? The assistant, realizing what was happening, immediately stood up and started fighting with Su Fuguei. Soon Su Fuguei found himself at a disadvantage. There was no choice, the original body was too weak. Having never had enough to eat as a child, although Su Fuguei was 1.8 meters tall, he weighed only 80 jin. The assistant, though without cultivation, was 1.75 meters tall and weighed 130 jin, doing hard work every day, serving food and cleaning tables. He directly crushed Su Fuguei, this skinny dog. Bang! Bang! Accompanied by 2 elbow strikes from the assistant, Su Fuguei spat out blood and fell to the ground. Oomph, dirty beggar. You're as thin as a dog and still dare to fight me. You call yourself Su Fuguei? I think you should be called Su Cheonggord. The assistant wiped his nosebleed and angrily punched Su Fuguei a few times. Being beaten, Su Fuguei began to curse. Damn it! I swear I'll kill you. Dirty sand money. Just then, Ding detected host's extreme desire for money and power. Super Tycoon system has been activated. System effect provides the host with 1000 gold every day. For every 100 gold spent, the host receives 1 enhancement point. 1 gold, 1000 silver, 1 silver, 1000 copper, 10 copper, 1 blue star coin. Enhancement points can be used to strengthen the host's cultivation or learn skills. Detected that the difficulty of this world is quite high, granting the host a beginner's package 30 enhancement points to help the host better through the early stages. Su Fuguei was stunned upon hearing the electronic voice in his mind. The next second. Holy shit. A system. Max out my cultivation. Su Fuguei shouted loudly. Ye Wangchuan, who was watching the drama, twitched his mouth. Not to mention buddy. Aren't you afraid that there are other transmigrators in this world? Although he was reincarnated, he wasn't worried about being transmigrated. At this moment Su Fuguei had no time to carefully read the system effects. He only knew one thing now. Fight. Ding, 30 enhancement points have been fully spent on cultivation. The system's voice fell. A warm current surged through Su Fuguei's entire body. Following that. Boom. A powerful aura erupted. Su Fuguei broke through to the initial stage of the first level on the spot. Feeling the surging power within him, Su Fuguei smiled. He then punched directly towards the assistant's face. Bang! The assistant's face caved in and he was sent flying into the store, knocking over several wooden tables. Watching the assistant convulsing on the ground, the crowd and the entire dumpling shop immediately descended into chaos. They rushed outside. During this, someone accidentally knocked over Fong Kei's bowl of dumplings. But Fong Kei merely moved a finger and the dumplings along with the soup returned to the bowl without a single loss. Quickly, only Su Fuguei, the assistant, Ye Wangchuan and Fong Kei remained in the entire shop and the vicinity. Ye Wangchuan, who was watching the drama, smiled helplessly. The child of fate truly doesn't play fair. Just after being mocked, he broke through to the first level. Li Luo had spent several weeks just to barely break through to the initial stage of the first level. Although if he wasn't hogging all the opportunities, Li Luo would probably have already reached the second level. At this time Su Fuguei looked towards Ye Wangchuan. You are the young master of the Ye family, Ye Wangchuan. Ye Wangchuan nodded indifferently. He had already thought it through. As long as this Su Fuguei dared to seek trouble with him, it would mean he harbored murderous intent. This person must not be left alive. It's nothing, I was just asking. Su Fuguei waved his hand and directly left the shop. He was young and impetuous, not foolish. The assistant even said young Master Yi was impressive, why provoke him? First he would gather some enhancement points, raise his cultivation and then seek trouble. Chomp chomp. Inside the dumpling shop, Fong Kei quietly ate her dumplings while Ye Wangchuan analyzed Su Fuguei beside her. So far he had only confirmed that the other party was the son of destiny with a fierce and volatile personality, unwilling to admit defeat. As for his intelligence, if one were to say he was clever, he had shouted out his own name, identity and system. If one were to claim he was foolish, he was aware not to provoke Ye Wangchuan. At the same time, the other party had called out for system points, immediately raising his cultivation to the initial stage of the first level. Therefore Ye Wangchuan deduced that he must be the son of destiny who had just crossed over. Then Ye Wangchuan turned his gaze to the side where the waiter stood. He was already dead. No matter how weak Su Fuguei was, he was still in the initial stage of the first level. Moreover, the attack was to a vital area like the head. A mortal like the waiter would naturally die on the spot. Ye Wangchuan shook his head, feeling a bit regretful. The waiter had been quite polite to him and he had liked him. He had originally planned to give him a little tip, but now it seemed there would be no opportunity. At this moment a powerful and burly man entered. Waiter. What's going on in the shop? He frowned as he looked at the waiter's corpse. Beside him Ye Wangchuan was taken aback. He naturally recognized the owner of the dumpling shop. His name was Ye Menghu, the descendant of the 26th foster son adopted by his grandfather. This dumpling shop located in the city center was beautifully decorated, indicating that the owner's status was certainly not low. Given Ye Menghu's financial power, he could easily have transformed this dumpling shop into a luxurious restaurant. However, Ye Menghu preferred a down-to-earth style, deliberately crafting the dumpling shop to appear this way. But none of that mattered. What was important was, who dares to kill my dumpling shop's employee? Do they even regard the Ye family? I will definitely tear them into pieces. Ye Menghu roared in anger. Though it was unclear whether he was angry over the waiter's death or because he felt provoked, he certainly looked fierce. Slap. Hearing this, Ye Wangchuan helplessly slapped his forehead. Damn. Just as I thought. Ye Menghu is a minor villain boss in the early stages. He is responsible for delivering a significant challenge to Su Fuguei. Ye Wangchuan sighed. If it were just me and Ye Bai as the villains, I could say it was merely a coincidence. But with Ye Menghu added to the mix, clearly in this world all those with the surname Ye are villains. The first family of Chanyan has transformed into a den of evildoers. At this moment Ye Wangchuan's actions caught Ye Menghu's attention. Ye Menghu's expression brightened as he spoke. Wangchuan, what are you doing here? I came to bring my master to eat dumplings, Ye Wangchuan explained. Ye Menghu nodded, then withdrew his smile to ask, alright, but did you see who killed my little brother? People like that the Ye family absolutely cannot let go. I didn't see clearly. Ye Wangchuan pretended not to understand. He certainly did not want Ye Menghu to go deliver experience points to Su Fuguei. TSK. Ye Menghu clicked his tongue, intending to inquire with nearby gossip-loving aunties. He had no suspicion that Ye Wangchuan had lied to him. At this moment Ye Wangchuan spoke again. You don't need to inquire, just take this waiter to be revived first. Alright. Ye Menghu nodded, calling over a servant to carry the waiter's corpse, preparing to revive him first. In this world there were resurrection techniques. Moreover, there were many types. For instance, if a family member died 7 days before the opening of the heavenly steps, the body could be preserved. Once the heavenly steps opened, the body could be thrown onto the steps for instant revival. One of the elders of the Yi family was a healer. As long as the body hadn't lost more than half of its mass, she could bring it back to life. Of course, resurrection techniques had limitations. The higher the cultivation level of the person, the greater the cost of resurrection. The lower the integrity of the body, the greater the cost. These two limitations apply to almost all resurrection techniques. The reason for reviving Wang Shower was quite simple. A person serving as a servant or subordinate in the Yi family could be revived even if they died. Once this news spreads, the Yi family's reputation would surely skyrocket. When the servants thought about how well the Yi family treated them, they would work harder. And what was the cost for the Yi family? The answer was almost none. Reviving a mortal who had just died less than an hour ago was a simple task for that healer elder. After Ye Menghu left, Ye Wangchuan took out the Yi family token. This time he did not knock twice with his finger. Instead, he knocked 4 times. After knocking 4 times, the white characters of Yi on the token suddenly transformed into grey font. Hey, where did that beggar who caused a ruckus at Yi Mengus dumpling shop go? You should know where he is. Young Master Ye Wangchuan, the other party, has gone to the merchant street heading toward a clothing shop. He may want to buy a set of clothing. A hoarse voice came through. Ye Wangchuan nodded and extinguished the token. Here was a world of fantasy with no such things as surveillance. Thus the Yi family had eyes everywhere in the city, observing the happenings in the darkness. Ye Wangchuan had just been conversing with the intelligence gathering point. At that moment Fong Ke had also finished her last dumpling. Master Fong Ke, I see that your robe is a bit too plain. Why don't we go browse the clothing shop together? Sure. Fong Ke nodded, not refusing. After all, she knew that Ye Wangchuan was merely looking for a reason to go to the clothing shop. The main reason was that Ye Wangchuan had activated the hands-free mode on the token, not attempting to hide his voice at all. The system gives me 1,000 money a day, let me calculate. That's equivalent to 100 million in Blue Star. Wow. This system is too amazing. 100 million a day. Moreover, for every 100 money spent, I also get a reinforcement point. Not only is there money, but spending it can also make me stronger. This is simply exhilarating. On the merchant street, Su Fuguei muttered while studying the system. The system's functions were simple and crude, yet not weak at all. Soon Su Fuguei arrived at a clothing shop. According to his original memories, there was a woman from the merchant group who bought her clothes here. That woman often looked down on Su Fuguei. It's just a bit of clothing. Su Fuguei looked at the 1,000 money in the system space and sneered. He stepped forward, ready to enter the clothing shop. Inside, the tall and heavily made-up shop owner was introducing clothes to other customers. Suddenly, as soon as the shop owner saw Su Fuguei about to enter, she urgently shouted, Hey! 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 Beggars are not allowed in here to beg. These clothes are more expensive than your life. If you dirty them, you won't be able to afford it. Hey, do you think I can't afford these clothes? Su Fuguei scoffed at the shopkeeper's derision. Within his system space, he had a full 1,000 coins. Just taking out a single coin was equivalent to 100,000 from Blue Star. Enough to leave the blind shopkeeper dumbfounded. With that thought, Su Fuguei directly ignored the shopkeeper's taunts and strode into the store. The first thing he did upon entering was to casually rip off a white dress displayed at the entrance. He then used the dress to wipe his hands and face. The pristine dress quickly became stained with dirt. Su Fuguei couldn't help but think about how long it had been since the original owner had bathed. The shopkeeper screamed upon seeing the dress being ruined. Oh! What are you doing? That dress is made from rare silk. Valued at 900 silver coins, can you afford it? Had just 900 silver coins. Let me show you what real. Su Fuguei's words were cut short. Su Fuguei. Inside the shop, a beautiful girl with a decent figure pointed at Su Fuguei. Her eyes first widened in shock, then turned to disgust upon seeing Su Fuguei's attire. At that moment, a tall, handsome man approached. Babe, do you know this beggar? Of course, he is the poor loser Su Fuguei I mentioned before from the merchant caravan. The girl chuckled. Oh, so it's that toad wanting to eat swan meat. Ha ha ha. The tall man immediately mocked. Su Fuguei looked over, a surge of anger rising within him. He naturally knew who this girl was. She was the former girlfriend of his original self. Muli. This story dates back to the original's memories of traveling to Chang'an. At that time, Su Fuguei's original self encountered a merchant caravan heading to Chang'an. With dangers lurking in the wild filled with various beasts, Su Fuguei begged the caravan to take him along to Chang'an to avoid being killed by the beasts. But how could the caravan take on an extra burden for no reason? In desperation, Su Fuguei had to offer a rare jade bracelet to join the caravan. It was during the journey that he met Muli. Muli was the daughter of a merchant. Her family wasn't very wealthy, but they could maintain a stable residence in the outer ring of Chang'an. Originally when Muli saw Su Fugui produce a rare jade bracelet she thought he was quite wealthy and dated him for a time. Later she discovered that the bracelet was something Su Fugui had since birth. He himself was a complete pauper having nothing but the jade bracelet which disgusted Muli immensely. She immediately broke up with Su Fugui and insulted him. Given the original personality of Su Fugui he naturally swallowed his pride and stopped bothering Muli. He never expected to encounter her again now. At the moment he saw Muli an inexplicable anger surged within Su Fugui. He understood that this was the unfulfilled anger left by the original before his death. Hey, I wondered who it was. Turns out it's you, the gold-digging girl. Just a few days after breaking up with me you found another man. Tsk. Su Fugui clicked his tongue and looked at Muli's belly, shaking his head. Probably dirtier than me. Su Fugui. Are you asking for it? Muli was instantly thrown off by Su Fugui's earlier actions. Although what Su Fugui said wasn't wrong. She looked at the tall man beside her and clung to his arm. Baby, he's bullying me. Whoa, don't cry baby, I'll help you get revenge right away. The tall man affectionately ruffled Muli's hair and stepped in front of Su Fugui. Muli immediately became smug. Su Fugui, do you know who my boyfriend is? His name is Tang Mo. He is from the Tang family. As a family in Chang'an their background is something a poor loser like you can't even imagine. Su Fugui smiled and said, oh, so it's the Tang family. Does your family have someone who can do that? What was it called? Although Tang Mo didn't understand what Su Fugui meant by the Tang family and that thing he could tell from Su Fugui's provocative tone that he wasn't saying anything good. He immediately looked down on Su Fugui and provoked him. A stinky beggar has come to Chang'an. Let me tell you, every piece of clothing here costs dozens to thousands of silver coins. Can you afford it? What if I can afford it? If you can afford it, I'll kneel and call you daddy. But if you can't afford it, hey, I'll tear your filthy mouth apart and break both your arms. Tang Mo said confidently, completely disregarding Su Fugui. The so-called bet was also extremely unfair. His words successfully attracted some onlookers. But Su Fugui merely smiled dismissively. With his 1,000 coins, let alone buying clothes, he could easily buy the entire shop. Unfair. Laughable, I won't lose. Ha ha. So you think that this piece of garbage is worthy of being called precious? Su Fugui spoke. In the next moment he tore down a red qipao from the entrance, threw it on the ground and rubbed his filthy foot on it. Wipe your feet, huh? Tang Mo and Muli were both stunned at this scene. The shopkeeper who had been trying not to disturb Tang Xiao could no longer hold back. Ah. That is a human phoenix qipao. Made by a master, priced at 1,800 silver coins. How dare you, you filthy beggar! The shopkeeper, her eyes red, rushed over to tear at Su Fugui. In the next moment, with a clatter, Su Fugui pulled out 8 gold coins from his pocket and tossed them on the ground. The golden coins rolled on the ground, producing a crisp sound. You filthy dog, pick it up for me. Su Fugui said coldly to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper was stunned for a few seconds. In the next moment, instead of being angry after being insulted, she immediately behaved like a dog, crouching down to pick up the coins. After picking up one coin, she held it up and felt it. The coin contained a surge of very pure spiritual energy. It's real. It was actually real gold. The shopkeeper was shocked on the spot. This tiny thing in her hand was something an ordinary person would take a year to earn. And this type of gold he casually tossed out 8 pieces. Ha 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 ha. The shopkeeper laughed heartily, beginning to carefully search the ground for more coins. As for Tang Mo and Muli, they were left dumbfounded. Wait, do you really have money? Inside the clothing shop. Stunned. Shocked. Terrified. Petrified. After witnessing Su Fugui lavishly throwing money around, both Tang Mo and Muli, along with the onlookers drawn in by the spectacle, were left speechless. Everyone was so astonished that their mouths could fit a fist inside. Tang Mo could never have imagined that the other party could actually pull out money. And so much. Does that mean he would have to kneel in public and call him daddy? Meanwhile, Muli was engulfed in deep regret. Why? Why? Why is Su Fugui so wealthy? And even if he is rich, why did he deceive me into thinking he was poor back then? Could it be that he was testing whether I truly loved him? If I were still Su Fugui's girlfriend, would this money not belong to me? Regret. An endless tide of regret surged in Muli's heart. Su Fugui, witnessing their reactions, felt quite satisfied. He cast a disdainful glance at Tang Mo and said mockingly, what did someone just say? That as long as I can afford these clothes, I should kneel and call him daddy. Poof. It's merely 8 gold coins. Is that the extent of your ambition? Tang Mo gritted his teeth as he tore a corner of his own clothing, carefully extracting 10 gold coins from it. These 10 gold coins were the reserve funds given to him by the Tang family. He must not touch them unless absolutely necessary. But Tang Mo could no longer care about that. Could his pride not be worth at least 10 gold coins? Tang Mo displayed a victorious smile and spoke to the shop owner, who was on the ground picking up coins. I'll give you 10 gold coins. You must not sell the clothes to that filthy beggar. The shop owner's eyes lit up immediately. All right, all right, all right. The onlookers shook their heads helplessly at this scene. It seemed that the beggar was out of luck. Surely he couldn't have any money left. Indeed, a large family is a large family. Even if the Tang family is among the lower ranks, their foundation is not something ordinary people can shake. At this moment, Su Fugue made his move again, tossing out 12 gold coins. Mangy dog, who allowed you to look up? Keep picking up. Su Fugue said coldly. Once those words were spoken. Stunned. Shocked. Terrified. Petrified. Both the onlookers and Tang Mo and Muli were once again shaken to their core. Who on earth is he? Could he be a powerful young master from a strong family pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Tang Mo's mind was already reeling. Meanwhile, Muli was even more regretful. Given Su Fugue's attitude of casually tossing out 20 gold coins, it was very likely that the family behind him was not weaker than the Tang family. For the sake of a sesame seed, I actually let go of a watermelon. Regret. Endless regret. The shop owner, seeing this scene, appeared even more delighted and continued to pick up the coins on the ground. Some of the onlookers could no longer restrain themselves and intended to rush in to grab the money. However, when the shop owner unleashed her cultivation level, nobody dared to covet the coins anymore. Tang Mo swallowed nervously, silently putting the 10 coins back into his pocket. Then he rubbed his hands together, wearing a stiff smile, and cautiously asked, May I ask what is your surname, brother? Tang Mo wanted to confirm which family's divine person he had provoked. Have flattering me now is useless. You must call me daddy today. As for my surname, listen closely. I am Su Fugue. Su. Which family? I don't know. It should be a hidden family, or perhaps a family from Yanjing City. The crowd murmured among themselves. The incident of the Yi family annihilating the Su family happened thousands of years ago. The time was too long and ordinary people naturally wouldn't know about the Su family. Even Ye Wangchuan of the Yi family only learned about the Su family when Yi Zhentian was boasting about his achievements to him. Hearing the conversations of the onlookers, Su Fugue couldn't help but feel puzzled. What's going on? Based on his experience reading time travel novels on launching, the surname Su should belong to a prominent family, whether in male or female genres, right? On the same level as the Yi Linqin and Xiao families. Why is it that here the surname Su is less known than Tang? However, none of this matters. I am traveling through time, not reading a book. It's normal for there to be discrepancies with launching novels. Su Fugue no longer paid attention to such trivial matters and coldly said to Tang Mo, Aren't you going to kneel? You. Although I don't know what kind of family the Su family is. But do you really want to provoke my Tang family? Perhaps we can collaborate. Tang Mo said stubbornly. With so many people watching, he still refused to kneel. Collaborate my ass. Kneel down for me. Su Fugue suddenly dashed in front of Tang Mo, raising his hand. The next second. Slap. A crisp sound of a slap echoed. Tang Mo's head snapped to the side as he was knocked to the ground. When he lifted his head, a swollen handprint had already appeared on his face. Feeling the fiery and even numbing pain on his face, Tang Mo wanted to say something. But as he opened his mouth, several scattered teeth rolled out. Kneel. Su Fugue looked down at Tang Mo from a high position, his voice filled with an icy authority that brooked no refusal. Tang Mo trembled all over. On one hand it was the pain. On the other it was fear. Tang Mo stood a towering height of 1.90 meters with solid muscles all over. Yet even so, he had half his teeth knocked out by that frail beggar with a single slap. What does this indicate? It shows that the other party's cultivation level is at least at the first stage. Moreover, if the other party hadn't deliberately held back his strength, he could have easily killed him with one slap. Tang Mo trembled all over, instinctively looking at Muli. He opened his mouth and said, Darling. Oh dear Tang Mo, don't talk to me, I'm afraid Su Fugue will misunderstand. Muli's words struck Tang Mo's heart like a bolt from the blue. Tang Mo wanted to curse Muli some more. But seeing Su Fugue's hand raised again. Crack, Dad. Dad. Tang Mo knelt weakly on the ground. Can't hear you. Speak louder. Su Fugue was not satisfied. Daddy. Tang Mo gritted his teeth. I want you to be louder. Su Fugue still wasn't satisfied. Daddy. This time Tang Mo nearly shouted it out. The loud call of Daddy was clearly heard by all the onlookers. Only then did Su Fugue nod in satisfaction. Get out of here. After Su Fugue's words fell, Tang Mo scrambled out of the clothing shop. Surrounding onlookers erupted in laughter. Tang Mo bit his lip, filled with unwillingness. Su Fugue. Su Fugue. I want you dead. Inside the clothing shop. Wow, Su Fugue, long time no see. How have you become so powerful? Muli paid no mind to Tang Mo, who was fleeing after being slapped in the face. Upon witnessing Su Fuguei spend 20 gold coins and slap Tang Mo hard enough to knock out his teeth, Muli's gaze was firmly locked onto Su Fuguei. With someone like Su Fuguei wealthy and powerful and with a hint of charm, which woman could resist? Muli called out to him while walking towards Su Fuguei. She reached out her arms ready to embrace Su Fuguei. In the next moment. Slap. Su Fuguei decisively raised his hand and slapped Muli across the face. Muli was sent sprawling to the ground, spitting blood from the slap. However, Su Fuguei did not use much force. Otherwise she would have lost a few more teeth. Su Fuguei looked at Muli with a disgusted expression as if she were garbage and scolded her. You filthy girl, I feel dirty just slapping you, get lost. Muli on the ground pointed at Su Fuguei, clearly furious. But her ability to curse paled in comparison to the modern vocabulary Su Fuguei had acquired online. After a moment of frustration she managed to exclaim, how can a man hit a woman? Men should show restraint towards women, damn you. I believe in gender equality. I held back when I slapped you, now I'll return the favor. Su Fuguei walked over and raised his hand, delivering 2 more slaps to Muli. Actually, when Su Fuguei first slapped Muli he had instinctively reduced his strength. But Muli's comment had successfully disgusted him. Slap. Slap. No longer holding back, Su Fuguei's 2 slaps sent Muli crashing to the ground, convulsing twice before falling still. She's dead. Damn it. Su Fuguei cursed as he turned to the clothing shop owner and said, pick out a few suitable outfits for me, no need to give change. Okay. The owner quickly nodded in agreement. As for Muli's corpse, no one cared. Su Fuguei thought there was nothing to worry about. Muli had no background. After all, if she had a background she wouldn't be associating with Tang Mo. Killing someone without a background posed no threat of retaliation. Though it was his second time taking a life, Su Fuguei felt little emotional weight. Since Su Fuguei had absorbed the memories of his predecessor, it was as if he had lived through that life. He had spent 18 years starving in the village, eating dirt and tree bark on the road to Chang'an, enduring humiliation and bullying in silence, and crawling up the heavenly staircase until his fingers were broken. Having gone through all this, Su Fuguei naturally felt no significant emotions about taking a life. In a fantastical world, human life was as insignificant as weeds. If you don't kill, others will kill you. As for why not to kill Tang Mo? If you force Tang Mo to kneel and call you daddy, he might just call some personal guards to make a scene for the sake of his pride. But if you really killed Tang Mo, it wouldn't just be the guards coming after you. As for enduring and not provoking Tang Mo, that was impossible. Su Fuguei's temperament could not tolerate being insulted by that Tang dog. At least Yi Xiao at the dumpling shop didn't openly mock him. Otherwise Yi Xiao would have received a beating too. In the crowd, Ye Wangchuan, why are you wearing a mask to spy on this? Fan Ke with a white veil covering her head looked at Ye Wangchuan in confusion. Ye Wangchuan wearing a black mask chuckled and explained. I just enjoy watching the commotion. Fan Ke, no need to worry, after this beggar is done I'll take you in to buy some clothes. Ye Wangchuan's gaze kept sizing up Su Fuguei. At the same time he began to calculate in his heart. The points he could confirm were. First, Su Fuguei has a system. The system can allocate points. It's uncertain whether the points have any effect other than improving cultivation. Second, Su Fuguei just pulled out 20 gold coins out of thin air. Seeing Su Fuguei's nonchalant demeanor, Ye Wangchuan guessed that this money was given by the system. If Su Fuguei was truly wealthy he wouldn't have been ridiculed by the waiter. So this money could only be from the system. Moreover, the system must be quite generous enough that Su Fuguei could spend freely without showing any signs of regret. Third, Su Fuguei is not only arrogant and loves showing off, but he also refuses to play the role of a submissive fool. He directly kills those he can and beats up those he can't. Although Ye Wangchuan liked protagonists with such personalities in his previous life, he no longer appreciated them after becoming a villain, because they are difficult to deal with. If it were a submissive fool protagonist, he could simply arrange for a stunning woman to seduce and distract the other party. But someone as arrogant as Su Fuguei would certainly accumulate a harem. Protagonists with such personalities are likely to have grand ambitions. Their ultimate goal is not merely to collect a few women but to ascend to become the strongest in the world. He cannot be left alive. Today he dares to publicly humiliate the Tang family, tomorrow he would dare to humiliate the Lu family. The Yi family is a cooperative family with the Lu family. How could they allow someone like Su Fuguei to act so arrogantly? He cannot be spared. Of course, the main reason is that Su Fuguei's method of increasing his cultivation is by directly allocating points rather than consuming pills. This makes it impossible for Ye Wangchuan to exploit him. The only item the system has provided thus far is money. Ye Wangchuan certainly lacks for nothing in that regard. So keeping Su Fuguei around would neither yield exploitation nor benefit, plus he harbors great ambitions. Moreover, Su Fuguei's surname is Su and the Su family has a grudge against the Yi family. If he were a descendant of the Su family he might come looking for revenge. It would be better to kill him directly to avoid future troubles. But Li Luo and Lu Han are not here right now. Can I kill Su Fuguei? Ye Wangchuan pondered. The last time he successfully killed Tang San was primarily because Li Luo was present. The Child of Fate dealt the finishing blow to another Child of Fate which wouldn't trigger bloodlocks or berserker modes. But now Li Luo went to the Li family and Lu Han is also busy cultivating in the Lu family. As Ye Wangchuan thought, he looked at Feng Ke. Probably not. Su Fugui has no enmity with him and Feng Ke would surely not lend a hand to kill him. After all, Feng Ke was originally the mentor of the Child of Fate. Not to mention her moral standing, she certainly has a bottom line and wouldn't attack innocent weaklings. Unlike himself, a villain who would kill over a tiny bit of concern resembling a case of paranoia. No, without the Child of Fate to finish him off, the risk is too great. Moreover, Master Feng Ke is here. I must leave a good impression of kindness and integrity to facilitate future opportunities. The best solution now is to go to the Li family to find Li Luo. While Su Fugui hasn't developed yet, let's gang up on him and kill him. Ye Wangchuan thought, then turned to Feng Ke. He said to Feng Ke, Master, I just took a careful look and found that the clothing quality in this shop is uneven and doesn't suit you. However, I suddenly remembered something. One of the specialties of the Li family is clothing. How about we go to the Li family and have a custom outfit made for you? Feng Ke nodded and said, that works, it's good to go to the Li family to see Li Luo. Li family. Uncle Li, am back. Li Luo said as she pushed open the door and entered a room. Inside the room there was a wooden table. Old Li and a short old woman barely 1 meter 40 tall were sitting at the table talking. Seeing Li Luo had returned, Old Li turned to her with a somewhat serious expression. Why didn't you come back all night? Where have you been? Uncle tells you there are many ill-intentioned people outside, especially towards girls like you. I spent the night with Ye Wangchuan on Ling Mountain. Li Luo interrupted. But on the other hand, you do need to go out on your own to develop some self-reliance. Old Li's expression changed and he instantly became more amiable. Li Luo's mouth twitched. Everyone in the Li family truly changes their expression upon hearing the name Ye Wangchuan. Is Ye Wangchuan some kind of special switch? At this moment, Old Li spoke again. By the way, Li Luo, let me introduce you to this person beside me. She is the grand elder of the Li family. You should have met her on the heavenly ladder. Li Luo looked at the short old woman, the grand elder of the Li family. Back then, when she was tied up by Ye Wangchuan on the heavenly ladder, it was the grand elder who saved her. As a price, she has now joined the Li family. Li Luo nodded and politely said, Greetings, grand elder. Haha, no need for such formality, just a casual introduction will do. The grand elder waved her hand, smiling. Li Luo, I believe you haven't joined any sect yet. Just right, I have some free time recently and I can teach you my ink technique, which is quite powerful. Sorry, I've already joined a sect called K sect, Li Luo replied. Once these words were spoken, both Old Li and the grand elder fell silent for a moment. In the next second, Old Li frowned and said seriously. As a child from a prestigious family, why would you want to join a sect? And what kind of sect is K sect? I've never even heard of it. Could it be a demonic sect? Ye Wangchuan is also in K sect, Li Luo interrupted. But on the other hand, one cannot always stay in the family, otherwise one becomes complacent. Old Li's expression changed again. Beside them, the grand elder, being rejected, showed no special emotion. She merely smiled. Alright then, Li Luo, you can first learn the techniques from K sect. If you have time later, you can come to me to learn the ink technique. Okay. Li Luo nodded. Afterward, they discussed a few more matters. In fact, Li Luo came here mainly to inform them that she would often stay on Ling Mountain. Old Li naturally had no objections. After all, Li Luo had spent the night with Ye Wangchuan, so he certainly would not oppose it. While they were talking. Knock, knock, knock. A servant knocked on the door. Come in. What is it? Patriarch, it's like this. Young Master Ye Wangchuan from the Yi family has arrived at the Li family's doorstep saying he is looking for Miss Li Luo. Oh, just. Who? Ye Wangchuan. Let him in. Whoever dares to stop him, I will be angry with them. Old Li instantly perked up. What? It's one thing for his own Li Luo to voluntarily spend the night with Ye Wangchuan. Now Ye Wangchuan has come looking for his Li Luo. Oh my. Something's happening. This is definitely something. The Li family is going to board the ship of the Yi family. The more Old Li thought about it, the more excited he became, and he hurriedly urged Li Luo to go out and see what was going on. Li family. In a garden. Ye Wangchuan sat on a wooden chair eating fruit while waiting for Li Luo. As for Feng Ke, she was taken to a separate room by a female servant of the Li family to measure her size for clothing. After a while, Li Luo arrived at the garden. She walked over, casually plopped down beside Ye Wangchuan and started eating golden grapes. While eating the grapes, she mumbled. What do you want with me? I need you to help me kill someone. Once it's done, I will waive your rent for a day. Ye Wangchuan casually said. Li Luo, hearing this, was about to complain about how a day of rent is such a small reward. In the next second, she turned her head in confusion. Kill someone with you? Yes, you killed Tang San, so you wouldn't mind killing another person, Ye Wangchuan said as if it were a matter of course. Li Luo waved her hand, shook her head, and was just about to refuse. In the next second. Deep special event detected, system issues, a task. Option 1 refused to help Ye Wangchuan kill someone. Task reward good student certificate reflecting the host's kindness. Option 2 agree to help Ye Wangchuan kill someone. Task reward low-grade cultivation pill 6 low-grade foundation establishment pill 2 villain emotion value 100. Option 3 pretend to help Ye Wangchuan suddenly turn against him at the critical moment and stab him in the back. Task reward low-grade foundation establishment pill 5 explosion talisman 2 villain emotion value 500. Hearing this series of electronic sounds in her mind, Li Luo's mouth twitched. She almost forgot that her system also had a task issuing function. Looking at these three options, Li Luo pondered for a moment. Indeed, option 2 seems to be the best. No matter how good the rewards for option 3 are, you still need to have a life to spend them. Having figured this out, Li Luo turned to Ye Wangchuan and said, "Alright, Ye Wangchuan. I agree to help you kill someone. However, you must waive my rent for a week. A day is too little." Okay. Ye Wangchuan nodded in agreement. He didn't expect Li Luo to agree so easily. But thinking about it, it made sense. A mere life could never compare to 21 cultivation pills. After the two of them came to an agreement, they prepared to get up to go kill someone. It's quite normal for a child of destiny to team up with a villain to kill another child of destiny, right? At this moment, Su Fugue. On Su Fugue's side, there weren't many matters left to deal with. First, he dressed himself handsomely at the tailor's shop. Then with the remaining money he bought a luxury carriage, a luxurious mansion, recruited some servants, spent money on furniture, enjoyed a big meal, and conveniently took a beautiful servant as a harem member, and so on. During this time, Su Fugue was indeed questioned about being unable to afford a carriage, being unable to afford a mansion, and his servants being harassed by thugs. But these were all trivial matters. Soon evening arrived. Only 50 gold left, that will be it for today. I'll continue tomorrow when the 1000 gold arrives. Su Fugue walked along the night road while looking at the 9 enhancement points in the system panel. It costs 30 points to upgrade to the early stage of the first level. These 9 points are definitely not enough to upgrade to the mid-phase of the first level, so we'll keep them for now. While Su Fugue was lost in thought, two shadows suddenly appeared in front of him. Two shadows, one male and one female. Su Fugue's gaze sharpened as he carefully examined the other party. It turned out to be Tang Mo and his capable attendant. Su Fugue. You're finished. You're completely done. On the dimly lit street, Tang Mo pointed at Su Fugue. At this moment, the slap marks in his teeth on Tang Mo's face had returned to their original state. It was obvious that he had received treatment from the Tang family. Beside Tang Mo stood a woman in a tight black outfit. The black-clad woman was tall and perfectly proportioned, with two full and rounded curves that even the tight outfit could not contain. She wore a delicately patterned mask that only revealed her eyes. Although her facial features were not entirely visible, judging by the sharpness of her gaze, she was definitely a great beauty. Seeing Su Fugue staring at the woman, Tang Mo said with satisfaction, "Do you know who this woman is?" "She is my most loyal guard. Yi Ying. Can you guess her cultivation level?" "It's at the early stage of the second layer. It's a whole realm higher than you filthy beggar. What do you have to compare with?" As Tang Mo spoke, he attempted to slap Yi Ying on the backside to show off. He wanted to flaunt that he had such an exceptional woman, while Su Fugue did not. How infuriating. In the next moment, Yi Ying stepped back, avoiding Tang Mo's hand. Her cold voice came from beneath the mask. "Young Master Tang, I am a hired assassin you employed with 5 gold coins, not your loyal servant. Please maintain your decorum. Can't you just play along with me? If not, I'll pay you more," Tang Mo said somewhat angrily. Yi Ying waved her hand. "Sorry, even with more money that's not possible. It's not about the money, your behavior has crossed the line. Enough. Quickly break this man's limbs over there." Tang Mo waved his hand impatiently. Then he looked at Su Fugue and chuckled, "You're finished. I'm going to make you wish for death but be unable to die. I want your limbs broken and your body turned into a eunuch to hang in my Tang family's toilet. I won't let you die even if you beg," Tang Mo mocked arrogantly. Su Fugue looked speechless. "You idiot, you're even fantasizing about this." "Su Fugue, I curse your mother." "Yi Ying, go for it." With a bang. Just as Tang Mo finished speaking, Yi Ying's figure instantly vanished from her spot. So fast. Su Fugue was startled. He was at the early stage of the first layer and his reflexes were much faster than those of ordinary people. Nevertheless, in his eyes there was only a black shadow pouncing at him. Without time to think, Su Fugue swiftly drew a sword from behind to block in front of him. This sword was one he had bought from an antique street, said to belong to a wandering swordsman with the cultivation of the third layer. At that time there was even an appraisal expert who had taken a liking to this sword, mocking Su Fugue for surely not having as much money as him. In the end, that person was thoroughly slapped in the face by Su Fugue in public. Clang. The sharp sound of metal clashing rang out. Only then did Su Fugue finally see Yi Ying's figure clearly. She held 2 small daggers in her hands. Though the attack range of the daggers was short, they were agile. They could be wielded with one hand and the two blades complemented each other. Clang. 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 In just a brief moment Yi Ying struck out 3 times. Su Fuguei was instantly jolted, his arm going numb and one of his wrists broke on the spot. Damn it! Su Fuguei exclaimed in shock as he quickly retreated. Just as he stepped back Yi Ying pressed forward again. Su Fuguei could even feel 2 soft things pressing against his neck. But there was no time to feel what those things were. Yi Ying raised her dagger ready to stab at Su Fuguei's temple. Damn it! You're forcing me! Su Fuguei frowned and unleashed that technique. Ah! Su Fuguei yelled out. He lowered his head. Yi Ying was startled, instantly kicking Su Fuguei's leg and creating distance. What? What are you going to do? Disgusting guy! Yi Ying cursed as she glanced down at herself. Then with a look of disdain she picked up a towel and began to wipe herself carefully. Sure enough. This assassin woman doesn't like being touched by strange men. Su Fuguei lay on the ground covering his thigh and grinning through the pain. He had guessed correctly. He had also won. As Yi Ying finished wiping herself she lifted her head with a look of disgust and said, "You disgusting man, I'm going to..." Snap. Before Yi Ying could finish her sentence Su Fuguei pulled out 10 gold coins and placed them on the ground. Yi Ying was instantly stunned. Su Fuguei revealed a victorious smile and spoke. "Kill Tang Mo for me." Eh? This isn't good. Snap. Another 10 gold coins. Kill Tang Mo for me. In our assassin world reputation matters, we can't just. Snap. Another 10 gold coins. At this moment Tang Mo finally reacted. He was drenched in sweat rushing towards Su Fuguei ready to kick him to death. At that moment Yi Ying suddenly reached out grabbing Tang Mo's wrist. "Young Master Tang, don't be hasty, let's trick him out of a bit more before we kill him," Yi Ying said in a deep voice. Is that so?" Tang Mo asked nervously. Snap. Snap. 50 gold coins. Su Fuguei took them all out. Then he laughed. "I still have 50 gold coins at home. PFF. Just as he finished speaking blood spattered. It was Tang Mo's blood. Yi Ying flicked her arm elegantly wiping the dagger clean. Not a drop of blood stained her body. She walked over, collected the coins and coldly said, "My brother is a top assassin with the cultivation of the 3rd layer. If you dare to have any ill thoughts towards me, the consequences are yours to bear." Naturally. Su Fuguei smiled and struggled to get up. But with a fractured thigh and one wrist it was indeed a bit challenging to rise. At that moment Yi Ying tossed a pill to Su Fuguei. After Su Fuguei swallowed the pill he felt his body starting to recover rapidly. It would only take about 6 hours to heal the fractures. Su Fuguei leaned against the wall managing to stand up and asked, "Are you interested in a long-term partnership? As long as you become my personal guard I will offer you a daily salary of 5 gold coins." "Oh, what do you mean by Yi Ying said glancing at Su Fuguei. To be honest, with his specially dressed appearance Su Fuguei was indeed quite handsome. If he weren't so thin he would probably be even more attractive. For someone both handsome and wealthy Yi Ying seemed not to mind him touching her as much. "Haha, perhaps it could be both," Su Fuguei said, reaching out his hand. Yi Ying also extended her hand. The next second. Snap. Yi Ying suddenly slapped Su Fuguei on the shoulder, sending him flying 2 meters away. Su Fuguei crashed to the ground. He grimaced as he looked over, wanting to ask why. Then bang. A loud noise erupted and dust and stones flew. Su Fuguei saw a long spear crash down at the spot where he had just been. Bang. The heavy spear crashed into the wall, causing it to crumble instantly. Cracks spread across the ground like a spider's web. Su Fuguei, drenched in sweat, gasped for breath. Had that spear struck him he would have surely died on the spot. Who? Night Shadow frowned, looking towards the direction from which the spear had come. At the end of the road a man wearing a black mask was strolling forward, fanning himself. Who is this? Su Fuguei was puzzled. After all, Ye Wangchuan had stuffed some cloth into his clothes to adjust his shape while wearing the mask. Normally a person with low cultivation wouldn't recognize this as Ye Wangchuan. Ye Wangchuan chuckled softly, putting away his fan. In the next moment. Clang. Clang. Ye Wangchuan swiftly drew his spear. Night Shadow suddenly appeared in front of Ye Wangchuan, decisively launching an attack with her dagger. But Ye Wangchuan stepped back, positioning the spear in front of him and sweeping it forward. Night Shadow originally intended to employ the same tactic to close the distance quickly. However, the spear's long reach was a significant advantage. No matter how Night Shadow tried to change direction, Ye Wangchuan merely needed to give a slight shake to keep the spear's tip aimed at her. This left her struggling to find an opening. Night Shadow had no choice but to shift her strategy, abruptly smashing her dagger against the spear. She intended to use her formidable strength to knock the spear away. Ye Wangchuan similarly swept his spear towards the dagger. Clang! The dagger struck the spear. However, the scene Night Shadow envisioned where the spear would vibrate from the impact did not occur. Instead, the dagger broke. What kind of quality is this spear? It's so hard. Night Shadow was genuinely caught off guard. Her once reliable dagger had been shattered just like that. This meant that the spear was likely crafted from some precious material. Whoosh. There was no time to think further. Seeing his opponent's misjudgment, Ye Wangchuan decisively pushed and swept with the spear. With the distance too close, Night Shadow was forced to block with her other dagger at her waist in an attempt to withstand the impact. Bang! The spear sent Night Shadow flying several meters. Ye Wangchuan seized the opportunity to thrust the spear forward. However, Night Shadow was indeed a practitioner of the second level, and being struck by the spear did not render her incapable of fighting. She immediately rolled to dissipate the force and stood up, pulling out a spare dagger from her leg ring to continue battling Ye Wangchuan. Clearly Ye Wangchuan was at the peak of the first level while Night Shadow was a second level. Yet after several exchanges it was evident that Ye Wangchuan held the advantage. On the other side, the previous moment seemed to pass in an instant. In Su Fugui's eyes he saw Night Shadow's afterimage battling the mysterious man, the sound of metal clashing ringing out constantly for 3 seconds. Then Night Shadow was sent flying by the spear. Su Fugui swallowed hard. Despite being at his peak, he had nearly been killed by Night Shadow in 2 seconds, yet this mysterious man could withstand 3 seconds and send her flying. Now injured as he was, he certainly couldn't intervene in this battle. Just as Su Fugui was thinking this, "Big brother, what's happening here?" A childish voice rang out. A child. Su Fugui turned in confusion to see why there was a child here. In the next moment, poof. As soon as Su Fugui turned around, he was stabbed by the masked Li Luo's spear right between his legs. A painful shock coursed through him. Even with Su Fugui's strong spirit, he could not withstand such pain. Su Fugui let out a sharp shriek. He collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing from the pain. It hurt. It hurt too much. Hey! Li Luo with some effort swung the spear, preparing to stab Su Fugui in the back of the head. Night Shadow, locked in battle with Ye Wangchuan, was startled by the scene. Memories of her time with Su Fugui flashed in her mind. Although there weren't many memories yet. After recalling, Night Shadow forcefully kicked Ye Wangchuan's spear and dashed towards Li Luo, shouting, "Stop it!" Night Shadow's roar echoed and Su Fugui's eyes flickered. That's right. I can't die. In the mansion there were still the beautiful twin maids waiting for me. Ha! Su Fugui shouted angrily, his heart crying out. System! Give me a boost, poof. Before he could finish his thought, the spear pierced through the back of Su Fugui's head, plunging him into darkness. With a crunch he fell down. Night Shadow, who was shouting, suddenly froze in place. Ha! Is he dead just like that? On the other side, Ye Wangchuan smiled. Fortunately I brought Li Luo along. Otherwise Su Fugui would have really exploded earlier. Li Luo is quite useful. Ding, the host has completed task option 2. Reward: low-grade cultivation pill 6, low-grade foundation establishment pill 2, villain emotion value 100. Current remaining villain emotion value 480 points. Seeing her task completed, Li Luo's expression brightened. Then she prepared to lift the body, and as Ye Wangchuan instructed, take it away to burn it. To prevent Su Fugui from resurrecting. But in the next moment, Su Fugui. No! Night Shadow roared, charging towards Li Luo. Though she had only known Su Fugui for 10 minutes, they had already formed a strong bond. At the very least. At least leave the body behind. Oh no. Seeing a second-level practitioner rushing over, Li Luo was startled and hurriedly dropped the body to flee. She was only at the initial stage of the first level and didn't know how to use the spear. Unless using an explosion talisman, Li Luo believed she had no chance of winning. But she was too lazy to expend 200 villain emotion points for a body. Li Luo disregarded the body, and Night Shadow didn't care about Li Luo. Night Shadow reached out, decisively grabbing Su Fugui's body, and began to flee. She ran away incredibly fast. In just a few seconds she vanished from sight. Li Luo shrugged helplessly at Ye Wangchuan. Can't catch up, there's nothing we can do now. By the way, you really have a persecution complex, wanting to burn a body after killing someone. Li Luo said nonchalantly. Having received her task reward, she was also exempted from 7 days of rent. And the cost was just killing someone. Simple. Ye Wangchuan nodded, smiling as he ruffled Li Luo's hair in praise. You did well this time, killing decisively without a hint of hesitation. That's great praise, but don't compliment me again next time. Li Luo's lips twitched. Then she looked at Ye Wangchuan curiously and asked, Ye Wangchuan, your family must have many powerful people, right? Why don't you let them help you kill someone? Why me? Well, it's simple. Because I want to see you grow stronger step by step. I don't want you to be too. Ye Wangchuan fabricated a reason casually. He certainly couldn't tell Li Luo that he regarded her as a tool for bloodletting. Moreover, Ye Wangchuan indeed had a member of the Yi family watching from the sidelines. To prevent any accidents. In the distance on the dim street, Ye Bai wiped the blood off his hands. Before Ye Bai lay Night Shadow covered in wounds. Though I don't know why the young master likes to burn other people's corpses, since he asked me to do it, I will. Sorry, little Ye Bai said with a cheeky grin. Night Shadow opened her mouth wanting to say something. But her throat had already been cut. Poof. In the next moment Ye Bai raised his foot and crushed Night Shadow's neck. Then he casually dragged Su Fugue's body away. Crackle crackle. At the Yi family within a pill refining room, an old man sat before the furnace, carefully controlling the flame with a fan. Knock knock knock. Suddenly the door was rapped several times. The old man, puzzled, looked towards the door. Who is it? It's me, Ye Bai, fourth elder. Oh, little Bai. Come in. Upon hearing that the visitor was Ye Bai, the fourth elder immediately broke into a hearty laugh. Creak, the door swung open and a blood-soaked Ye Bai dragged in a corpse. The fourth elder, upon seeing Ye Bai in such a state, was taken aback. Oh dear little Bai, what happened? Here, take this medicine pill and eat it quickly. No, fourth elder, the blood on me is not mine, it's someone else's. There's no need to be so startled. Ye Bai hurriedly explained. Oh, I see. It's because apart from Wangchuan you're my most cherished child. I wouldn't want anything to happen to you, haha. The fourth elder patted his chest and casually chatted for a bit. Then he turned his gaze to the corpse Ye Bai was holding, puzzled. By the way, little Bai, what do you intend to do with this corpse? Oh, this. I want you to burn this corpse. Young Master Ye Wangchuan said that this person is quite special and needs to be treated with caution. Alright, got it. Just place it there, and once I finish refining the pill I will burn the corpse. Ye Bai nodded and left the pill refining room. After about half an hour the fourth elder finally finished refining the pill. Once done he looked at the corpse of Su Fugue. What did little Bai say about this corpse again? Can't quite remember. The fourth elder scratched his head trying to recall. He vaguely remembered Ye Bai saying. Oh, this. I want you to this corpse. Young Master Ye Wangchuan said this person is special and needs to be treated with caution. Special, treated with caution. Slap. The fourth elder slapped his hand suddenly and like, little Bai must want me to save this corpse. Because it's special. But he doesn't have a good relationship with that old hag, so he can only ask me for help. Haha, there's nothing I can do about it. The fourth elder chuckled helplessly and dragged Su Fugue's corpse towards a wooden building within the Yi family. The wooden building, named the Medical Pavilion, comprises 3 floors. The first floor treats common ailments such as colds, fishbone obstructions, scrapes, fractures, and so on. The second floor treats more serious injuries such as severed limbs, severe blood loss, poisoning, and cancer. The third floor is for treating extremely serious injuries such as drowning, suffocation, broken spine, severe burns, and head loss. The fourth elder tossed Su Fugue's corpse onto the operating table on the third floor and shouted, "Old hag. Can a person in the initial stage of the first realm dead for an hour be saved?" Poof. Anything below the fourth realm is trivial. A woman appearing as an attractive neighborly lady stood up from a chair. Her youthful appearance made it hard to believe that the old hag the fourth elder just referred to was indeed her. Moreover, she was the sixth elder of the Yi family. The sixth elder approached and carefully examined Su Fugue's corpse. At that moment she furrowed her brows. Where are the components? Didn't you bring them along? I don't know. The fourth elder scratched his forehead. Little Bai didn't give him the missing components either. Forget it, it's just a few missing. It's not a big deal. The sixth elder waved her hand, put on a glove, and began to perform the resurrection surgery. Since the person was brought by the fourth elder, the sixth elder didn't question further. 3 minutes later. Alright, done. The sixth elder clapped her hands and tossed away the glove. On the operating table, Su Fugue's wounds had completely healed. Su Fugue slowly opened his eyes and saw a roof made of exquisite redwood. And a woman, an old man, and several medical apprentices peering at him. Where is this? Su Fugue asked in a daze. You're awake. The surgery was very successful, you have been resurrected. The sixth elder explained the situation. After listening to the sixth elder, Su Fugue felt somewhat confused. He had died, then been moved to the Yi family, and now resurrected. What was going on? Why did the Yi family want to resurrect him? I, Su Fugue, have no connection to your Yi family. Why did you save me for no reason? It was young Master Ye Wangchuan's decision. He said you were special and therefore need to be saved. The sixth elder conveyed what the fourth elder had said earlier. Su Fugue fell silent for a moment. He recalled the scene where he had been brutally attacked by a mysterious little girl with a spear, and a chill rose within him. Never did he expect that he would have a third chance at life. Moreover, it was saved by Yi Xiao, whom he initially viewed as an enemy. Su Fugue immediately felt overwhelmed with gratitude. I am forever indebted to you for your life-saving grace. The kindness of the Yi family and young Master Ye Wangchuan will be remembered by me, Su Fugue, for a lifetime. Haha, that's good to hear. The sixth elder chuckled and continued, however, due to some missing components I had to modify certain areas of your structure to a more suitable form. You will need some time to adapt to it. Which areas? Su Fuguei scratched his head in confusion. You'll find out later. Soon after feeling no major issues with his body, Su Fuguei left the Yi family. He returned to the residence he had purchased earlier that day. Sigh, I wonder how Yi Ying is doing. She should be fine, after all she has the cultivation of the second realm. Su Fuguei pondered. Just thinking about Yi Ying's fiery figure wrapped in tight clothing made Su Fuguei's heart race. I can't hold back any longer. Su Fuguei immediately called in the beautiful twin maids he had recruited earlier into his bedroom. Once everything was ready, Su Fuguei chuckled, revealing his prized possession. Ha! Su Fuguei looked at the spot where he had stored his prized possession, now vacant. This left Su Fuguei somewhat bewildered. Where is my prized possession? Master, you were originally a woman. Sister, it's normal for rich people to have some peculiar preferences. I see. No, that's not it. Returning to the scene of Ye Wangchuan and Li Luo after completing the assassination mission, Ye Wangchuan prepared to head back to the Li family. After all, Master Fang Ke was still at the Li family. But at that moment, Li Luo suddenly tugged at the corner of Ye Wangchuan's clothes. What is it? Ye Wangchuan turned his head in confusion to ask. My legs are sore, carry me. As Li Luo spoke, she climbed onto Ye Wangchuan's back. Ye Wangchuan was startled and hurriedly reached back, grabbing the collar of Li Luo's shirt to pull her down. He lifted Li Luo as if she were a small kitten, bringing her to face him. If your legs are sore, just rest. There are no ferocious bears chasing you right now, Ye Wangchuan said, speechless. Lazy, hurry and carry me back to the Li family. I gave you so many pills yesterday for this purpose. Li Luo flailed her limbs in the air. I only promised to accompany you for a night and we are still out here, aren't we? Ye Wangchuan chuckled at Li Luo's wild gestures. That doesn't count. I am here to help you kill, not to go shopping. I'll give you 3 cultivation pills, so hurry and carry me. Li Luo said with a hint of anger. Ye Wangchuan pondered for a moment. A light bulb moment seemingly struck him. How about I let a female servant from the Yi family carry you? After all, we are still in the city. Ye Wangchuan raised an eyebrow. Upon hearing this, Li Luo's expression stiffened. No way. I want you to carry me. You are more comfortable. Why trouble others in the middle of the night? Li Luo insisted. Ye Wangchuan, now having received an answer, stroked his chin and began to calculate. Yesterday, after Li Luo killed the ferocious bear, he carried her back to the Qianqiu palace. Not only did Li Luo take out a bunch of pills for herself, but the next day she also reached the early stage of the first level. This meant that during that one night Li Luo received an exceptionally large number of rewards. Originally, Ye Wangchuan thought that the rewards were because Li Luo had killed a bear at the late stage of the first level, which resulted in so many system rewards. However, today Li Luo suddenly made an abrupt request for him to carry her again. Coupled with the recent question about whether Li Luo would be willing to be carried by a female servant, which was decisively rejected. As long as I carry Li Luo, she can obtain system rewards. After Ye Wangchuan arrived at a rough conclusion, he calculated the amount of pills from yesterday. Yesterday Li Luo had given him 15 cultivation pills and 5 foundation establishment pills. Plus she had broken through to the first level herself. So all in all she had a total of 24 cultivation pills and 8 foundation establishment pills. In other words, if he carried Li Luo for one night, he could exchange for enough pills to break through to the second level. Haha, Li Luo, I am really becoming more and more interested in your system. After spending a second thinking of these conclusions, Ye Wangchuan looked at Li Luo and smiled slightly. I really can't do anything about you. Come on. Ye Wangchuan placed Li Luo on his back and began to leisurely walk towards the Li family. Li Luo grinned. It was once again a delightful time to boost emotional value. With that thought, Li Luo used her finger to gently draw on Ye Wangchuan's back under her expectant gaze. Villain emotional value 1 then. It stopped. Eh? Li Luo was a bit surprised and then rubbed Ye Wangchuan with her thigh. Villain emotional value 5. Villain emotional value 5. Why is the emotional value so low today? Even if Ye Wangchuan has resistance, it shouldn't drop this much. Damn it. For my cultivation pills I can only resort to some fierce medicine. Li Luo thought, tightening her embrace around Ye Wangchuan. Villain emotional value 200. Villain emotional value 200. What are you doing? Ye Wangchuan felt a commotion behind him and asked coldly. Upon hearing this, Li Luo revealed a mischievous smile. I just feel a bit uncomfortable with the coat in front of me. What's wrong? Oh, young master Ye Wangchuan, you aren't thinking about something inappropriate, are you? Well, after all, you are already 18, yet you haven't even touched a woman yet. Villain emotional value 100. Villain emotional value 100. I have said I just don't care about women. Ye Wangchuan said speechlessly. The Li family. Ye Wangchuan brought Li Luo into the Li family. The guards recognized the two and naturally did not stop them. Ye Wangchuan arrived at the garden and placed Li Luo on a wooden chair. At that moment Li Luo was overjoyed. Just now she had gained a whopping 1,800 points of villain emotional value from Ye Wangchuan. Although it wasn't as much as the first time, she was still satisfied. After all, the first time was the freshest. Li Luo looked at the system space. Inside there were 6 cultivation pills, 2 foundation establishment pills and 2,280 points of villain emotional value. Just as Li Luo was feeling proud, Ye Wangchuan said, Li Luo, give me 24 cultivation pills and 8 foundation establishment pills. Ah, okay. What? Li Luo suddenly looked up, staring at Ye Wangchuan, who stood in front of her, questioning each word. 24 cultivation pills. 8 foundation establishment pills. Li Luo asked in confusion. Yes, I want to break through to the second level, Ye Wangchuan nodded. Are you crazy? I won't give that to you. That's too much. Li Luo shouted angrily. If you don't give them to me, I won't carry you tomorrow night. Ye Wangchuan directly threatened. I can only give you 15 cultivation pills and 5 foundation establishment pills, just like yesterday. Li Luo bargained as usual. Not happening, I've raised the price. I want 24 cultivation pills and 8 foundation establishment pills. Ye Wangchuan, as before, did not back down at all. This. Li Luo lowered her head and began to count with her fingers. She had earned 1,800 points of villain emotional value from letting Ye Wangchuan carry her tonight. The value was equivalent to 30 cultivation pills and 10 foundation establishment pills. Therefore, even if she gave Ye Wangchuan 24 cultivation pills and 8 foundation establishment pills, Li Luo would still earn a bit. Li Luo gritted her teeth. For the sake of sustainable development, she could only concede some benefits. With that thought, she slowly took out the pills from her pocket and handed them to Ye Wangchuan. After handing them over, Li Luo's system space only had 1,200 points of villain emotional value left. After putting the pills into the spatial ring, Ye Wangchuan took Li Luo and stopped a servant to ask, Hello, could you tell me which room Fong Ke is in? Ah, young master Ye Wangchuan, Miss Li Luo. Fong Ke is already asleep in the guest room, the servant quickly explained. Ye Wangchuan was not surprised by this outcome. It was late at night, so it was normal for Fong Ke to be sleeping. Then please arrange another guest room for me. As soon as Ye Wangchuan said this, the servant's mind raced. She recalled a rule her predecessor had mentioned before. As long as you see Ye Wangchuan and Li Luo together, you must try your best to bring them together. With that thought, the servant spoke, I'm really sorry, young master Ye Wangchuan, but there are no guest rooms available. Does your Li family have so few guest rooms? Ye Wangchuan asked, somewhat puzzled. He was considering whether he should just buy a carriage and go back to the Ye family to sleep. Oh, then why don't you come sleep in my room? Li Luo casually suggested. Ye Wangchuan thought for a moment and nodded. After all, they would have to return to Ling Mountain at dawn, so it didn't matter where he slept. With that, Li Luo took Ye Wangchuan's hand and started to lead the way. Behind them, the servant gave a thumbs up to Li Luo's back. Well done, miss. You must be with Ye Wangchuan. It was said that the servants of the Ye family had a guarantee of free resurrection once a year. She was so envious. Inside Li Luo's bedroom, it was just an ordinary ancient-style room. There was a bed, a table, and a cabinet along with some incense. Hivaho Li Luo placed the candle down, opened the cabinet, and said to Ye Wangchuan, You'll sleep on the floor, is that okay? No need. Ye Wangchuan waved his hand, pulled out a chair, sat down and said, I plan to break through to the second layer tonight, so I won't be sleeping. Alright then. Li Luo's mouth twitched as she went to take a bath. Meanwhile, Ye Wangchuan took out 27 cultivation pills and 9 foundation establishment pills. The second layer was a significant realm, and breaking through naturally consumed much more than the lower realms. Ye Wangchuan calculated that if he consumed all these pills, he should be able to break through. He immediately began to consume the pills rapidly, as if eating jujubes. However, breaking through to the second layer was not as simple as just eating the pills. After reaching the peak of his cultivation, the next step was to forge his body. The difference between mortals and the first layer was merely that the first layer was slightly more robust. The difference between the first layer and the second layer was that the second layer was a bit more robust and could begin to manipulate spiritual energy. However, a mortal body could not control spiritual energy. Thus, body forging was needed to allow the body to absorb spiritual energy and subsequently manipulate it. Body forging was neither too difficult nor too easy. As long as you don't eat, drink, or sleep for 2 months, you'll successfully forge your body. Of course, Ye Wangchuan definitely wouldn't use that method. If he held back for 2 months, the other fated ones would probably soar to the third layer or above. He rummaged through his spatial ring. Soon a silver pill was found by Ye Wangchuan. Fortunately, on my 18th birthday, Elder 4 gifted me a body forging pill. As Ye Wangchuan mumbled this, he consumed the body forging pill. The effect of this pill was also very simple. It shortened the body forging process from 2 months to 6 hours. Next, Ye Wangchuan only needed to refrain from eating, drinking, or sleeping for 6 hours. This was a piece of cake. After breaking through to the first layer, Ye Wangchuan could already go 3 days without sleep. However, it would be quite tiring. Ye Wangchuan fanned himself with a fan while taking out a book on spear techniques from his spatial ring, beginning to read to pass the time. After about an hour had passed, Li Luo, dressed in a thin nightgown, walked into the bedroom while drying her hair. Seeing Ye Wangchuan sitting on the wooden chair reading, she looked a bit puzzled. Aren't you going to cultivate? I am cultivating right now. I will break through to the second layer in 6 hours, Ye Wangchuan casually replied. Upon hearing this, Li Luo's expression stiffened. Damn. I am still at the early stage of the first layer, and this big villain will reach the early stage of the second layer tomorrow. Although I supplied him, this is too exaggerated. Li Luo thought to herself and looked at her system space. 1,200 points of villain emotional value. If I consume 15 cultivation pills and 5 foundation establishment pills, I should be able to break through to the mid-stage of the first layer. I must level up too. With that thought, Li Luo immediately started taking out pills to consume, wanting to prevent Ye Wangchuan from stealing her thunder. Li Luo even deliberately bought only one pill at a time from the system. Ye Wangchuan saw this and twitched his mouth. This Li Luo still has so many pills left. I must not have cleaned out enough. When Li Luo's villain emotional value dropped to 300 points, she successfully broke through to the mid-stage of the first layer. How about that? Li Luo swaggered with her hands on her hips in front of Ye Wangchuan. Impressive. Ye Wangchuan didn't even look at Li Luo and simply gave her a thumbs up. I'm going to sleep. I won't bother with you. Li Luo said, speechlessly drying her hair before diving into bed to sleep. Meanwhile, Ye Wangchuan continued reading about spear techniques. The next day, as a powerful aura emanated from within Ye Wangchuan, he closed his book and stretched. Feeling his body automatically absorbing the spiritual energy in the air, Ye Wangchuan's lips curled up slightly. He had successfully forged his body. Under the cleansing of spiritual energy, from now on Ye Wangchuan would no longer need to rely on food to replenish energy. Instead, he would directly convert spiritual energy into energy. Moreover, his body would no longer produce any filth. For instance, skin flakes, grease, dirt, etc. And he wouldn't need to use the toilet either. He could cultivate in seclusion for 10,000 years without getting dirty. More importantly, Ye Wangchuan could now use divine abilities by manipulating spiritual energy. Those at the first layer could not use divine abilities because they lacked spiritual energy. At this moment, seeing that Li Luo was still sleeping, Ye Wangchuan twitched his mouth. She has been sleeping for 11 hours. With that thought, he walked over and directly shook Li Luo awake. Li Luo sat up, looking a bit speechless at Ye Wangchuan. She normally tidied herself up before heading out with Ye Wangchuan. Outside Li Luo's room, several maidservants were diligently working, and Old Man Li happened to pass by. Suddenly, Old Man Li saw Li Luo with a rosy complexion and a somewhat exhausted Ye Wangchuan walking out together. Li Luo's rosy complexion was due to sleeping for 11 hours, while Ye Wangchuan's exhaustion came from staying up all night. However, in Old Man Li's eyes, it looked quite different. What the hell? Old Man Li's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the two in the distance. At that moment, Fong Ke approached Li Luo and Ye Wangchuan. Seeing that both Li Luo and Ye Wangchuan had improved in their cultivation, Fong Ke asked in confusion, "Did you two dual cultivate again? Why didn't you bring me along? In the distance, what the hell?" Upon hearing Fong Ke's words, Old Man Li's eyes nearly popped out. Dual cultivation. Again. Good. 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 Li Luo, you have potential. By the way, why does the master want to join in too? Lu family. Lu Han was in the courtyard sweating profusely as he swung his fists. Each punch he threw sent droplets of sweat splattering onto the ground. Silly child, take a break. You can't keep this up, your body won't withstand it, an elderly voice from within Lu Han's clothes advised. It's fine. The Lu family has a physician. I'm not going to die. Lu Han continued to train relentlessly, showing an attitude that disregarded his own life. The news of Ye Wangchuan reaching the midstage of the first level struck Lu Han hard. His heart was filled with shock, envy, jealousy, and admiration. But more than that, he wanted to catch up. Unfortunately, Ye Wangchuan had extraordinary talents. Chasing him was not as easy as it seemed. Even if Lu Han trained recklessly, he estimated it would take him a year to reach the first level. But what use is the first level? It merely signifies a slightly stronger physique than an ordinary person capable of smashing a 2-meter solid stone. What good is it if one cannot use spiritual energy or divine abilities? Only upon reaching the second level can one truly begin. And the second level is a realm that requires 10 years of training for an ordinary person. Sigh. The elderly voice sighed, shifting to comfort him. Silly child, you should not always compare yourself to Ye Wangchuan. He is a unseen millennium genius and his family is rich in resources. It's normal for him to progress quickly. The elderly voice spoke with confidence. I can guarantee that among those in Chang'an City this generation, your cultivation is absolutely second only to Ye Wangchuan. The elderly voice brimmed with self-assurance, providing Lu Han with some comfort. At that moment, the old man Lu was lying nearby supervising his son's training while sipping tea. I'm a bit bored, I should chat with old Li. The old man Lu thought, sending a divine sense toward the Li family. After a moment, a divine sense from the Li family responded. Li, hey old Lu. What do you want? Lu, nothing much, but my son has been training hard and it's making me a bit bored. Sigh, sometimes being too hardworking isn't great for a child. Though the old man Liu's words were filled with complaints, his expression was full of uncontainable smiles. Soon old Li replied. However, it was not the furious words the old man Lu had imagined, but rather. Li, you can't say that hard work is always a good thing. Unlike my child Li Luo, who hardly puts in any effort, always clinging to Ye Wangchuan and not doing anything serious, even sitting across from me at the dining table. Poof. If it weren't for Ye Wangchuan having some mysterious dual cultivation technique that pulled Li Luo up to the mid-stage of the first level, I don't know how much Li Luo's cultivation would have diminished.
Lu. What? Li Luo is sticking with Ye Wangchuan. And they're dual cultivating. They're elevating Li Luo's cultivation to the mid-stage of the first level.
The old man Lu jumped up in shock. The following words he shouted out loud rather than communicating through divine sense.
Put.
Lu Han, who was training nearby, unexpectedly coughed out a mouthful of blood upon hearing this.
What the hell?
Li Luo with a talent rating of 97 has already reached the mid-stage of the first level, and I with a 96 rating am still not there.
Oh no. Silly child. You mustn't go into a demonic frenzy, get angry, or have your Dao heart shattered. No, I'm fine.
It's just that Li Luo has broken through to the first level.
I'm not that fragile. Lu Han stubbornly got up.
The elderly voice, seeing that Lu Han had not broken down, heaved a sigh of relief.
That's right, that's right.
Even if you can't compare to Ye Wangchuan or Li Luo, what of it?
They are only one realm ahead of you at most. Meanwhile, on the other side, old Li, hearing the old man Liu's reaction, felt quite pleased.
With a beaming smile he continued, yes, I really don't know what kind of dual cultivation technique it is so powerful that even Ye Wangchuan has reached the early stage of the second level.
Ye Wangchuan has reached the early stage of the second level.
This sentence was also shouted out by the old man Lu.
Put.
Once again Lu Han spat out a mouthful of blood. He lay on the ground coughing continuously, feeling short of breath.
The second level.
Ye Wangchuan has reached the second level. I haven't even reached the first level and Ye Wangchuan is already able to use divine abilities.
Put.
Thinking of this, Lu Han spat out another mouthful of fresh blood, darkness enveloping his vision as he collapsed to the ground.
The elderly voice.
I was just about to comfort this silly child, at least he could rank third in this generation. Surely there won't be a third person who can reach the first level within a month, right? Nearby the old man Lu, utterly shocked, finally severed his divine sense. He felt that if he continued talking he would be driven to madness by old Li. I really don't know what's going on with the Li family this year to have found such a treasure.
Poof.
The old man Lu said unhappily, turning to look at Lu Han.
Then he saw Lu Han lying in a pool of blood. Ah. My son. When Lu Han woke up again he found himself in the clinic.
The physician beside him hurriedly said upon seeing Lu Han,
"Ah, young master Lu Han, you're awake.
You just suffered from excessive emotional stress which put too much pressure on your heart, so."
"I'm fine, let me go out and cool off." Lu Han coldly replied, getting out of bed and walking towards the door.
The physician called out but could not stop him. Soon Lu Han arrived by a small river.
He sat quietly on the grass by the river, leaning against a tree.
At the same time countless memories flashed through his mind.
This kid Lu Han is always so serious whenever he sees any cultivation manuals or techniques. After all, he is the son of the Lu patriarch, he will surely be as powerful as the patriarch in the future. Ha Lu Han, you are simply a genius. Come Lu Han.
This is Ye Wangchuan, you two will be good brothers in the future, so communicate more often. Watching the river water and memories flow by, Lu Han's heart gradually calmed down.
Old Qin, you once told me that you visited a spiritual mountain. There is a mysterious cave there, right? That's right.
Moreover, that cave has a special restriction allowing only those with cultivation below the third level to enter, and it opens once every 1,000 years, explained the elderly voice referred to as Old Qin.
Lu Han took a deep breath and asked, where is it located and when will it open next? Silly child. It's so far away from here. Plus the spiritual mountain is fraught with danger, if you go you might. I'm not afraid of death. Lu Han interrupted Old Qin, his expression serious as he continued. I want to become stronger. Old Qin. I set up a formation on the spiritual mountain.
When that mysterious cave opens it will emit light. As soon as he finished speaking, boom.
A dazzling blue light shot up from the very center of Chang'an City into the sky. The light reflected in Lu Han's eyes.
He stood up, his fists clenched.
Old Qin, huh? When did the spiritual mountain move to the center of Chang'an City?
Inside the longevity palace of Ling Mountain, Fong Ke was currently teaching Ye Wangchuan the sparrow technique. Focus your mind on one point, then channel your spiritual energy to create a connection between yourself and the object you wish to manipulate with the sparrow technique. Sitting nearby, Ye Wangchuan and Li Luo watched intently as Fong Ke demonstrated the technique. At that moment a brilliant blue light shot up into the sky. Naturally the three in the longevity palace turned to
Li Luo, asked Ye Wangchuan. What's going on?
Ye Wangchuan replied, that's the celestial array, it simply indicates that a cave has been opened. The more dazzling the light emitted by the array, the more precious treasures are contained within the cave. The color of the light indicates the conditions for entering the cave.
Oh, I see. Ye Wangchuan, you seem to know quite a bit. What does this blue light mean?
Ye Wangchuan explained, it means there are numerous precious treasures inside and only those at the third stage or below can enter. After finishing his explanation, Ye Wangchuan lowered his head and thought. Only those at the third stage or below could enter. He figured he'd have to go in and loot some treasures.
Ye Wangchuan was very confident in his abilities.
He had undergone various combat training since childhood and was extremely proficient in the Yi family's spear technique. Moreover, due to his affluent background, the spear he wielded was always the best he could use at his current level. He even had several thousand top-tier spears stored away. As for why he referred to them as current capabilities, it was because the higher the level of melee weapons, the heavier they tended to be. Thus, using spiritual or celestial weapons was impractical for Ye Wangchuan. Even so, Ye Wangchuan possessed terrifying combat power that could allow him to fight above his level. This was without him having learned any divine abilities yet. Once he mastered the sparrow technique and brought along some explosive talismans, Ye Wangchuan estimated that he could probably take on someone at the early third stage.
Meanwhile, Li Luo thought more simply. Oh, a dungeon has opened and there are rewards to be had. Although she couldn't defeat a third stage opponent, she could have Ye Wangchuan do the fighting. Treating Ye Wangchuan as a tool, he would handle the combat while she collected the spoils. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Ah, that cave is so boring. Fong Ke yawned, seeming quite familiar with the cave. Ye Wangchuan looked at Fong Ke and asked, what do you mean? Fong Ke replied, every time it opens a bunch of people rush into the mountains, making it noisy as hell.
I hope this year will be a bit more peaceful.
By the way, Ye Wangchuan and Li Luo, are you two planning to go in?
Ye Wangchuan, why not learn the sparrow technique before you enter?
Fong Ke asked curiously.
Ye Wangchuan shook his head and said, let's enter the cave first. By the time I learn the sparrow technique, all the precious treasures will probably be gone.
Alright then.
Fong Ke didn't press further but clapped her hands to summon a large sparrow. Soon the large sparrow brought the three to the entrance of the cave. The cave appeared as a giant entrance with a diameter of 500 meters.
Thick mist blocked the view, obscuring what lay within.
Seeing the entrance of the cave, Li Luo turned and asked Fong Ke, can you block the entrance so no one else can enter?
Just let Ye Wangchuan and me loot the treasures inside.
What are you thinking? For a large cave like this, you need enough people to open it.
Besides, there are multiple entrances. People from other regions might meet you inside the cave as well.
After explaining, Fong Ke looked at Ye Wangchuan and continued, opening the cave requires 1,000 people to gather with a maximum capacity of 10 billion.
While we wait for people, let me teach you the sparrow technique. Okay, sounds good. Ye Wangchuan nodded and began to learn the sparrow technique. After about 10 minutes of practice, whoosh! Suddenly an old man and a young man flew up. It was none other than old Lu and Lu Han. As Lu Han flew up, he immediately spotted Ye Wangchuan, who was diligently practicing the sparrow technique.
At that moment, Lu Han felt a deep sense of respect for Ye Wangchuan.
Even now, Brother Yi is working so hard.
Surely Brother Yi must be training day and night to reach the second stage, never resting for a moment. If even a genius like Brother Yi at the 99th rank is working this hard, how could I allow myself to slack off?
With that thought, Lu Han turned to old Lu and said, Dad,
while we have the chance, teach me the Lu family sword technique.
Ha! Oh, alright.
Old Lu was a bit taken aback, but since his son was asking to practice the sword technique, he had no reason to refuse.
Meanwhile, Li Luo looked at Ye Wangchuan and Lu Han practicing and twitched her mouth. To avoid drawing attention, she moved beside Ye Wangchuan and pretended to practice as well. Gathering 1,000 people was neither too difficult nor too easy.
An hour later, there were already over 1,000 people on Ling Mountain. Since Ling Mountain is located at the center of Chang'an City, many families had already rushed to bring their juniors up the mountain upon seeing the light pillar. Additionally, some sects within and around Chang'an City hurriedly sent their disciples over. As for the ordinary people without families or sects, they were simply left out.
Climbing the 10th ascent Ling Mountain was not something ordinary people could manage.
Near the entrance of the cave on Ling Mountain, a crowd was gathered, dense and massive.
Moreover, since many people were brought by their elders, most of those elders were powerful beings.
Therefore, on Ling Mountain there were many strong practitioners at the 4th stage and above, staring at each other.
Most people were quietly waiting for the juniors to enter the cave. After all, fighting only brings harm, not benefits. However, there were always some people who were not so well behaved. Ha ha ha. So many people. I want you all to become souls in my belly. Ha ha ha. Before the powerful 6th stage demon cultivator could finish his words, his body twisted and collapsed. If you want to fight, don't do it on my mountain, go fight down the mountain,
Fong Ke said with a calm expression. With a flick of her finger, she compressed the demon cultivator's body and soul into a small meatball and buried it in the ground, turning it into nourishment for Ling Mountain. The surrounding people swallowed hard, abandoning their thoughts of causing trouble amidst the chaos.
To easily kill a 6th stage practitioner, that white-haired Lola's strength was unfathomable. Moreover, beside Fong Ke sat old Lu, calmly sipping tea. Everyone in Chang'an knew that the Lu family patriarch was second only to that monster Yi Zhentian. I'm exhausted.
The four of them wailed as they carried a palanquin up the mountain.
On the palanquin, a large character Tang was prominently displayed.
It was evident that they were from the Tang family.
Oh, the cave hasn't opened yet, I'm so lucky. A sunny youthful girl peeked out from the palanquin and hurriedly ran into the crowd.
With her joining, finally 1,000 cultivators at the 3rd stage or below had gathered. The mist at the entrance of the cave slowly dissipated. As the smoke dissipated, a massive formation was revealed.
I'm off first. With that, one of the individuals leaped onto the formation and vanished on the spot. The others around quickly reacted and hurriedly jumped towards the formation. The scene erupted into chaos with people jostling against each other. However, no one dared to approach within 10 meters of Ye Wangchuan. After all this, he was truly a grand figure. Come hold my hand. Ye Wangchuan extended his hand towards Li Luo. Seeing Li Luo momentarily stunned, Ye Wangchuan further explained. The formation at the entrance of this cave heaven is a teleportation array. If you enter, you will be transported to any place within the cave heaven. If you hold my hand, we will both be transported to the same place. Oh, I see. Li Luo exclaimed, extending her small hand. Ye Wangchuan grasped her hand firmly after confirming a secure hold. In the next moment, bang! Ye Wangchuan leapt into the air, stepping on the heads of the crowd as he jumped into the teleportation formation. The entire motion flowed seamlessly. What the heck? Su Fugue, who was struggling through the crowd, suddenly felt something step on his head. He raised his head in confusion but saw no one who had stepped on him. Su Fugue scratched his head in confusion and cursed, "Who the hell stepped on my head? Forget it, the main goal now is to enter the cave heaven and find the treasures that can restore my second brother." Su Fugue wore a serious expression. After restoring his second brother, he would definitely teach the beautiful twin maids a lesson. Soon everyone entered the cave heaven. Inside the K-Mountain cave heaven, 100 meters above the ground, swish. The figures of Ye Wangchuan and Li Luo suddenly appeared. The two plummeted downwards. Wah! Li Luo, seeing herself falling from a height of 100 meters, quickly scrambled onto Ye Wangchuan's back in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Ye Wangchuan coldly stated, "I'll help you land safely for 3 foundation establishment pills, otherwise I'll drop you." Deal. Li Luo readily agreed. After all, this wasn't the heavenly stage, falling into mud wouldn't allow for resurrection. Ye Wangchuan nodded in confirmation. Then he did nothing else but wait to hit the ground. Li Luo. Hey! Hey hey! Bang! Ye Wangchuan and Li Luo fell heavily to the ground. They crashed into the dirt, creating a large pit. Li Luo immediately cried out, "Ah! It hurts, it hurts." Wait, it doesn't hurt. Li Luo got up from the ground, brushing off the dust from her clothes, while Ye Wangchuan had already assumed a cool standing position upon landing. The first 10 seconds after teleportation grants invincibility. By the way, Li Luo, 3 foundation establishment pills. Li Luo. Why didn't you tell me about the invincibility earlier? Are you messing with my pills or what? Ye Wangchuan, exactly. Li Luo gritted her teeth and handed over 3 foundation establishment pills to Ye Wangchuan. Meanwhile, her villainous emotional value dropped from 300 points to 30 points. It's alright, the next period will be my time alone with Ye Wangchuan. I still have plenty of opportunities to siphon his villainous emotional value. Li Luo was pondering how to gather emotional value. At that moment, hey! Where are you two from? A burly man wearing an eye patch approached, carrying a giant tumturlong machete on his back. Ye Wangchuan smiled and approached, saying, "Hey, aren't you that guy? I know you." Clang! Ye Wangchuan's words were cut short as he and the burly man nearly simultaneously struck out. The long spear clashed against the giant knife and the immense force pushed Ye Wangchuan back a few steps. Clearly, in terms of strength, Ye Wangchuan was no match for this burly man. The burly man's cultivation was at the mid-stage of the second level. Seizing the opportunity, the burly man charged towards Ye Wangchuan. He understood well the importance of not letting the distance between them widen. Poof! You still recognize me? I'm the leader of the mountain bandits. Anyone who knows me wouldn't have such delicate skin. The burly bandit snorted a few times. Oh, I see. Brother, I'm actually a loose cultivator all alone. Since the cave heaven has just begun, I have no treasures on me. How about we team up? Ye Wangchuan began to deceive him, saying, "Loose cultivator. Then what's the deal with that space ring you're wearing? How about this, you give me that space ring and I'll spare your life." The bandit was clearly not so easy to deceive. That's absolutely out of the question. Ye Wangchuan sighed. Then you can die. The bandit shouted angrily. At this moment he was very close to Ye Wangchuan. The bandit clasped his hands together and raised his machete to strike down. Bang! Li Luo thrust her spear heavily from behind into the bandit's lower body, causing sparks to fly. The bandit was wearing steel underwear. The bandit turned to look at Li Luo, sneering, "Humph. Useless. I'm at the mid-stage of the second level, you a first-level brat won't be able to hurt me." With that he swung his machete down with great force. Bang! As the blade struck down, the ground trembled violently. The ground within a 10-meter radius of the bandit was instantly covered in cracks. The tremendous shockwave erupted, sending Li Luo flying. The force behind her was enormous, not to mention at the center of the impact. The bandit smiled seriously, saying, "Kid, remember not to flaunt your space ring so ostentatiously in your next life." PFF. A long spear pierced through the bandit's heart. The bandit stared blankly ahead. As the smoke cleared, he saw that the machete in his hand had actually snapped in two. What? What kind of spear is this? So hard. It's a heavy steel ink spear worth 200 coins each. After explaining, Ye Wangchuan pulled the spear out and kicked the bandit's corpse to the ground. Then he used the spear to slice open the bandit's waist pouch. Peering inside, he found only some copper coins, inferior pills, and cloth. There was nothing of value. What a waste of time. Because I'm not the child of fate, the monsters don't drop gear when killed. Ye Wangchuan sighed, walked over to pick up the fallen Li Luo and strode away. Meanwhile, Li Luo was actually thinking the same way in her heart. Seeing that the bandit didn't drop gold coins, she felt a bit disappointed. But just then, ding, special event detected, system issuing a quest. Special quest: defeat enemies and obtain treasures, continuing until leaving the cave heaven. Reward based on the cultivation of defeated enemies and the value of obtained treasures, grant corresponding villainous emotional value. Ding, host successfully assisted in defeating an enemy at the mid-stage of the second level. Villainous emotional value 250 points. Current remaining 280 points. Li Luo. Ye Wangchuan, let's kill more people. Kill someone. Ye Wangchuan turned to Li Luo in confusion. Isn't it? You, the child of fortune, discussing with me, a great villain, whether we can kill more people. Are you really the child of fortune? I'll give you 3 cultivation pills for each person you kill. Li Luo extended a finger as she spoke. Ye Wangchuan shook his head and sternly refused. No, the duration of the cave's opening lasts at least 7 days, during which there will be no exit. We can't waste our energy on meaningless battles. All right. Li Luo sighed in slight disappointment. But there's nothing we can do. After all, it was mainly Ye Wangchuan who would fight. She couldn't force him into battle. Soon Ye Wangchuan and Li Luo arrived in a forest. This place is relatively hidden, let's rest here for a while. Ye Wangchuan said, casually swinging his long spear to sever a towering tree, using the fallen trunk as a bench to sit. Li Luo nodded just as she was about to rest. At that moment, she suddenly recalled that the system had just given her the task of defeating enemies and obtaining treasures. Obtain treasures. As Li Luo pondered, her gaze fell upon a vibrant flower under the tree. She squatted down, picked the flower, and stored it away. Ding. The host has picked an ancient flower worth 5 silver coins. Villain's emotional value 0.05. Mo. A look of joy quickly spread across Li Luo's face. She turned to Ye Wangchuan and said, Ye Wangchuan, try picking the fruit next to you. Ye Wangchuan looked at the fruit beside him in confusion and reached out to pick it. Ding. The host's partner has picked a Wangyu fruit worth 10 silver coins. Villain's emotional value 0.1. Wow, Ye Wangchuan. Quick, stand up. Let's both pick more of these things. After saying this, Li Luo excitedly began to scour the forest. Anything that was a flower or fruit she wouldn't let go. Ye Wangchuan looked at Li Luo with a face full of speechlessness and glanced at the materials she had collected. Regardless of which material, the Yi family's storage was calculated in tens of thousands of tons. The Li family probably didn't lack such things either. He wondered why Li Luo was so insistent on picking them. After thinking it over, Ye Wangchuan spoke up, stop picking. What if we attract others' attention? Your family doesn't lack these things. Li Luo replied, for every 5 silver coins worth of materials you pick, I'll give you a cultivation pill. Ye Wangchuan replied, all right, even a mosquito's leg is meat, I'll pick a bit then. Upon hearing Li Luo's words, Ye Wangchuan stood up immediately. He then swung his long spear forcefully. Before him, another towering tree snapped cleanly. Ye Wangchuan then held up his spatial ring and walked over, directly storing the fallen trunk along with the fruit inside. After all, the space within the spatial ring could easily accommodate an entire spirit mountain, let alone a few small 100-meter tree trunks. As Ye Wangchuan collected the tree. Ding. The host's partner has collected a large amount of materials worth 200 silver coins. Villain's emotional value 2. Li Luo exclaimed, oh. Soon Ye Wangchuan and Li Luo both frantically scoured the forest. As they searched and searched, suddenly Li Luo noticed a dark cave deep within. Ye Wangchuan, there's a cave here. Let's go check it out. Ye Wangchuan pondered for a moment before arriving at a conclusion. Based on his experience from reading novels in his previous life, caves like this in secret realms usually had strong enemies and opportunities. It seemed that Li Luo's child of fortune aura was starting to work. With that thought, Ye Wangchuan took out his long spear and a candle, leading Li Luo inside. Inside a dark and damp cave, Lu Han walked with a soft patter. Inside the cave, only the vines clinging to the rocks emitted a faint glow. Lu Han felt his way walking deeper and deeper. Old Qin, where is this? I don't remember clearly. The last time I entered this cave was nearly 10,000 years ago but I do remember that this cave had quite a few people competing for it back then. Old Qin began to fall into memories. Just then. Help, help. A woman's crying voice came from deep within the cave. Lu Han frowned and started to walk towards the source of the sound. At that moment, Old Qin's worried voice came through. Many monsters disguise themselves as the cries of women or babies to lure humans into traps. I advise you not to go when the risk is too great. It's fine, Old Qin, I just want to take a look and scout the way. Soon Lu Han arrived near the sound of crying. He tore off a few glowing vines from the wall nearby and tossed them toward the source of the crying. The faint light illuminated the origin of the sound. There he saw a girl with a large bloody wound on her leg slumped on the ground. In front of the girl a 20-meter-long snake was flicking its tongue, slowly moving towards her. Soon the girl entered the snake's attack range. She nervously retreated only to find there was no way back. The snake revealed a sly smile, opened its massive mouth and lunged at the girl. Hiss. Aha! At that moment of peril a stone struck the snake's head. Hiss. The snake froze, turning its head in confusion. Seeing that it was struck by someone who hadn't even reached the first level of cultivation, it immediately became furious. Hiss. The snake coiled its body, then suddenly unfurled with force. It launched itself violently towards Lu Han. Lu Han, seeing that the snake was even more agile than he had imagined, was startled. He quickly drew a sword, attempting to defend himself momentarily. Lu Han raised his sword and struck down fiercely on the snake's head. Clang! Sparks flew from the snake's scales while the sword's blade was severely damaged. Lu Han was dumbfounded at this scene. Wham! The snake lightly swung its tail, striking Lu Han's shoulder. Boom! Lu Han was sent flying. He crashed heavily against the stone wall, embedding himself a bit into it. His struck arm hung limply at his side like a piece of rotten meat. The powerful force coursed through his arm, coupled with the massive impact. PFF. Lu Han spat out a mouthful of blood. Just that one strike on his arm nearly caused Lu Han to collapse right there. This snake must have at least mid-level first realm strength. Truly terrifying. Seeing Lu Han almost dying from that one strike, the snake displayed a sinister smile and slowly approached Lu Han. It relished the feeling of playing with its prey. Lu Han furrowed his brow, wanting to resist again. But he could barely stay alive, let alone fight back. Damn it! Is this where my path ends? But I am unwilling. Lu Han shouted angrily. Inside his clothes. Old Qin sighed. It seems I have to use that technique. Before Old Qin finished his sentence, boom. A long spear flew in. It ruthlessly crushed the snake's head. Boom. The spear hit the ground heavily, shaking the entire cave. Lu Han and Old Qin stared dumbfounded at the scene. A notification sounds: the host's companion has defeated an enemy at the midstage of the first level, gaining 150 villain emotional points. Inside a cave, Ye Wangchuan stands at the entrance with an expression of utter indifference. Li Luo stands beside Ye Wangchuan, his face filled with excitement. It turns out that killing beasts can also earn emotional points. Lu Han, it's you. Ye Wangchuan lifts Li Luo with his arm and leaps down from the cave entrance, landing smoothly beside Lu Han. Lu Han, trembling, takes out a pill from his spatial ring and swallows it. Thank you for saving me, brother Yi. It's merely a small snake, there's no need to mind it, Ye Wangchuan casually replies, hardly considering the long snake. However, his words leave Lu Han and Elder Qin in silence. The long snake had nearly killed Lu Han with a single. Elder Qin almost had to use a secret technique to save Lu Han's life. Yet to Ye Wangchuan it was just a small snake. It's worth noting that Ye Wangchuan and Lu Han are from the same generation. You too. Stop chatting. Save me first. At that moment a female voice interrupted the conversation between Ye Wangchuan and Lu Han. Following the voice they find the girl who was previously surrounded by the long snake. Her face is now purple as if she has been poisoned. Ye Wangchuan and Lu Han approach her and discover 2 small puncture wounds on the girl's thigh. Clearly she had been bitten by some sort of poisonous snake. The poison needs to be sucked out immediately for treatment. You help her treat it, Ye Wangchuan pats Lu Han. He is too lazy to suck out the poison himself. Lu Han nods and quickly approaches the girl. Hello, I'll help you. In this urgent situation. The girl first glances at the 2 men in front of her. Both of them are quite handsome. Moreover, they each have spatial rings, looking like wealthy young masters. However, the man with the spear seems stronger, capable of smashing the giant snake with a single shot. The man with the sword seems too weak, almost killed by a tail swipe. Being this beautiful, she certainly deserves the best man. The man with the sword is really a loser, actively asking to treat her. Isn't he trying to take advantage of her? Unlike the cold-looking man with the spear, he's truly handsome. Thinking this, the girl waves her hand at Lu Han. No need. You're injured, focus on healing first. Then she turns to point at Ye Wangchuan. This handsome guy, could you help me with the treatment? Ye Wangchuan. Is this girl out of her mind? Why not let Lu Han help and ask me instead? Yet Ye Wangchuan does not refuse. After pondering for a moment, he raises a friendly smile and nods. Alright, I'll help you. However, this place isn't suitable, I'll take you to a well-ventilated spot. With that, Ye Wangchuan gently picks up the girl and walks out of the cave. Inside the cave, Li Luo looks at Ye Wangchuan's back, speechless. About a minute after Ye Wangchuan leaves, a sound echoes in Li Luo's ear. A notification sounds: the host's companion has defeated a beginner-level enemy, gaining 100 villain emotional points. Hearing this, the corner of Li Luo's mouth twitches. As expected, she knew Ye Wangchuan wasn't that kind-hearted. Outside the cave, Ye Wangchuan flicks his spear to shake off the blood from its tip. Before him lies the girl from earlier. She clutches her chest, shocked as blood continues to pour out. Just before dying, the girl incredulously exclaims, "As a man, why would you kill a woman? Aren't men supposed to cherish and honor women?" You're not dead yet." Bang. Another shot is fired, smashing down on the girl's head. Only then does she truly perish. The reason Ye Wangchuan killed this girl is quite simple. Based on his judgment, this girl would likely become Lu Han's girlfriend in the future. After all, given Lu Han's situation just now of being surrounded by the long snake, he was on the verge of exploding. After killing the long snake with the added effect of saving the beauty by sucking out the poison, he would have accomplished it. It was just that Ye Wangchuan interrupted the chance by stabbing the long snake. To prevent the girl from turning Lu Han into a lovesick fool, lowering his intelligence and turning against him, or from dragging them down when encountering a powerful monster in the cave. Or if they encountered an opportunity, she might also take part of it. Ye Wangchuan decided to kill her first. After all, this is a cave, disposing of a body isn't that difficult. Ye Wangchuan burns the girl's body to ashes, dividing the ashes into 10 piles mixed with glutinous rice, burying 5 piles in different soils and scattering 5 piles into the river. After finishing the body disposal, he returns to the cave. Inside the cave, Lu Han looks puzzled as Ye Wangchuan returns alone. "Brother Ye, what happened to that girl from earlier? I took her to a safe place after removing the poison. The cave is poorly ventilated with too many beasts, not suitable for resting." Ye Wangchuan casually replies. Lu Han nods, not suspecting anything of Ye Wangchuan. They have been playing together for many years and Ye Wangchuan had just saved his life. How could he possibly lie to him? Meanwhile, Li Luo wears a face of disbelief. She has already guessed what Ye Wangchuan meant by removing the poison and safeguarding. But Li Luo says nothing, it's not her concern. At this moment, Lu Han feels his injuries have largely healed. Thus he speaks up. "Brother Ye, I'm healed. Let's go out first. It's too dangerous in this cave. I'm worried that some large beast might attack us soon." No sooner had Lu Han finished speaking than a rumbling sound suddenly erupted in the cave. It felt as if some colossal creature was moving. Ye Wangchuan twitches at the corner of his mouth, beginning to mentally complain. This Lu Han, who did he learn his bad luck from? However, this actually aligns with Ye Wangchuan's intentions. He originally wanted to follow Lu Han, hoping to see if he could find some opportunity in the cave. Suddenly, as Ye Wangchuan is deep in thought, the massive sounds grow closer. In the next second, boom. A section of the cave suddenly collapses. A giant snake with a head the size of a house pokes its head in. The body of the giant snake is buried underground, and Ye Wangchuan roughly estimates its length to be at least 500 meters. Triple. This giant snake has reached at least the 3rd level. At this moment, the giant snake spots the corpse of the previous 20-meter-long snake. Hiss. A terrifying shriek echoes as the enraged giant snake opens its mouth, gathering spiritual energy with it. In just 3 seconds, a dazzling blue energy ball condenses in the giant snake's mouth. Boom. The chilling light rushes towards the three like a tsunami. This is bad, it's a divine ability. Lu Han is horrified, looking anxiously at Ye Wangchuan and Li Luo. Is one enough? Should be insufficient. Alright, let's just make it 3 then. Ye Wangchuan and Li Luo calmly exchange words. Subsequently, Li Luo takes out 3 explosive talismans from her pocket and slaps them into Ye Wangchuan's hands. Boo! 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 A faint blue light surged rapidly. At the same time, a chill quickly spread throughout the cave. Lu Han looked at the 3 explosive talismans in Ye Wangchuan's hand, somewhat puzzled. Although the talismans crafted by the 3rd elder of the Yi family were indeed formidable, could the talismans that Ye Wangchuan could activate really compare to the 3-fold divine power? Don't worry. Ye Wangchuan, showing no sign of panic, quickly wrapped the 3 talismans in a piece of stone. He then hurled the stone directly towards the icy blue light. The power of the 2nd layer erupted and the stone shot toward the light like a bullet. Just as the 2 sides drew near, Li Luo focused his mind. In an instant, the 3 talismans blazed red. Get behind that stone. Ye Wangchuan decisively pulled a few people behind a rock. As Lu Han was filled with doubts, a series of thunderous explosions erupted. Boo! 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 The enormous sound echoed continuously within the cramped cave. A firelight broke through the blue light, charging toward the 3-fold giant snake. The explosion of the talismans was of a fiery nature. In contrast, the giant snake's blue light was primarily cold light and icy wind. Naturally, it could not withstand the flames. As the surging fire approached, the giant snake, currently unleashing its divine power, was momentarily stunned. In the next second, it sensed a hint of heat. Moreover, this heat continued to intensify. Hiss. The giant snake burned, reacted, and immediately turned to burrow into the stone wall. But unfortunately, the speed of the explosion's extension was too fast. Rumble. Boo. The entire cave instantly collapsed under the force of the explosive talismans. Meanwhile, the ground beneath Ye Wangchuan and the others also crumbled. The 3 of them fell straight down. Ye Wangchuan swiftly took out a spear and lodged it into the intact stone wall, using his other hand to hold Li Luo. As for Lu Han, he truly had no way out. He couldn't free a hand. However, Ye Wangchuan wasn't too worried. Falling into an abyss like this was utterly normal for the protagonist of a novel. How could Lu Han, a child of fortune, possibly die from falling? As for saving Li Luo, it was just a convenient way to gain some favor. Ye Wangchuan controlled his strength, slowly gliding down into the unfathomable abyss. Surely there would be some good fortune down there. Just as Ye Wangchuan had said. Lu Han, falling from a great height, felt no pain. He looked down in confusion and found himself in a vast snowy underground expanse. The snow on the ground was made of an unknown substance, very soft, cushioning his fall from such a height without injury. Moreover, the snow emitted a glow, illuminating the area as if it were daylight. Lu Han shivered, feeling cold, too cold. The temperature of this snowy expanse was about -30 degrees Celsius. As an ordinary person with a cultivation level below the first layer, Lu Han naturally found it difficult to withstand such severe cold. He looked around, trying to find a place to shield himself from the cold while waiting for Yi to rescue him. The endless snowy expanse was all white. As Lu Han gazed around, he suddenly spotted something resembling an altar several hundred meters away. Swish, swish, Lu Han just took a few steps toward the altar when suddenly, boom! A massive blood-soaked white maggot 500 meters long fell from the sky. Upon closer inspection, Lu Han realized it wasn't just any white maggot. It was the threefold giant snake from before. The giant snake was covered in blood, its scales falling off in large patches, revealing its cracked white bones. The head was the most severely damaged part, as if it had been roasted for 3 days and nights, its flesh charred and bones exposed. It lay on the ground, weakly rising and falling. Lu Han was shocked. The explosive talismans that Ye Wangchuan used were that powerful. Even a threefold beast could be severely injured so easily. At that moment, the giant snake noticed Lu Han. Realizing that Lu Han had no spiritual energy within him and was just a mere weakling with a cultivation level below the second layer, the giant snake arrogantly rose, hissing at Lu Han. Hiss. Startled, Lu Han turned and ran. A thin camel is bigger than a horse. He wouldn't be foolish enough to think he could battle the giant snake. Though the front half of the giant snake was severely injured, its rear half remained hidden underground, and due to the limited explosion range of the talismans, the back half was not significantly harmed. Boom! The giant snake's tail swung toward Lu Han with astonishing speed. At this moment, Ye Wangchuan slowly slid down from the stone wall. Seeing the giant snake resembling a track at a playground pouncing toward Lu Han, Ye Wangchuan sighed helplessly. There was no way he could make it in time. So, Lu Han was about to explode with luck. As the enormous tail came crashing down, Lu Han felt a sense of despair. This was it was truly over. Just then, humph! A mere little snake dares to be so arrogant. Watch me destroy you. The voice of old Qin echoed from within Lu Han. In the next moment, whoosh! A necklace flew out from within Lu Han's clothes. The necklace had an emerald on it. The emerald flashed green light and an enormous green hand emerged. The hand stretched 1,000 meters long, and under that gigantic hand the threefold giant snake appeared as insignificant as a toothpick. Die! With old Qin's command, the hand came down, crushing the giant snake on the spot. The entire snowy expanse was swept by the fierce wind generated by the hand, creating countless waves of snow. After a moment, the green hand dissipated. The snowy expanse was left with only the imprint of the 1,000-meter hand and the twisted corpse of the giant snake. Ding Host assisted in defeating a threefold early-stage enemy, receiving additional rewards for defeating an enemy of higher rank. Villain's emotional value 500 points. Li Luo stared blankly at this scene. Meanwhile, Ye Wangchuan began to analyze. Did Lu Han's golden finger have a hidden big shot? Or did he have a powerful ally like an old man? From Lu Han's slow cultivation speed, which hadn't even reached the first layer in several weeks, it was clear that he had no system. After all, he was just a local. Ye Wangchuan carefully observed the scene. Suddenly he noticed Lu Han walking over and taking a necklace from his mouth. It seems it was the old man. Ye Wangchuan confirmed the answer in his heart and sighed. If it was the old man, then he couldn't snatch that golden finger for himself. After all, it was bound to its master. On the snowy plains. Cough. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. Lu Han retrieved the necklace and heard a series of coughs. He asked urgently, Elder Qin. Are you all right? Is your soul harmed? It's nothing, nothing. That last strike was less than 1% of my full power during my prime. Cough, cough. I just need to rest for 7 days. During these 7 days, take care of yourself. After Elder Qin finished speaking, the luster of the emerald necklace dimmed. He needed to enter a temporary state of dormancy. At that moment, Ye Wangchuan walked over with Li Luo. Are you all right? Ye Wangchuan inquired. Lu Han suppressed the urgency in his eyes and smiled. It's nothing, nothing. Brother Yi, you wouldn't believe it, but that snake just fell from the sky and died instantly. Oh really? By the way, there's an altar over there. Let's go take a look. Ye Wangchuan didn't press the matter further, casually changing the topic. Lu Han nodded. Nearby Haiyan. Wow, I'm freezing cold. Ye Wangchuan, can I crawl into your clothes? Li Luo trembled all over and burrowed into Ye Wangchuan's clothing. Since Ye Wangchuan's cultivation had reached the second level, he naturally had a high resistance to cold. Thus his body warmth was comforting and pleasant. Li Luo poked his head out from Ye Wangchuan's collar with a satisfied expression, saying, "Ah, this is much better. Villain emotional value 100, villain emotional value 100. Hey you guy. I brought you a cotton coat, now come out." Feeling the cold object sticking to him, Ye Wangchuan helplessly tugged at Li Luo's collar, trying to pull him out from his clothes. Li Luo reluctantly complained a few times and said, 9 cultivation pills. No way, 15 pills. Alright, 15 pills it is. Li Luo readily agreed to Ye Wangchuan's terms. After all, the system was being charitable this time in the cave. Killing monsters and collecting treasures yielded a lot of villain emotional value. It's hilarious, I have plenty of villain emotional value. There's no shortage at all. Moreover, being curled up in Ye Wangchuan's clothes also generated villain emotional value continuously. Li Luo thought to himself and reached out to touch Ye Wangchuan's abs. Villain emotional value 100, villain emotional value 100. Oh wow. Just a couple of touches and the emotional value skyrocketed. Ye Wangchuan is so weak soon enough. The group arrived at the altar. The altar was entirely made of black stone bricks already covered with a thick layer of snow. In the very center of the altar there was a mound of snow protruding. Ye Wangchuan walked over and took out a fan, vigorously fanning the mound of snow. A gust of wind swept through, clearing the snow from the center. The object beneath the snow was revealed. It turned out to be a skeleton sitting upright at the center of the altar. However, the three in the scene remained unfazed by the skeleton. Ye Wangchuan inspected the skeleton. In its left hand it held an ice-encased heart, while its right hand cradled a book. In front of it a sword covered in frost was inserted. Ye Wangchuan approached and picked up the book, glancing at it with contents of the letter Day 1. A beam of light shone on a spiritual mountain. Then the sect sent me in. As soon as I entered, I found myself underground. Fortunately the vines here glow, and since I am already at the second level, I won't die anytime soon. Day 2. I tried climbing all day but couldn't escape this underground. It seems to be really deep here. Day 3. Climbing, still couldn't get out. Day 4. Climbing, still couldn't get out. Day 7. Climbing, still couldn't get out. Day 14. Maybe I should change my strategy. I should first cultivate to the third level, perhaps that will allow me to escape. However, it took me 10 years to reach the second level. I wonder how long it will take to reach the third level. Year 1. Cultivating. Year 3. Cultivating. Year 10. Cultivating. Year 20. Is there a small snake down here? I feed it a bit of spiritual energy every day, hoping it will gain intelligence soon. After all, being alone is quite tough. Year 31. I suddenly had a bold idea. Year 32. The snake laid eggs, soon there will be more snakes to keep me company. I won't have to endure loneliness anymore. Year 50. Cultivating. Year 80. Haha, I did it. I did it. I succeeded. I finally broke through to the third level. 80 years. A full 80 years. Because the cave doesn't provide cultivation materials like the sect does. Thus the cultivation time here is almost half compared to the outside world. Fortunately, I finally made it through. Now I can finally return to the outside world. I really don't know how the sect is doing and how my junior sister is doing. Year. Where is the exit? The handwriting is crazed and the paper is torn in several places. I reached outside the underground. But where is the exit? Where is the exit? I searched for decades. Decades. Why? Am I the only human in this entire cave? Where is the exit? Where is the exit? Is this a time-limited cave? Why didn't the sect tell me? Why didn't they tell me? What is the next opening time? How many years later? Year. I returned to the underground where at least my wife and child were. Although they are just mindless snakes. I need to cultivate. I need to cultivate. I need to cultivate. I must reach the 7th level. I will tear apart this damn cave with my bare hands. Year 200. Cultivating. Year 300. Cultivating. Year 400. I broke through to the 4th level. The 4th level and the 3rd level are not even on the same plane. It turns out it's not just talk. I feel like my life level has evolved. Unfortunately, I still can't get out. Year 500. Hello, future generations. The handwriting suddenly became neat, completely different from the crazed look of the previous centuries. By the time you see this, I will no longer be here. The reason is simple. I can't hold on any longer. 500 years. A full 500 years. I haven't spoken to a single human. Loneliness, I am so lonely. Pain, I am in so much pain. No matter how wild an animal is, it's still just an animal. Just yesterday I encountered the first snake who was my wife. She passed away.
Her cultivation wasn't enough, her lifespan was only 500 years.
And this was the last straw that broke the camel's back. So I decided to take my own life. To prevent future generations from suffering like I did trapped in this bottomless abyss, I specifically left behind this legacy. The heart in my left hand has been nurtured by my cold energy for 100 years. Even after my death it will continue to provide warmth as nourishment. It contains a large amount of icy aura, and my evil intent after consumption one can obtain the body of cold calamity. Be careful not to fall into madness. As for the sword in front of me, it was forged from my wife's bones and my good intention. 500 years of demonic beast spiritual bones should be quite formidable. However, to prevent filthy individuals from defiling my wife, I placed a restriction. Only the pure-hearted and just individuals are worthy of wielding this sword. One evil, one good, this is the legacy of my life. Good luck, future generations. Underground. Ye Wangchuan and Lu Han finished reading the diary. Lu Han's heart remained unsettled for a long time. A common man alone in an unfamiliar cave for 500 years. He had worked hard for 100 years to reach the third level only to discover the despair of no exit outside. How devastated would he be when the first snake that accompanied him passed away? As Lu Han was deeply moved, Ye Wangchuan approached the corpse with a blank expression, trying to pull the icebone sword from the ground. He pulled with all his strength, but the icebone sword remained unmoved. Ye Wangchuan could feel that the sword was continuously repelling him. If he forcibly pulled it out, it might self-destruct on the spot. After thinking about it, Ye Wangchuan reached into his big coat and pulled out Li Luo. Li Luo tried to pull out this sword. Wow! It's so cold. As soon as Li Luo left Ye Wangchuan's coat, she immediately began to shiver. Without a second thought, she gently grasped the sword on the ground and effortlessly pulled it out. Seeing this scene, Ye Wangchuan felt a surge of joy in his heart. What nonsense about only pure and righteous people being able to use it. It clearly belonged to the child of destiny. He certainly didn't think that someone like Li Luo, who could kick Tang San to death and stab Su Fugue, would be what one would call pure and righteous. Li Luo was clearly a self-serving person. She would do whatever benefited her the most. Ye Wangchuan quickly took out a spatial ring and stored the icebone sword inside. He planned to have the elder of the Yi family's weapon refinement forcefully remove the restrictions on the icebone sword after they exited, making the sword his own. With that thought, Ye Wangchuan stuffed Li Luo back into his coat and continued to retrieve the heart from the skeleton's left hand. As he was retrieving it, Ye Wangchuan spoke. Lu Han, the resentment in this heart is too heavy, so I'll take it first. I wouldn't want it to hurt you. As for that sword, Li Luo is like a child insisting on having it, so take it as well. As for this book, he'll give it to you. Lu Han, who was nearby, nodded and said, Brother Yi, you saved my life, so these things should naturally be taken by you first. Sister Li Luo's talismans played a significant role, so I have no objection to her taking the sword. Lu Han said with a smile, scratching his head awkwardly. That said, can I ask Brother Yi to help me out of the cave? I have no cultivation and can't climb up. Ye Wangchuan and Li Luo, who poked her head out of his collar, looked at Lu Han in astonishment. This guy. Is he a bit too simple-minded? Soon Ye Wangchuan took Li Luo and Lu Han to the exit. Generally speaking, someone with second-level cultivation couldn't climb out of that deep pit underground. However, the person who left the legacy had specially excavated a path leading upward to prevent anyone else from being trapped underground. Although the path had been damaged by time, Ye Wangchuan had several dozens of 100-meter logs stored in his spatial ring from when he previously cut down trees. He stacked these logs vertically and forcefully climbed out. Arriving at the cave entrance, he said, Brother Yi, we shall part ways here. My strength is too weak and I might hold you back, so I plan to head to the border of the cave and won't go to the center to participate in the conflict. Good luck. After Lu Han finished speaking to Ye Wangchuan, he turned and left. Ye Wangchuan did not stop him. After all, he had already gotten the opportunities he needed. Compared to going to the border, Ye Wangchuan had something more important to do. He took out a heart that was still beating and emanating cold air. The moment the heart appeared, the temperature within 100 meters began to drop rapidly and showed signs of spreading outward. Ye Wangchuan understood at that moment. The vast snowfield underground, thousands of meters in size, was entirely caused by this small heart. A fourth-level powerhouse, just a relic, could affect the surrounding area for thousands of meters, covering it with perennial snow. Ye Wangchuan examined the heart from left to right. The heart was pulsating very lively, indicating there was no poison or curse inside. However, almost tangible malicious thoughts continuously flowed out from around the heart. Clearly these were the loneliness, pain, resentment and anger that the legacy holder experienced during the 500 years in the cave. Li Luo, keep an eye on the surroundings. Ye Wangchuan casually said to Li Luo. Li Luo nodded and began picking flowers and fruits around. Ye Wangchuan took a deep breath. Then he meticulously refined the heart. Once he finished refining the heart, emotions began to spread in Ye Wangchuan's heart as if he had been trapped in the cave for 500 years. Loneliness, pain and solitude. So what is the cold desolation body? Anger, helplessness, resentment. So what is the cold desolation body? So what is the cold desolation body? Ye Wangchuan stood there expressionlessly, and no matter how his emotions changed, they could not affect his rational thinking.
After the negative emotions in his heart were digested, Ye Wangchuan suddenly felt some changes within his body. To confirm what had changed, he opened his palm and began to release spiritual energy. He soon discovered that he could instinctively control both ordinary spiritual energy and the cold desolation spiritual energy that carried a hint of coldness. Although the cold desolation spiritual energy was not pure and filled with malicious thoughts, this was not a bad thing. Using malicious thoughts to attack enemies could also inflict mental damage. Moreover, within the heart was a massive amount of cultivation which directly elevated Ye Wangchuan's cultivation to the mid-second level. In addition, his physique seemed to be even more resistant to cold. Ye Wangchuan immediately took out a spear and infused spiritual energy into it. The entire spear instantly resembled one that had been frozen in a refrigerator for a week, covered in layers of frost. He aimed it at a river and smashed it down. Bang! The spear struck the river hard, first scattering the water around the spear's center. It also killed a bunch of fish. Then a burst of cold air erupted, instantly freezing the river water within 50 meters and continuously spreading. It also killed a bunch of fish. The river resembled a massive ice lotus directly smashed out. Wow, is this the opportunity of the child of destiny? Directly rewarded with a special physique. Ye Wangchuan felt somewhat emotional. Fortunately, he had seized Lu Han's opportunity this time. Otherwise, if Lu Han had the Icebone Sword and could control the cold desolation spiritual energy, who knew how strong he would become? After digesting the spoils of war, Ye Wangchuan stood up and looked at Li Luo, who was picking fruits. He pondered for a moment and decided to finish cutting down this grove first. After all, for every 5 pieces of material worth gold, he could obtain a cultivation pill from Li Luo. Soon the trees in the grove began to vanish at an astonishing rate. During this time, naturally, there were attempts by both humans and beasts to attack Ye Wangchuan or Li Luo. However, they were all smashed down by a single shot. As it stood, creatures below the third layer posed no threat to Ye Wangchuan. As for the creatures at the third layer, they had all gone to the center of the cave realm to vie for stronger treasures. After finishing cutting down the entire grove, Ye Wangchuan then took Li Luo to the cave center, ready to join the fray. In the center of the cave realm, Su Fugui was hiding in a patch of grass, breathing heavily. Beside Su Fugui stood a tall and striking woman. This woman was a bodyguard hired by Su Fugui from the largest escort agency in Chang'an City, with a remarkable cultivation level of early second layer. In fact, given Su Fugui's wealth, he could have hired even stronger bodyguards. However, those bodyguards refused to accept the job upon learning that Su Fugui intended to enter the cave. Only this woman was willing to take on the employment. Outside, the grass boom. Boom boom boom. 2 mid-level second-layer experts were locked in a fierce battle. With every clash of their attacks, tremors rippled through a 100-meter radius. The tremendous roar even caused Su Fugui's eardrums to ache. Yet Su Fugui remained unwilling to leave. His eyes were fixated on the ground where a small bluish-green translucent flower bloomed. "Are you sure that flower can restore my second brother?" Su Fugui asked the bodyguard. "Yes, dear guest, that flower is called the Shifua, which can restore your impaired body to its peak condition without affecting your cultivation level. Although it has little effect on those with high cultivation, such a powerful benefit often leads to it being highly sought after, yet rarely of." As the bodyguard finished explaining, Su Fugui understood why these 2 second-layer experts were fighting over a small flower. It could directly restore a disabled person to full capability. Even someone who could only move 2 fingers could stand up and do a few push-ups with this flower. Who wouldn't be tempted by that? Even if it wasn't used, it could fetch an astronomical price at auction. Alright, then let's just stay put here. After these 2 settle their contest, we'll take advantage of the chaos to kill the other and seize the treasure. Su Fugui quickly devised a plan. Accompanied by a poochie sound, one of the 2 combatants from earlier pierced the other with a knife. This battle could be considered resolved. The victor, nursing his wound, approached the Shifua chuckling with joy. Though he had sustained some injuries in the fight, he knew that consuming this flower would heal him. Moreover, after being mute for over 40 years, he could finally be cured. The mute bent down, preparing to pluck the flower. Just then, whoosh! Su Fugui slammed his sword in front of the mute, grabbing his attention. At the same time, the bodyguard approached from behind the mute, launching a sudden ambush. Poochie poochie poochie. 3 arrows instantly struck the mute. The paralysis potion smeared on the arrows caused the mute to collapse immediately. The bodyguard rushed forward, pressing a dagger against the mute's throat. "Bodyguard, which city are you from? Are you from a family or a sect? Speak." Mute: ah. Bodyguard: speak quickly. Mute: ah. Bodyguard playing dumb: huh? If you don't speak, he'll kill you. Mute: Poochie. The bodyguard acted swiftly and the mute felt no pain as he departed. Su Fugui nodded in satisfaction, glancing at the Shifua. Then he saw Li Luo squatting there, yanking the flower out by its roots. Su Fugui. Bodyguard. Daring to steal from a guest. I see you are seeking death. The bodyguard, seeing the Shifua snatched away, immediately drew his bow and aimed at Li Luo. Whoosh! An arrow shot forth, targeting Li Luo, laced with the paralysis potion. At that moment, from a patch of grass, a long spear suddenly flew out. It crushed the small arrow and returned along its original path, striking the bodyguard's shoulder. The bodyguard was sent flying and forcefully pinned against a stone wall.
Ye Wangchuan emerged from the grass approaching Li Luo.
Seeing this, Li Luo handed the shifuwa to Ye Wangchuan. After all, she didn't have a spatial ring, making it troublesome to store such an item.
Ye Wangchuan easily stored the shifuwa in his own spatial ring.
The shifuwa was indeed a valuable item. The Yi family's stock was only 5,000 flowers and they were almost running out.
After collecting the shifuwa, Ye Wangchuan was about to inquire about the bodyguard's faction and where the treasures were located.
He hadn't directly killed the bodyguard with a full-strength shot earlier for this very reason. Just then Su Fugue hurriedly jumped out and approached Ye Wangchuan. Upon seeing Su Fugue, Ye Wangchuan's brow furrowed slightly.
What was going on?
Wasn't this son of luck supposed to be dead? Did Ji Bai encounter an accident while handling the corpse? Could it be that the corpse of the son of luck also bore a buff that lowered intelligence?
Yet the last time Tang San's corpse was burned, normally the ashes were even mixed with glutinous rice.
How had an accident occurred with Su Fugue's case? Despite the 5 questions bubbling up in Ye Wangchuan's mind in such a short time, he remained outwardly calm. He looked up at Su Fugue, ready to kill him once more.
Hey. Isn't this Yi Xiao? I've been thinking about you.
Hello. Yi Xiao, I haven't forgotten the favor you did me by resurrecting me last time. The woman just now was my hired bodyguard. She didn't recognize the little girl beside you, so she accidentally attacked.
My apologies.
Su Fugue spoke with a smile. Since being killed once, Su Fugue's mindset had subtly changed. He knew he had to be cautious. He would act when it was time to act.
But when it was time to retreat, he would absolutely retreat.
There were simply too many strong individuals in this world. Take Ye Wangchuan in front of him, for instance. He was the heir of the #1 family in Chang'an, his savior, and an unparalleled genius who had reached the 2nd layer in less than a month. To oppose him for a mere bodyguard. Was he crazy? Beside him, Ye Wangchuan was momentarily taken aback by Su Fugue's words. When did I revive Su Fugue?
After a moment, Ye Wangchuan finally understood the reason.
It seems Su Fugue had been resurrected by the Yi family and due to various reasons had formed a misunderstanding, thinking that he had saved him.
Since that is the case.
Oh, it's you.
Aren't you?
That person. Ye Wangchuan chuckled faintly, feigning familiarity with Su Fugue.
Su Fugue nodded with a smile.
Yes, exactly.
I'm that person. And I know you did that thing. And that thing.
Oh, it's old news. Right, far too that of a thing. Su Fugue and Ye Wangchuan exchanged polite hollow pleasantries. Nods, formalities concluded, both harbored the same unspoken question. What was that thing? And no sooner had courtesy ended than Ye Wangchuan prepared to probe twice carefully. Was Su Fugue's wealth granted by a system? And if so, what else could this system bestow?
At that very moment,
So your Su Fugue, now towering figure clad head toto in black robes and a featureless black mask, strode forward. Seeing the stranger advance directly toward Su Fugue, Ye Wangchuan subtly stepped back, shielding Su Fugue behind him.
Nan then. Clang. And 2 spinning daggers shot forth.
Ye Wangchuan instantly drew his spear, deflecting one then dispersing the other with a gust of frost-devouring chi.
One dagger ricocheted off a millennium-old tree.
Not a single drop of venom oozed from its tip onto the bark. The entire tree withered instantly, crumbling into desiccated rot. Ye Wangchuan turned puzzled.
At that moment, Su Fugue's brow furrowed, his voice icy and low. This is Ye Wangchuan, heir of the Yi clan, the foremost family of Chang'an City.
I am Su Fugue of the Su clan, one of Chang'an's top 10 families.
Who are you?
How dare you launch an unprovoked assault? And though no Su clan existed in Chang'an, Su Fugue needed a lineage with weight, and outsiders would never verify its truth. To his astonishment, the black-robed man scoffed dismissively.
And who are you fooling?
I've lived in Chang'an for decades, and never heard of any Su clan. As for the Yi clan, I have heard of them.
And then why attack us?
Are you courting death? Su Fugue frowned deeply, utterly bewildered. He couldn't fathom why a native of Chang'an would target the Yi clan's heir, nor why he of all people had drawn the gaze of this mysterious assassin. Damn it, so in this Xianxia world, wealth without backing is truly perilous.
And fine.
You'll die soon anyway, so I'll grant you clarity before your end. The black-robed man took a slow, deliberate breath. And my name is Yi Xuanwu, a peerless assassin, 3rd-rank cultivator.
Nai Ying is my sister. She died last night, Su Fugue.
I spent an entire day tracing her final contract to Tang Mo.
Her target was you.
And 3 names were entwined in that fate: Tang Mo, Ying, and you.
Why did only you survive?
It can only mean you murdered my sister.
Nai Xuanwu roared, and Su Fugue's pupils contracted sharply.
Ying is dead, and yes, Nai Xuanwu snarled, then turned his glare upon Ye Wangchuan.
And young Master Yi.
I hadn't planned to strike you, but my investigation revealed you commanded Su Fugue's resurrection. I'd long wondered. My sister cultivated its 2nd-rank foundation. How could she fall to a 1st-rank novice like Su Fugue?
Now I see, you were her accomplice. You too must die. Nai Xuanwu finished his declaration.
Ye Wangchuan sighed, rubbing his temple wearily.
Damn it. And are there two protagonists here whose combined aura of destiny has warped this assassin's judgment? Why must a killer reveal motive and background before striking? Insane. Just then Su Fugue regained his composure and spoke, and Ying and I collaborated. We were hired by a mysterious and I won't hear your excuses. After I slay you both, I'll take my own life and join my sister in the afterlife. And furious beyond reason, Ye Xuanwu refused all explanation. Nin the next instant. Shua. And he materialized before Ye Wangchuan. And you're second rank mid-tier, so you die first. And coldly he unsheathed a scythe and slashed with blinding speed. Ye Wangchuan remained unruffled, channeling chi and unleashing a shockwave around himself. Now a wave of bone-chilling frost erupted outward. Nai Xuanwu barely registered it until the moment the frost touched him, torrents of malevolent whispers flooded his mind. And normally his iron will would have silenced them. But now, grief-stricken and consumed by rage over his sister's death, his mental guard lay shattered. And those whispers surged inward, breaching his inner sanctum. Resentment, agony and fury swirled, swelling, merging, overwhelming. And helplessness and despair pressed down even as rage boiled beneath. Ni's emotions dissolved into chaos. His movements grew erratic, disjointed. And fuck you all, I will avenge her. Nothing shall stand in my way. Only after a full second did he wrench free from the psychic assault. Yet in combat even 1 second is decisive. And by the time Ye Xuanwu regained focus, a frost-encrusted spear already loomed before his face. Boom! And the spear slammed into his visage, launching him backward into a river, crushing countless fish midair. Simultaneously glacial energy erupted from the spearhead. And lotus blossoms of pure ice bloomed across the water's surface, seeking to bind Ye Xuanwu. Nan freezing yet more fish. Fortunately, as a third-rank cultivator, enduring a second-rank mid-tier spear strike to the face left him grievously wounded, but not crippled. His features were grotesquely contorted, one eye ruptured, most teeth shattered. Ye Xuanwu surveyed the ice encasing him. And with a flex of his arms the frozen prison splintered easily, yet the instant shards fell. Fresh river water rushed in. And froze again, under the spear's lingering chill. And relentless. After several failed attempts to break free by brute force, Ye Xuanwu shifted strategy. And he closed his eyes, stilled his heart and anchored his mind against the frost's corruptive whispers. And then he began gathering ambient spiritual energy, preparing his divine art. And with a guttural cry he dissolved into shadow itself, his divine art, shadow submersion. A technique allowing seamless movement through darkness, peerless for assassination or escape. Since the ice was translucent, Ye Xuanwu swiftly ascended its inner shadows to solid ground. And he laughed wildly, haha. Ye Wangchuan, you didn't expect. And before he could finish, Li Luo tossed an explosive talisman into the air, then detonated. Li Luo nodded. Mean the next breath, not talisman soared skyward, flaring crimson. And boom. Net detonated. Blinding radiance seared the battlefield, erasing nearly all shadows. And no, Nai Xuanwu recoiled, abandoning shadow submersion and lunging toward Ye Wangchuan. Third-rank speed was terrifying, his landbound sprint outpaced even a diving peregrine falcon by orders of magnitude. Ye Wangchuan hurled 3 spears, each evaded effortlessly. In as distance collapsed, Ye Xuanwu's lips curled into a triumphant grin. Brat. The gulf between third and second rank dwarfs that between second rank and mortals. Let me show you the true. Ni's words died mid-sentence. For Ye Wangchuan's palm golden rope coalesced, shimmering with ancient power. And what is that? Upon seeing the golden rope, Ye Xuanya hesitated for a moment. The immortal binding cord was not common knowledge, its rarity rendered it unfamiliar to most. Ye Wangchuan seized one end of the immortal binding cord and flung it toward Ye Xuanya like a plantation overseer commanding a laborer. With a disdainful sneer, Ye Xuanya scoffed, what wretched rope is this? Watch me cleave it in two with a single stroke. Without delay he raised his sickle and slashed downward at the cord. A sharp crack echoed, but the sickle failed utterly to sever it. Instead the cord lashed back violently, striking Ye Xuanya's right shoulder. A searing pain erupted. Ye Xuanya felt the spiritual energy within his right arm instantly unravel and dissipate. Damn it! What infernal rope is this? Startled, Ye Xuanya staggered backward several paces. Observing this, Ye Wangchuan's heart stirred with quiet certainty. Indeed, the immortal binding cord could serve as a weapon. It was in essence an indestructible whip that siphoned spiritual energy, and strangely it seemed especially effective against someone clad head to toe in black. As if darkness itself were born to be struck. Thereafter Ye Xuanya launched repeated assaults upon Ye Wangchuan, yet each time he closed the distance the cord lashed out anew. After only a few strikes his spiritual energy dwindled by more than half. Yet retreating to fight at range offered no respite, the spear rained down ceaselessly, hammering him without mercy. One could scarcely fathom how many such spears resided within Ye Wangchuan's spatial ring. Meanwhile Ye Xuanya's own cultivation techniques and concealed weapons were all tailored for assassination, not open combat. In broad daylight his lethality diminished drastically. Realizing he could not presently overcome Ye Wangchuan, Ye Xuanya gritted his teeth and pointed toward Su Fugue. You may swagger now, but your triumph is fleeting. Remember well, I am an assassin. Su Fugue, tonight do not dare close your eyes and sleep. With those words Ye Xuanya vanished into the shadows just as the blinding light from the exploding talismans faded. Ye Wangchuan responded instantly, hurling 3 consecutive spear strikes after him. But the assassin had already fled beyond reach. After all, Ye Wangchuan fought across an entire cultivation realm above his opponent. Though his combat prowess far surpassed Ye Xuanya's, escape remained inevitable when the latter truly willed it. Once I master the sparrow art, perhaps fleeing enemies will no longer pose a concern. Ye Wangchuan mused idly, untroubled. Ye Xuanya's true target was Su Fugui, not himself. Within this immortal cavern, Ye Xuanya stood no chance against him, and once the cavern dissolved, the assassin would not survive 10 minutes within Chang'an City. His next course of action was clear: keep as far away from the calamity known as Su Fugui as possible. Blast it, what a hatred magnet this system-blessed prodigy was, brimming with ill-fated fortune yet scant opportunity. Chopping trees with Li Luo would have been far more agreeable. With that thought, Ye Wangchuan turned to Su Fugui and declared, I shall pursue and eliminate that assassin. Before the words had even settled, he seized Li Luo's hand and sprinted toward where Ye Xuanya had fled. He granted Su Fugui no time to react. Were it not for the strategic need to keep Su Fugui alive as bait to draw Ye Xuanya's enmity, Ye Wangchuan might well have ended him then and there. Alone on the battlefield, Su Fugui watched Ye Wangchuan recede into the distance, a colossal question mark hovering above his head. So urgent. As he pondered, his gaze drifted to the pair now racing away, a towering man and a petite girl, evoking a chilling memory. The very same composition had confronted him during his own assassination attempt, a spear-wielding man and a little girl. Could it be? Su Fugui paused, then shook his head. No. That assassin's cultivation stood at the late stage of the first realm, whereas Ye Wangchuan has already reached the mid-stage of the second realm. In mere days, how could he possibly ascend from late first realm to mid-second realm? My own system cannot accelerate so swiftly. Moreover, if he truly sought my death, he would never have ordered my resurrection. And if recruitment were his aim, why not simply offer treasures from the Yi clan? Far more expedient. Therefore, Ye Wangchuan cannot be the mysterious assassin who struck me that day. Having reasoned this through with characteristic clarity, Su Fugui turned his attention behind him. His bodyguard still hung impaled upon the stone wall, pinned there by Ye Wangchuan's spear. Are you all right? Su Fugui approached and gripped the spear's shaft, wrenching it free. He pulled once, twice, then stared baffled at the unyielding weapon. What devilry is this spear? After several futile attempts, he abandoned brute force altogether. Instead, he widened the wound around the bodyguard's shoulder, then extracted her from the spearhead. All the while she shrieked in agony. Once freed, Su Fugui administered healing medicine. Now injured, his bodyguard could no longer accompany him. With only the early stage of the first realm himself, Su Fugui knew he must abandon pursuit of further origin rebirth flowers. He sighed deeply. He would wait instead for word of an auction in Chang'an City. Given his resources, acquiring a single origin rebirth flower at auction should present no insurmountable obstacle. Once the bodyguard regained consciousness, Su Fugui asked, what manner of spear is this? Why could I not dislodge it? Let me see, she replied. She rose, examined the spear embedded in the cliff face, and exclaimed in astonishment, Master, this is the sunken steel ink spear. Legend holds that only the Yi clan's artifact crafting elders possess the skill to forge such a weapon. Its shaft weighs 200 tons, unbreakable, peerless in resilience, and exquisitely conductive to spiritual energy. Moreover, its craftsmanship is flawless, its artistry sublime. I estimate its value exceeds 200 gold coins. Master, let us retrieve it and sell it immediately. Su Fugui fell silent. There are another 30 such spears lying over there on the ground. Elsewhere, Ye Wangchuan was not truly pursuing Ye Xuanya. He glanced sidelong at Li Luo and asked, Li Luo, your earlier promise still stands, does it not? 1 cultivation pill for every 5 gold coins worth of materials gathered. Yes, of course, she replied, puzzled. Very well, then let us proceed to the center. Nodding, Ye Wangchuan took her hand and hastened toward the heart of the immortal cavern. The closer they drew to the cavern's core, the rarer and more valuable the spirit herbs and rare treasures became. Already he had encountered all 3 fate-bound prodigies within this realm. Lu Han's destined opportunity had already been claimed by him. Su Fugui, a walking curse, magnetizing hostility wherever he went. Thus, harvesting abundant spirit treasures was imperative to maximize Li Luo's coin yield. Li Luo readily agreed. For every 5 gold coins worth of material collected, her system awarded 50 points of antagonist resonance. Even after granting Ye Wangchuan a single cultivation pill, she would retain 20 points of antagonist resonance as profit. Ha! Ye Wangchuan, never imagined you'd one day be shorn like a sheep. Laughing together, the two pressed onward toward the sacred center of the immortal cavern. In the center of the cave realm there lies a gathering place for humans. Even in the center, not every location is prone to conflict such as this gathering spot. This gathering place primarily serves to accommodate those who wish to avoid fighting and those seeking to exchange information and resources. Therefore, it is relatively peaceful here. Anyone causing trouble here will be surrounded and beaten by a dozen people. Inside the gathering place, a few individuals huddled together exchanging information. By the way, have you heard? Beneath the wasteland over there in the center there is said to be a super large tomb. That tomb, don't even mention it. Inside there is a mid-stage threefold puppet that can switch combat styles and rapidly recover from injuries. It was quite disgusting. I brought a few people to surround it, yet I was the only one who survived. Wow, how strong is that? Which unscrupulous artifact cultivator would set such a puppet loose? As they were discussing, Ye Wangchuan approached, decisively tossing a bag of money and asking, "Can you tell me the location of the wasteland in detail?" The group paused for a moment. One of them quietly opened the money bag, confirming the authenticity of the coins before promptly explaining. Ye Wangchuan listened while pondering. Based on his past life experiences from reading novels, places with powerful mechanisms guarding mysterious relics are often associated with great opportunities. A mid-stage threefold puppet is something he can barely handle. By the way, whose fateful opportunity does this belong to? Are there other fated individuals in this cave? After all, there are multiple entrances to the cave. If fated individuals from other cities come in, it would be quite... In a tomb, suddenly an exclamation arose. What is this? A puppet. A threefold puppet. Why is there a threefold puppet in the cave? 3 individuals were frantically fleeing within the tomb. Their cultivation levels were all at the second stage. This wasn't because second stage cultivators were common. Rather, fighting had never ceased in this area at the center of the cave. All first stage weaklings had basically been slaughtered. Except for a black-haired loli who was protected by a second stage man. Boom. As the 3 were escaping, suddenly a meteor hammer flew from deep within. The diameter of the hammer was a full 100 meters. Phew. One person was instantly smashed into the wall by the meteor hammer, flattened completely. The other 2 were blocked by the hammer at the exit. They were so frightened that their legs began to tremble. 18 forms of martial arts. Bao, a voice devoid of any emotion echoed in the darkness. A black wooden puppet with red glowing eyes emerged. The puppet stood around 10 meters tall, resembling a terracotta warrior. Though it was wooden, for some reason it was incredibly hard and impervious to blades and spears. Creak creak, as a series of creaking wooden sounds echoed, the puppet's left arm began to morph, transforming into a massive bow in mere seconds. 18 forms of martial arts arrow. As the puppet spoke, it spread its right hand and the air's spiritual energy surged into its palm, forming a 7-meter-long spiritual arrow. Creak. The arrow was placed on the bow and shot towards the 2 humans. Boom. A tremendous force erupted, shaking the entire tomb. The spiritual arrow lunged at them like a giant python, opening its gaping mouth to devour everything in its path. Boom. Unsurprisingly, the 2 were torn apart instantly. However, the arrow did not stop, it rampaged through the ground. Only after shooting out a spiraled underground passage 1,000 meters long did the arrow dissipate into the air. Grave robbers eliminated. The puppet confirmed the death of the 3 and the red glow in its eyes began to slowly fade. Just then, whoa. The traces of fighting underground are chaotic. Ye Wangchuan, are you sure there are treasures here? Don't worry. At the entrance of the tomb. Ye Wangchuan entered with Li Luo perched on his back. The moment they stepped in, they locked eyes with the puppet. Ye Wangchuan. Li Luo. Puppet, red light in its eyes brightened. 18 forms of bang. Before the puppet could finish its sentence, Ye Wangchuan immediately smashed it with his spear. The impact exploded the puppet's head on the spot. But in the next second, several root-like appendages crawled out from the puppet's severed neck, intertwining with each other. In no time, the puppet's head was restored. 18 forms of bang. Before it could finish its words, its head was smashed again. The roots extended out, restoring its head. 18 forms of bang. Another smash of its head. Restoration. 18 forms of bang. After 3 minutes, both sides were still repeating this process. One did not believe the other had that many spears. The other did not believe the opponent could keep recovering indefinitely. Finally, at a certain moment, 18 forms of martial arts shield. With a command from the puppet, it immediately raised a gigantic wooden shield. Although the puppet was unsure why the opponent had stopped throwing spears, it was merely an emotionless puppet. It simply needed to execute what it deemed the optimal solution. With that, the puppet charged forward, shield in hand. Charge. Charge. This shield is indestructible. Even the previous powerful spear could not break through it. As long as it charges, it could crush this mid-stage, second-stage human. At that moment, Li Luo detonated. All right. Li Luo responded. In the next second, 2 beams of red light erupted from the puppet's legs. Boom boom. The double sequential explosions occurred instantly, blowing the puppet's lower half to smithereens. It collapsed to the ground, its body beginning to sprout roots in an attempt to recover. Swish. Ye Wangchuan dashed over, smashing the roots with his spear. Li Luo, give this thing another one. Oh. Li Luo hurried over. While he was on his way, the puppet's mind was calculating frantically. Severe damage to the body, core under threat, calculating possible resistance outcomes, forceful resistance, failure, temptation with treasures, failure, attempting to escape, failure, appeasing the opponent. As it computed this outcome, the puppet raised its head and glanced at Li Luo. Calculating girl's favorability towards the man, very high as if the man is a vast treasure. Calculating man's favorability towards the girl, very high as if the girl is a vast treasure. Speculative result, man likes petite women. Appeasement, initiating. After a series of calculations, the puppet confirmed the outcome. In the next second, its entire body began to glow. Ye Wangchuan quickly stepped back to prevent the puppet from self-destructing. Instead of expanding, the puppet's body began to shrink gradually. Soon the puppet transformed into a 138. 8 centimeters loli. The tomb. The puppet continuously transformed, eventually becoming a 138. 8 centimeters tall loli. Her hair was ordinary gray long curls, but her eyes were an extraordinary bright red. She wore a coat with her small hands tucked into the sleeves. Clearly she was imitating Li Luo's attire. The flesh on her short legs was just right, neither too fat like a pig's trotters nor too thin like chopsticks. Her features were exquisite, delicate and adorable. After all, this was the appearance meticulously calculated by the puppet. Transformation successful, small-sized female human, personality adjustment, lively, cute and kind. Once the transformation was complete, the puppet looked towards Ye Wangchuan. She brewed her emotions for a moment and suddenly tears streamed down her face. Woo woo, big brother. Big brother. I beg you, don't kill me. Woo woo. Oh. Ye Wangchuan replied, raising his spear, preparing to smash the puppet with it. The long shadow of the spear fell on the puppet's face, momentarily stunning her. Puppet, eh? Hey. Wait. Wait. Big brother. Only I know the hidden inheritance location of the tomb. Don't kill me. Whoosh. As the puppet revealed the hidden inheritance, the descending spear finally stopped. Ye Wangchuan pointed the spear tip at the puppet and said, take off the organs capable of absorbing spiritual energy from your body and give them to me, then lead the way. Okay. Okay. The puppet said nervously. She opened her chest and handed over an object resembling a wooden heart to Ye Wangchuan. Only then did Ye Wangchuan put away his spear and store the wooden heart in his spatial ring. As long as it could not absorb spiritual energy, the puppet would have no combat power. Transformation, recovery and even activation, all these operations required spiritual energy. The role of spiritual energy to the puppet was akin to gasoline for a car, primarily serving to provide energy. Ye Wangchuan pinched the puppet's face with his hand and gave it a squeeze. Surprisingly, it felt quite soft, resembling the texture of skin rather than wood. This puppet's transformation ability is truly formidable. Ye Wangchuan looked around at the puppet and asked, where is your spiritual energy storage chamber? I need to release some of the spiritual energy inside, just enough to allow you to move and speak. The spiritual energy storage chamber. Is. The puppet suddenly began to stammer. Her current personality setting was lively, cute and kind. Naturally, she would experience emotions like shyness and embarrassment. Seeing the puppet like this, Ye Wangchuan's mouth twitched. He probably knew where the spiritual energy storage chamber was. After all, liquefied spiritual energy is more convenient for storage than plain spiritual energy. However, Ye Wangchuan would definitely not give up on consuming the puppet's spiritual energy over such a trivial matter. If this puppet were to unleash a powerful technique using its stored spiritual energy while he was off guard, it would be a disaster. Therefore, consuming this puppet's spiritual energy was necessary. Ye Wangchuan asked, can you launch an attack on this empty space to consume spiritual energy? The puppet explained, in this form I cannot use various martial arts. May I transform into a combat form? Ye Wangchuan waved his hand to refuse. Let's try a different approach. Can you find a way to release the spiritual energy yourself? The puppet pondered for a moment. I cannot release it myself, but I can allow others to assist me in releasing the spiritual energy. Ye Wangchuan asked in confusion, what method? The puppet. Ye Wangchuan, are you talking about a legitimate method? The puppet. Ye Wangchuan. The puppet, don't you have that capability? Ye Wangchuan. After the puppet's words, Ye Wangchuan rubbed his forehead as if coming to a realization. He originally did not want to do this. But since she mocked his inability, he felt compelled to teach her a lesson. With that thought, Ye Wangchuan turned to Li Luo and said, Li Luo, wait here for a moment. I will take this puppet to release some spiritual energy. Ha! Release spiritual energy. Li Luo was somewhat confused. What does releasing spiritual energy mean? How do you release spiritual energy? Before Li Luo could comprehend it, Ye Wangchuan had already grabbed the puppet's arm and entered a room inside the tomb. To ensure privacy. After waiting for a full 2 hours, Li Luo finally saw Ye Wangchuan emerge, his entire body steaming. Ye Wangchuan, where have you been? I was beating up that puppet, forcing her to reveal the location of the secret inheritance while also releasing the spiritual energy stored inside her to avoid harming us. Ye Wangchuan spoke casually. With a thought, he took out a towel from his spatial ring to wipe the sweat from his forehead and the moisture from his hands. Li Luo felt something was a bit strange. She twitched her nose and faintly smelled a peculiar scent on Ye Wangchuan. It was hard to describe what kind of smell it was, but it wasn't unpleasant. So Li Luo continued to ask, what about the puppet? Did you accidentally kill her? No, she is recovering from her injuries, she should be out soon. After saying this, Ye Wangchuan took a deep breath to calm his inner emotions. Just as the three of them had left, a man and a woman entered. The man was named Luo Nangua and the woman was named Morong. Both had entered through the cave entrance near Yanjing City.
As soon as they entered they saw a pile of human corpses in shattered ground.
Murong immediately expressed her confusion, since it has come to this, is there really anything left here? Young lady, don't worry, there are definitely great treasures here. Seeing Murong's expression was not good, Luo Nangwa gently took her hand and walked deeper into the tomb. Murong's little face instantly turned red. At the same time an electronic sound echoed in Luo Nangwa's mind. Ding, binding pure love targets heartbeat pure love value 20A. You. Don't touch my hand, I can walk by myself. Murong said with a flushed face, suddenly shaking off Luo Nangwa's hand. Luo Nangwa chuckled. Based on his experiences from his past life on Blue Star, Murong was quite the tsundere, outwardly hostile but inwardly honest. So Luo Nangwa continued. I'm sorry young lady, I will be more careful next time. Just this once, okay? Luo Nangwa is an ordinary and commonplace traveler.
Just 2 months ago he was a regular person from Blue Star. Although Luo Nangwa is an orphan, he diligently delivers milk tea and breakfast to the beautiful school belle every day. Even if it means eating steamed buns for a month, he will buy bags and phones for her. He cycles 1,000 meters just to pretend to be on the same route as the school belle. Finally, after Luo Nangwa's relentless efforts, he rushes through a red light in his eagerness to see her and gets hit by a luxury car. In the luxury car, the school belle is leaning on the shoulder of a rich second generation. After Luo Nangwa's death, his soul drifts in the air. He continually wanders, observing the scenes of his afterlife. Soon the time reaches Luo Nangwa's funeral. His soul looks around only to find that very few classmates attend, including the school belle he loved the most. In a corner a girl is sobbing heart-wrenchingly. Luo Nangwa leans closer and realizes that she is actually the unnoticed girl in the class. He never expected that this unnoticed girl actually had a crush on him. And she is crying so sadly. He sacrificed the girl who truly loved him for one that didn't even notice him. Thinking of this, Luo Nangwa's heart aches. Just then his vision goes dark. Luo Nangwa's heart leaps with joy. According to the plot of the novel, he is surely going to be reborn. Reborn back to the time when school just started. Once reborn, he must cherish this inconspicuous girl. With that thought, the scene before Luo Nangwa gradually restores. However, the restored scene is not the modern city Luo Nangwa imagined. Instead, it is a luxurious wooden palace. At the same time, the memories of his past life flood into his mind, making Luo Nangwa understand. He has soul transferred. The original body is an ordinary person 24 years old with mediocre talent and mid-stage foundation establishment. Due to his decent looks and physique, he became the personal attendant of the Mu family's young lady Murong. His main role is to be eye candy, with the secondary role of protecting Murong. Just as Luo Nangwa is accessing his memories of voice sounds in his mind. Ding, sorry. Due to improper actions by the administrator, you have unexpectedly changed from rebirth to soul transfer. To express our apology, we have prepared a compensation for you, a super system. Ding, based on the assessment of your past life, the super pure love system is the most suitable for you. The function of the super pure love system: the host must select a female character to bind as the pure love object. Once bound, it can never be unbound or changed. When the host interacts with the pure love object, pure love points can be gained. Pure love points can be used to purchase system items. The host and the pure love object will share cultivation levels, and both will always maintain the same level. A high difficulty level is detected in the world, granting the host a novice reward, a top grade dual cultivation technique 1. Hearing this series of phrases, Luo Nangwa was completely bewildered. After a moment, he snapped back to reality and started to explode internally. Damn. I finally found someone who truly loves me in reality. And now you tell me I accidentally changed from rebirth to soul transfer. Compensate me. I want you to send me back to Blue Star. I don't want to be a servant in this fantasy world without a phone or air conditioning. I want to have a sweet romance in Blue Star. Just as Luo Nangwa was screaming internally, suddenly his shoulder was tapped twice. What are you daydreaming about? It's time to eat. By the way, I'm not concerned about you. I just don't want you to go hungry and say the Mu family doesn't take care of you. A sweet voice came. Luo Nangwa turned to look and saw Murong, the young lady of the Mu family. Murong is not particularly beautiful, at most considered pretty. Far less attractive than Li Luo. But for Luo Nangwa, who had never seen the world, she seemed beautiful in his eyes. Luo Nangwa stood there in a daze, staring at her. Seeing Luo Nangwa staring at her, Murong's face turned slightly red and she lightly tapped his head, complaining, "What are you looking at? Is there something on my face?" As she murmured, she rubbed her face with her hand. Seeing this, Luo Nangwa's lips curled into a slight smile as he thought, "System, I'm not going back to Blue Star. Bind Murong as my pure love object." Time returns to the present. In the tomb, Luo Nangwa and Murong are walking through the tomb, constantly searching for treasures. Sometimes they encounter small puppets and some traps. The combat power of these puppets is only at the first and second levels, and their intelligence is not very high. The traps are also not very effective. Naturally, they are easily crushed by Luo Nangwa and Murong. After all, Luo Nangwa has a system.
The system has various magical items that can help improve cultivation.
For instance, a chocolate bar that increases cultivation as long as Luo Nangwei and Mu Rong eat it together. A magical bed that increases cultivation when they sleep together for a night.
There are also couple outfits that can increase cultivation and so on. After 2 months of enhancement with system items, both Luo Nangwei and Mu Rong's cultivation have risen to the initial stage of the third level. This is the power of the system. Soon the two of them broke into the core of the tomb. The treasures at the core are quite abundant. There is a large box of gemstones, a pile of rare materials, and even a divine weapon worth 50 gold coins. Mu Rong uses a spatial ring to collect these treasures with satisfaction. After collecting everything, she turned to Luo Nangwei and said, "Alright, let's go back." "Wait a moment." Luo Nangwei waved his hand, carefully pondering.
This tomb is inexplicably strange.
The battle scars at the entrance are everywhere, and they do not seem to be left by second-level puppets.
It is evident that these are the marks left by the rumored third-level puppets.
However, they have not encountered any third-level puppets along the way.
This indicates that the third-level puppet has likely been eliminated by a human. The rewards at the core of the tomb are still intact, suggesting that no human has been here. In other words, the human who eliminated the puppets is currently somewhere else in the tomb collecting treasures. They could be gathering some small treasures or perhaps some hidden treasures. After all, according to the tropes of novels, that third-level puppet as the highest level puppet in the tomb must have some special secrets. "Young lady, I think we should rest at the entrance of the tomb for a while."
"Ha!
Why not go back to the camp to rest?"
"Because I feel a bit tired."
"Okay, then let's rest for a bit."
"I happen to want to rest as well."
Upon hearing Mu Rong's agreement, Luo Nangwei's lips curled up slightly.
He plans to block the entrance.
He must rob the person who defeated the third-level puppet. Although the opponent might be quite powerful, there are two of them at the initial stage of the third level. With the enhancement of system items, Luo Nangwei believes that nothing in the entire cave can threaten them.
This is the confidence that comes from being strong. Deep within the tomb, a loli-like threefold puppet walked ahead while Ye Wangchuan and Li Luo followed behind.
The puppet pressed 4 different combinations of stone bricks on the wall.
A hidden chamber suddenly opened its door.
Inside the room was exceedingly simple, containing only a coffin. Ye Wangchuan immediately commanded the puppet. Meanwhile, he and Li Luo stood outside the chamber, prepared to unleash several long spears and explosive talismans should any monsters emerge from the coffin. Reluctantly, the puppet approached the coffin and creaked it open. Inside lay 2 skeletal remains embracing each other. Seeing this, Ye Wangchuan felt relieved. It appeared to be a legacy left by a powerful figure before their death. He walked over to take a closer look. Inside the coffin, aside from the skeletons, there was a bow and an arrow. The bow was pure white while the arrow was pitch black. Together they formed a jarring mismatch. At that moment, Ye Wangchuan discovered a book beside the bow and arrow. His expression brightened as he began to flip through its pages. "My wife and I are both weapon cultivators sent by our sect to scour the cave."
"However," Ye Wangchuan turning the page, "it seems there's no way out. Let's build a tomb first."
Ye Wangchuan turning the page, "My wife and I created a threefold puppet hoping it." Ye Wangchuan turning the page, "Time is running out. The toxins in my wife and me deepen day by day.
We decided to leave a legacy."
It was only after reaching this page that Ye Wangchuan finally paused his frantic reading and began to examine it carefully. Beside him, Li Luo looked on helplessly.
Can't you read it carefully? After all, it's a legacy left by someone."
"That would be too time-consuming. I just need to see the effects of the legacy," Ye Wangchuan said flatly, focusing on the introduction of the bow and arrow.
"This bow and arrow are named the day bow and night arrow. The day bow was crafted by me and can only be used by males.
The night arrow was crafted by my wife and can only be used by females. Thus, to use them, 2 individuals of opposite genders must cooperate. One pulls the bow and the other knocks the arrow to unleash the greatest power. The specific power is determined by both parties' cultivation, mutual affection, and relationship progress. The higher the cultivation, affection, and progress, the greater the arrow's power.
10 minutes after the arrow is shot, a new night arrow will reassemble in the female's hand.
If the rules are ignored and forced to use, it will be no different from an ordinary bow and arrow." After reading about the bow and arrow's usage, Ye Wangchuan's mouth twitched.
What kind of bow and arrow is this? So difficult to use.
Was this legacy originally intended for the protagonist of a sweet romance with a single female lead? Speaking of which, why is there a single female lead in a fantasy world? Ye Wangchuan picked up the night arrow and pondered for a moment before looking at the puppet.
"Can you use this arrow?" "I probably can't."
"Right," the puppet replied uncertainly. Seeing this, Ye Wangchuan sighed and turned to Li Luo. "Then we'll have to try it out ourselves."
"Ah. Oh, okay." Li Luo took the night arrow, looking puzzled as she examined it. At this moment, Ye Wangchuan picked up the day bow.
His muscles bulged as he held the bow in his left hand and pulled the string with his right. Once taught, he turned to Li Luo.
"Come, knock the arrow."
Li Luo looked up at the long bow above her head. She raised her arm holding the night arrow,
but couldn't reach it.
Li Luo tiptoed.
Still couldn't reach. In a fit of frustration she circled behind Ye Wangchuan and skillfully climbed onto his back. Then she leaned over from Ye Wangchuan's shoulder to knock the arrow. She was almost pressed against Ye Wangchuan's face before finally managing to knock it. Ye Wangchuan didn't care about anything else, confirming the arrow was not. He aimed at a wall of the tomb and released the bowstring. At the moment the arrow was fired, a flash of black light swept across the scene, momentarily blinding everyone. The blindness lasted for about 0.5 seconds. When Ye Wangchuan regained his sight, he discovered a trace resembling a tunnel deepening by 1200 meters like a mountain cave. Impressive. Ye Wangchuan looked at the Dai Bao in his hands, very pleased. A destructive force that caused kilometers of damage in 0.5 seconds was already the level of a threefold puppet. The fortune of the protagonist truly is more astonishing than the last. Although the activation is a bit cumbersome and has a 10-minute cooldown, at least the power justifies the cost. With that thought, Ye Wangchuan took out 2 chairs from his spatial ring and lay back on one. Li Luo, that night arrow must be worth at least 1,000 in money. I won't ask for much, just give me 100 cultivation pills and 34 foundation establishment pills. Li Luo looked at her system space. There was no increase in villainous emotion points despite Ye Wangchuan taking the Dai Bao and night arrow. Including the previous time Ye Wangchuan took the Han Sha heart and icebone sword, there was similarly no increase in villainous emotion points. This puzzled Li Luo, prompting her to question the system in her mind. System, didn't you say that obtaining treasures would grant me villainous emotion points? Why didn't you give me any this time? Ding, these belong to a legacy and do not count as treasures. System, damn. Playing word games. Li Luo cursed the system in her heart. Then she looked up at Ye Wangchuan and said, the night arrow belongs to a legacy and does not count as a treasure. Ye Wangchuan. Li Luo, come. I want to discuss something good with you. The entrance of the tomb. Luo Nangua and Morong stared wide-eyed at the massive tunnel that had just been blasted open. What is that? I'm going to check it out. Luo Nangua immediately stood up. Hey, wait for me. Morong hurriedly followed. The two walked along the passage for a while. Soon they reached a hidden chamber where 3 people were present. A man and a black-haired loli sat on chairs sharing medicinal pills. A gray-haired loli stood silently beside them. Speaking of which, why are there so many lolis? At this moment Luo Nangua suddenly noticed a coffin beside the 3. He immediately understood. These 3 had obtained the hidden rewards of the tomb. This was intolerable. With that thought, Luo Nangua shouted. You 3 state your names. That man, hand over the spatial ring in your possession. I'll spare your ha. Ye Wangchuan, who was gnawing on the foundation establishment and cultivation pills, raised his head. The 2 looked at Luo Nangua in confusion. Who is this person? At this moment Ye Wangchuan noticed that there was also a woman beside Luo Nangua. Moreover, both of them looked quite good. Are they the children of destiny? With that thought, Ye Wangchuan swiftly began stuffing cultivation pills and foundation establishment pills into his mouth. Soon his cultivation level explosively broke through to the late 2nd stage. Only then did he stand up and look at Luo Nangua, saying, Chang'an City Yi family Ye Wangchuan. Upon hearing this, Murong's pupils constricted. Sweat beads began to form densely on her forehead. After all, she was the daughter of a prominent family in Yanjing City. How could she not have heard of the first family in Chang'an City? Moreover, it was the family of that old monster. Morong hesitantly reached out, tugging at Luo Nangua, wanting to dissuade him. Luo Nangua thought that Morong was afraid. So he patted her back and whispered comfortingly, don't worry, I'm here. I won't let anyone hurt you. Don't be afraid. After comforting her, Luo Nangua raised his head. His gaze was filled with confidence and he smirked disdainfully at Ye Wangchuan. Yi family. Never heard of it. Luo Nangua genuinely had not heard of the Yi family. After all, he was just an ordinary person. Just like how ordinary people in Chang'an City wouldn't know that the strongest family in Yanjing City is the Long family. Ordinary people in Yanjing City also did not know that the strongest family in Chang'an City is the Yi family. In a fantasy world without the internet, it was difficult for ordinary people to obtain news from other cities. But precisely because of this, Luo Nangua felt even more confident. I have never even heard your Yi family's name in Yanjing. Could it be that your Yi family would travel all the way to Yanjing and beat me up in front of the prominent Morong family? Though the Yi surname is indeed formidable, I don't believe you are that powerful. With that thought, Luo Nangua confidently said, however, you scared my young lady and that is unforgivable. Now immediately apologize to my young lady. Supplementary medicine, aha. Morong let out a sharp cry, rushing over to cover Luo Nangua's mouth. Luo Nangua thought that Murong's tsundere side was acting up again. No worries. He clearly knew that with a tsundere you just need to respond in the opposite manner. So he turned around, patted Morong's shoulder and said confidently, it's okay, we will win. No. My father said there's an old monster in the Yi family. Don't provoke him. No problem for my young lady, I am willing to take on the entire world. Before Morong could react. Boom. Luo Nangua stomped heavily on the ground, shattering the earth and charging towards Ye Wangchuan. At this moment Luo Nangua felt immensely satisfied.
Just now he had delivered such a cool line, surely it must have moved Morong greatly. In his past life, using his skills to win over a school beauty was a breeze. In this ancient fantasy setting, that would be a dimensional strike. Speaking of which, why didn't the system grant him any pure love points? Just as Luo Nangua was filled with pride, he suddenly felt a chill strike his face.
What, Pua?
A long spear slammed towards him, smashing into Luo Nangua's face and sending him flying. It wasn't until he was harshly slammed against a stone wall, creating a cloud of debris, that he finally came to a stop. Luo Nangua's face was immediately distorted from the blow, blood seeping out, quickly frozen by the cold air released from the spear sticking to his face. Moreover, the cold air continuously surged into his body through the wound.
Accompanying this was the intrusion of malevolent thoughts.
The negative emotions within these malevolent thoughts instantly triggered Luo Nangua's painful anger from being repeatedly rejected by the school beauty.
The dual blows to his body and spirit caused Luo Nangua to writhe and wail in agony on the spot. Luo Nangua. Morong was startled upon seeing Luo Nangua being attacked.
She immediately took out a heart-shaped stone from her spatial ring, decisively cutting her palm with a knife to let her blood drip onto the stone. As her blood was continuously absorbed by the stone, Luo Nangua's injuries began to rapidly heal.
This stone was an item from Luo Nangua's system, its function being to absorb one person's life force to restore another. Commonly referred to as life force transfer. Although Morong didn't know where Luo Nangua's magical item came from, she understood its use. Seeing Luo Nangua's injuries heal, Ye Wangchuan immediately became serious. What kind of evil thing is that heart-shaped stone? If I got my hands on it, could I force someone to bleed and restore my life every day? I need to take a closer look. With that thought, Ye Wangchuan immediately rushed towards Morong.
The speed of the late second stage erupted like a speeding train. Just as Ye Wangchuan approached within 50 meters of Morong and pulled out a spear to strike at her, Luo Nangua's pupils turned red, pulling out a turtle shell-shaped shield and roared.
Don't harm my young lady.
As soon as these words were uttered, a layer of golden light instantly enveloped Morong.
Boom!
The spear slammed into Morong's waist.
However, there was no injury on Morong, she was perfectly intact.
Instead, Luo Nangua beside her suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood.
A wound appeared on his waist. Injured by proxy. Ye Wangchuan calmly analyzed inwardly, immediately pulling out another spear to strike at Morong. Morong also reacted at this moment.
Her early third stage cultivation erupted, quickly dodging the spear, and she urged, stop, stop, stop.
Young Master Yi. I am Morong from the Morong family of Yenjing. I think we can, young lady. I'm here to assist you. Before Morong could finish explaining, Luo Nangua charged over again. He immediately shouted loudly at Ye Wangchuan, Ye Wangchuan. You coward, do you only dare to bully women? Come at me if you have the guts.
As soon as this was said, a surge of unusual emotion instantly surged within Ye Wangchuan's heart. He suddenly felt that this turtle boy was extremely deserving of a beating.
He must beat him to death. This thought emerged but was suppressed by Ye Wangchuan's rationality the next second. Is that a taunt?
Ye Wangchuan suppressed his anger, looking at Luo Nangua, and chuckled, saying, you were almost killed by a spear and you still need to rely on a woman to save you, haha you.
Luo Nangua was so angry he couldn't speak.
In a fit of rage, he raised the turtle shell in his hand and charged towards Ye Wangchuan. Ye Wangchuan threw out 2 spears and struck them twice, only leaving 2 scratches on the turtle shell.
Seeing his attacks were ineffective, Ye Wangchuan prepared to dodge and circle around.
Suddenly Ye Wangchuan seemed to think of something and changed to blocking with the spear in front of him.
Bang! A powerful force struck him, sending Ye Wangchuan flying.
Ye Wangchuan planted the spear into the ground, creating a 20-meter scar on the ground before finally coming to a stop. That last impact made Ye Wangchuan feel as if his arm was about to shatter. And this was while the opponent was holding a shield and unable to exert full strength due to injuries. The gap between the late second stage and the third stage was still too large. Kid, this is the price of provoking me. I originally wanted to forgive you, but you dared to attack my young lady. Even if the King of Heaven came, he wouldn't be able to save you.
Seeing Ye Wangchuan being knocked back, Luo Nangua became quite smug.
Ye Wangchuan ignored him. With a thought, he calmly took a pill and swallowed it, saying,
Li Luo explode. Ha!
What explode? Before Luo Nangua's confusion could be answered, he saw the turtle shell in his hand light up with 2 red lights.
Luo Nangua stared at the red light on the turtle shell, utterly perplexed.
In the next moment, a thunderous explosion resounded. Accompanying it was a wave of scorching heat, a sheer force of destruction.
Luo Nangua was hit directly by the power of 2 explosion talismans. Whoosh! Whoosh! The entire tomb was shrouded in smoke generated by the explosions. Whoosh!
Ye Wangchuan took out a fan and vigorously fanned the smoke away. At this moment, he finally saw the scene clearly. A massive pit with a radius of 40 meters had suddenly appeared.
Luo Nangua lay in the center of the pit.
In front of him lay a shattered turtle shell shield. His body was covered in burn marks.
Flesh, bones, charred skin. These elements occupied every part of Luo Nangua's body. There wasn't a single intact piece of skin on him. Ye Wangchuan was not surprised by this scene.
The explosion talismans from Li Luo were provided by the system, although their range was limited, their power was astonishing. The 500-meter-long triple-headed serpent was blasted apart by 3 explosion talismans, its scales shattering to reveal white bones. The 10-meter-tall triple puppet was directly blown apart below the waist by 2 explosion talismans. And Luo Nangwig, standing at only 1.8 meters tall, took the full force of 2 explosion talismans to the face. Although he had a shield to mitigate the damage, the harm was still incalculable. Ah! A searing pain shot through him and Luo Nangwig screamed in agony. But Ye Wangchuan would not give him any chance. Whoosh! A long spear decisively smashed towards Luo Nangwig. Just then a piercing sound echoed as the spear pierced through a chest. However, it was not Luo Nangwig's chest. Instead, Morong stood with outstretched arms blocking in front of Luo Nangwig. Luo Nangwig widened his eyes, incredulously staring at the scene before him. Morong smiled softly. Memories of the various moments shared with Luo Nangwig over the past 2 months began to flash through her mind. The first time stargazing, the first time soaking in a hot spring, the first time eating stinky tofu. For some reason 2 months ago he seemed to have transformed into a different person, bringing her new surprises every day. Originally she had merely wanted Luo Nangwig to be her guard for eye candy, but unbeknownst to her she had become subtly attached to him. With that thought, Morong smiled gently, reaching her bloodied hand towards Luo Nangwig's cheek and began to speak. Luo Nangwig, actually I have always... Ye Wangchuan reacted immediately, rushing forward to cover Morong's mouth tightly, preventing her from saying any words of confession. At the same time he swiftly pulled Morong's outstretched hand back to prevent her from smearing blood on Luo Nangwig's face. Subsequently Ye Wangchuan decisively took a few steps back with Morong and drew a dagger against her neck. Ye Wangchuan threatened, first one more step and her life is forfeit. You! Luo Nangwig glared fiercely at Ye Wangchuan, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. Meanwhile Ye Wangchuan's mind began to race. Damn it! I made a mistake. Bringing only 2 explosion talismans was far too few. I didn't directly blow up this bastard. According to the current plot, as long as this woman dies, the child of destiny will definitely go berserk. Li Luo's short legs would take dozens of seconds to reach here. There's not enough time to finish him off. Ye Wangchuan began to think frantically about ways to prevent Luo Nangwig from going berserk. Dramas, anime, comics, novels. In a short time Ye Wangchuan recalled nearly all the entertainment he had watched in his past life. All to find a way for a villain to survive after severely injuring the female lead scenario. While pondering, Ye Wangchuan suddenly thought of something. Previously this woman had told him she was from the Morong family in Yanjing. Ye Wangchuan's mind sparkled with insight. He first stuffed a medicinal pill into Morong's mouth to stabilize her injuries and prevent her from dying suddenly, which could lead to the child of destiny going berserk. Then Ye Wangchuan leaned down, whispering into Morong's ear, "Miss, you wouldn't want your Morong family in Yanjing to be exterminated, would you?" What? Morong looked over in horror at Ye Wangchuan's words. Ye Wangchuan watched the scene with great satisfaction. He continued, "I've heard of the Morong family. They are one of the prestigious families in Yanjing. You must have heard of the Yi family as well. What a coincidence, I am the only heir of the Yi family. At this moment I happen to have the Yi family token, which allows me to convey information across space. If I were to use the token to inform my father Yi Zhentian that the Morong family is trying to kill me, what do you think would be the outcome?" The answer is not a single member of the Morong family would survive until the next day. Just like your Lin family in Yanjing. Upon uttering these words, Morong's pupils constricted. The Lin family, once the foremost family in Yanjing. Their top-tier combat strength and heritage were incredibly formidable. Even when it comes to heritage, the current Long family is still a far cry from the former Lin family. But for some unknown reason, one day the Lin family was exterminated overnight by the Yi family. Only children shorter than the wheels survived. This was also why Morong was wary of the Yi family. "What do you want me to do?" Morong glared at Ye Wangchuan, gritting her teeth. Ye Wangchuan smirked softly, saying, "First send that man away, we can talk slowly about the rest." All right. Morong gritted her teeth, raised her head and looked at Luo Nangwig. At this moment Luo Nangwig was glaring at Ye Wangchuan, shouting incessantly. However, due to Morong being threatened with a knife at her neck, he dared not act rashly. Luo Nangwig could only curse loudly, "Ye Wangchuan, you bastard! What ability do you have? Only able to attack women. If you have the guts, don't use a young lady to threaten me. Come at me. You, enough." Luo Nangwig shot up. Morong suddenly shouted, stopping Luo Nangwig's insults. Luo Nangwig looked at Morong in astonishment. Luo Nangwig. This young master Ye Wangchuan is actually a kind person. You've misunderstood him. You were the one who attacked him first. Didn't you see that he even gave me healing pills? All of this is your fault to begin with. You should quickly apologize to young master Ye Wangchuan and then return to the human camp to wait for me. I want to stay here and chat with young master Ye Wangchuan for a bit before returning. Miss, what did you just say? Luo Nangwo looked at Morong, disbelief filling his eyes. Why would the young lady who had been by his side day and night help a man she had known for less than 10 minutes? I told you to go back to the camp and wait for me. Can't you hear? Morong said somewhat angrily. Luo Nangwa hesitated and reached out his hand. But
This is an order. Morong shouted. All right. Luo Nangwa clenched his fists and left. To him the young lattice orders were paramount. No matter what he could not disobey. No matter what. Ye Wangchuan.
If you dare to do anything bad to the young lady, I will never forgive you.
Before leaving, Luo Nangwa shouted this. Only then did Ye Wangchuan feel relieved.
He first took Morong's spatial ring, then pulled out the binding immortal rope and wrapped it around Morong a few times. This would seal the spiritual energy within Morong's body and prevent her from causing trouble. After all, she was at the 3rd level and it would be troublesome if she really caused trouble.
Morong still had great use. Threaten Luo Nangwa, prevent him from succumbing to darkness and become his Achilles heel.
In short, when dealing with such a protagonist with a single female lead, targeting the female lead fiercely was the right approach.
The protagonist would naturally be timid.
Beside him, Li Luo was chewing on the remaining pills, looking at Ye Wangchuan with a face full of confusion.
What should we do next? Ye Wangchuan pondered for a moment. He glanced at the earlier 3rd level puppet. For some reason this puppet was not one that obeyed orders unconditionally, it seemed to have the ability to think independently.
If possible, Ye Wangchuan planned to take this puppet to the Yi family to consult with the Elder of Artifact Refinement.
But that would mean Ye Wangchuan would have to bring along Li Luo the puppet and Morong, 3 weaklings.
Li Luo's cultivation was too low. Although she had just reached the late stage of the 1st level by using pills, it was still insufficient. The puppet and Morong were both at the 3rd level, but Ye Wangchuan did not trust either of them and would not allow them to use their full strength. Otherwise, what if he was suddenly backstabbed during a fight with a strong opponent? He was a villain, not a protagonist. It was not uncommon for villains to be backstabbed. With that thought, Ye Wangchuan raised his head and spoke. Go find a forest to chop some trees while we wait for the cave to end.
Okay. Li Luo nodded, having no objections. Chopping trees would also allow her to accumulate villain emotion points effortlessly without needing to fight. At a human camp, a battered Luo Nangwa ran back. The people in the camp were all members of the Morong family and their attendants.
When they saw Luo Nangwa return, their faces lit up with joy.
Luo Nangwa. Just in time. A 3rd level person provoked us just now, go teach him a lesson.
Hey. Brother Luo, I just caught a few fish and the fish soup I made is incredibly delicious.
You should come try it. Also let Miss Morong come and taste it.
By the way, where is Miss Morong? I see Brother Luo is always inseparable from the young lady every day. Several people were discussing amongst themselves.
Luo Nangwa ignored their words and wearily walked towards the tent. Miss Morong will be back soon, I will rest for a bit. After saying this, he crawled into the tent and lay down, waiting for Miss Morong's return. 10 minutes, 20 minutes. As he waited, Luo Nangwa fell into a deep sleep.
The young lady is back. The young lady is back.
Luo Nangwa, come out.
When he regained consciousness, he heard this. His expression brightened and he quickly got out of bed and went outside. Seeing Morong standing outside unharmed, he immediately exclaimed, "Young lady, you finally returned." Luo Nangwa's words were not yet finished. From behind Morong, Ye Wangchuan's figure emerged. Ye Wangchuan wore an arrogant expression and slapped Morong heavily on the shoulder.
Morong trembled all over, revealing a shy expression. "Young lady, this is Luo Nangwa. I'm sorry I can no longer be apart from young Master Yi. But it's okay, I will still accompany you often during the day, I just need to see young Master Yi at night," Morong said shyly. Luo Nangwa stood there dumbfounded. At that moment, Ye Wangchuan revealed a mischievous smile. He walked over to Luo Nangwa and spoke slowly. "Morong is indeed very enticing." Bang! Luo Nangwa suddenly sat up from the bed, smashing it and the surrounding ground to pieces with a punch. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently, glancing around in fear. At this moment it was midnight. Some night watch attendants rushed over hurriedly, asking Luo Nangwa what had happened. Only then did Luo Nangwa realize that it had just been a dream. And Miss Morong had not returned at all. "It's nothing. I fought a fierce battle during the day and just had a nightmare. You all can leave." Luo Nangwa dismissed the attendants. He raised his hand, looking at his trembling arm, and murmured to himself. "What was I thinking? How could a proud woman like Miss Morong possibly submit to someone like..." As he said this, Luo Nangwa suddenly froze. He recalled carefully, beginning to compare his own conditions with Ye Wangchuan's. In terms of strength, he was at the early stage of the 3rd level, completely dominated by Ye Wangchuan, who was at the late stage of the 2nd level. In terms of wealth, he was just an attendant, while Ye Wangchuan had a spatial ring on his finger, surely wealthy. In terms of personality, he was a bit better, being gentle and considerate. Ye Wangchuan's character was too brutal and cruel. Looking at it overall, it seemed he really was not as good as Ye Wangchuan. On the other side, Ye Wangchuan led a few people to a flat grassland. In the grassland there was a small grove. Ye Wangchuan looked left and right, confirming that the surrounding terrain was vast and not easy for anyone to hide and launch a surprise attack. Then with a thought, he placed a small wooden house on an empty spot. This wooden house was previously stored in his spatial. It was now brought out as a disposable dwelling. The wooden house was not large, consisting of merely 3 rooms and a hall.
Fortunately the puppet did not need to sleep, so it was barely sufficient.
Entering the wooden house, Ye Wangchuan and Li Luo both lay down on a reclining chair. With another thought, Ye Wangchuan took out a pot of hot tea from the spatial ring.
Taking a sip of hot tea, he looked content. In front of them Morong stood still, surveying the surroundings.
At that moment Ye Wangchuan took a sip of tea and said casually to Morong, "Madam, you wouldn't want the Morong family to be exterminated, would you?" "Wait, why are you threatening me again?"
"Please don't harm my family.
I can do anything." Morong became anxious upon hearing Ye Wangchuan's threat. "Oh, you can do anything?"
Ye Wangchuan revealed a mischievous smile.
Then,
Ye Wangchuan took an axe from the spatial ring and threw it into Morong's hand, saying, "Then I want you to chop down the trees outside with this axe right now."
"Ha!" Morong was taken aback. She thought that Ye Wangchuan was threatening her with something more serious. Cough cough.
"By the way, you should chop down trees too. I will infuse you with some spiritual energy to make it easier for you to switch forms." Ye Wangchuan then looked at the puppet beside him.
All right."
The puppet had no major objections. After all, it was a puppet, and switching to combat mode meant it wouldn't feel pain or exhaustion.
Of course, in its current lowly form it could still feel pain and fatigue. It took small strides and approached Ye Wangchuan. The puppet asked curiously, "How will you infuse me with spiritual energy? Will you return my heart for a while?"
Ye Wangchuan waved his hand in refusal. "No way, what if you run away with your heart? Are there any other methods to infuse spiritual energy?"
The puppet replied yes.
Ye Wangchuan asked, "What method is it?" The puppet remained silent. Ye Wangchuan also fell silent.
After a long pause,
Ye Wangchuan helplessly rubbed his forehead and led the puppet into the bedroom of the wooden house. While walking, he spoke to Li Luo. "Li Luo, go supervise Morong outside. I will infuse some spiritual energy into this puppet to help her chop trees."
All right." Li Luo nodded and approached Morong. "Go chop trees. Hurry up. No slacking off. I want you to chop for 16 hours a day. You little fish."
Morong's mouth twitched as she took up the axe and went outside to chop trees.
At present Morong was still bound by some binding ropes under her clothes.
However, her hands and feet were free to move, but the knots were on her back, making it difficult for her to untie them herself. This led to her spiritual energy being sealed, preventing her from using her abilities. Fortunately, her triple physique was very strong, and even without spiritual energy she could chop down a tree with a single swing. She could even break a tree into wood shavings with just a slap without needing an axe. While Morong was responsible for chopping trees, Li Luo supervised and collected some herbs and fruits that fell to fill a basket. The two of them worked hard. Li Luo watched the villain's emotional value rise rapidly, feeling quite satisfied.
2 hours later, Ye Wangchuan and the puppet finally emerged from the wooden house. It was clear that the spiritual energy was fully infused. The puppet took a deep breath.
18 martial arts axe. As the words fell, the puppet began to glow, growing larger and transforming swiftly into a 10-meter-tall wooden warrior.
Moreover, its right arm transformed into a giant axe.
The puppet swung the giant axe as if it were chopping down saplings rushing into the grove, and began to swing wildly.
In just a few seconds it could fell an entire grove of trees. Meanwhile, Ye Wangchuan set up a reclining chair, put on sunglasses, and lay back to bask in the sun.
On the surface it seemed like he was slacking off. In reality, Ye Wangchuan's eyes were constantly scanning the surroundings beneath his sunglasses. According to his speculation, the young lady was being oppressed by the villain, and the destined son of fortune would come to rescue her soon. In other words, Luo Nangwei would be arriving soon. Ye Wangchuan was unsure whether the other party was bringing people along or had gained some fortuitous encounter to grow stronger. But regardless, he already had a plan in mind. After about an hour, a half-heart-shaped stone in Ye Wangchuan's pocket suddenly began to glow. He took out the stone and examined it carefully. After capturing Morong, Ye Wangchuan had already seized all the system items and spatial ring from her. However, he was not clear about the functions of these items. Even if Morong explained their uses, Ye Wangchuan would not believe her. The system items that Luo Nangwei gave Morong are basically used in pairs, somewhat like couples items.
So what could the function of this system item be? Ye Wangchuan pondered for a moment, deciding to take the initiative and prepare for Luo Nangwei's potential ambush. "Puppet, come here for a moment."
Okay. The puppet stopped chopping trees and walked over to Ye Wangchuan.
Ye Wangchuan wasted no time and directly asked, "Puppet, can you transform into Morong's appearance?" "Yes, mimicry Morong," the puppet nodded. In the next second it radiated light all over and quickly transformed into Morong's appearance. After confirming the transformation was complete, the puppet resembling Morong gave a cold snort at Ye Wangchuan.
"Don't get the wrong idea, I transformed like this just to make sure you'd give me my heart back.
It's not for you." All right. Ye Wangchuan smiled and nodded, quite satisfied.
The imitation was simply flawless. "Here, put on these clothes." Ye Wangchuan rummaged through his spatial ring and took out a set of couple's clothing. This outfit was something Morong had stored in her own spatial ring.
The female puppet would wear the female outfit while Ye Wangchuan would wear the male one. After dressing, Ye Wangchuan placed the system items he had previously taken from Morong onto the puppet. He solemnly said to the puppet, "From now on you must tell anyone other than me that you are Morong, not a puppet." "I'll reluctantly agree to you." The puppet consented. After confirming that the disguise was foolproof, Ye Wangchuan shifted over on the reclining chair, leaving a space. He patted the empty space and said to the puppet, "Come lie in my arms. Remember to show a shy expression." "Ha! All right. The puppet approached, displaying a mix of reluctance, shyness and fragility as she lay down beside Ye Wangchuan. Splash, in a cave. Luo Nangua poked his head out, gazing ahead. On the flat grassland a small wooden house stood out conspicuously. In front of the small wooden house there was a grove that had almost been stripped bare. Why is Ye Wangchuan chopping down trees for no reason? Luo Nangua scratched his head in confusion. But none of this mattered anymore. The most important thing was to rescue the young lady. With that thought in mind, Luo Nangua took out a half-heart-shaped stone from his pocket. This stone was of course a system item. Its function was quite simple and straightforward. The closer the two heartstones were to each other, the brighter the stone would shine. It was thanks to this that Luo Nangua was able to find this place. Otherwise he wouldn't have known how long it would take to find such a large cave. Luo Nangua looked at the brightness of the stone. After confirming he was heading in the right direction, he waved his hand and continued forward with a group of people behind him. This time he came prepared. He brought 5 companions from the Mu family with him. He did not believe that they couldn't outnumber Ye Wangchuan. Soon the group from the Mu family, through digging underground, got closer and closer to the small wooden house on the grassland. They were only 100 meters away from the other stone. Luo Nangua stopped. He cautiously dug above him, quietly poking his head out. Then he saw his young lady Mu Rong and Ye Wangchuan's embrace, both dressed in couple outfits. Mu Rong was lying in Ye Wangchuan's arms, wearing an extremely shy expression. Moreover, the young lattice expression seemed to surprisingly show signs of enjoyment. PFF. Luo Nangua withdrew his head into the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Luo Nangua, big brother. What happened? Several young subordinates looked at Luo Nangua with concern. Luo Nangua wiped the blood from his mouth and began to explain. "I'm fine, I just saw the young lady being forced into Ye Wangchuan's embrace and it made me so angry that I nearly lost my temper. That Ye Wangchuan is truly despicable. We must take revenge for the young lady." Luo Nangua's words successfully ignited the anger of the other attendants. That detestable Ye Wangchuan actually dared to do this. That's right, the young lady is proud and aloof. She would never take the initiative to be embraced by a man. He must be a greedy lecher, infatuated with the young lattice beauty. A bit of righteous anger can boost morale and energize people. Seeing this scene, Luo Nangua was quite satisfied. It seemed his usual proclamation that the young lady was the best in the world had indeed taken root. No time to lose, let's charge. Luo Nangua waved his hand and began to dig rapidly towards Ye Wangchuan's location. On the grassland, Ye Wangchuan slightly raised the corners of his mouth. As expected, they came. Fortunately, he had been paying attention to his surroundings, allowing him to notice the moment Luo Nangua poked his head out. If he had let his guard down, he wouldn't have discovered that this guy had dug a tunnel. "They're here, do as we discussed before," Ye Wangchuan whispered to the puppet. The puppet nodded in response. After a moment, boom. The ground exploded in an instant. 6 attendants sprang out, charging towards Ye Wangchuan. Among them was Luo Nangua. A slight smile crept onto Luo Nangua's face. At this distance, Ye Wangchuan had no way to escape. If Ye Wangchuan dared to detonate the previous explosive talisman, he himself would be blown away on the spot. Moreover, since Luo Nangua was in peak condition, he could forcefully help Mu Rong bear the damage. Therefore, he wasn't worried that Ye Wangchuan would use Mu Rong as a hostage to threaten everyone. It was foolproof. "Ye Wangchuan, the greatest mistake you've made is provoking me." Just as Luo Nangua was feeling pleased with himself, everyone stop. The puppet shouted loudly, causing all the attendants, including Luo Nangua, to halt. After all, Luo Nangua had taught these attendants that the young lattice orders took precedence over everything. Even Luo Nangua's own orders were not as important as the young lattice commands. Ye Wangchuan smirked, looking arrogantly at Luo Nangua. He spoke. "Luo Nangua, your young lady is clearly my friend. What are you trying to do?" Luo Nangua's anger flared upon hearing this. He pointed at Ye Wangchuan and cursed, "Friend? You're no friend at all. I saw how you hesitated not a bit when you aimed your spear at the young lady." Ye Wangchuan chuckled lightly. "You're mistaken. Whether or not we are friends should be asked of your master, right?" With that, Ye Wangchuan raised his hand and pinched the puppet's cheek, asking, "What do you say?" "Ye Wangchuan, you bastard." Seeing him pinch his young lattice face, Luo Nangua immediately prepared to rush forward to attack him. Just then, the puppet blushed slightly and weakly said, "Why, Ye Wangchuan is indeed my friend. It was just a misunderstanding before. Please don't look at him like that." The entire scene fell silent. Several attendants looked at Ye Wangchuan's figure, his looks and attire, and let out a teasing "oh." A few others exchanged sympathetic glances in Luo Nangua's direction. Luo Nangua was momentarily stunned, his brows furrowing as he continued. Young lady. Were you threatened? Don't worry. With so many of us attendants here, I also possess the ability to share damage. As long as you give the order, young lady, we can immediately subdue Ye Wangchuan and ensure he can't harm you in the slightest. Just then. No need to go through all that trouble. Ye Wangchuan stood up. At the same time he picked up the puppet and walked over to Luo Nangua before placing her down. Ye Wangchuan looked down at the puppet and straightforwardly asked, Mu Rong, do you like me or do you like Luo Nangua? Of course I like Luo Nangua. The puppet spoke according to the script Ye Wangchuan had provided. As soon as these words were spoken, Luo Nangua's expression brightened. Indeed. The young lady still thought of him. At this moment Ye Wangchuan revealed a mischievous smile and said, then tonight will you stay here with me or will you go back with Luo Nangua? The puppet blushed and buried her face into Ye Wangchuan's chest, not saying a word. But at this moment silence spoke louder than words. The surrounding attendants looked at Mu Rong and Ye Wangchuan's arms, then turned to look at Luo Nangua. Some even let out a few tisk tsk sounds. Luo Nangua, however, remained silent for a moment. The next second a trickle of blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. It was blood he bit out of his own tongue. The young lady must have been brainwashed or hypnotized. In taking her away. You all must kill Ye Wangchuan. Luo Nangua shouted loudly, reaching out to grab the puppet's sleeve. However, the puppet instinctively dodged Luo Nangua's hand out of dislike. Luo Nangua, I don't want to have physical contact with you. Hearing this, Luo Nangua instantly froze. He gritted his teeth and said, I beg you, Mu Rong, come with me. That guy hypnotized you. I'm your best partner. Just then the surrounding attendants surged forward. While they had been watching the show, they believed the words Luo Nangua said. How could the young lady suddenly like someone else for no reason? For the young lady fight. Ye Wangchuan furrowed his brows slightly upon seeing this and drew a spear to engage with the attendants. Watching Ye Wangchuan and the others start fighting, the puppet spoke up, alright, I'll go with you. Upon hearing this, Luo Nangua's expression relaxed significantly. Clang. 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 On the grassland, Ye Wangchuan was engaged in combat with several attendants. He swung his spear, unleashing a wave of cold air. The cold air and malicious intent surged chaotically in the arena, causing considerable trouble for the attendants. Despite being besieged, they found themselves unable to deal with Ye Wangchuan. The spear's attack range was too long. At that moment Ye Wangchuan noticed Luo Nangua had run far away. Only then did he feel relieved, instantly thrusting into the crowd. A massive surge of cold air erupted, startling those nearby, who quickly dodged. Ye Wangchuan seized this opportunity to break free from the encirclement. The attendants naturally would not let this opportunity slip by. In their eyes, Ye Wangchuan's escape was a sign of cowardice. Soon they chased him into the woods. Ye Wangchuan looked around in the woods, quickly spotting a small figure sitting on a stump munching on grapes. Li Luo, I've come to see you. Oh, Ye Wangchuan, you. Oh wow. Why did you bring so many people with you? Li Luo was stunned to see a group of people chasing after Ye Wangchuan. Without wasting any words, Ye Wangchuan rushed over, grabbing Li Luo's arm and tossing her onto his back. Then with a thought, the Day Bao and Night Arrow manifested in Ye Wangchuan's hands. He tossed the Night Arrow into Li Luo's hands and began to draw the bow. Li Luo immediately understood Ye Wangchuan's intention and placed the Night Arrow against the bowstring. The attendants, witnessing this scene, hurriedly distanced themselves. It's laughable that while being besieged he would dare to use a bow and arrow for single target attacks. Haha, Ye Wangchuan is truly foolish. Whoosh, a flash of black light swept through, blinding everyone in the vicinity. 4-5 seconds. When Ye Wangchuan and Li Luo regained their sight, they found themselves facing a 1,000-meter path that looked as if it had been struck by a giant dragon. As for the attendants, they were gone. Perhaps they went home for dinner. Well done. Ye Wangchuan pinched Li Luo's cheek. Crack. Then Li Luo bit him. Boom. On the other side, Luo Nangua saw a giant black light flash behind him, splitting the grassland in a small middle part. He immediately realized that Ye Wangchuan had activated the treasures from the tomb again. Gritting his teeth, Luo Nangua reluctantly said, I'm sorry, Ajuan Amo. I can't remember the rest of your names. In any case, your sacrifices will not be in vain. Once I'm with the young lady, you'll make sure she compensates your family. Just as Luo Nangua was talking to himself, a puppet following him saw that the moment was right and spoke up. Hey. Luo Nangua. Where is this? I think I was just hypnotized by Ye Wangchuan. Young lady. You've finally woken up. Great. This is a long story, but for now we need to hurry back to the Mu family camp. Luo Nangua thought Moron was merely hypnotized, feeling relieved. But just then. Bang. A spear suddenly smashed down beside Luo Nangua. It almost struck him. Luo Nangua was startled, looking back. He was astonished to find Ye Wangchuan had already caught up. Moreover, a little girl was clinging to Ye Wangchuan's back. Damn. Luo Nangua gritted his teeth, preparing to unleash his speed at the early stage of the 3rd level to shake off Ye Wangchuan. Ye Wangchuan might surpass him in combat ability.
However, as long as he wanted to escape, how could Ye Wangchuan catch him?
Just as Luo Nangui began to accelerate, the puppet suddenly showed a pained expression and spoke.
No, my body has just recovered and is too fatigued.
I can't keep up with you. Young lady, you'll carry you. Wouldn't that just burden you?
What if we both get caught?
Luo Nangui, you must go. Don't worry about me. This. Luo Nangui gritted his teeth, feeling a deep sense of helplessness.
Just then he spotted a cliff ahead. The cliff was approximately several thousand meters high. This height was just right. Those at the third level would be fine after a fall, while those at the second level would surely perish. Ye Wangchuan's strength mainly came from high-quality weapons, powerful abilities, and formidable talismans. But his physical quality had yet to reach the third level.
So as long as he jumped down, perhaps Ye Wangchuan would give up the chase. With that thought, Luo Nangui decisively leaped off the cliff. Seeing this, the puppet jumped down too. Whoosh! Bang!
The two plummeted to the ground like shooting stars.
Luo Nangui only broke his legs and fractured a few ribs. He was not severely injured.
As for the puppet, she was even less affected. Though she concealed her aura to the early third level, her quality remained at the mid-third level, so she was fine. At that moment, several spears thundered down.
Luo Nangui looked up and saw Ye Wangchuan using his spear to stab into the rock face, quickly sliding down. Damn! Is Ye Wangchuan insane? He's still chasing. What the heck? Luo Nangui frowned, starting to think of a way out.
His legs were fractured and he couldn't escape directly.
At that moment, the puppet spoke. Luo Nangui, look. There are many caves at the bottom of this cliff.
We just need to hide in one of them and wait for our injuries to heal before escaping when Ye Wangchuan isn't paying attention. Once the puppet finished speaking, Luo Nangui pondered for a moment, nodded in agreement, and climbed into a cave to hide.
After a while, Ye Wangchuan slid down.
Looking at the empty ground, he felt puzzled.
Where are they? They were just here. They must be hiding nearby. Li Luo said lazily. True. There are many caves nearby. Let's search them one by one.
After saying this, Ye Wangchuan began to smash his spear into the caves, conducting a violent search.
Inside a cave. Feeling the vibrations around him, Luo Nangui was flabbergasted. Damn. Is this villain this meticulous? Logically, shouldn't he just search a cave casually and leave? Why is he searching them one by one? Luo Nangui felt a cold sweat break out. Just then a sudden realization struck him. That's right. If I just practice the supreme dual cultivation technique with young Lady Morome, I can enhance my strength and get out right. Luo Nangui excitedly took out the supreme dual cultivation technique from the system space and approached the puppet. Young lady, if we want to survive, we can only learn this dual cultivation technique.
This technique was given to me by a mysterious expert.
It is said to be incredibly powerful. Really? Let me see.
The puppet displayed a shocked expression, leaning in to take a look. Then she brought the dual cultivation technique closer to herself. After reading it, she casually stored the supreme dual cultivation technique in her spatial ring.
Luo Nangui exclaimed, "Hey! Young lady, why did you take this technique?"
The puppet replied, "To give it to Ye Wangchuan."
For Ye Wangchuan. Hearing this, Luo Nangui's mind went blank for a moment.
The young lady of his own family had received an exceptional dual cultivation technique and said she wanted to give it to Ye Wangchuan.
Could it be? Miss Morong, you are joking, right? Ah ha ha ha. Luo Nangui said stiffly, extending his hand. I'm not joking. Let me tell you the truth, Luo Nangui. I wasn't hypnotized at all. I've actually slept with Ye Wangchuan. Twice.
The puppet spoke bluntly. What she said was indeed the truth.
No. Luo Nangui's pupils trembled as he roared in disbelief. Why did you betray me? Why? No, you are not Miss Morong. You must not be. How could Miss Morong have slept with Ye Wangchuan twice? At most there could only be one time. Who are you really, bang?
Before Luo Nangui could finish his sentence, a long spear suddenly smashed towards him through the stone wall. At such a short distance, he had no time to react and could only slightly turn his body.
Unfortunately, the spear was not aimed at Luo Nangui's head.
Instead, it was aimed at his abdomen.
Pooh!
The spear pierced through Luo Nangui's abdomen, causing him to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood on the spot. At the same time, a surge of coldness and malice flooded into the wound, launching a dual assault on Luo Nangui's body and spirit. Overcome with rage from betrayal, he could not withstand the malevolent thoughts and completely broke down emotionally. Tears flowed and anger surged. He continued to cough up blood repeatedly.
Wow, this stone was actually used for tracking and locating.
On the other side of the stone wall, Ye Wangchuan walked in, playing with a half-heart-shaped stone in his hand.
Cough. Cough cough. Ye Wangchuan. It's you again. How do you have a tracking stone? Oh, I see. Morong.
You gave the tracking stone to Ye Wangchuan.
Why? I clearly did this for you. For you! Luo Nangwei cried out in despair. At this moment, no matter how much he deceived himself, he had to recognize one thing. Morong has become involved with Ye Wangchuan. The puppet cast a cold glance at Luo Nangwei, showing no desire to respond. She turned indifferently and walked towards Ye Wangchuan. Seeing the scene, Luo Nangwei panicked immediately. Changing from his previous furious demeanor, he pleaded, Morong, I'm begging you. Please don't go. Don't go. Don't go. I'm begging you. Morong. Don't go. What do I lack compared to Ye Wangchuan? Tell me. I will definitely work hard. I will change. I absolutely will change. Please don't go. I just ask you not to go. As he spoke, Luo Nangwei even knelt down on the ground, continuously crying out to retain the puppet. Ye Wangchuan immediately shook his head in disappointment at Luo Nangwei. A shameless turtle man, truly disgusting. He was one of the most useless children of fortune Ye Wangchuan had ever seen. Even someone like Su Fugue, who was carefree, would curse the ancestors of those around him in such a situation rather than grovel like a dog crying and begging the other party to turn back. Go down and have a meal with Tang San. A cold light flashed in Ye Wangchuan's eyes. He led Li Luo and the puppet to the cave entrance. Morong. Don't go. Morong. I'm begging you. I beg, slap. Right there. As Luo Nangwei was lamenting, he suddenly felt something slap against his face. He took it off and found it was 3 stacked explosive talismans. Li Luo explode. All right. Accompanied by Ye Wangchuan's command. On Luo Nangwei's hand, the 3 explosive talismans began to glow. Injured and with broken legs, he had no chance to escape and could only watch helplessly as the light grew brighter. Boom. 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 The sound of explosions echoed through the sky. The cave collapsed on the spot. Without the protection of a turtle shell. The 3 explosive talismans blasted Luo Nangwei all over the place. Moreover, since the talismans were detonated by Li Luo, it counted as the children of fortune attacking each other. It would not trigger bloodlock and explosion. Ding, the host has defeated 3 early-stage enemies, exceeding the level for additional rewards. Villain emotion value 500 points, accompanied by the electronic sound in Li Luo's mind. Luo Nangwei, the blue star worshipping turtle man, and a single female protagonist system traveler dies. Of course, this matter would not end like this. After the explosion, Ye Wangchuan first used some firewood and flint to make a fire. Then he approached the collapsed cave and began to turn over the stones continuously. Once he found stones stained with blood and parts of Luo Nangwei, Ye Wangchuan would decisively throw them into the fire. If it were bones, he would smash them into fragments with a long spear before throwing them into the fire. After rummaging through almost an hour, Ye Wangchuan had turned over the entire area around the cave. Only then did he stop and approach the fire. Ye Wangchuan extinguished the flames with cold air, took out some glutinous rice and mixed it well with the ashes in the fire. Then he divided the ashes into 10 piles, burying 5 in different places and throwing 5 into the river to feed the fish. At this point, Ye Wangchuan finally felt at ease. With this, he would definitely not survive. Meanwhile, Li Luo's mouth twitched slightly, just about to say if Ye Wangchuan had a persecution complex. At this moment, a voice echoed in her mind. Ding, detecting that the super pure love system is attempting to escape this realm. Implementing capture. Capture successful. Absorbing. Absorption successful. This system gains an additional effect when the host causes the destiny villain to be moved. The resulting villain emotion value increases by 50. The system store gains additional items: pure love chocolate bar, pure love couples clothing, pure love bed sheets, life-sucking stone, tracking stone, exceptional dual cultivation technique. Ha! What is this? Li Luo felt somewhat bewildered. What super pure love system? What? By the way, isn't my system supposed to be a god-level selection system? Why is it starting to gnaw on another system? Are you a god-level selection system or a god-level devouring system? Also, what's up with this new effect? What does it mean to make Ye Wangchuan's heart move? Well, forget it, at least the effect is useful. In the future, when I cling to Ye Wangchuan's back, I should be able to garner more villain emotion value. But what are these additional items provided by the system? They all seem rather unserious. What on earth is the exceptional dual cultivation technique? On the grassland. How the real Morong wiped her sweat. She looked at the forest that had been chopped down and felt quite pleased. Finally finished chopping. Although she did not know why Ye Wangchuan and the others had disappeared, there had just been a series of explosion sounds. But this did not affect her earnest work. As for escaping, Morong had not thought about it. She feared that if she ran away and did not seriously chop trees, Ye Wangchuan would kill her entire family. As Morong rested, Ye Wangchuan finally approached, accompanied by his puppet and Li Luo. Ye Wangchuan first untied the immortal binding cord from Morong's body and retracted it, then used his spatial ring to store the felled timber and the wooden hut. Thereupon Ye Wangchuan spoke, Neil. Ha! What? Morong blinked in bewilderment. But Ye Wangchuan offered no further explanation, merely turned and walked away.
To Ye Wangchuan, Morong held value solely as a hindrance to Luo Nangui's progress. With Luo Nangui dead, Morong had become utterly expendable. Alone, Morong watched Ye Wangchuan recede into the distance, puzzled.
No matter.
I'll head straight to the Mu family camp to find Luo Nangui. As she spoke, she attempted to summon her location stone from her spatial ring with a mere thought. Only then did she realize Ye Wangchuan had not returned her spatial ring. A peerless dual cultivation art. En route, Ye Wangchuan casually perused the peerless dual cultivation art bestowed upon him by his puppet. Peerless dual cultivation art. This art is strictly reserved for human males and human females. Shapeshifted Dayo artificial puppets, Jiangshi beasts and all non-human entities are categorically ineligible. Effects: fortifies the physique, soothes the spirit, enhances cultivation, prolongs life, harmonizes yin and yang, heals Dao injuries, alleviates fatigue, replenishes spiritual energy, purifies the soul, sharpens innate talent, extends temporal perception, augments physical resilience and restores vital fluids, among others.
After reading, Ye Wangchuan's lips twitched faintly.
What bizarre artifact, so many effects.
Shall I test it? He glanced at Li Luo beside him and asked, shall we try it? Absolutely not. Li Luo refused outright.
Ye Wangchuan merely shrugged, unfazed.
After all, a dual cultivation partner was hardly scarce. He could acquire dozens without effort.
Take for instance that ever-enthusiastic elder loli who persistently begged to join him.
Since Li Luo declined, he would simply seek another partner upon exiting.
Ye Wangchuan stowed the manual, preparing to scour another grove with Li Luo to fell more timber, when suddenly...
Boo! Boo! Boo!
At the heart of the pocket realm, a radiant pillar pierced the heavens.
HM.
The exit has opened, precisely now. Ye Wangchuan instantly recognized the celestial column. The pocket realm's exit. Exactly 1 month had elapsed since the realm's initial opening.
Without hesitation, Ye Wangchuan seized Li Luo's hand and rushed toward the light.
For such exits were time-bound, missed the window, and he and Li Luo would be condemned to dwell within this realm for 1,000 years. This was far from his desire. At the realm's border.
Damn you! Damn you to hell!
Su Fu Gui brandished a sword, hacking repeatedly at the corpse of Yi Xianya. The corpse shimmered with an unmistakable violet hue, clear evidence of Su Fu Gui's poison.
Spitting blood-flecked saliva, he began looting Yi Xianya's manuals, pills and wealth.
As he ransacked, he spat curses. You chased me for so long, I curse your wretched lineage.
Lucky I spent my enhancement points to reach the mid-second realm, otherwise killing you scoundrel wouldn't have been so easy. Midran Su Fu Gui abruptly glanced toward the realm's center.
Pointing at the towering beam of light, he demanded of his bodyguard.
What in the world is that? Master, that is the realm's exit, a time-limited gate. We must depart immediately. Hold. Meanwhile, at a secluded lakeshore, Lu Han drew a deep breath and opened his eyes.
At last, I have broken through to the early first realm. Ecstasy flooded his heart.
Most cultivators required 3 years to attain this milestone.
Yet Lu Han had stumbled upon a lake saturated with extraordinary spiritual energy.
Cultivating beside its waters, then bathing within them, allowed him to achieve breakthrough in just 3 weeks.
The early first realm. Surely he ranked among the top 3 prodigies of his generation to reach this stage. Such a lake was truly miraculous.
Ah, brother Lu Han.
Congratulations on reaching the early first realm, please enjoy some fruit.
Just as Lu Han reveled, a young woman approached bearing a tray of fruit.
Her name was Tang Ruru, a scion of the Tang family.
Yet she possessed no cultivation foundation whatsoever. Her family had sent her in solely to scavenge whatever fortune she might stumble upon.
Days earlier she had been surrounded by a pack of wild wolves. Had Lu Han not risked his life to save her, she would have become their feast. Grateful beyond measure, Tang Ruru devoted herself to aiding Lu Han with every small task within her power.
Roro, thank you.
Lu Han accepted without pretense, gently tousling her hair before savoring the fruit. At that very moment he glimpsed the luminous column rising at the realm's heart.
Danger! Ruru, we must flee. The exit has opened.
He seized Tang Ruru's hand and sprinted. At the realm's center a fissure tore open within the air. 50 meters tall, 200 meters wide, the pocket realm's exit. At first only those nearby approached. Some chose immediate departure, others attempted to blockade the gate and levy tolls. Those who blocked were swiftly overwhelmed and beaten down.
Most cultivators abhorred such obstruction, thus any attempt triggered instant collective retaliation. Yet, poof. Insects.
Who granted you the audacity to bar this path?
Splatter.
A voice grave and resonant descended, and within 100 meters of the exit every person exploded into crimson mist.
Gasping, the crowd recoiled en masse. In the next heartbeat a figure wrapped head toto in filthy bandages leapt down from the rift. His aura alone sent shockwaves across the entire assembly. Early fourth realm.
He's reached the early fourth realm.
What?
Impossible. This secret realm permits entry only to cultivators of the third realm or below. Even those at the peak of the third realm require a full year of golden core condensation to ascend. How then did he condense his core and break through to the fourth realm within a single month? As murmurs swirled, the bandaged man threw back his head and laughed.
He he he. Pitiful insects, how short-sighted you are.
To condense a golden core swiftly, simply excavate another's pill and implant it directly into your own dantian.
He 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 he. His words struck terror anew. A demon cultivator. He is a demon cultivator.
He must have mastered some vile demonic art capable of suppressing dantian rejection, assimilating others' pills as his own.
Horrifying. I know him. His name is Guoduan.
After suffering persecution from a sect, he slaughtered every disciple while its elders were absent. No one dared confront him now, not when he stood a full major realm above all present.
When a gulf of one major realm separates combatants, even overwhelming numbers are meaningless. None could stop Guoduan from sealing the gate. At the exit. Snap. Guoduan snapped his fingers.
In the next moment, a red barrier appeared, enveloping the entire exit of the cave.
Only behind Guoduan was a small opening just large enough for one person to exit.
To demonstrate the power of the barrier to the crowd, Guoduan picked up the knives that those people had dropped and threw one at the barrier. As soon as it made contact, the knife was instantly sliced into dozens of pieces. Seeing this, the crowd could not help but swallow hard.
He those who wish to leave, line up and come one by one.
Hand over 90% of all the heavenly materials and treasures you've collected in the cave and I will leave you a way out.
Guoduan said, blocking the remaining opening.
Those watching glanced left and right and not a single person dared to step forward. After all, these heavenly materials and treasures were hard-earned by them.
Would they be willing to give away 90% just because he said so?
Rather than pay for safety, they hoped for a chosen one to come and punch Guoduan away.
After waiting for a moment, Guoduan noticed no one was coming and slightly furrowed his brows, continuing to speak. Young people, do not be greedy.
Even 1% of the heavenly materials and treasures is enough to make you wealthy for a while.
There are currently at least over 100,000 people alive in the cave.
If you don't give it now, when it's time to line up, you won't even get a turn.
And don't think anyone else can defeat me.
My cultivation is at the 4th stage, and as a demonic cultivator I possess the ability to kill and recover my body. 100 people at the 3rd stage attacking me simultaneously won't be able to kill me. As soon as Guoduan finished speaking, one person timidly laid down their weapon and approached Guoduan with a pack.
Brother,
I am just at the early 2nd stage. I came in hoping to collect some things to sell. My wife and child are waiting for me at home.
Let me see. Guoduan roughly snatched the package from the person, opened it to take a look, then patted the person's body,
confirming that the person had no hidden items and had indeed given him all their heavenly materials and treasures.
Guoduan allowed the exit, tossing back 1% of the heavenly materials and treasures, impatiently saying, Go hurry and leave. Thank you, brother. The person's face lit up with joy as they immediately ran out.
Seeing that this demonic cultivator was quite trustworthy, the surrounding people began to line up and started to hand over their heavenly materials and treasures.
Knowing when to stop is this principle. Guoduan collected heavenly materials and treasures while letting people go. Anyone who tried to deceive Guoduan would be ruthlessly killed.
Before long, Guoduan had filled several sacks with heavenly materials and treasures piled high beside him.
However, Guoduan didn't care much about it.
Later, if he encounters someone wearing spatial bracelets, necklaces, or even rings, he would snatch their spatial items. This would make it easier for him to carry his spoils. At this moment, Guoduan's heart was filled with delight. He had just found a pawn to help him act, and this made the group willingly offer up 90% of their heavenly materials and treasures. Who else could have such a business mind?
After a while, Ye Wangchuan arrived with Li Luo and the puppet.
Seeing a crowd lined up, Ye Wangchuan was a bit confused. After inquiring, he learned that a 4th stage demonic cultivator was blocking the entrance, and only then did Ye Wangchuan understand the situation. Li Luo, upon hearing this, looked up in confusion and asked, Ye Wangchuan, do we really have to give him heavenly materials and treasures to get out? In truth, Li Luo did not care much about these heavenly materials and treasures. She was mainly collecting these items for the system's bonus villain emotion points. Although they had collected some items together with Ye Wangchuan, to be honest, the total value of those heavenly materials and treasures might not even be as high as the combined cost of the spears Ye Wangchuan had thrown away.
No way.
Ye Wangchuan replied decisively.
That's true. Li Luo nodded, not surprised.
After all, Ye Wangchuan was a rich young master, proud and a selfish individual. How could he possibly give 90% of heavenly materials and treasures to a demonic cultivator for safety?
Li Luo thought this way in her heart. On the other hand, Ye Wangchuan's thoughts were much simpler. This demonic cultivator blocking the entrance would surely be beaten by the chosen one later. Why spend that unnecessary money?
Moreover, his spatial ring contained a bunch of valuable items like the Day Bao Night Arrows, Icebone Sword, Puppet Heart, and top-notch dual cultivation techniques.
If that demonic cultivator saw those items, he definitely wouldn't let him go. Alright, let's take a break here.
Ye Wangchuan found an empty space, used his spatial ring to summon a wooden house, and began to rest inside.
Li Luo, I am about to break through to the 3rd stage. If anything happens, remember to call me.
As soon as Ye Wangchuan entered the house, he prepared to begin his breakthrough. Just like the breakthrough from the first stage to the second stage requires body forging and from the third stage to the fourth stage requires alchemy. Breaking through from the second stage to the third stage requires mental purification. Mental purification means doing nothing for a full 180 days, just allowing the brain to continue thinking. At this very moment Ye Wangchuan only needed to think about when the chosen one would arrive. Of course Ye Wangchuan wouldn't let himself spend 180 days in mental purification. With a thought he took out a pill. This pill, called the purification pill, works by shortening the mental purification period from 180 days to 48 hours. Naturally, the pill was given to Ye Wangchuan by the fourth elder at his 18th birthday banquet. Ye Wangchuan swallowed the pill and began his mental purification. After a day passed. Soon, the second chosen one arrived. As Su Fuguei arrived at the exit, he saw someone blocking the door. Could he bear it with his temper? Of course he could bear it. Damn it. A fourth stage demonic cultivator. What a hassle. Su Fuguei decisively found a place to hide, wanting to see if anyone else could handle this demonic cultivator. Soon 3 more days passed. The third chosen one, Lu Han, arrived. Would such a righteous person like Lu Han ignore someone blocking the door? Of course not. Lu Han was just and kind. He was not a fool. As someone at the early first stage, how could he subdue Guoduan? Would he rely on the pile of money in his spatial ring? Old Qin had not fully recovered yet, and Lu Han wasn't sure if that demonic cultivator would harbor ill intentions upon seeing so much money. He immediately concealed himself in the crowd, deciding to wait and see if anyone could subdue this demonic cultivator. Then perhaps he could step in to help. Actually, logically speaking, there should be a fourth chosen one. Moreover, the chosen one would also be at the third stage, and that chosen one would use the Dai Bao. His companion would use the night arrows. They would directly blow this fourth stage demonic cultivator to pieces. Unfortunately, that chosen one was currently in a very unfortunate situation. He couldn't make it here. At the exit, a dense crowd was lining up. At this moment there were about tens of thousands of people inside. Others either perished under Guoduan's suppression for hidden resistance or fled with heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Some were also killed in mutual slaughter. Among them some secretly rallied thousands of people, forming a resistance force. Then they were all slaughtered by Guoduan. Should we wait for the fifth child of destiny to arrive? In the wooden house, Ye Wangchuan was deep in thought. At this moment Ye Wangchuan had been in the state of purification for 47 hours. Unless something unexpected happened, he would successfully break through to the third level in another hour. Soon an hour passed just like that. Ye Wangchuan smoothly broke through to the early stage of the third level. After all, Ye Wangchuan was a villain, not a child of destiny. Sudden unexpected events before a breakthrough were privileges reserved for children of destiny, which had nothing to do with him. Ye Wangchuan let out a long breath. His brain had been continuously thinking for 4 days and 4 nights, and combined with the purification pill, the effect was quite remarkable. Now Ye Wangchuan could handle multiple tasks simultaneously without any issue. For instance, solving math problems with his left hand, drawing with his right while reciting an ancient poem. It was all quite simple. This was the effect of purification. Ye Wangchuan began to wonder what level of physical enhancement the so-called fourth level of condensation could achieve. After all, according to the diary he had seen underground, it had mentioned that the fourth level and the third level were completely different realms of existence. And from Guoduan's power, which was almost on a different plane from others, it indeed seemed that way. Ye Wangchuan thought as he walked into the living room of the wooden house. In the living room, Li Luo said, "Ye Wangchuan is just a nobody. As long as I lean on him and say a few words, he gets flustered beyond belief. He pretends to be calm on the surface, but he's just too much of a nobody." The puppet replied, "Nobody." Li Luo explained, "Nobody means a small fry." The puppet responded, "Oh oh. Nobody." Li Luo continued, "Nobody, Ye Wangchuan, nobody. Villain emotion value 200, current remaining 10500 points." Ye Wangchuan asked, "What are you doing?" Li Luo stiffly turned her head towards Ye Wangchuan and said seriously, "I am telling this puppet about your glorious achievements." The puppet chimed in, "Nobody, Ye Wangchuan. Villain emotion value 100, current remaining 10600 points. You taught my puppet badly and now you insult me. Compensate me with 90 cultivation pills and 30 foundation establishment pills." Ye Wangchuan said with a look of speechlessness. Li Luo was stunned and retorted, "Wow. You really dare to ask for that much? I will give you a body forging pill. This thing can help you shorten the time to break through to the second level from 2 months to 6 hours. Deal." As Ye Wangchuan spoke, he took out a body forging pill. After hearing this, Li Luo glanced at her system space. After a month of monster hunting, tree cutting and teasing Ye Wangchuan, she had accumulated 10,600 points of villain emotion value. This was still after Li Luo and Ye Wangchuan had used a bunch of explosive talismans and still managed to save up this much. Deal. Seeing so many villain emotion points, Li Luo decisively spent 5,400 points to purchase 90 cultivation pills and 30 foundation establishment pills. At the same time, her remaining villain emotion points dropped from 10,600 to 5,200. However, Li Luo felt no sorrow.
Being able to save 2 months of breakthrough time, she felt like she made a huge profit from this transaction. Blood profit, no loss. Wait a moment, I will look for something in my space bracelet. As Li Luo spoke, she took off her shoes. Her action was not to show off her delicate little feet to negotiate the price with Ye Wangchuan. Rather, it was to take off a bracelet from her ankle. That bracelet was a space bracelet. Although it was not as advanced as a space ring, the storage space inside was barely sufficient for Li Luo's needs. The reason she wore the bracelet on her ankle was that her wrist was too thin and the bracelet kept falling off. In helplessness, she chose to wear it on her ankle. Li Luo held the bracelet, pretended to concentrate, and summoned out 120 pills from the system space. The reason for doing this was that Li Luo did not want Ye Wangchuan to know about her system. She feared that once Ye Wangchuan found out about her system, he would imprison her in a dungeon and force her to grind for rewards every day. Li Luo felt that even if she managed to secretly produce a 9-fold experience card later, she would likely still be unable to defeat Ye Zhentian. Seeing that there were no pills missing, Ye Wangchuan happily put away the pills and tossed the body forging pill to Li Luo. He could easily obtain several pills by simply informing the fourth elder. To exchange for so many pills from Li Luo was simply a huge profit. Moreover, Li Luo's cultivation truly needed to be improved, as she couldn't hold him back too much. This transaction. Blood profit, no loss. At this moment, both parties of the transaction were very satisfied. Li Luo immediately took the pills and started the body forging. After all, body forging did not have as many requirements as purification. It only needed to refrain from eating, drinking, and sleeping for 6 hours. Ye Wangchuan, on the other hand, looked at his space ring. Inside the space ring, including the 120 pills just now, there were a total of 165 cultivation pills and 55 foundation establishment pills. In the past month, Ye Wangchuan had cut down hundreds of thousands of trees. Li Luo had previously promised Ye Wangchuan a cultivation pill for every 5 units of heavenly materials and earthly treasures he obtained. Plus, Ye Wangchuan occasionally took advantage of Li Luo. Back and forth, he had accumulated so many. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be this few pills. Unfortunately, after the cave opened for a week, the heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the forest had been mostly scavenged. Li Luo wanted the treasures from the trees, not the trees themselves. Thus, fewer pills were given later. However, even so, this was still quite a lot. Moreover, Ye Wangchuan had consumed about 105 cultivation pills and 35 foundation establishment pills from the mid-second level to the late second level, nearing a breakthrough. After a month, he had consumed more pills than when he was in Shan'an. Ye Wangchuan estimated that he only needed to consume another 120 cultivation pills and 40 foundation establishment pills to break through to the mid-third level. As for reaching the late third level, he would not have enough. With that thought, Ye Wangchuan began to show off. 160 pills, 1 pill flaunted per second. Soon Ye Wangchuan successfully broke through to the mid-third level. One had to admit. Wasn't his cultivation speed a bit too fast? The corner of Ye Wangchuan's mouth twitched. In just a month, he went from the early second level to the mid-third level. It would take an ordinary person about 40 years to cultivate to the third level. Yet he took only 40 days. Li Luo's system was truly outrageous. After confirming his own cultivation level, Ye Wangchuan stretched lazily and prepared to take a nap. Not sleeping for 4 consecutive days was nothing for a third-layer cultivator. However, the best way to alleviate mental fatigue was still through sleep. Ye Wangchuan needed to ensure he was alert to face the upcoming situation. Because Ye Wangchuan felt he was very likely about to fight Guo Duan. It was already the 5th day. So far, no chosen one had come to confront Guo Duan. This made Ye Wangchuan start to ponder. Could it be that I've taken too much from the chosen ones and now they lack the chance to defeat the villain? Thinking of this, Ye Wangchuan couldn't help but twitch his lips. Upon reflection, he actually hadn't taken much from the chosen ones. Wasn't it just relying on taking from Li Luo to reach the mid-third layer, intercepting Lu Han's frost body and icebone sword, and also intercepting Luo Nanga's Day bow and night arrow while killing Luo Nango to grab a top-tier dual cultivation technique? So what's wrong with that? Does it really affect the chosen ones from attacking Guo Duan? Well, it seems to have a slight influence. By the way, hasn't Su Fugui given me any gold coins yet? Several hours later at the exit, Guo Duan yawned and looked ahead with an expression of disbelief. A crowd of people had gathered around to watch Guo Duan. But not a single person came forward to offer treasures. Clearly those willing to spend money for safety had already left. What remained in the cave were those unwilling to part with their riches. Guo Duan opened his bag and pulled out a large goose. He immediately set up a fire and began roasting the goose until it was crispy, seasoning it before starting to eat. After finishing, he took out an iron needle and picked his teeth. Once Guo Duan was done eating, he raised his head and coldly glanced around at the people snorting disdainfully. A bunch of selfish people willing to risk their lives for a bit of treasure. Are you all just waiting for others to defeat me so you can keep your belongings? People like you who are so selfish have no value in living. It's been 5 days, everyone in the cave should be gathered by— Very good, very good. Congratulations, you are about to become my nourishment. Guo Duan said, and in the next moment, boom.
A massive red barrier 10,000 meters in diameter began to rise, enveloping all those present. At the same time, the barrier that had previously blocked the exit was completely sealed. As the barrier rose, blood mist began to appear in the arena.
Guoduan had started killing. Do I really have to fight this villain?
Inside the wooden house, Ye Wangchuan looked out the window in disbelief. Then Ye Wangchuan glanced at Li Luo beside him. Li Luo was still some time away from breaking through to the second layer. Ye Wangchuan immediately regretted giving Li Luo the body refining pill. As expected, whenever a chosen one was about to break through, something would go wrong. Ye Wangchuan, can you defeat that fourth layer? Li Luo looked up and asked Ye Wangchuan with confusion. Ye Wangchuan's gaze sharpened as he replied, of course, a bang. Before Ye Wangchuan could finish his sentence, the entire wooden house was blown apart.
Guoduan wielded an axe, raising it to strike down at Li Luo. Bang!
Ye Wangchuan slapped Guoduan's back and smashed him on the head with a spear, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. Cold air and malevolent intent erupted, wildly burrowing into the wound, but it was of little use against Guoduan. He was already a fourth layer and a demonic cultivator, naturally unafraid of malevolent thoughts. Guoduan merely stood up, slightly pained, and cursed, damn, how can a third layer have such strength?
Li Luo explode.
As soon as Ye Wangchuan's words fell, 4 explosive talismans on Guoduan's back began to glow.
Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, creating a violent gust of wind in the arena.
A thick cloud of smoke instantly filled the area around Guoduan. When the smoke cleared, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. They saw Guoduan still standing amidst the smoke. However, his bandages had been completely burned away by the high temperature.
Half of his flesh was blown apart, exposing bone.
But these were merely minor injuries, not the reason for the astonishment of the crowd.
The real reason was,
they saw countless signs of stitching all over Guoduan. His right arm looked incredibly robust and muscular, while his left arm was pale and slender like that of a young girl. His chest muscles were extraordinarily strong, yet his abdomen appeared like a starving bag of bones. His 2 legs, of course, were not the same.
More terrifying was Guoduan's face. His features, including his skin, were all stitched together from different people.
Only then did the crowd finally understand why Guoduan had been wrapped in bandages all this time.
His appearance was simply too horrifying.
No one knew what Guoduan's original form looked like, or whether this body composed of dozens of people had long since lost Guoduan's original self.
More talismans. Ha ha ha. Good. Guoduan said, suddenly abandoning Ye Wangchuan and charging at the others. Pooh. Guoduan quickly killed a muscular man.
He ripped off his own left arm's pale shoulder and then attached the muscular man's left arm to his shoulder. In the next moment, he smashed his own emaciated abdomen, replacing it with the muscular man's well-defined 8-pack abs. At the same time, Guoduan used the muscular man's body to restore his flesh that had been blown apart by the explosive talismans.
Ye Wangchuan immediately understood. This Guoduan was continuously strengthening himself.
Ye Wangchuan immediately focused his mind and tossed a heart to his puppet. Help me fight, or well, both die.
Also, Li Luo, give me 10 more explosive talismans.
Oh, good. Li Luo understood the situation and quickly took out 10 explosive talismans to hand to Ye Wangchuan. As soon as Ye Wangchuan received the talismans, Guoduan had already finished strengthening himself. He wielded his axe and charged toward Ye Wangchuan again. This time his speed was significantly faster than before. Ye Wangchuan reacted quickly and immediately raised his spear to block.
Clang!
The spear clashed with the axe. Both sides held their ground for a moment.
The next second, crack.
Ye Wangchuan's spear broke on the spot. The reason was not surprising. Although the heavy steel spear Ye Wangchuan used was of excellent quality, it was still a spear designed for the second layer. It weighed only 200 tons. Ye Wangchuan was already at the mid-third layer, but his weapon had not yet been upgraded. With a single muscle exertion, he had over several thousand tons of force.
Added to Guoduan's axe strike, it was no surprise that it broke. Despite this, Ye Wangchuan remained calm even after the spear shattered. He tossed aside the spear and instantly conjured the Dai Bao in his hands. Then,
Ye Wangchuan directly swung the bow's body and began to clash with Guoduan's axe. The two collided, sparking off brilliant sparks.
Guoduan! What kind of bow is this? So hard. Clang. Clang.
The Dai Bao clashed against the axe several times. The Dai Bao is the inheritance of a couple of weapon cultivators. Naturally, the materials of the Dai Bao are incredibly hard, since the opponent can even create triple puppets.
Guoduan was somewhat unconvinced and wanted to strike a few more times. He couldn't believe that his axe couldn't even break a longbow.
Ye Wangchuan furrowed his brows tightly. After just a few clashes with Guoduan, his arm felt numb and his palm was bleeding.
The power of the fourth level is truly astonishing.
Seeing that Guoduan was ready to strike again, Ye Wangchuan immediately signaled to a nearby puppet. In the next moment, 18 martial arts, sword, bang. The battle form puppet raised an enormous wooden sword nearly 8 meters long and swung it down towards Guoduan.
Guoduan was startled and quickly dodged.
At the same time, he twisted his body and swung his axe, directly cleaving the wooden sword in two.
What the hell? A puppet. I'll chop you up first. Duan charged towards the puppet with unstoppable force.
18 Martial Arts Shield. The puppet conjured a shield trying to withstand Duan's assault.
Bang! Duan's axe struck the giant shield, creating a crack on the spot.
After a few more strikes, he rushed to the puppet's feet and chopped off one of its legs. With a thunderous crash, the puppet fell to the ground.
Duan raised his axe ready to smash down on the puppet's chest. Crack!
At that moment, a rope suddenly tightened around Duan's neck, wrapping around his arm several times. It was Ye Wangchuan holding the binding immortal rope tightly, his forehead veins bulging as he exerted immense strength. He began to pull on the rope like in a tug-of-war, continuously tightening it. Since Ye Wangchuan had tied a slipknot, Duan's neck immediately bore a deep mark. Feeling something was amiss, Duan began to struggle desperately. He first tried to break the rope by force. But the rope was made of an unknown material, incredibly resilient. Seeing that he couldn't break the rope, Duan began to thrash his body wildly, trying to shake off Ye Wangchuan. However, due to the tightness around his neck and the binding immortal rope blocking his spiritual energy, both sides were momentarily at a standstill in terms of strength. But in terms of stamina, Ye Wangchuan was no match for Duan. Nearby, the onlookers watched the scene all dumbfounded.
At that moment, what the hell are you all standing around for? Charge in and help. Are you all just waiting for that big patchwork monster to break free and kill you?
Suddenly Su Fugue stood up, raising his arm and shouting. Upon hearing this, others reacted and began to swarm Duan.
I'm going too.
Lu Han saw this and drew a sword, charging forward. Suddenly he felt a tug on his arm as if someone was trying to stop him.
Lu Han turned to see that it was Tang Rora holding him back. Tang Rora shook her head and said, Lu Han, we are only at the initial stage of the first level, it's too dangerous over there, you shouldn't.
No way. Brother Yi has been my companion since childhood and has treated me well. Just the other day he saved my life in the cave.
How can I not lend a hand? What if my help makes the difference? Lu Han said, firmly shaking off Tang Rora's hand and charging towards Duan.
On the battlefield, Ye Wangchuan, who was in a stalemate, felt uneasy seeing a crowd rushing to beat Duan. How could a small boss villain like Duan be so easily killed? If it turned favorable now, it would surely turn unfavorable later.
Ye Wangchuan immediately prepared to flee at any moment. Boom! Boom! Boom!
The people rushing to beat up Duan unleashed a barrage of powerful spells and talismans, bombarding Duan. A dense wave of light exploded on Duan, causing him to be severely injured. The binding immortal rope that was restraining Duan fell off as a result. Everyone cheered and rushed forward to try and deliver the final blow to Duan. Ye Wangchuan looked up at the sky. The red barrier was still not gone.
Ye Wangchuan immediately stowed away the binding immortal rope and quickly retreated. He also called over Li Luo and the puppet. Just then Ye Wangchuan spotted Lu Han, who was preparing to join the fray. Lu Han naturally saw Ye Wangchuan too.
Seeing that Ye Wangchuan chose to distance himself from the corpse rather than go in for the kill, Lu Han felt puzzled. After thinking for a moment, he also chose to distance himself from the corpse and went to find Ye Wangchuan to ask what was going on.
At that moment,
on the battlefield, a finger quietly crawled up the clothing of a person at the second level of cultivation. Then the finger leaped up, directly piercing that person's temple.
Pooh! After killing the person, the finger broke the corpse's finger and replaced it. In the next second, the corpse stood up.
He picked up the axe on the ground and swung it, cutting several nearby second-level cultivators in half.
Ah! What?
Everyone turned their heads to look at the source of the scream. A man stood among them wearing a sinister and triumphant expression as he cackled.
Keek, you bunch of dogs, didn't expect this, did you?
I hid my spiritual pill in my finger. Originally I wanted to kill that thorn first and leave you useless ones to enjoy it slowly.
But now, you all can die.
Clearly at this moment Duan had used a single finger to seize the body of that person. The surrounding people instantly became furious and charged at Duan.
Duan nearly raised his axe, then his figure flickered. Pooh! Pooh!
He first charged into the crowd of second-level cultivators, continuously slaughtering, avoiding those at the third level. For every second-level opponent he killed, he would casually tear off a piece of their organ or skin and stick it on himself.
In no time Duan transformed back into that patchwork appearance.
In the distance, Ye Wangchuan began to ponder as he watched this scene. With every additional organ or piece of skin from a person on Duan, his speed would increase slightly. At the same time, Duan frequently changed his legs. Could it be that his legs were exhausted from running, but he couldn't recover, so he had to switch?
Ye Wangchuan wasn't very clear about such demonic arts.
Although the Yi family's library recorded a wealth of magical cultivation techniques, demonic cultivators are after all like rats in the sewer. Some demonic cultivators are in that position due to family hardships, some due to poor talent, some due to past humiliations, and some purely because they are psychologically twisted. Because of this, demonic cultivators emerge every year and demonic techniques constantly surface. In the arena, Duan continued to slaughter. With each person he killed, it was as if he gained access to a resource pool. Even if Duan accidentally got beaten to death, as long as the part of the body with the spiritual pill remained alive, he could attach himself to any corpse and continue the slaughter. The tactic of group beating was essentially ineffective against Guoduan. It was likely that once Guoduan finished off that group of people he would come looking for Ye Wangchuan to take revenge. Puff. Puff. Soon on the entire battlefield all those who had previously surrounded and beaten Guoduan were slain on the spot by him. Guoduan could have directly used his divine powers to reduce them to a mist of blood. However, these corpses still had great use. This leg is good, I'll take it. Wow, such well-defined abs, I'll take those too. Oh, such a well-proportioned chest. I'll keep it for later use at home. Guoduan kept rummaging through the pile of corpses, attaching some useful organs to himself. Before long he had assembled the most optimal solution. Next it's time to take down that thorn in my side. Guoduan chuckled gleefully, his gaze scanning the surroundings. Though he did not know where Ye Wangchuan had run off to, the barrier was still up. He certainly did not believe that a person at the 3rd level could break through a 4th level barrier. It was worth noting that he had started setting up this barrier a month in advance precisely for this moment. Guoduan began to search around. Behind a hidden stone slope, Ye Wangchuan was crouching with Li Luo on his left and a lolly-shaped puppet on his right. Li Luo, how much longer until you succeed in forging your body? About 10 minutes. All right. Ye Wangchuan nodded, waiting for time to pass. At the same time he took out an icebone sword from his spatial ring and tossed it to Li Luo. Make sure to use the sword for self-defense later. Ye Wangchuan, what about your weapon? Li Luo asked, holding the icebone sword puzzled. Ye Wangchuan helplessly rubbed his forehead and replied, the heavy stealing spear is meant for the 2nd level, using it in battles at the 3rd and 4th levels is a bit lacking. Then why not just use a stick and tie the icebone sword to the end to make a spear? While the two were discussing, the puppet tugged at Ye Wangchuan's shirt hem. Ye Wangchuan turned in puzzlement to see the puppet raising its hands high. Then the puppet shouted, transform. In Ye Wangchuan's astonished gaze the puppet glowed and began to morph. In the next second, it transformed into a long spear. Ye Wangchuan stared in surprise at the puppet-shaped spear, which he affectionately called the loli spear. He reached out and gripped the loli spear, swinging it a few times. Surprisingly, it felt quite nimble. Moreover, the loli spear was not light, weighing several thousand tons. Yet astonishingly, the puppet in its lowly form weighed only a few dozen pounds. Ye Wangchuan immediately took out the heavy stealing spear from his spatial ring and placed it on the ground. Then he used the tip of the lowly spear to strike down heavily on the heavy stealing spear. Bang! The heavy stealing spear immediately cracked under the blow. How's that? The puppet's voice came from the spear tip. Ye Wangchuan nodded in satisfaction and said, not bad. It's just a pity it can't be thrown. Although it can't be thrown, I can extend it, the puppet replied. As the puppet spoke, it suddenly increased the length of the spear shaft. It directly extended from 2 meters to a full 4 meters. Ye Wangchuan looked more and more pleased, chuckling. Can you transform into a longbow, shield, dagger, or chopsticks? Yes. In the next second the puppet transformed into all the items Ye Wangchuan had just requested, including chopsticks. Ye Wangchuan was increasingly satisfied. This really is a wonderful thing. The 18 types of weapons can all be transformed, and they can also be used as portable chopsticks. It can even be used as a cup. A cup for drinking water. Just as Ye Wangchuan was about to further explore the puppet for other potential uses. Found you, he. Guoduan crouched on the hillside, his gaze fixed directly on Ye Wangchuan. Boom! Without giving any time to react, he suddenly stomped down heavily with both feet, raising his axe and swinging it down towards Ye Wangchuan. Ye Wangchuan immediately raised the loli spear, transforming it into a loli shield. Clang! A heavy collision sound echoed. Though Guoduan had easily cleaved through the puppet's giant shield before, now the puppet had compressed its size while maintaining its mass, making it even sturdier. Even if it sustained injuries from the axe, it could recover on its own. Spear! Ye Wangchuan aimed the shield at Guoduan and commanded. In the next second the loli shield in Ye Wangchuan's hands transformed back into the loli spear. Bang! The long spear jabbed into Guoduan's chest, and Ye Wangchuan slapped the spear shaft, infusing it with freezing spiritual energy. Puppet, ugh! Ye Wangchuan, don't make a fuss. Whoosh! With the infusion of the freezing spiritual energy, a torrent of cold air and malevolence surged towards Guoduan. Damn you! Guoduan immediately grabbed at his chest and tore himself in half. After dodging the spear's attack, he bent down and instantly reattached himself. Bang! He charged forward again, swinging the axe at Ye Wangchuan. Ye Wangchuan quickly transformed the long spear into a shield. Kid! Your weapon transformation has a flaw. Guoduan seized the opportunity while Ye Wangchuan's weapon was transforming, instantly unleashing his divine powers. He ripped off his right arm and pointed it at Ye Wangchuan, squeezing it. The arm was immediately crushed into pulp. Guoduan's right arm was composed of 15 individuals combined. With that one squeeze, a wave of dark smoke filled with resentment rushed towards Ye Wangchuan. Ye Wangchuan frowned and quickly retreated. But the 15 streams of dark smoke pursued him like vengeful spirits. Along the way everything that the dark smoke passed was destroyed on the spot.
Back at the original spot, Guoduan saw the dark smoke chasing after Ye Wangchuan, feeling quite satisfied.
He turned his head preparing to attach a new arm for himself.
Then, he spotted Li Luo sneaking away quietly. This little brat hasn't died yet.
Wait a minute, that kid with the gun protected this brat just now.
Can I use this brat to threaten him? He.
After pondering, Guoduan lifted his axe with his left hand and jumped towards Li Luo.
Whoa!
Seeing Guoduan coming, Li Luo was startled and instantly bought 3 explosive talismans from the system store and hurled them at Guoduan.
Boom!
A huge explosion rang out, causing Guoduan to dodge slightly.
After all, he had been blown up by 3 explosive talismans before.
Such fire-based talismans still caused him quite a bit of damage. Although he could use the corpse of a slain enemy to heal himself.
On the other side, Li Luo exclaimed, "Oh no! It's over.
That bastard has his eyes on me.
System! 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 Help! Your host is about to die."
Ding, the host has been granted the right to purchase mid-grade fire talismans.
Mid-grade fire talisman, 1,500 points of villain emotional value, 1 talisman. Buy.
Li Luo could no longer care about anything else. As long as he waited for the aftermath of the explosion to dissipate, that 4th level ugly brute would charge over in the next second. A mere 1,500 points, he could just annoy Ye Wangchuan a few more times.
Ding, 1,500 villain emotional value deducted. Current balance 1,100 points.
With the system's announcement, a fire talisman appeared in Li Luo's hand.
On the battlefield. You little brat, where do you think you're running to?
The power of 3 explosive talismans dissipated.
Guoduan instantly appeared in front of Li Luo. He was about to grab Li Luo by the throat to threaten Ye Wangchuan. At that moment,
"Hey!" Li Luo stood on his tiptoes and affixed a talisman to Guoduan.
"Damn it! You want to blow me up, huh?" Guoduan kicked Li Luo away, causing him to fall to the ground.
He reached out to tear off the talisman on his body.
At that moment,
whoosh! Suddenly a great fire erupted from the talisman.
The flames instantly engulfed Guoduan's arm and body, spreading to other areas.
Seeing the fire, Guoduan sneered. He was at the early stage of the 4th level. As long as the flame temperature was below 10,000 degrees Celsius, it wouldn't harm him in the slightest. And this little brat in front of him was merely at the late stage of the 1st level. With such a low cultivation level, the talisman he used was probably a low-grade one.
Ha ha ha. Crack.
Just when Guoduan was feeling pleased, his other arm was burned to charcoal by the flames and fell to the ground.
Ha! Guoduan stared blankly at his arm.
At the same time, an excruciating burning pain began to spread throughout his body.
What the hell?
The intense pain from the burning flames was unbearable even for someone like Guoduan, who had grown numb to pain from tearing his own organs. Every inch of skin burned to charcoal brought immense agony. Moreover, this flame forcibly added some nerves to Guoduan, preventing him from feeling no pain. The pain was so intense that Guoduan lost his sanity and could no longer fight.
"No, I need to switch bodies. I need to switch bodies."
Guoduan immediately ran towards a place filled with corpses. He first tore off a shoulder from a corpse with his mouth and pressed it against his right arm. After all, he had lost both shoulders. Once he regained a shoulder, Guoduan attempted to extinguish the flames on his body. Finding that he couldn't extinguish the flames, he immediately began to control the spiritual pill within him.
Guoduan first moved the spiritual pill to his fingertip, then quickly cut off his finger.
He attached the finger to another corpse. Once the corpse gained Guoduan's consciousness, he swiftly moved the spiritual pill back inside, cutting off the burning finger.
At this point, there was not a single flame left on Guoduan's new body. Kek. Kek.
Still am the better one, whoosh.
Before Guoduan could finish his sentence, he ignited again. Guoduan. Could it be that my spiritual pill caught fire?
Thinking of this, despair filled Guoduan's eyes. On the other side, Ye Wangchuan, who was being chased by 15 clouds of black smoke, couldn't help but twitch his mouth at the scene he just witnessed. He had roughly guessed what had happened.
It was Guoduan trying to attack Li Luo, only for Li Luo's system to produce a new item at a critical moment. Sigh, of all people to provoke, you chose the child of destiny.
Now you're entangled with an unquenchable flame, huh? By the way, that talisman is really powerful. It can make a 4th level powerhouse scream. Ye Wangchuan thought, glancing behind him, and saw that the 15 clouds of black smoke were gradually dissipating due to Guoduan's broken defense. Meanwhile, the red barrier blocking the exit was also starting to crumble little by little. Seeing this, the others rushed towards the exit like crazed individuals. After all, they had no idea whether the fire on Guoduan would extinguish. In just a moment, there were only a few people left in the entire cave. Thus the battle ended rather hastily.
"Brother Yi, let's leave quickly.
The exit of this cave might close at any moment,"
Lu Han said as he approached Ye Wangchuan. Ye Wangchuan waved his hand, dismissing Lu Han.
He took one step at a time, coming before the struggling Guoduan. At this moment, although Guoduan was in immense pain, he was still desperately switching bodies to maintain his life. Ye Wangchuan walked over and kicked away the corpses around Guoduan, standing at a distance staring at him.
You! Guoduan glared at Ye Wangchuan with hatred, gritting his teeth. Once we get out, my master won't let you go. Ye Wangchuan nonchalantly nodded.
Soon Guoduan was burned to a pile of charcoal, accompanied by the spiritual pill within him shattering due to insufficient spiritual energy supply. It was then that Guoduan fell on the spot. The surging and terrifying flames extinguished at that moment. Ye Wangchuan threw a few long spears from a distance, smashing Guoduan into pieces. Only then did he feel at ease and walk over. After that, Ye Wangchuan rummaged through the corpse. He stopped after finding a spatial ring. This spatial ring belonged to the wealthy sons of other cities and was taken by Guoduan when he blocked the exit. Inside the spatial ring were the heavenly materials, earth treasures, divine weapons, precious accessories and more that Guoduan had previously stolen.
But these were not what Ye Wangchuan was looking for.
He searched again and indeed found a technique named First Volume of the Duanha Demon Art inside the spatial ring.
So there is a demon art after all. Ye Wangchuan smiled, putting away the spatial ring. As for this demon art, Ye Wangchuan had no intention of learning it. In Ye Wangchuan's view, using someone else's body instead of one's own original flesh or possessing another's body was unacceptable. After all, one's natural body is the best. The main reason Ye Wangchuan took this volume of demon art was to prevent other children of destiny from secretly learning it. Children of destiny merely possess high fortune as if aided by the divine. But that doesn't mean all children of destiny are kind and righteous. Just like all the children of destiny Ye Wangchuan had encountered so far. Li Luo Luhan Tang Sansu Fugue Luo Nangwei. Out of these 5 children of destiny, only Luhan is just and good.
The others are either selfish or insane. The only good one, Luhan, is still weak, barely at the early stage of the first level. Therefore it wouldn't be surprising if some corrupted child of destiny found this demon art and became a demon cultivator.
For Ye Wangchuan, having fewer children of destiny is naturally better. As for the demon art, he could just leave it to the Yi family to deal with. As it turned out, Ye Wangchuan's actions were indeed correct.
In the distance, Su Fugue had originally thought of coming over to search the corpse for any techniques.
After all, his second brother hadn't recovered yet. If he learned Guoduan's technique, he could stitch his second brother back together.
But seeing Ye Wangchuan start to search the corpses, he chose to abandon that idea. After all, Ye Wangchuan was his lifesaver and had contributed during this battle. Meanwhile, Su Fugue had done nothing but call a group of people to their deaths. How could he be so shameless as to snatch the credit? Of course, the main reason was that he couldn't beat Ye Wangchuan. Ye Wangchuan gathered his spoils and prepared to leave with Li Luo.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for defeating a 4-stage early enemy and for the extra reward for an overlevel victory. Villain emotional value 2000 points.
Ding!
The host's companion has obtained a large amount of rare materials worth 400 coins. Villain emotional value 4000 points.
Current remaining 7100 points.
Having just broken through to the second stage, Li Luo watched the villain emotional value pour in, a smile spreading across his face. Just in time to return, he would use these villain emotional values to upgrade.
On the Spirit Mountain,
Hu Fong Ke lay on a lounge chair fast asleep.
Nearby the entrance to the cave, a dense crowd was gathered as if they were parents waiting for their children to finish school.
Just moments ago, some people had exited early after handing over rare materials to Guoduan. Naturally, these individuals shared the news of a 4-stage demon cultivator blocking the entrance. This undoubtedly added a few more lines of worry to the faces of those waiting for their own children.
At a nearby lake by the exit, I've hooked one.
Yi Zhentian, wearing a tattered straw hat, stood up, instantly lifting the broken fishing rod in his hand. In the next moment, a broken shoe attached to the hook was flung up.
Ha ha ha.
Lu Laotu pointed at the shoe on the fishing rod, laughing heartily.
Yi Zhentian immediately raised the shoe, attempting to force it into Lu Laotu's mouth.
This startled Lu Laotu, causing him to let out a sharp scream.
Beside them, Li Laotu looked at the scene speechlessly and said, "People are saying there's a 4-stage demon cultivator blocking the entrance. Aren't you too worried about the little ones?"
Upon hearing this, Yi Zhentian and Lu Laotu with the shoe in his mouth turned their heads. Both of their expressions were filled with confusion.
Lu Laotu said, "Pa,
what is there to worry about?" Yi Zhentian replied, "What is there to worry about?" Lu Laotu said, "Only if you're worried, why not just tear open the void and check inside the cave?" Yi Zhentian said, "Well, Ye Wangchuan still has the token I gave him.
If anything happens, hell, tell me.
I can still tear open the void to go in then."
Lu Laotu replied, "That's true." Li Laotu, who was too low in cultivation to tear open the void and rush into the cave, could only remain silent.
Just as the few of them were puzzled.
Lu Han.
It's Lu Han, the young master of the Lu family, who's come out. Lu Han, the young master of the Lu family.
I remember he just started, didn't he? How did he come out as a 1st-stage cultivator? What a terrifying speed of cultivation. I really wonder what great opportunities are in the cave. As the crowd spoke, Lu Laotu walked slowly to Lu Han. He looked Lu Han over a few times and nodded with a smile. Not bad. You've broken through to the first stage in just 2 months. I'm very proud of you. Father, you flatter me. My cultivation is still far behind Brother Yi. Lu Han humbly replied. Lu Laotu smiled and said nonchalantly, it doesn't matter.
You don't need to compare yourself with others, just compare yourself with yourself. Besides, breaking through to the first stage in 2 months is already much faster than I was when I was young.
Lu Laotu's words moved Lu Han deeply. Just then someone asked Ye Wangchuan, are you going for a stroll tonight? Not going. I have something to do. At the exit, Ye Wangchuan pulled Li Luo out.
To avoid drawing attention, Ye Wangchuan chose to let the puppet maintain the long spear form.
Suddenly someone in the crowd with keen perception exclaimed, wow.
Young Master Yi has gone from the early second stage to the mid-third stage.
What? Young Master?
From which stage to which stage?
Oh no. The young girl from the Li family has also reached the early second stage. Oh my goodness. The crowd instantly gathered around.
As for Lu Han, who had just been the center of attention, no one cared anymore. After all, the matter of jumping from the early second stage to the mid-third stage was far more shocking than an ordinary person reaching the early first stage.
Lu Han. Lu Laotu. Lu Han, Dad, I want to go cultivate. Lu Laotu, aren't you going to rest for a bit?
Lu Han did not listen to Lu Laotu's words and instead found a hidden corner to start swinging his sword. Seeing this, Lu Laotu had nothing to say and could only sigh helplessly.
This silly child, clearly his talent and aptitude are already quite extraordinary. But because Ye Wangchuan and Li Luo are even more monstrous, he's feeling discouraged and losing confidence. This is not a good thing. Yes, right. The 4-stage demon cultivator was killed by me and Li Luo together, that's that. How exactly did we kill it? I forgot.
Among the crowd, Ye Wangchuan kept brushing off the questions from those around him.
When Yi Zhentian and Lu Laotu came in to see what was happening, Ye Wangchuan decisively said, Dad, first take me back to the Yi family. We'll discuss the details later. All right. Yi Zhentian was also too lazy to ask questions in front of so many onlookers. With a wave of his hand, he and Ye Wangchuan instantly vanished from everyone's sight. When they reappeared, they had already arrived at the Yi family. As for Li Luo, Yi Zhentian did not choose to bring him alone, letting Lu Laotu take care of him. Ye Wangchuan let out a long breath, pulled out a chair and sat down, casually sharing his experiences in the cave with Yi Zhentian. Then he took out 2 spatial rings. One of these rings was taken from Morong and the other from Guaduan. Both contained treasures, divine weapons, precious ornaments and demonic techniques that Ye Wangchuan did not need. The Yi family would have their own methods to use or handle these. As for the items useful to Ye Wangchuan, they were placed in his own spatial ring. Good. Well done. Yi Zhentian nodded, his expression utterly calm, seemingly unfazed. Then I will go find the second elder first.
Seeing that his father had no particular thoughts, Ye Wangchuan got up and walked out.
In the weapon forging room. Second elder, I have already reached the 3rd level in my cultivation.
These heavy steel spears are no longer suitable for me.
I'll just leave them here for you.
Ye Wangchuan said as he tossed the heavy steel spears into the pile of weapons.
The second elder, who was forging weapons, was somewhat shocked upon hearing Ye Wangchuan's words. 3rd level. How did you manage to cultivate so quickly? You haven't secretly practiced demonic arts, have you? Tell me the truth. How is that possible?
I just happened to stumble upon some opportunities inside the cave. Ye Wangchuan continued speaking while placing the Hangu sword de Bao and night arrow onto the table. At the same time, he pointed at the spear in his hand and said, transform into a human form. As the words fell, the spear reverted to the form of a small girl puppet.
What is this? The second elder, who was forging weapons, paused her actions and walked over.
She first flipped through the Hangu sword de Bao and night arrow. After examining them, she pinched the puppet's small face and observed it carefully. The puppet immediately began to struggle with its eyes closed. Afterward, Ye Wangchuan had the puppet demonstrate its abilities of transforming, recovering and various martial arts to the second elder. Wow, these are indeed precious treasures.
Once the second elder confirmed this, she began to explain to Ye Wangchuan in detail.
She first raised the Hangu sword and said, this ice sword, if I'm not mistaken, is crafted from the bones of a century-old great serpent, and the creator infused their benevolent intent into it. If it were just that, it would merely be an ordinary sword.
I could forge one myself, even a better one.
But this sword is extraordinary in that despite its mediocre quality, over a long period a small spirit of the weapon was born within it. This spirit possesses a unique character and only allows pure and righteous individuals to wield it. Then the second elder raised the De Bao and night arrow and said, these bows and arrows were likely forged by a couple. These bows and arrows are much more powerful. To forge such items, not only does the forger need exceptional skills, but they also need to share a sincere affection between them. Moreover, this is a legacy forged before their death, and with the passage of time these bows and arrows have grown even stronger. Alas, I've never had a partner in my life, so I certainly can't forge something like this. If someone were willing to be with me, perhaps I could try upgrading this weapon.
The second elder said while winking at Ye Wangchuan. Hurry and tell me about the puppet's functions. Ye Wangchuan ignored the second elder's wink and looked at the puppet. The second elder sighed and patted the puppet's shoulder, continuing, this puppet was initially likely also crafted by that couple. But it was upgraded by someone midway. As soon as the second elder said this, Ye Wangchuan's expression turned puzzled. The puppet was upgraded by someone midway. What's going on? In that tomb there were only the couple's legacy. Could it be that someone went and upgraded the puppet and then left without disturbing the couple's legacy? What a waste of time. Seeing Ye Wangchuan's confusion, the second elder explained, the original puppet should have just been a relatively hardy motionless puppet that patrolled the tomb unconditionally. The abilities of transformation, recovery, and various martial arts, including a stronger self-awareness computational ability, were all added artificially. The purpose was likely to better guard the tomb. After speaking, the second elder asked the puppet, do you remember who upgraded you? The puppet shook its head. Well, that's not a big deal. Now give me your heart. The second elder extended her hand and received the wooden heart from the puppet. Then she cut open the heart and began explaining the function of this heart is very simple, it absorbs spiritual energy. However, some absolute rules can be inscribed inside the heart. The puppet must adhere to these rules. For example, here. The basic rule of the puppet is to prioritize preserving its own life and second to protect the tomb as much as possible. Since it no longer needs to protect the tomb, I will erase that rule. By the way, I'll add a rule, prohibit using any means to harm Ye Wangchuan. The second elder said as she held the heart in front of Ye Wangchuan. Then she looked at a certain part of the heart and said in surprise, wow, the puppet's master section doesn't even have a name inscribed, it used to be unclaimed and brand new. Come, let me inscribe your name here. Ye Wangchuan asked in confusion, what happens if you inscribe my name? Will it absolutely obey my commands? The second elder shook her head, it merely proves that she has a master, and once the name is inscribed it cannot be erased or changed. Aside from that, it has no other effects. After hearing this, Ye Wangchuan turned to the puppet and asked, do you have any objections? I have no objections, replied the puppet. Seeing that neither of them had objections, the second elder began to inscribe. While inscribing, the second elder suddenly suggested, by the way, Ye Wangchuan, do you want to give this puppet a name? Calling her puppet feels too indifferent. Ye Wangchuan thought for a moment and said, let's call her Grey Eggplant. The second elder replied, is that too hasty? After hearing this, Ye Wangchuan turned to the puppet and asked, do you have any objections? The puppet, now named Grey Eggplant, replied, I have no objections. The second elder twitched her mouth as she began to inscribe Grey Eggplant on the puppet's heart. Meanwhile, Ye Wangchuan looked at the Hangu sword. After pondering for a moment, he asked, second elder, you just said that the spirit within this sword only allows pure and righteous people to use it. Can we remove that restriction? The second elder shook her head, no, to remove it you would have to eliminate the spirit. But without the spirit this sword would become ordinary. Ye Wangchuan continued to ask, then is Grey Eggplant's self-awareness considered a type of spirit? The second elder pondered for a moment and replied, yes, but the spirit of Grey Eggplant has the ability to simulate personality and perform rapid calculations. After receiving the answer, Ye Wangchuan nodded, then let's melt the Hangu sword and use it as nourishment for Grey Eggplant. The second elder's mouth twitched, is that too extravagant? That's a spirit. Ye Wangchuan replied, what use is a weapon with a spirit if it cannot be used by me? It's better to fortify Grey Eggplant. Alright then. The second elder immediately tossed the Hangu sword into the furnace, melting it down. Such a spirit with many requirements wouldn't fetch much at an auction. It's better to enhance Grey Eggplant for Ye Wangchuan. The fire in the furnace was a special flame used for melting artifacts. In just a moment, a wisp of soul fire and some white stones emerged. The second elder directly placed the soul fire onto Grey Eggplant and it merged into her. Alright, Grey Eggplant's mental power and intelligence should be higher now. The second elder clapped her hands and patted Grey Eggplant's head. To be honest, Grey Eggplant had become quite cute in her little girl form. Wait a minute. The second elder suddenly realized and looked at Grey Eggplant with confusion. You can transform into various forms, so why do you maintain such a petite form? Doesn't this affect your combat ability? Grey Eggplant replied, because Ye Wangchuan likes it. The second elder was left speechless. Ugh. And inside the artifact forging chamber, Elder 2 stared wide-eyed at Ye Wangchuan, pointing at Grey Eggplant with incredulous disbelief. Ye Wangchuan, you actually fancy this type? I refused to believe it when others said you'd taken a liking to that 1-meter-13 girl from the Li family, yet here it is confirmed. Ugh. Ye Wangchuan paused in thought, preparing to clarify he held no attraction to young girls and certainly harbored no such preferences, when Elder 2 abruptly turned her gaze toward Grey Eggplant. Could it be that Ye Wangchuan transformed you into this form for use? And yes, twice. Each time lasted 2 hours, and Grey Eggplant raised 2 fingers as she spoke. Elder 2. Ye Wangchuan. Ye Wangchuan sighed and rubbed his forehead wearily. It was over. Explanation was now impossible. If he claimed his sole intent had been to release and channel spiritual energy, would Elder 2 even believe him? And since clarity seemed unattainable, Nay resolved not to try. Elder 2, could you prepare some triple-grade spears for me? The higher the quality the better. And if possible, please also pre-stock some quadruple-grade spears. Ah, yes, yes. In truth, I'd already prepared them, though I hadn't anticipated your breakthrough would come so swiftly. Just 1 month to reach the third realm. Here, you may take them. And as she spoke, Elder 2 handed 2 spatial rings to Ye Wangchuan. He inspected their contents. Each ring held over 1,000 spears stacked tightly within. The spears in the left ring are Yao gold spears, each weighing 5,000 tons with exceptional spiritual energy conductivity. And each costs roughly 300 spirit coins to forge. Sold at market, my craftsmanship could fetch nearly 1,000 spirit coins per unit. And the spears in the right ring are Spiritea gold spears, each exceeding 10,000 tons in weight. They'll strain you considerably for now. Set those aside for the moment. Once you ascend to the 4th realm, return to me. I'll upgrade all these Yao gold spears into Spiritea gold spears. No need to let them go to waste. Having finished her explanation, Elder 2 watched as Ye Wangchuan nodded in quiet satisfaction. And even quadruple-grade weapons were already prepared. This supply would last him a long while. After all, cultivation grew progressively slower with each successive realm. Ye Wangchuan had already reached mid-3rd realm. And to advance to late 3rd realm, he would require over 100 cultivation pills and 40+ foundation establishment pills. Reaching the 4th realm would likely demand 300 pills or more as a baseline. And meanwhile, Li Luo was clearly nearing her limit in sustaining Ye Wangchuan's cultivation expenses. Could it be that Li Luo's own low cultivation rank has caused the system's rewards to lag? If so, I'll pause drawing from her for now. I'll resume once she reaches late 2nd realm. And maintain a full realm gap between us, ensure she doesn't fall too far behind. Having settled that, Ye Wangchuan raised one final inquiry. And Elder 2, could you enhance Grey Eggplant? And not yet. The artisan who originally enhanced her surpasses my skill. I must study further. Elder 2 explained patiently. And upon receiving this answer, Ye Wangchuan offered polite farewells and departed the forging chamber, leading Grey Eggplant away with him. Elder 2, I'm off. I still need to see Master Fong K and go safely. Watch your step. Elder 2 nodded gently. After Ye Wangchuan had gone there in silence, and by the way, wasn't Master Fong K Ye Wangchuan's own mentor, also 1 meter 38 tall, and so Ye Wangchuan truly favors this type? Seated on her stool, Elder 2 reflected upon the scene just witnessed. And truth be told, she wasn't entirely surprised by Ye Wangchuan's apparent preference for petite women. From infancy through adulthood, he had shown no interest in women whatsoever. And several noble families had even sent their peerless daughters, beauties of celestial grace, to propose betrothals to him. Yet every single proposal had been declined without hesitation. And back then, elders whispered that Ye Wangchuan was aloof from feminine allure, a sign of extraordinary potential. And now looking back, it might simply have been because all those daughters stood over 1 meter 50. Lost in thought, Elder 2 suddenly rose to her feet. She strode to a bronze mirror and studied her reflection. 1 meter 75 in height, subtly defined musculature, elegantly sculpted abdominal lines, and this form, unquestionably, was not Ye Wangchuan's type. No, I must change myself, and with resolve, Elder 2 strode out of the forging chamber. She tossed a sword onto the ground, stepped upon it, and soared skyward in a single fluid motion. Soon she arrived near the alchemy chamber. And she knocked, gained permission, and entered. Inside, Elder 4 sat before a furnace, attentively monitoring the crucible. What brings you here? Elder 4 looked up, puzzled. And I need a favor, and this stays strictly between us, understood? Elder 2 glanced left and right at the doorway, slipped inside, closed the door firmly, and spoke with solemn gravity. And could you refine several special pills for shrinking one's physique to approximately 1 meter 38? What on earth? Elder 4 stared, utterly bewildered. Elder 2 tilted her head slightly, cheeks faintly flushed with embarrassment. Isn't it rumored outside that Ye Wangchuan fancies that Li family girl? And she stands at 1 meter 39, and ugh, Elder 4 furrowed his brow, perplexed. Forgive me, but aren't you and Ye Wangchuan separated by tens of thousands of years? And aren't you both of the Yi clan? This feels rather inappropriate, and that's hardly an issue. My father was adopted by our Grand Patriarch, so technically Ye Wangchuan and I are peers. Moreover, since its adoption, there's no blood relation whatsoever. Elder 2's logic left Elder 4 momentarily speechless. And something felt amiss, yet logically nothing contradicted her claim. And fine, I owe you. You forged all my furnaces. This favor I must grant. So long as the pills reduce physical stature, correct, and relief bloomed across Elder 2's face as Elder 4 agreed. After all, she'd aided Ye Wangchuan so greatly. And was it truly unreasonable to expect a little reciprocation? Ling Mountain. After leaving the Yi family, Ye Wangchuan quickly returned to Ling Mountain. Since Ye Wangchuan had already reached the midstage of the 3rd realm, climbing a spirit mountain was no longer a challenge for him. After all, the main danger of climbing Ling Mountain comes from the ferocious beasts residing within. However, in the past month, due to the matter of the cave, there has been a constant influx of people on Ling Mountain. As a result, the powerful beasts in the mountains were either slaughtered effortlessly or forcibly taken away as spirit pets. Only a few weak beast cubs were left behind to ensure sustainable development. On Ling Mountain. At this moment, there were already far fewer people gathered around Ling Mountain. Not for any other reason but because the exit of the cave had already closed. This signifies that those who had not yet emerged were highly likely dead. Even if they were not dead, one would have to gamble on whether they could survive inside for a millennium waiting for the next millennium to emerge. But to be honest, it would be better to create a new account within this millennium. Of course, although most people had left, there were still some remaining on Ling Mountain. Wah! My son! Why didn't you come out? I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Why didn't I stop my child from going in? People were constantly crying out. Some were family members mourning their relatives, while others were disciples of sects weeping for their masters. In this fantastical world where human life is as fragile as grass, such situations are all too common. After all, humans are emotional beings, and it would be a lie to say one wouldn't feel sorrow if friends or family members passed away. However, due to the long average lifespan in this fantastical world, it is quite rare for a single person to have only 10 descendants throughout their life. In large families, it is common for 1,000 people to refer to the same person as father. Only Ye Wangchuan is peculiar. He has just one child and no other descendants. Naturally, with many descendants to carry on the family line, the death of one individual would not lead to decades of mourning or a collapse of the Dao heart. Ye Wangchuan glanced past the crowd and looked toward a hillside. On the hillside, Fong Ke was gazing at the crowd, seemingly lost in thought. Master Fong Ke, what are you looking at? Ye Wangchuan jumped up to the hillside and asked. Fong Ke's expression remained as indifferent as ever, not showing even a hint of pity or sadness despite the cries of the crowd. Seeing Ye Wangchuan approach, she replied calmly, "It's nothing. I just feel that the death rate in this year's cave is a bit high. Out of 30 people who entered, only one came out. That's much higher than before. After all this time, there is a 4th-level demon cultivator blocking the entrance," Ye Wangchuan casually remarked, pulling out a bowl of dumplings from his spatial ring and handing it to Fong Ke. "I brought these from that previous shop filled with pork." "Oh, good. Thank you." Fong Ke accepted the dumplings and began to eat contentedly. Afterward, Ye Wangchuan and Fong Ke chatted for a while. As they talked, the conversation naturally shifted to Ye Wangchuan's cultivation. "By the way, Ye Wangchuan, how did you manage to advance so quickly from the early 2nd realm to the mid-3rd realm?" Well, this is..." Ye Wangchuan scratched his nose, appearing a bit hesitant. Seeing him like this, Fong Ke spoke up. "It's fine, just tell me. I won't tell anyone else. We can make a pinky promise, and anyone who lies gets struck by 80 divine lightning during tribulation transcendence. If you don't want to say, that's fine. But please don't use any demonic arts to rapidly increase your cultivation. Those kinds of skills only lead to deeper entanglement the more you practice them." After hearing Fong Ke's words, Ye Wangchuan looked around and whispered, "Just don't tell anyone else." "Okay, let's make a pinky promise." Fong Ke extended her pinky as she spoke. After they made the pinky promise, Ye Wangchuan slowly took out a cultivation manual and presented it to Fong Ke, saying, "This is the secret behind my rapid cultivation increase." Fong Ke focused her gaze. "Supreme dual cultivation technique. Oh, is this the one you and Li Luo used?" Fong Ke asked curiously. Ye Wangchuan nodded and said, "Exactly." "Then can you take me next time?" Fong Ke inquired. Ye Wangchuan pondered for a moment before responding. "This technique cannot be used by 3 people. If you want to practice it, Master Fong Ke, I will accompany you alone." "All right." Fong Ke nodded. "But I've never done such a thing before, so I might be a bit clumsy. You don't mind, do you?" "I have no objections." Seeing Fong Ke agree, Ye Wangchuan was not surprised. Rather, everything was unfolding as he expected. First, he would use a bowl of dumplings to enhance Fong Ke's goodwill and then casually chat. Once Fong Ke showed interest in his rapid cultivation speed, he would mention the technique. Given Fong Ke's personality, she would definitely want to try it out. After all, previously she had been clamoring for him to take her along. From the moment he obtained this technique, Ye Wangchuan had been thinking about practicing it with either Li Luo or Fong Ke. This was not because he had a penchant for lolis. It was simply because this technique was incredibly powerful and not practicing it would be a waste. However, practicing it with outsiders felt somewhat like a loss to Ye Wangchuan. As the saying goes, the good water should not flow to outsiders' fields. Ye Wangchuan naturally thought of Li Luo and Fong Ke. By the way, does Li Luo mind? She has no objections. Long life palace. Li Luo sat in the courtyard continuously consuming cultivation pills and foundation establishment pills. There wasn't much to discuss with the old man Li, so after a few exchanges she returned home to begin her cultivation. As she was eating, a sound of footsteps came from the entrance. Li Luo recognized it immediately as Ye Wangchuan's footsteps. As for Fong Ke, she floated in the air making no sound. Soon Ye Wangchuan entered with Fong Ke. The first thing Ye Wangchuan did upon entering was to let the grey eggplant return to its lowly form, allowing her to wander around Long Life Palace and familiarize herself. Then he turned to Li Luo and said, "Seriously, I have some important matters to attend to with Master Fong Ke. Li Luo, please try not to come to my bedroom for the next few hours." What matters?" Li Luo asked, puzzled. Fong Ke bluntly explained, "I will be dual cultivating with Ye Wangchuan for a while." Okay. What? Li Luo turned her head in confusion. But by this time the two had already walked far away. Li Luo originally wanted to chase after them to ask what was going on, but then felt it was inappropriate and sat back down. She thought for a moment that Ye Wangchuan must be using that technique from before. At that time Ye Wangchuan had asked Li Luo if she wanted to give it a try, but she had firmly rejected him. This Ye Wangchuan is truly a lala-loving pervert. Li Luo's lips twitched as she mumbled a few phrases and decided not to concern herself with the matter any longer. She clearly understood that she and Ye Wangchuan were not in that kind of relationship and had no right to interfere in his private matters. After all, it wouldn't make sense for Ye Wangchuan to seek her out for practicing a technique only to be denied and then not allowed to find others to practice with. As Li Luo pondered, she glanced at the gray eggplant beside her and said, "Little puppet, come here. I'll tell you about Ye Wangchuan. My name is Gray Eggplant." "Who gave you that name?" "Master Ye Wangchuan did. His naming taste is quite poor. By the way, why do you call him master?" In the Hall of Longevity within the courtyard, Li Luo was practicing spear techniques wielding a stick. Beside him, Hui Chiezi also held a stick instructing Li Luo on how to attack, defend and thrust. Originally Li Luo was chatting with Hui Chiezi. However, once they finished discussing all the topics and with Ye Wangchuan still not having emerged, he could only take the opportunity to practice some spear techniques. They practiced from day until sunset and from sunset until midnight. Li Luo even returned to his bedroom for a nap. The next day when he came out, he found that Ye Wangchuan and Feng Ke had not yet finished. It was not until 8 in the morning that Ye Wangchuan finally walked out of his bedroom. "Hui Chiezi, how long has it been since Ye Wangchuan entered the bedroom?" 8 hours. Li Luo fell silent for a moment. It was evident that the supreme technique was indeed powerful. "Good morning, Li Luo." Ye Wangchuan extended his hand in greeting. Just then a light rain began to fall from the sky. Ye Wangchuan paid no heed to the rain and directly found a bench to sit down. He tore off the talisman on his body, tidied up the wet binding immortal rope in his hand and stored it in his spatial ring. Li Luo opened an umbrella and sat beside Ye Wangchuan. As for Hui Chiezi, he was waterproof and stood by listening. Li Luo, observing Ye Wangchuan's spirited demeanor, curiously asked, "How is that technique?" "It's good. Even after practicing all night long, I still feel refreshed, full of strength, and my cultivation has improved significantly. Moreover, Master Feng Ke's talent has also slightly increased," Ye Wangchuan explained honestly. "It can even enhance talent." Li Luo swallowed hard, slightly stunned. Ye Wangchuan nodded and continued chatting with Li Luo. About half an hour later, Feng Ke finally floated out from the room. As soon as she stepped outside, it was as if a barrier surrounded her. The raindrops near Feng Ke automatically. Feng Ke approached Ye Wangchuan and weakly said, "Tonight, don't use the binding immortal rope. At least don't use it continuously." "All right." Ye Wangchuan nodded in agreement. The supreme technique included a function to alleviate fatigue. Therefore, substituting practice for sleep was not an issue at all. However, the technique also had some limitations. That was, in every 12 hours, only the first 4 hours could trigger the technique's effects. After 4 hours, there would be an 8th hour cooldown. The reason Ye Wangchuan practiced for 8 hours was to determine whether the technique had a cooldown operation or reset at midnight. It was very meticulous. Just then the rain stopped. "I'll go take a shower. Then sleep for a bit. I'll take a day off today. Tomorrow I'll come out to teach you the techniques," Feng Ke said weakly as she left the courtyard. Ye Wangchuan stretched lazily, preparing to adapt to the power of the midstage of the 3rd level. At that moment a servant from the Yi family approached. The servant approached Ye Wangchuan and said, "Young master, there's an auction at the merchant's place. The Su Fugue you previously had someone keep an eye on also went to the auction." "Got it." Ye Wangchuan nodded. He knew that someone like Su Fugue, who had nothing but was a lucky son of fortune, would definitely show off at the auction. Moreover, there would surely be good items at that auction. Ye Wangchuan immediately checked the contents of his spatial ring. There were some funds. After confirming, Ye Wangchuan turned to Li Luo. Li Luo immediately stiffened and said, "Why are you looking at me? What are you thinking?" "I'm going to the merchant's auction in Chang'an City. Are you coming?" Ye Wangchuan looked at Li Luo with a speechless expression. "I'll go," Li Luo decisively replied. As long as it wasn't about practicing techniques, he was more than happy to follow Ye Wangchuan. After all, there were villain emotion points to earn and it was a chance not to be missed. The merchants, as the name suggests, were families primarily relying on trade and similar activities to sustain themselves. In Chang'an, they were not considered a major family, not even making it into the top 10. However, they had a certain influence due to frequently acquiring novel goods from outside. At this moment, numerous sects and families were selling the rare treasures collected from this cave realm to the merchants. The merchants took this opportunity to hold an auction specifically to profit from the price differences. In front of the auction house, Su Fugue stood in front of the sign looking at the list of auction items. Behind Su Fugue followed a pair of stunning twin maidens. Most of the items were publicly displayed to attract customers, while a small portion was deliberately hidden, marked as mysterious items. "Let me see. Ah. Sure enough, there's the beginning revival flower. That's wonderful." Su Fugue was very pleased to see the beginning revival flower on the list. As long as he bought the beginning revival flower, he would be able to restore his second brother and enjoy a wonderful life. Thinking of this, Su Fugui glanced at his system space. In the system space there were 8,000 coins. Actually, Su Fugui could have more money because the system provided 1,000 coins a day. However, previously in the cave realm, to earn enhancement points to increase his cultivation, he spent money on a pile of junk. These 8,000 coins were what he had saved over the past 8 days. Despite this, 8,000 coins were still quite valuable, equivalent to 800 million in Blue Star. Su Fugui couldn't believe that he couldn't buy a beginning revival flower with his 800 million. Entering the auction house, the setup was still classic. The first floor was filled with seating similar to that of a cinema concert, while the second floor had several rooms with openings. The rooms had curtains that could obscure privacy. Their main function was to prevent those who could not publicly disclose their identities from bidding on auction items. Give me a room on the second floor. Su Fugui tossed a coin to the nearby merchant servant. Hey. Sure. You're a lucky guest. Just the remaining rooms were all booked. The servant immediately lit up with excitement, quickly arranging a room for Su Fugui. Once Su Fugui entered the room, the first thing he did was draw the curtains. The curtains had a special magical seal allowing them to see outside while also altering the sound transmitted out. Only then did Su Fugui feel relieved. He had to be cautious and cannot be reckless again. Just then a commotion came from outside. What? There are no rooms on the second floor. Do you know who I am? I am from the Tang family. Auction. Who are you? Su Fugui furrowed his brow and looked towards the door as he saw it kicked open. At the doorway stood a carefree man with his hands in his pockets, disdainfully sizing up Su Fugui. At this moment Su Fugui wore only ordinary clothes to avoid drawing attention. The fabric was not particularly luxurious. Seeing this, the man immediately mocked Su Fugui. I don't care who you are, listen carefully. My name is Tang Mengzi, a member of the Tang family. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and make way for me. I'll let your mother be. Why does another scion of the Tang family come to provoke me again? How dare a bottom-tier family from Chang'an talk to me? Get lost. Su Fugui opened his mouth and instantly began to scold Tang Mengzi. Tang Mengzi's expression stiffened as he gritted his teeth. You have some nerve. Su Fugui, Tang scum, your mother is dead. Tang Mengzi. Get someone to tear this man's filthy mouth apart. Fuming with anger, Tang Mengzi waved his hand behind him and a group of tall Tang family attendants surged in. But in the next second. Boom. Su Fugui's aura erupted in his mid-foundation establishment. Cultivation burst forth, directly sending the surrounding Tang family attendants flying. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the dazed Tang Mengzi. It will hurt a lot, just bear with it. Wah! Before Tang Mengzi could finish, Su Fugui kicked him in the groin. Puff! Accompanied by the sound of cracking eggs, Tang Mengzi fell to the ground, unable to rise. Su Fugui clapped his hands, tossed the down Tang Mengzi and the Tang family attendants out, and then propped the kicked door back up. Room 99 belongs to Su Fugui. On the third floor of the auction, Ye Wangchuan muttered to himself as he looked down. In reality, the auction house had a third floor. However, the floor was one-way transparent. So those below would only see an ordinary ceiling when looking up. Compared to the second floor, the third floor ensured greater privacy. After all, this was the exclusive room of the Yi family. No one could enter except for members of the Yi family. Thus most people were unaware that the auction house had a third floor. Ye Wangchuan sat on the sofa browsing through a more detailed list of auction items. Including what those mysterious items were all clearly marked. Ye Wangchuan held a pen, circling a few items and making notes. Such as special weapons, mysterious accessories, and cat-eared demon girls. To Ye Wangchuan's left sat a curious grey eggplant. On Ye Wangchuan's right sat Li Luo, who appeared somewhat nervous in her seat. She anxiously clutched her qipao, a bit flustered. Ye Wangchuan, why is the floor transparent? The people below won't see us, right? It's one-way transparent, those below will only see the floorboards when looking up. Ye Wangchuan patiently explained. Hearing this, Li Luo let out a slight sigh of relief. However, looking at the transparent floor, she still felt a bit anxious. If she had known the floor was transparent, she wouldn't have worn the qipao. Li Luo simply curled up on the sofa and started munching on grapes. Soon, the auction began. The first few items were nothing special. Just some ordinary things to warm up. Ye Wangchuan's gaze remained fixed on room 99 without a moment of relaxation. Just as he thought, Su Fugui was waiting for something big. On stage 10, spirit restoration flowers were displayed. To make more money, the merchants bundled such rare treasures for sale and did not sell them individually. But this did not affect Su Fugui's determination to buy 50 gold coins. In room 99, Su Fugui spoke up. On the first floor. Seeing that room 99 was bidding, the grimacing Tang Mengzi stood up and angrily shouted. 60 gold coins. Young master. The family provided you with this large sum to buy important resources, how can you waste it here? Hearing Tang Mengzi bid for the spirit restoration flower, the attendant beside him turned pale. Tang Mengzi, hearing the attendant, angrily scolded. Mind your own business. My second brother is gone without the spirit restoration flower. What will you give me to bring him back? Moreover, it was that scoundrel from room 99 who harmed me. Today I want him to know the price of provoking the Tang family. At this moment. 70 gold coins. Su Fugue calmly stated the price. 80 gold coins. 90 gold coins. 100 gold coins. When the price reached 150 gold coins, Tang Mengzi began to sweat profusely. When the price reached 300 gold coins, Tang Mengzi hesitated in his bidding. When the price reached 500 gold coins, Tang Mengzi fell silent. 500 gold coins. As Su Fugue spoke again, the entire venue was stunned. Shocked. Terrified. Petrified. Whose young master is this in room 9 to be so extravagant with his bids? Although the effect of the spirit restoration flower was indeed powerful, it would lose its effect on those with high cultivation. What kind of state must a low-level cultivator be in to willingly pay 500 gold coins? Everyone was shocked and no one raised their bid again. After a moment passed. On the auction stage, the auctioneer responsible for the auction stepped forward preparing to finalize the transaction when no one raised the bid. A merchant's attendant hurried to the auctioneer handing him a note. After reading the note, the auctioneer announced on the spot, "To the guest in room 9, we apologize. The spirit restoration flower is no longer for sale." What? Su Fugue's eyes nearly popped out. What the hell is this? How can it not be sold? Su Fugue immediately stood up angrily shouting through the curtain, "What do you mean by this auction? Just saying it's not for sale doesn't mean it isn't." The auctioneer replied, "I'm sorry. But it really can't be sold. Su Fugue, is someone secretly bidding higher than me? I'll offer 2,000 gold coins, will you sell it?" The auctioneer said, "Sorry, not for sale. Not even for 2,000. 5,000, I'll bid 5,000. The auctioneer, "Sorry, even if you bid 10,000 or even 100,000 gold coins, we still want to auction the spirit restoration flowers." Auction house. 100. 1,000,000 coins and still not for sale. Upon hearing this, Su Fugue could only sigh helplessly and slump back into his seat. It seems that some powerful family is using threats to force the merchants to keep the goods for them. How despicable. On the other side at the auction stage, the auctioneer stood still. In her hand was the envelope she had held earlier, trembling continuously. On the envelope a few short words were written. "Sure, Hu Hua is to be kept and the price is up to you merchants to decide. Ye Wangchuan." No threats, no coercion. Just a simple sentence. But in the eyes of the auctioneer this sentence held immense importance. It must be kept, sure, Hu Hua must be kept no matter what. This time it is truly not a matter of money. That's the Yi family. And the only heir of the Yi family at that. Who the hell dares not to keep something for him? Taking a deep breath, the auctioneer continued to introduce the next auction item. Afterward another stretch of mundane time passed. Several unremarkable auction items were fiercely contested by the people on the first floor. Meanwhile on the third floor Ye Wangchuan would occasionally forcefully keep some auction items. Naturally Ye Wangchuan wasn't actually interested in these auction items. The purpose of this was merely to prevent Su Fugue from thinking he was being targeted by others. As he waited, the next item was soon up for auction. The next auction item is a jade bracelet of unknown origin said to be given by a poor boy to join a caravan. Starting bid 50 silver coins. The auctioneer announced. On the second floor. Su Fugue frowned and scrutinized it closely. Fortunately his vision as a second-layer cultivator was quite good. After examining the jade bracelet, Su Fugue immediately recognized it. Isn't this the bracelet his previous self had given away to come to Chang'an? This jade bracelet was worn by Su Fugue's previous self since birth. He didn't know its significance. Thinking of this, Su Fugue prepared to bid for the bracelet. After all, this was a belonging of his previous self and it might be quite useful. Even if it was just for keepsake, that would be good too. With that thought, Su Fugue began to raise his bid. 3 minutes later. As the auctioneer received another message from Ye Wangchuan, she hurriedly apologized to the bidder number 9 Su Fugue and withdrew the jade bracelet. Bang! Su Fugue raised his hand and slammed it heavily on the table. The entire room instantly began to tremble. Fortunately Su Fugue had deliberately moderated his strength, otherwise the room would have nearly been smashed by his palm. Su Fugue's eyes were filled with fury as he cursed. Twice. Damn it. Are you crazy? Are you still going to let anyone bid? Which is more important, the client who wants you to keep the auction item or your reputation as merchants? I apologize, truly sorry. The auctioneer could only helplessly apologize. And to be honest, the merchant's reputation wasn't as important as Ye Wangchuan's experience. After all, to continue operating in Chang'an, the merchants surely had the support of the Yi family. Su Fugue gritted his teeth and returned to his seat. He scanned the surroundings, irritably feeling as if someone was watching him. I'll wait a bit longer, I need to confirm again. If the next item I bid on is also taken away, then someone is deliberately targeting me. After pondering for a moment, Su Fugui began to wait for the next auction item. Soon the auction came to its conclusion. The next item is the last one from our merchant association. I believe everyone has been eagerly anticipating it. We won't keep you in suspense, let's reveal it directly.
As the auctioneer's voice fell, several attendants from the merchants carried a gigantic iron cage forward. Then they lifted the cloth covering the cage. Inside the cage there was a golden-haired loli standing 139.5 centimeters tall, sporting a small tiger tooth and a pair of cat ears. At the moment the cloth was lifted, the cat-eared loli immediately shrank into a ball hiding in the corner of the cage. She was quite adorable, evoking an overwhelming sense of protectiveness.
Everyone present burst into laughter. This is a small demon we unexpectedly encountered while wandering outside. Logically speaking, demons capable of transformation should be at least 4th layer or higher.
But for some reason this demon seems to still be in its juvenile phase with strength comparable to a 1st layer cultivator.
We easily captured it.
This demon can be cultivated as a spirit pet for battle or used as a servant. After the auction, our merchant association will provide a contract seal to ensure the buyer's absolute safety.
Starting bid, 5 gold coins.
With the auctioneer's shout, the room was instantly filled with intense bidding. After all, who wouldn't be tempted by such a small cute demon that could be commanded unconditionally?
On the 2nd floor, Su Fugui looked down with a blank expression.
He had no interest in this cat-eared loli.
After all, Su Fugui preferred the kind of voluptuous curvy beauty, like the pair of stunning twin maidens behind him. Just as Su Fugui was preparing to tidy up and leave, 300 gold coins. I am from the Tang family.
You bunch of lowly peasants, let's see who dares to compete with me. Tang Mengzi stood up and shouted loudly, determined to buy the cat-eared loli. He wasn't a loli enthusiast, but he felt this cat-eared loli had great potential. If raised well, she could grow into a voluptuous beauty. Combined with the contract seal, wouldn't she be completely under his control?
He. Just as Tang Mengzi was lost in his beautiful dreams. 500 gold coins.
A somewhat disdainful voice came from room 99.
Tang Mengzi immediately shot an angry glare towards that direction, cursing at room 99.
But Su Fugui didn't care at all.
Weren't you, Tang Mengzi, annoying me before? Today I'll annoy you back.
Soon under the competition between Tang Mengzi and Su Fugui, the price of the cat-eared loli had already soared to 800 gold coins.
And Tang Mengzi genuinely ran out of money. The money he had on him was only 850 gold coins.
This was nearly half of the Tang family's savings. This money was originally given to Tang Mengzi by the Tang family's elder, who was on the verge of breaking through to the 2nd layer so he could buy some medicinal herbs for alchemy to help the elder succeed in body refinement. After all, Tang Ro Rao's trip to the cave realm yielded no treasures.
However, considering the good relationship between Tang Ro Ro and the Lu family's young master, the elder didn't hold it against her. Now it was clear that Tang Mengzi's money was insufficient. But lacking money would not stop Tang Mengzi from raising the bid. He had already made up his mind. Even if he couldn't buy it himself, he would make the scum in room 99 spend a fortune on this cat-eared slave. If it really ended up being sold to him and he couldn't pay, he would rely on the Tang family's influence to downplay the situation. After all, he just wanted to annoy the people in room 99. The auction event. 7,000 coins. 7,100 coins. 7,200 coins.
At this moment, Tang Mengzi and Su Fugui were still calling out bids.
The current price has made most people hesitant.
It's just a young demon, how could it possibly be worth thousands of coins? The other 98 rooms on the 2nd floor of the auction shared the same thought. Although they were all from prominent families, they were not rich. Only Su Fugui, who seemed to have money falling from the sky, could afford such extravagance.
Meanwhile, on the 1st floor, Tang Mengzi was growing increasingly anxious. What should I do? It seems like I've gone a bit overboard. If it were just over 1,000 or 2,000 coins, even if Su Fugui didn't want it, it wouldn't have been a big deal if I didn't buy it. But now it's already 7,000. 7,500 coins.
As Su Fugui uttered this number, Tang Mengzi silently lowered his raised hand.
At the same time, Tang Mengzi cursed at room 99.
Forget it, room 99, you truly are a disgusting creature.
Spending so much money for a tiny demon, it's truly vile. Wrong, I'm just doing this to annoy you.
Su Fugui grinned in the room, his words devoid of any remorse.
This left everyone in the room somewhat stunned.
To spend over 7,000 coins without flinching, what terrifying financial power.
Su Fugui certainly wouldn't feel pain over this money. After just 8 days of indulgence, he would recoup all this expense. This is the confidence bestowed upon me by the system.
Just as Su Fugui was enjoying himself, a guard suddenly walked in and handed a letter to the auctioneer.
Su Fugui's face immediately fell. Damn it. Let's go, we can't stay here. Damn it, someone is targeting me.
Su Fugui angrily kicked a stool, dragging the beautiful twin maids out of the room.
On the 1st floor.
Room 99, I'm sorry, we'll have to keep this item after all, the auctioneer said somewhat apologetically. However, this time no insults were heard from room 99. This made the auctioneer secretly breathe a sigh of relief.
Well then, this auction event concludes here. Please leave in an orderly manner. Customers who won items, please proceed to the back of the auction to collect your items.
The auctioneer clapped his hands, bringing the auction to an end. At the back of the auction, a multitude of items were being traded among each other.
The buyers flocked here, exchanging money for goods.
If anyone attempted to run off without paying, the sellers would send someone to collect the damages, which would be 30% of the auction price. Generally speaking, family members would not abscond. Those not from families wouldn't be able to outmatch the sellers. Thus, historically, there have not been many instances of people running off. Except for the Tang family, who collectively have run off a dozen times, still owing the sellers thousands of coins. This is quite troubling.
In theory, a family like the Tang family, which doesn't even have one second-tier member, could be easily wiped out. However, the Tang family has reasons that cannot be eliminated. Sigh. The Tang family.
Soon most of the items had been exchanged. Only the items reserved by Ye Wangchuan remained.
It wasn't until evening that Ye Wangchuan slowly walked over.
The reason he arrived last was that he didn't want others to know he had bought this batch of auction items. Otherwise, what if some rumors started? That Ye Wangchuan's master was a loli, that he was always glued to the loli from the Li family, that his weapon could turn into a loli, and that he even bought a cat-eared loli.
Ye Wangchuan certainly did not wish to be misunderstood as a loli lover.
Arriving at the back of the auction, the seller's maid saw Ye Wangchuan and hurriedly said, "Young master Ye Wangchuan, just in time, your auction items are all here.
Shall I deliver them to the sect or to the Ye family?"
"No need for that trouble, I can just receive them in my spatial ring." Ye Wangchuan approached and used his spatial ring to store all the items he had reserved, including the shafua and jade bracelet, as well as some other. As for the cat-eared loli, since it was a living creature, it could not be stored in the spatial ring. But for such a small thing, carrying it would suffice. At that moment, a maid walked over holding a stamp and said, "Young master Ye Wangchuan, this is the contract stamp. As long as you drop your blood into it and imprint it on that little demon, you can command her at will."
"All right." Ye Wangchuan took the stamp, biting his finger to draw blood without changing his expression.
He certainly would not refuse to use the contract stamp for the sake of some so-called genuine feelings and friendships like those favored sons of destiny. What if he got backstabbed later? After confirming that the stamp was stained with blood, Ye Wangchuan approached the cage and scrutinized the cat-eared loli through the bars. Imprinting it on her face or hand?
No, that would look unattractive. Imprinting it on her back.
For some reason, Ye Wangchuan thought of those girls in vocational schools who tattooed their backs. Imprinting it on her butt or thigh.
What a peculiar little stamp. Ye Wangchuan pondered for a while. It's better to imprint it on her lower abdomen. It looks more proper.
With that thought, Ye Wangchuan suddenly reached out. Through the bars, he roughly pulled the cat-eared loli towards him, slightly lifting her clothes, and pressed the stamp just below her navel.
Accurate. Swift. Perfect. The entire process took less than 3 seconds, and a contract mark was printed perfectly on the little demon's lower abdomen. The surrounding maids hadn't even reacted yet when it was already done.
With a creak, Ye Wangchuan opened the door and looked at the dazed cat-eared loli lying on the ground, asking, "Do you have a name?"
"Yes, I'm called Jiangyu."
The cat-eared loli Jiangyu said weakly.
"All right." Ye Wangchuan nodded, noting down the name Jiangyu. At the same time, he felt a little disappointed. She actually had a name, and it was quite normal.
Ye Wangchuan had originally planned.
If this cat-eared loli didn't have a name, he would name her Hakimi.
After confirming he had received all the auction items, he raised his head and looked at the seller's people, saying, "How much in total?"
"You can set the price." "A young master Ye, it's only 15,000 coins."
The seller said cautiously. 15,000 coins was exactly the total of the highest auction prices of all the items Ye Wangchuan had purchased. The sellers did not dare to ask for more, fearing it might be seen as provoking the Ye family.
They also didn't dare to ask for less, fearing it might be seen as disrespecting the Ye family.
Thus they simply calculated based on the highest auction prices.
Behind the auction house.
Soon Ye Wangchuan had settled the payment for the auction item. 15,000 gold coins easily paid. After all, Ye Wangchuan's spatial ring was filled with thousands of spears, each worth 1,000 gold coins.
"Let's go, follow me to Ling Mountain." Ye Wangchuan planned to take Jiangyu to the Longevity Palace first.
This way he wouldn't have to worry about some child of fortune from the Ye family stealing him away.
Nearby. Li Luo. Li Luo silently glanced at Ye Wangchuan beside him. It seemed he had added a grey eggplant along with Jiangyu. Upon returning to Ling Mountain, there was also a Fong K. 4 Lolas. Didn't Ye Wangchuan say he was not interested in barren bodies before? Back at Ling Mountain. At this moment, it was deep into the night. Ye Wangchuan settled Jiangyu in a room before heading to Fong K's room. To alleviate fatigue.
After Ye Wangchuan had gone far, Jiangyu opened her eyes, confirming that no one was around, and sat up.
Ha ha ha. Humans are nothing special. I sneaked in easily, it's not as hard as I imagined. Jiangyu kept grinning mischievously. In reality, she was not some powerless little demon. Quite the opposite. She was actually a great demon. Jiang Yu was a mother yellow weasel who had cultivated for 1,000 years. Her cultivation was immensely powerful. All yellow weasels had to address her as big sister upon seeing her. As for why Jiang Yu currently appeared as a golden-haired loli with cat ears, that story goes back a few months. In the territory of the demon clan. Xiao Mian, go fetch me a coconut. Xiao He, go catch a chicken for me. A yellow weasel sat on a wooden throne commanding other yellow weasels to serve her. After giving orders, the yellow weasel was about to take a nap on the throne. At this moment an old yellow weasel approached and said, Xiao Jiang, you can't keep being so dejected. I've told you to find a mate but you haven't looked at all. You've been single for thousands of years and have no offspring. Sigh. I can't be bothered to look. Jiang Yu replied somewhat impatiently. The old yellow weasel sighed and continued, I'm not here to urge you to find a mate, I have something important to tell you. What is it? Xiao Jiang, your cultivation has reached the level where you can obtain the qualification for Tao Feng. Tao Feng. Jiang Yu looked at the old yellow weasel with some confusion. It was the first time she had heard of the term Tao Feng. The old yellow weasel began to explain patiently. It's normal not to know. Only us old folks understand this kind of thing. In simple terms, Tao Feng means that after reaching a certain level of cultivation you need to find a human being. You bow a few times in front of the human and ask, what do I look like? If the human answers that you look like an immortal, then you will have the chance to ascend. Just like a dragon. If the human answers that you look like a human, then you will become a real human, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. But if the human answers that you look like a yellow weasel, then you can only remain like me, keeping this form until you pass away. After hearing the old yellow weasel's words, Jiang Yu nodded, roughly understanding the rules of Tao Feng. Is it really that amazing? Has anyone from our clan ever successfully ascended? Jiang Yu asked. The old yellow weasel began to elaborate. This brings us back to our very ancient ancestor. She was also the very first yellow weasel to participate in Tao Feng. It is said that she had been stuck at a certain cultivation level for a long time with no progress. Until one day she casually asked a human what they thought she looked like. The human had been severely injured by our ancestor and was begging for mercy. So he pleaded, saying, Great Immortal. I see you as a great immortal. Huang Disian. Please spare me. To everyone's surprise, after the human said this, the heavens changed. Thunder rumbled. Several bolts of heavenly lightning struck our ancestor immediately. After our ancestor withstood the lightning, she unexpectedly found that her cultivation began to rise gradually. She was no longer stuck at a certain cultivation level with no progress. At that time she had a premonition that as long as she cultivated for a few more thousand years she would be able to ascend to become an immortal. After finishing her excited explanation, Jiang Yu immediately asked curiously what happened next. Did our ancestor successfully ascend? No. She was killed by a human named Jin Tian before she had the chance to ascend. The old yellow weasel replied. Jiang Yu. The old yellow weasel coughed a few times and said, cough cough, no matter what, this method of ascension has been passed down. Xiao Jiang, don't you feel like your cultivation has been stuck lately? Then hurry up and find a human to Tao Feng. Jiang Yu asked, can I forcefully injure a human and make them say I look like a great immortal? The old yellow weasel shook his head. No, it must be that human's genuine feeling that you look like something for it to work. I have an old friend who forced a human to say it looked like a great immortal during Tao Feng, but the human still turned it into a voluptuous woman. That's indeed big. I won't say more, I'm going to find my old partner for a bit. Jiang Yu. The old yellow weasel left. Standing there, Jiang Yu began to think alone. The simplest way to be regarded as a great immortal is to go to a place with many humans and demolish their territory with a divine power. The surviving humans would surely think she was a great immortal after seeing her strength. Regardless, she first needed to find a way to blend in with the humans. With that thought, Jiang Yu immediately began to transform. For a great demon like her, transforming into human form was a simple task. However, the transformed form was not a true human but rather a demon resembling a human. Moreover, after transforming she had to maintain some characteristics of her demon form. Moments later, Jiang Yu transformed into a 139.5 centimeters tall golden-haired loli with tiger teeth. In addition, the yellow weasel's ears and tail remained on her body. Looking at herself in the lake, Jiang Yu felt that having yellow weasel ears and a tail would make it too easy to be identified. So Jiang Yu adjusted a bit, making her ears and tail resemble those of a cat. Alright, now when humans see me they will just think I'm an ordinary cat demon. Jiang Yu confidently placed her hands on her hips and spoke to herself. After completing her transformation, she left the territory of the demon clan and stealthily infiltrated the human realm. After waiting for a few weeks, Jiang Yu saw a caravan. She immediately suppressed her cultivation, pretending to be a small demon passing by near the caravan. Sure enough, she was captured. Then she was brought to Chang'an City, auctioned off, and ended up in Ye Wangchuan's hands. The time has returned to the present. Time returns to the present. Jiang Yu glanced around, confirming that she was in an ordinary bedroom. After tens of thousands of years she had naturally blended in among humans. However, Jiang Yu had previously mingled in some small villages and towns. This was her first time infiltrating a massive city like Chang'an. After all, in small towns Jiang Yu could easily wipe out dozens with just a flick of her power. Therefore there was no display of deterrence. She needed to showcase herself in such a grand city. Though she was unsure why there was a spiritual mountain within Chang'an. In any case, I should sneak a peek at what the human who bought me is up to. Jiang Yu opened the door, twitched her nose and followed the scent of Ye Wangchuan. Soon Jiang Yu arrived at the door of Feng Kei's room. Oh. Hiding in there. What are you doing? Let me take a look. Hearing some strange noises from inside, Jiang Yu found a window. She easily jumped 2 meters high and crouched at the window to sneak a look inside the room. Upon seeing what was happening inside, Jiang Yu quietly withdrew. Recalling Feng Kei's appearance in the room, Jiang Yu's heart began to surge. Oh no. She seemed to understand why the man named Ye Wangchuan had bought her. What a perverted man. No, wait. Jiang Yu looked down at her transformed figure. She was not much different from Feng Kei in that room. However, she was 1.5 centimeters taller than Feng Kei. Oh no, this man wouldn't try to take advantage of me, would he? I don't want to find a mate. Jiang Yu bit her fingernails and pondered for a moment. Then the clever her thought of a solution. As long as I unleash a bit of my power towards the room, I can simply blow Ye Wangchuan away. Anyway, this is atop a spiritual mountain, I'll control the force. After the blast I can just slip away. Who would know it was me? Jiang Yu felt her plan was perfect. As long as there were no particularly powerful cultivators in the room, her plan would not fail. Surely that 138 centimeters tall white-haired loli inside isn't some hidden expert, right? With that thought, Jiang Yu raised her right hand to begin gathering spiritual energy. She was ready to unleash a strike at Ye Wangchuan. But just as she gathered half of her energy, suddenly the contract mark on Jiang Yu's lower abdomen detected her attempt to attack Ye Wangchuan. The contract mark immediately began to glow. All of Jiang Yu's spiritual energy was instantly sealed, unable to be summoned. At the same time, a wave of heat began to emanate from the contract mark. What the heck? Jiang Yu exclaimed in shock, instantly panicking. Who's outside? Ye Wangchuan heard a commotion outside and was quite puzzled. He quickly put on his pants and went outside to check the situation. When he stepped outside, he found no one there. Gray Eggplant, come here for a moment. Ye Wangchuan called out into the darkness. In the darkness, a broom immediately transformed into the form of a loli waddling towards Ye Wangchuan. In fact, Gray Eggplant had been here for quite some time. Ye Wangchuan had intentionally transformed Gray Eggplant into an inanimate object and placed it at the door of Feng Kei's room to monitor. Ye Wangchuan immediately asked Gray Eggplant, "Did you see anyone come near here just now?" "Yes." Gray Eggplant nodded and began to recount the details to Ye Wangchuan. After listening, Ye Wangchuan pondered for a moment. Based on Gray Eggplant's description, Jiang Yu had first peeked into the room and then began to gather energy with one hand to unleash her power. But before she could release it, the contract mark interrupted her. Ye Wangchuan was not surprised. The contract mark was made by an elder of the Yi family and its quality was assured. Moreover, Feng Kei was also in the room. At that time he hadn't used the binding immortal rope to bind Feng Kei, so even if he was ambushed he wouldn't be afraid. He still trusted Feng Kei's strength, as she could easily crush a 6th-layer demonic cultivator. Pretend you didn't see the scene and continue monitoring daily. I want to see what this little demon is up to. After giving instructions to Gray Eggplant, Ye Wangchuan turned and returned to Feng Kei's room. Inside Jiang Yu's room. Jiang Yu rubbed her lower abdomen, trying to erase the contract mark. But it was clear that the level of the contract mark was higher than Jiang Yu's. Originally, Jiang Yu thought this kind of contract mark was just a low-level one that would zap you if you disobeyed. Thus Jiang Yu didn't pay much attention and didn't resist allowing Ye Wangchuan to imprint the contract mark on her abdomen. After all, if Jiang Yu wholeheartedly did not want to be marked, the contract mark wouldn't be able to force itself onto her. But now she understood. This contract mark was made by some powerful being. Jiang Yu gasped for breath, clenching her fists. She gritted her teeth and cursed Ye Wangchuan. "I'm going to kill you, you pervert." Ugh. Before Jiang Yu could finish her sentence, the contract mark detected her hatred towards Ye Wangchuan and intensified the punishment, becoming even hotter. Instantly Jiang Yu was rolling on the ground in agony. Time passed to the next day. Ye Wangchuan arrived at Jiang Yu's room and knocked on the door. Creak. When the door opened, Ye Wangchuan felt a wave of warmth being released from inside the room, as if the heating had been on all night. Jiang Yu stood at the door looking at Ye Wangchuan, her eyes filled with exhaustion and fear, her legs trembling and her face flushed as if she had a fever. Last night she had been forced to endure the scorching heat from the contract mark for the entire night. It wasn't until morning that her heart genuinely began to harbor no ill will towards Ye Wangchuan, and only then did the contract mark calm down. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu felt a deep sense of regret. How could a proud ancient demoness, the yellow-skinned vixen queen, be tormented to such an extent by a mere seal? It was truly humiliating. For Jiang Yu, all that nonsense about being sealed or not ascending to immortality or not no longer mattered. The most important thing now was to find a way to remove this contract mark. The days that followed were rather mundane. In the morning Ye Wangchuan woke Jiang Yu, then went to wake Li Luo.
He first practiced some marksmanship with Li Luo. At noon Fong Ke came out of the house and began to teach Ye Wangchuan and Li Luo the techniques of the sparrow art.
After the lesson Fong Ke went to sleep, leaving no one to teach. Ye Wangchuan then took the remaining 3 lolis down the mountain to go shopping.
In truth, Ye Wangchuan did not enjoy having company while shopping. However, Li Luo insisted on tagging along each time and he felt it was difficult to refuse. Therefore he brought her along. The grey eggplant was also a versatile tool, so it had to come along too. Jiang Yu stayed behind at the Spirit Mountain and Ye Wangchuan felt uneasy, worried about potential mishaps. Thus he felt compelled to take them along. Therefore he brought these 3 lolis shopping not because he liked them. He had no interest in women nor in lolis.
In the afternoon Li Luo wore a frown. Because as soon as night fell Ye Wangchuan would sneak into Fong Ke's room. Moreover, Ye Wangchuan was accompanied by the grey eggplant and Jiang Yu.
This made it difficult for Li Luo to take advantage of Ye Wangchuan. Of course, the main reason was that
Ye Wangchuan had actually been with women now.
Even if Li Luo clung to Ye Wangchuan's back, teased him, rubbed against him, or draped her coat over his back,
none of it had any effect anymore.
Even if she added to the villain's emotional value, it could only increase by a few points.
Ye Wangchuan
was no longer the man who would go wild with just a touch or a rub. In the evening, after a day of shopping, Li Luo collapsed into bed and fell asleep. Ye Wangchuan as usual sneaked into Fong Ke's room. The grey eggplant naturally stood at the doorway of Fong Ke's room like a broom, acting as a surveillance camera. After a moment, sure enough, Jiang Yu arrived at the door of Fong Ke's room. Blushing, she quietly leaned against the window and began to watch intently. She was worried because she couldn't erase the contract mark. Therefore Jiang Yu was concerned that Ye Wangchuan might force himself on her. Thus she came to observe the room in advance to prepare herself mentally.
In the following days it was the same. During the day she was taught techniques by Fong Ke and went shopping with Li Luo.
At night she practiced with Fong Ke while Jiang Yu peeped.
The grey eggplant was purely a tool. And so Chanan welcomed yet another period of tranquility.
Time flew by and a week had passed. Within this week, relying on the remaining pills and practicing with Fong Ke, Ye Wangchuan successfully advanced to the late stage of the 3rd realm. He also learned a sparrow technique, allowing him to manipulate some objects with his mind. Meanwhile, Li Luo, through occasional advantages taken from Ye Wangchuan, reached the late stage of the 2nd realm.
At the Yi family, good. Just upgrade the grey eggplant. Ye Wangchuan casually mentioned something to the 2nd elder. The 2nd elder looked up at Ye Wangchuan. Now beside Ye Wangchuan were 3 lolis wandering about.
How had he gained another in just a few days?
The corner of the 2nd elder's mouth twitched and he couldn't help but complain inwardly. When would the potion to transform into lolis be developed? Just then,
Jiang Yu, who had been daydreaming beside him, suddenly twitched her cat ears. She heard a cry of agony, not human but from an animal.
Jiang Yu immediately addressed Ye Wangchuan.
"Big brother, can I go play somewhere else?" Big brother is how Jiang Yu referred to Ye Wangchuan. She didn't like calling others master, so she used her clan's habit of addressing Ye Wangchuan as big brother.
Sure.
Ye Wangchuan nodded in agreement.
After Jiang Yu left, he looked at the grey eggplant and Li Luo beside him and said, "I'll go see what she's up to. You two wait for me here. Grey eggplant, let the 2nd elder upgrade you while you're at it."
After saying this, Ye Wangchuan followed the path Jiang Yu had taken. He wanted to see what this little demon was up to.
Ow. Ow. Ow.
Jiang Yu followed the sound and arrived outside the Yi family where the cries of agony were coming from.
She peeked in and saw a man.
At the man's feet lay a stray cat wailing in pain.
"Get lost."
The man raised his foot and kicked the stray cat as if kicking a football. The stray cat spun through the air for several meters and landed with a thud. It lay on the ground, blood oozing from its mouth. The man approached again, coming back to the stray cat. Stray cat hissing, growling, "Oh, is that so?"
Bang. The man kicked the stray cat again.
Behind the wall, Jiang Yu watched this scene, tears forming. They were just droplets of saliva at the corner of her mouth.
What else could it be?
Jiang Yu was a yellow weasel, having eaten plenty of cats before. She had come running upon hearing the cat's cries, thinking whether she could catch a cat to eat. A yellow weasel would hardly feel pity for a stray cat. Meanwhile, behind Jiang Yu, Ye Wangchuan observed this scene and fell into contemplation.
The man kicking the cat was someone Ye Wangchuan recognized.
His name was Yi Qi, a descendant of the 7th adopted son taken in by Ye Wangchuan's grandfather. Yi Qi was quite strong, but he had a peculiar habit. That was to hunt stray cats. Yi Qi often used special abilities to lure stray cats out from within the city. He would then capture the stray cats. He rated the stray cats through a series of criteria. If a stray cat didn't hiss, didn't scratch, and would actively rub against people, Yi Qi would classify it as a noble cat. Yi Qi would either keep noble cats for himself or find them an adopter. If a stray cat was average in all aspects, Yi Qi would classify it as an ordinary stray cat. Ordinary stray cats would be given a swift end by Yi Qi, allowing them to die without suffering. However,
If a stray cat hissed, scratched or ran away upon seeing people, Ye Qi would classify it as a loli cat. The fate of a loli cat. Bang! Another kick sent the stray cat howling in pain. Ye Qi's eyes were filled with disgust. With his strength he could easily kick the stray cat to death. But Ye Qi preferred to kick it slowly, one kick at a time. He wanted to see how many kicks it would take before this loli cat would stop hissing. Speaking of which, characters like Ye Qi who abuse stray cats could be considered classic villains, right? Ye Wangchuan pondered. Ye Wangchuan didn't have much of an opinion on stray cats. After all, cats were merely animals. How others treated them was none of his business. Ye Wangchuan would not actively abuse cats, but he wouldn't intervene if he saw others doing so. However, if it were someone like that. How can you abuse animals? That's wrong. A female voice came reprimanding Ye Qi for his wrongdoing. Ye Wangchuan turned his gaze towards the sound. Before him stood a woman holding a black cat, her expression filled with anger as she pointed accusingly at Ye Qi. Cats are friends to humanity. They are so adorable, how can you abuse a cat? Ha! Are you sick? Is that your cat? Mind your own business. Ye Qi stood up looking at the woman with confusion. Meanwhile, without missing a beat, he kicked the stray cat away. The woman was furious at the sight. I am Chang Miaomia, the daughter of the Chang family. You better stop this. Otherwise I'll have the Chang family punish your clan. I am from the Yi family. Upon hearing this, Chang Miaomiao froze for a moment. Oh no, it seems that this family really can't be punished. What does the Yi family matter? You abuse animals, that's your wrongdoing. Oh, then come and hit me. Ye Qi said nonchalantly, lifting his foot as if to crush the stray cat beneath it. Chang Miaomia was so frightened that she tightly closed her eyes. But at that moment, meow! The black cat that had been nestled in Chang Miaomio's arms suddenly darted out, charging towards Ye Qi. Heiji ni! Chang Miaomia cried out in shock. She knew that her Heiji ni was just an ordinary cat, how could it possibly defeat a human? But just then a strange scene unfolded. The black cat named Heiji ni extended its paw and a layer of shadow enveloped. Swish! With a single swipe, deep gashes appeared on Ye Qi's calf. Ye Qi frowned and quickly retracted his leg. He stared at Heiji ni in disbelief. His cultivation level was at the early stage of the 4th realm. Why could this cat break through his defenses with a single claw? A cat with the prowess of the 4th realm. What a joke! As Ye Qi pondered this, suddenly Heiji ni transformed into a blur, instantly appearing before Ye Qi's neck. It opened its mouth, preparing to bite through Ye Qi's neck. Ye Qi! Damn! After so many years of loving cats, now I'm being loved by a cat. At that moment a long spear suddenly arrived beside Heiji ni. Startled, Heiji ni quickly dodged the spear. Bang! The spear struck the ground, instantly creating a massive wave. A fierce cold wind erupted from the spear, causing the surrounding area to tremble and the temperature to plummet. Heiji ni instantly rushed into Chang Miaomio's arms, creating a shield to protect her. Meanwhile, Ye Qi seized the opportunity to create some distance. As for the onlooker Jiang Yu, she was a long-standing demon capable of easily managing the long spear pressing against Ye Wangchuan. In the entire scene, only the previous stray cat had been obliterated by the spear. Whoosh! In the center of the battlefield, Ye Wangchuan landed smoothly from above. He had already learned the art of the sparrow, manipulating his mind to descend gently was no difficult feat. Upon seeing Ye Wangchuan arrive, Ye Qi instantly felt confident. Great! It's young master, we are saved. Heiji ni glared at Ye Wangchuan, sensing something was off. Although the opponent's cultivation was only at the late stage of the 3rd realm. Looking at Ye Wangchuan's serene expression, Heiji ni suddenly felt that this Ye Wangchuan was much harder to deal with than Ye Qi. Chang family, is it? Ye Wangchuan spoke the short 4 words. Chang Miaomio immediately broke into a cold sweat. If she offended Ye Qi, the Chang family might only face retaliation from a part of the Yi family's power. But if it was the sole heir of the Yi family, offending him would truly mean offending the entire Yi family. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Young master Ye Wangchuan. It was all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. My Heiji ni doesn't know what happened. Ugh. Heiji ni. Don't run. Chang Miaomio hurriedly apologized. Meanwhile, the Heiji ni in her arms sensed that something was wrong, immediately leaping out and transforming into a shadow that darted away. Chasing after it would surely be futile. Ye Wangchuan ignored Chang Miaomio and instead looked around, admiring the power of his spear. The power is decent. With a single strike he created a deep pit in the ground, and frost instantly spread over a 1,000-meter radius. Unfortunately, he was still quite a bit away from the 4th realm. Ye Wangchuan felt that once he reached the 4th realm it would be no problem to kill that black cat with a single strike. After contemplating, Ye Wangchuan turned to Chang Miaomio. From now on, the Chang family is not allowed to harbor that black cat. If that black cat is seen again, the Yi family must be notified to eliminate it. Until the black cat is killed, Chang Miaomio, you must not leave the Yi family. Ye Wangchuan had already guessed some details about Heiji ni's origins.
This Heijimi must be the child of an exotic beast with fortune. And Chang Miao Miao is the protagonist who took it in. Ye Wangchuan wanted to keep Chang Miao Miao in the Yi family to lure Heijimi over and then eliminate it. In a dilapidated alley, Heijimi poked its head out looking left and right. After confirming that no one from the Yi family was pursuing it, it let out a sigh of relief. Damn it, what bad luck. I actually ran into the young master of the Yi family. Rich people are really disgusting, I can't even fight back. Heijimi cursed angrily. Ye Wangchuan's conjecture was not wrong. Heijimi was indeed a child of an exotic beast with fortune. 10 years ago in its previous life. In Blue Star, in order to save a stray cat that was about to be hit by a truck, it dashed onto the road to scare the cat away. As a result, it and the stray cat were both hit by the truck and stuck to the road. Perhaps due to being stuck together by a stroke of luck, it crossed over to this world and became a cat. And because of its adorable appearance, it was adopted by the daughter of the Chang family named Heijimi. Later, Heijimi realized that it was not just an ordinary black cat. It secretly conducted a bloodline test and the results showed that it had a golden bloodline. Heijimi also discovered that its cultivation speed was far faster than that of ordinary demon beasts. Thus Heijimi continued to cultivate. In just 10 short years it had cultivated to be a cat at the 4th realm. This cultivation was already considered extremely terrifying. Generally it takes humans over 100 years to reach the 4th realm. Heijimi didn't believe there was anyone who could cultivate faster than it. Ha Ye Wangchuan, huh? Just wait for me to find an opportunity to assassinate you. After all, I'm just a cat. As long as it didn't involve Chang Miao Miao, that would be fine. Heijimi muttered to itself, preparing to find a place to rest. But just then, ho ho ho, a cat at the 4th realm is truly unusual. Speaking of which, there's something humans do called crispy skin cats. A childish voice rang out. Heijimi stiffened and turned its head only to see a golden-haired loli with cat ears. This golden-haired loli was none other than Jiang Yu, who had chased after it. A mere 4th realm. Jiang Yu could easily catch up. Jiang Yu grinned at Heijimi and in an instant she struck. Heijimi instantly huffed and puffed, its fur bristling as it swung its claws at Jiang Yu. Just as its claws were about to touch Jiang Yu's delicate skin. Snap. Its claws were broken. Heijimi. Looking at his broken claws, Heijimi was momentarily stunned. What? As a cultivator at the 4th level, couldn't he even break through the defense of this little loli? At that moment Jiang Yu's hand had already reached Heijimi's neck. Heijimi immediately exhaled and transformed into shadow, preparing to flee. In just a split second he had darted 100 meters away. Just as Heijimi was about to continue fleeing, bang! Jiang Yu, like a golden afterimage, appeared and slammed a heavy punch into the ground. Heijimi was instantly smashed out of the ground, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. He hadn't even had the chance to exhale. Jiang Yu reached out with his small hand, grabbing Heijimi by the neck and squeezing tightly. Crack! Heijimi's cervical spine broke. But it wasn't over yet. Jiang Yu thrust his claw deep into Heijimi's body, directly retrieving the spirit pill from the center of its being. Without the support of the spirit pill combined with the broken cervical spine, Heijimi died on the spot. Who, it's a wrap. Jiang Yu grinned, grabbing Heijimi's corpse, ready to take it back to Ling Mountain as Crispy Cat. A traverser from Blue Star, a cat lover, the son of fate among exotic beasts. Heijimi dead. Right. Just 10 minutes after Jiang Yu left the original spot. Suddenly a new black cat materialized in the air. This black cat looked just like Heijimi. Holy crap. Holy crap. The black cat snapped back to reality and stared at its own body in disbelief. After confirming that it was unharmed, it let out a sigh of relief while recalling Jiang Yu with gritted teeth. That damn little brat. My 9 lives have just lost 1. Now I only have 8 left. Heijimi began cursing. As a traverser, how could he not have some sort of cheat? Heijimi's cheat, of course, was the golden bloodline, the 9-lived cat. 9 lives guaranteed no accidents, and the golden bloodline ensured rapid cultivation. This is the treatment a traverser deserves. That little brat must be a powerful cat demon. After all, she has cat ears and a tail. As for why she attacked me, did I trespass into her territory? Heijimi thought, hurriedly leaving the place. He decided to find his stray cat subordinates first. Let the little brothers serve as surveillance in Chang'an City, providing him with intelligence. There's a human ahead eating roast chicken. Looks pretty good. Stolen. On the commercial street. Su Fugui sat at a table gnawing on roast chicken while pondering where to buy Sherfu flowers to restore his second brother. At that moment, meow. Heijimi suddenly jumped onto the table, bit into Su Fugui's roast chicken and ran away. The whole action was fluid. Clearly Heijimi was already a habitual offender. After all, it was just a cat. Stealing a little something is quite normal. Su Fugui was stunned at first when his roast chicken was stolen. Hey, what the hell? My roast chicken. Damn you, you little brat, Heijimi. Reacting quickly, Su Fugui immediately took off his feet, pressing against the ground.
At this moment he had already enhanced his cultivation to the late second level with reinforcement points. Bang! Su Fugui launched himself, instantly landing behind Hey Jimmy. Seeing this, Hey Jimmy was also slightly taken aback. Did he really manage to steal from a cultivator at the late second level? But it didn't matter. After all, he was at the fourth level. Thinking this, Hey Jimmy immediately began to accelerate. He swiftly left with an even faster speed. Holy crap! A fourth level Hey Jimmy. Su Fugui was somewhat dumbfounded to see a cat running faster than himself. Unable to catch up, he cursed angrily. Damn brat, Hey Jimmy. Just wait. I'll throw you into the river for some water. Escape soon. System. Use 10 reinforcement points to learn tracking skills. After saying this, Su Fugui concentrated his thoughts. The next second, ding. Reinforcement points consumed successfully. Skill acquired. Basic tracking technique. As the system voice fell, Su Fugui suddenly felt his senses change. He sharply noticed those inconspicuous cat paw prints on the ground and began to follow them. In a ruin, Hey Jimmy, holding the roast chicken, walked to the center of the ruins and placed the roast chicken on the ground. Then it meowed twice. The next second, meow meow. Meow. Meow meow. Suddenly a large number of stray cats surged out from around the ruins. These cats varied in size, some were large, some small, some disabled, and some healthy. In short, all kinds of cats were present. Several kittens meowed as they approached Hey Jimmy, lowering their heads to gnaw at the roast chicken. During the process, a few kittens tried to get closer. Kittens low growl, hissing, guarding food. The kittens fought with each other over the food, leaving cat fur scattered everywhere. Hey Jimmy helplessly rubbed his forehead and walked toward the group of adult stray cats. These adult stray cats were all Hey Jimmy's subordinates. They were particularly skilled at stealing food, occupying territory, hunting birds, making noise during mating, and spreading diseases. Hey Jimmy, meow meow meow. Stray cat, meow meow meow. Hey Jimmy, meow meow. Stray cat, meow meow meow. Through just a few simple exchanges, Hey Jimmy explained the situation. All the stray cats immediately scattered. They hid in various corners of the city, monitoring everything happen. However, one Greyford stray cat weighing 20 pounds remained in place. That was Hey Jimmy's most loyal and capable subordinate. Haji Cat. Haji Cat was the first subordinate Hey Jimmy had taken in after arriving in this world. Therefore, Hey Jimmy valued Haji Cat greatly. He even personally taught Haji Cat how to break through to the first level of cultivation. However, Haji Cat's bloodline was quite ordinary, just an ordinary cat. It took a full 8 years for Haji Cat to successfully break through to the first level. But because of this, Haji Cat's intelligence and strength were significantly higher than that of ordinary stray cats. Hey Jimmy approached Haji Cat and spoke solemnly. Meow meow meow. Haji Cat, you are my most loyal and capable subordinate. Therefore, I have a very important task for you. Once completed, I will give you a month of unlimited roast chicken. Meow meow meow. What? Don't worry, boss. I will definitely do it. But I don't want roast chicken, I want hamburgers. Haji Cat replied. Upon hearing Haji Cat's words, Hey Jimmy's mouth twitched. He somewhat regretted that he should not have previously mentioned anything about hamburgers, as it led to Haji Cat complaining every day about wanting to eat hamburgers. Meow meow meow. Alright, if you complete the task, I will get you some hamburgers. Meow. Thank you, boss. What is the task? Meow. I need you to monitor the young master of the Ye family, Ye Wangchuan. Meow. Okay. After the discussion, Haji Cat immediately dashed off to the Ye family. And Hey Jimmy headed towards the Cheng family, wanting to see if Cheng Nyamyo was alright. After all the big cats left, only a few small kittens remained in the ruins. At that moment, Su Fugui appeared holding a magnifying glass and tracking them down. He was a person who held grudges. If he was wronged by some powerful individuals, he could endure it. But if he was provoked by a Hakimi, he wouldn't hold back. For what use was his golden finger then? I, Su Fugui, have crossed over to be the boss. Damn Hakimi, if I can't catch up to you, how can I not find your home? As soon as I stepped into the ruins, Su Fugui saw a bunch of stray kittens in the ruins. Those stray kittens were still munching on his roasted chicken. Su Fugui immediately understood. Ha ha. These little ones must be companions of that 4-level black cat. Su Fugui laughed heartily. Then he raised his hand and the spatial bracelet on his wrist flashed. In the next moment, a large bamboo basket and several pieces of pork appeared beside Su Fugui. He tore off a small piece of pork and tossed it, immediately attracting the little kittens. Once all the kittens were drawn over and started to cluster together, Su Fugui swiftly flipped the bamboo basket over, trapping almost all the kittens inside. Then he turned the bamboo basket upside down and covered it with a lid. Just like that, Su Fugui successfully captured the group of stray kittens. However, he suddenly realized that he had missed one kitten. He saw one kitten that was not attracted by the pork but was focused on eating the roasted chicken. Su Fugui approached, ready to reach out and grab the little cat. Unexpectedly, as he got closer, the kitten started making low growls and huffing. Woo woo. Ha. Woo woo. Ha. It was evident that it was protecting its food, threatening Su Fuguay. Two veins immediately popped up on Su Fuguay's forehead. The kitten continued woo woo. Ha. Woo woo, Gui. Before the kitten could growl a few more times, Su Fuguay suddenly raised his foot and kicked the kitten away. Su Fuguay did not use all his strength, only applying the power of a regular adult male. He was afraid that if he used full force he might blow the kitten apart and get it stuck to his shoe. Even so, the strength of an adult male was enough to send the kitten flying. The little cat soared to nearly 2 meters, it flew a distance of over 10 meters. With a thud, the kitten slammed against the wall of the ruins before finally coming to a stop. The kitten that fell to the ground began joyfully dancing to street music. Su Fuguay smirked and muttered, "Cats are truly strange creatures. Even with my size it dares to threaten me with huffing. It thinks it's a football." After cursing, Su Fuguay picked up the bamboo basket and walked back with the remaining kittens inside. At Ling Mountain, Jian Yu entered the kitchen of the Chanqiu Palace. She squatted in front of a stove, ignited a fire and directly threw the corpse of the Hakimi into it. After a moment, a charred smell wafted out. Jian Yu was startled and quickly reached into the fire to fish out the Hakimi. At that moment, the outer layer of the Hakimi was completely burnt. Jian Yu scratched her head, puzzled by the scene. What was happening? Why hadn't it turned into Crispy Cat? At this moment, Fong Kai walked into the kitchen. Upon seeing Jian Yu, she asked, "What's that burnt smell?" Because of this, Jian Yu pointed to the still burning Hakimi in her hand. Fong Kai took a glance, recognized it was a cat and said, "If you want to roast a cat, you have to pluck the fur first. Otherwise the fur will burn. Then apply some oil and seasoning before putting it over the fire. Don't just toss it directly into the flames." Oh. Jian Yu nodded and followed Fong Kai's instructions. She plucked off the burnt fur, applied some lard and seasoning, then skewered it and set it over the fire to roast. Indeed, it was much better than before. Jian Yu happily sat down on the ground and looked at Fong Kai. She carefully sensed and found that she couldn't sense Fong Kai's cultivation at all. What was going on? At that moment, Jian Yu suddenly recalled the scene she had peeped at every night. Her face flushed slightly and she asked Fong Kai, "That's Sister Fong Kai. What do you and brother Ye Wangchuan do every night?" That's a secret. I can't tell you." Fong Kai casually replied. She had made a promise with Ye Wangchuan and agreed not to spread the secret of the top-tier dual cultivation technique. Otherwise she would have to face 80 strikes of heavenly tribulation lightning. Hearing this, Jian Yu's heart became even more anxious. A secret? Could it be that Ye Wangchuan held some kind of secret over Fong Kai? Forcing Fong Kai. Wow, is Ye Wangchuan that perverted? What if he used the contract mark to force her to do something she doesn't want to do? What should she do? While Jian Yu was lost in thought, Ye Wangchuan walked into the kitchen looking at Jian Yu with a speechless expression. This noon he had been busy discussing matters with the Cheng family. After finishing the discussion, he turned around and found Jian Yu had mysteriously disappeared. He had already made plans. If he returned to Ling Mountain and couldn't find Jian Yu, he would use the contract mark to summon her. Luckily Jian Yu hadn't run away, she was just back to roast meat. What creature is that? Ye Wangchuan leaned in to take a closer look and discovered it was a cat, making his mouth twitch. He looked at Jian Yu with confusion. As a cat demon, why are you eating cat meat? This is too. Supplement form with form. Yes. Supplement form with form. Then is this cat the same as that black cat before? No. It's not. It's a stray cat I grabbed randomly from the roadside. Jian Yu hastily concocted an excuse. She certainly did not want Ye Wangchuan to know that she could hunt 4-level cats. Yet it was clear that Ye Wangchuan did not believe Jian Yu's words. He did not ask further but glanced at the cat being roasted. The cat had no spiritual pills inside and its appearance was unrecognizable. He couldn't be sure if it was the Hakimi. Should Jian Yu find an opportunity to use the contract mark to force her to clarify her background? However, that would lower her favorability. Jian Yu was originally supposed to be the partner of the fated child. Would maintaining a good favorability yield some special rewards? Just as Ye Wangchuan was pondering, Jian Yu felt the roasted cat was almost ready and took it out. Big brother, big sister. Do you want to eat? Jian Yu first asked Ye Wangchuan and Fong Kai. Fong Kai, no thanks. Ye Wangchuan not eating. Seeing both of them decline, Jian Yu started eating by herself. It's a bit inappropriate to talk in the kitchen, let's go to the courtyard. Ye Wangchuan said to Fong Kai and the two left the kitchen. After they left, Jian Yu took out a spiritual pill from her pocket. She grinned and tossed the spiritual pill into her mouth. After chewing a few times, Jian Yu suddenly widened her eyes, not for any other reason but because Jian Yu sensed that her bloodline had actually undergone a slight evolution. Is this cat a golden-blooded beast? Ha ha ha. I've struck. The next day, at the Yi family, Haji Cat hid in the tree in front of the Yi family, constantly waiting for Ye Wangchuan. There was no choice, although the boss asked it to follow Ye Wangchuan. It being at the first level could not climb the spiritual mountain. Thus it could only wait at the entrance of the Ye family. After a while, Haji Cat finally spotted Ye Wangchuan. Ye Wangchuan swaggered in with 3 little girls. Haji Cat immediately got up, preparing to jump onto the Ye family's wall and stealthily observe Ye Wangchuan from the eaves. Whoosh! Haji Cat leaped towards the wall. In the next second, smack! A barrier suddenly appeared, sending Haji Cat flying. Haji Cat was somewhat bewildered and tried to find another way in. After half an hour of struggles, Haji Cat reached a conclusion. The entire Ye family was covered by a barrier. It couldn't get in at all. To enter the Ye family, one could only go through the 4 main gates in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. But at the gates there were elite Ye family guards on watch. Let alone Haji Cat. Even if Hajime came, it couldn't sneak in right under the guards' noses. Helpless Haji Cat could only wait again at the entrance of the Ye family. Meanwhile, inside the Ye family, Yi Chi sat at a table writing a letter. The letter contained yesterday's incident where Yi Chi kicked a stray cat, which caused Hajime's defenses to break. Yi Chi planned to send the letter to a friend in Chang'an City. He wanted to warn them to be cautious if they encountered a pure black cat. All done. After finishing the letter, Yi Chi stood up. He took a birdcage from his room. Inside the cage, a pigeon tilted its head to look at Yi Chi. This pigeon, named Jolie, had been raised by Yi Chi for 5 years. Yi Chi smiled and reached out to release Jolie from the cage. In fact, besides tormenting cats, Yi Chi's biggest interest was raising birds. But on a certain day, one day, Yi Chi's wife brought a stray cat into the Yi family, claiming it would be her child. The stray cat ran amok in the house, leaving its waste and marking its territory. Moreover, all the leather sofas were scratched to shreds by the stray cat. These Yi Chi could still tolerate. After all, the Yi family was large and wealthy, not lacking in a few servants or leather sofas. But the next day, that stray cat sneakily entered the room where Yi Chi raised birds and killed all the birds he had collected and nurtured for 20 years. That day Yi Chi was so furious that his Dao heart was unstable, and he spent the afternoon whipping the stray cat with a willow branch that looked like a data cable. After half a day, when Yi Chi calmed down, he shook his head and sighed helplessly. Forget it, this is just the nature of a stray cat. He just needed to be more careful in the future. With that thought, Yi Chi prepared to release the stray cat. Yi Chi's wife said such words. Yi Chi, how could you abuse the cat? Oh, my baby. I want to go back to the Tang family. You Yi family people are too terrifying. Not as good as my Tang family. My poor baby, woo woo woo. Yi Chi's wife exclaimed. Yi Chi. Yi Chi remained silent, took out a composite bow from his spatial ring, knocked an arrow, and aimed it at his wife. In any case, after that day he began a frenzy of hunting stray cats in Chang'an City. Not to mention, due to Yi Chi's hunting, the ecology of Chang'an City improved significantly. No cat would dare to yowl during mating season anymore, for they would be captured by Yi Chi within minutes. No stray cat dared to steal food, as all the thieving cats were shot and taken away by Yi Chi to be used as footballs. Not to mention hiding cat feces, spreading diseases, endangering safety, or preying on birds. Time returned to the present. Yi Chi walked outside the Yi family. Due to the barrier inside the Yi family, he couldn't release the pigeon to send the letter. Therefore he had to step outside to send it. Yi Chi took the envelope he just wrote and attached it to the pigeon Jolie. Jolie, please deliver this letter to the Wang family, Yi Chi said to Jolie. After hearing this, Jolie nodded. Only then did Yi Chi throw it into the sky. Jolie spread its white wings and soared into the sky. In the next second, crack! Haji Cat suddenly dashed down from the large tree at the entrance of the Yi family, biting Jolie and killing it with a crunch. It instinctively reacted to the sight of a bird. Yi Chi. Haji Cat. Both parties fell silent for a moment. In the next second, Yi Chi instantly drew his composite bow, knocked an arrow, and shot it at Haji Cat. He did not use his full strength, fearing that he might kill Haji Cat with one shot. Dying too quickly would be too easy for those lowly cats. Whoosh! The arrow swiftly shot toward Haji Cat, piercing its body and creating a bloody hole. Haji Cat huffing for bristling, howling, fleeing. The first level Haji Cat, after taking the arrow, began to flee. Yi Chi frowned slightly, not expecting to encounter a first level cat. How strange, he met a 4th level cat yesterday and a first level one today. With that thought, Yi Chi followed the blood trail left by Haji Cat. Hey, is that a first level cat? At the entrance of the Yi family, Jiang Yu peeked out. She looked around and stealthily followed Yi Chi. Meanwhile, in a certain part of Chang'an City, Heijini cursed as it ran out from the Chang family. For some reason, as soon as it entered the Chang family, it was driven out by the Chang family members. Not only that, but in addition to the Chang family members, they planned to call the Yi family to capture it. How disgusting. Fortunately, Heijini was at the 4th level and skilled in speed techniques. Those from the Chang family couldn't stop its escape. If it weren't for Chang Miao, Heijini would have wanted to kill all the Chang family members.
But speaking of which, it had searched for so long in the Chang family, why couldn't it find Chang Miao Miao? Just as Heijimi was pondering, it suddenly heard a cry from 10,000 meters away. Meow. 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 Boss. Help me. Help. The little brother was being chased. Naturally, Heijimi would not stand idly by. It immediately transformed into a shadow and darted towards the location of Haji Mao. Meanwhile, Haji Mao was struggling with 4 arrows embedded in its body on the verge of collapse. Yichi, being at the 4th level, was much faster than Haji Mao. However, Haji Mao kept burrowing into small holes and crevices. Additionally, Yichi did not want to destroy the buildings of Chang'an City, aiming to capture Haji Mao alive. This allowed Haji Mao to hold on for a full 5 minutes. If Yichi had not cared about the buildings or Haji Mao and had launched a wide-ranging indiscriminate attack, Haji Mao would likely have lasted less than 10 seconds. At that moment, in a panic, Haji Mao unexpectedly ran up a desolate mountain. Here there were no human buildings, and Yichi no longer needed to be cautious. He violently destroyed everything in the mountain and charged towards Haji Mao. As he rushed forward, Haji Mao began to huff and growl. It tried to intimidate Yichi. But the huffing only made Yichi more disgusted. Just as he prepared to shoot another arrow to cripple Haji Mao and take it back as a soccer ball. Meow. Suddenly from the shadow behind Yichi, Heijimi emerged. Its claws were infused with shadow, attempting to pull off the same trick. Tisk. Yichi instantly reacted, infusing his arrow with spiritual energy and shot it out with a thunderous roar. The power of this arrow flattened the ground before him. On the arrow, condensed with powerful spiritual energy, an ancient giant serpent's phantom even manifested. However, facing the terrifying arrow capable of obliterating mountain peaks, Heijimi merely smirked. I wonder if you've heard. The speed of a cat is 7 times that of a snake. With that, Heijimi calmly transformed into a remnant shadow, preparing to dodge. Oh hey, there's a 4-level cat here. Jiang Yu peeked out, instantly appearing before Heijimi. The previously composed and confident Heijimi's expression changed to panic upon seeing Jiang Yu, beads of sweat streaming down its forehead. It was about to say something. Come, let me share something heartfelt with you. Put. Jiang Yu extended a claw, swiftly grabbing Heijimi's spiritual pill, then turned and vanished from the scene. The entire process was quick as a flash. Just as Jiang Yu left, Yichi's arrow also arrived before Heijimi's face. Boom. The powerful arrow obliterated Heijimi's body. The entire peak of the desolate mountain was pulverized in an instant. The mountain's shape transformed from a triangle to a trapezoid. Heijimi primarily cultivated speed techniques, excelling in close-range assassination and escape. With high speed and attack power, its defense was naturally low. Moreover, Yichi himself was also of the high attack, low defense type. This was akin to 2 glass cannons fighting. Thus it was not surprising that Heijimi was killed by a single arrow. Few, seeing Heijimi being instantly killed by an arrow, Yichi sighed in relief and turned to look at Haji Mao. He was just about to capture Haji Mao. No matter how much Haji Mao shouted, it was futile. But at that moment, a black cat gradually materialized in the air. Meow meow meow. Heijimi cursed a few cat obscenities and rushed forward, preparing to save Haji Mao. Despite knowing it only had 7 lives left, it thought it should wait for these people to leave before resurrecting. Especially that golden-haired, cat-eared loli. But that was Haji Mao, a companion for 10 years. Memories of the past decade with Haji Mao began to flash through Heijimi's mind. A surge of energy erupted from within it. Meow. In an instant, Heijimi's cultivation actually soared wildly. 3 spiritual pills appeared within its body. At this moment, Heijimi's aura was comparable to the 5th level. But it did not break through to the 5th level. Instead, Heijimi chose to merge its 3 lives into one, to gain a brief moment of power. After this explosive growth, the 2 additional spiritual pills would shatter. Simultaneously, Heijimi's remaining lives decreased from 7 to 5. I feel it. Endless power. Heijimi laughed maniacally. Upon sensing the opponent's aura, Yichi also became serious, no longer paying attention to Haji Mao. He knocked an arrow, aiming at Heijimi, ready to shoot again. Heijimi glanced at Yichi disdainfully. And who allowed you to aim at me? With that, Heijimi meowed. The next second, the entire mountain suddenly dimmed. All shadows grew wildly, as if to envelop the entire mountain. Yichi immediately felt that in this shadow his control over spiritual energy weakened significantly. Hoof. Hoof. Ha ha ha. Seeing the power of its technique grow so vast, Heijimi couldn't help but laugh. You beastly animal abuser. Abusing animals is simply shameless. I, the Shadow Lord, will send you on your way today. Shadow Lord. Put. Heijimi's chest was suddenly pierced through. Oh. This time there are 3. Jiang Yu joyfully grabbed 3 spiritual pills, wiped them clean with a cloth and tossed one into her mouth. Feeling her bloodline subtly evolving, she was quite pleased. Indeed, the golden bloodline is wonderful. Heijimi looked at the large hole in its chest, stiffly turned its head and looked at Jiang Yu in confusion. What the hell is your cultivation?
Ha!
Jian Yu tilted her head in confusion. Before she could answer, Hey Jimmy suddenly dropped dead.
The shadow domain it had opened up instantly collapsed. Yi Qi, watching Hey Jimmy suddenly drop dead, was also somewhat dumbfounded. He looked up to see who had killed Hey Jimmy. But he only saw a flash of golden light and couldn't make out who it was.
In the air, Hey Jimmy's soul drifted, expression blank.
Wait, dude.
I stacked 3 lives to open a small cheat and you just killed me instantly.
As it pondered, Hey Jimmy glanced at Ha Ji Mao. Sorry, there's really no saving you. I'll be on my way. Little brother, wait for me to take revenge for you next time.
With that thought, Hey Jimmy's soul floated back to the ruins.
It chose to resurrect at the ruins, no longer fighting with Yi Qi.
What if it came out and was killed by that golden-haired cat-eared loli again? It only had 4 lives left. In just 2 days it had used up half of its lives.
It simply couldn't afford to play anymore.
At this moment, Hey Jimmy suddenly noticed the ruins were unusually quiet.
Meow meow meow.
Hey Jimmy called out a few times, trying to attract the little cats. But after calling for a long time, not a single little cat appeared. Filled with confusion, Hey Jimmy wandered around the ruins. While wandering, it suddenly spotted a little cat's corpse in a corner of the ruins. Seeing the corpse of a small cat in the corner, Hey Jimmy walked over in disbelief and pushed the small cat's body. The lifeless body of the small cat fell down rigidly. Upon seeing that the small cat was already stiff, Hey Jimmy had to accept a harsh truth.
Someone had broken into the ruins.
They not only took away the other small cats but also killed one.
Hey Jimmy, huff, howl, twist, howl, who? Who is it? Dare to touch my cats? Meow ah ah ah.
The death of Haji Cat had already suppressed Hey Jimmy's emotions.
The small cat's corpse ignited his fury.
Hey Jimmy bent down and carefully sniffed the scent on the small cat's body. As a 4-fold cat, his sense of smell was naturally enhanced. After memorizing the scent, Hey Jimmy searched the ground and tracked it down by following the scent.
Chadhan. A jade shop.
Su Fugui sat on a stool, shaking his legs, looking at a small cat in front of him. This small cat was lazily purring as it lay on the ground sleeping. In fact, Su Fugui had originally brought 10 small cats. However, 9 of them hissed and growled at Su Fugui and he ended up feeding them to someone else's guard dog. Now only this one remained, which was relatively obedient, and Su Fugui decided to give it a chance to live. After all, he had brought this group of small cats just to annoy that 4-fold cat.
You take my roasted chicken, I take your cubs.
Beside Su Fugui, the jade shop owner adjusted his glasses.
This cat is indeed nice. If you want it, just take it. It's just a stray cat I picked up.
Su Fugui casually replied. This jade shop owner was one of the few acquaintances Su Fugui had in Shannon. A few days ago, Su Fugui had heard this owner complain about having mice at home. Therefore, he had initially planned to share a small cat with the jade shop owner. Since the other 9 were worthless cats that were directly disposed of, only one remained. The jade shop owner nodded, smilingly picked up the small cat to play with and found a string to tie the small cat around the stool. After all, he still had to watch the shop and could only take the cat home at night. For now, he tied it up to prevent it from getting lost. Just as he finished all this, 3 customers entered the jade shop. Boss, can you help me see if this jade bracelet has any special features?
Ye Wangchuan walked in with Li Luo and Guiqiezi.
As for Jian Yu, he didn't know where he had run off to. The moment Ye Wangchuan entered, he exchanged glances with Su Fugui. In the next second, Ye Wangchuan took out the jade bracelet from his spatial ring. Su Fugui immediately cast a sharp glance at the jade bracelet. It was not the one from the auction. Seeing that the bracelet was not from the auction, Su Fugui shook his head, dismissing his doubts. Originally, Su Fugui thought that Ye Wangchuan was the one who snatched his auction item. After all, it had already spread in Chang'an that Ye Wangchuan had a cat-eared golden-haired loli by his side. That cat-eared golden-haired loli was also a product of the auction. However, this only indicated that the person who competed with Su Fugui for auction items was related to Ye Wangchuan. It did not prove that Ye Wangchuan was the one who stole the auction item. What if someone from the Yi family knew that Ye Wangchuan was famous for liking lolis and specifically bought the golden-haired cat-eared loli to please him? He no longer focused on the jade bracelet but exchanged pleasantries with Ye Wangchuan.
Ye Wangchuan nodded and casually responded to a few remarks.
In fact, Ye Wangchuan had originally planned to take out the jade bracelet he had previously auctioned to identify it. However, upon seeing Su Fugui, he immediately dismissed that idea and instead took out an ordinary jade bracelet. Ye Wangchuan did not plan to let Su Fugui know that he was the one who snatched Su Fugui's auction item. At least he couldn't let Su Fugui know clearly that the jade bracelet was in his hands. Otherwise, if this jade bracelet turned out to be some ancient artifact, wouldn't it lead to trouble? The group of traversers is known for their love of robbery. A word of experience. Just as the two were exchanging pleasantries in the distance, Hey Jimmy caught the scent and arrived at the jade shop. He quietly took a glance inside the shop, his pupils suddenly constricting. He saw Ye Wangchuan inside the shop, and on the stool in the shop there was a small cat tied up.
Hey Jimmy instantly understood everything. It must be Ye Wangchuan who secretly sneaked into the ruins.
He was the one who took all the kittens.
And even kicked one to death. Hey Jimmy immediately rushed toward the shop in a fit of rage. Last time he didn't dare to kill Ye Wangchuan because Ye Qi fourfold was standing beside him and they were near the Yi family. But now you are alone, just a latest stage threefold. What do you have to fight with me? Swish! Hey Jimmy transformed into a shadow and in a mere half a second arrived in front of the jade shop, raising his paw to strike at Ye Wangchuan. But just then a masked person suddenly jumped down from the rooftop of the jade shop. Before Hey Jimmy could react, the masked person pulled out a stick and struck fiercely and accurately on Hey Jimmy's back. It instantly broke Hey Jimmy's spine. However, since the spiritual pill was still in his body, he wouldn't die immediately. He just lost the ability to control his body. Whose stray cat dares to attack the young master? There really is a fourfold. Luckily the young master was cautious and had me follow him secretly. The masked person cursed. He dragged the half-dead Hey Jimmy into the jade shop. After arriving in front of Ye Wangchuan, he respectfully said, "Young master, this fourfold black cat just attempted to assassinate you and has been subdued by me. What should we do with it?" As soon as these words were spoken, both Ye Wangchuan and Su Fugue looked over simultaneously. When Su Fugue saw the cat in the masked man's hand, he was dumbfounded. Damn! Isn't this the brat Haji who stole my roasted chicken a few days ago? That Haji actually has fourfold cultivation. How could he be so easily caught by a guard of the Yi family? Meanwhile, Ye Wangchuan was not surprised at all. After provoking Hey Jimmy yesterday, he had arranged for a latest stage fivefold bodyguard to secretly follow him. This was to prevent Hey Jimmy from holding a grudge and coming to cause trouble for him. After all, he was a villain, not a child of destiny. It was quite reasonable for a villain to have a bodyguard, right? In any family, a fivefold cultivator holds a very high status. Even some sect leaders only have a fourfold level of cultivation. But in the well-off Yi family, they really did not lack talents at the fivefold level. It was easy to arrange for a fivefold cultivator to protect Ye Wangchuan in secret. "Li Luo, if you want the purification pill, go and kill that black cat," Ye Wangchuan said to Li Luo. "Ah. Again it's me." Li Luo looked at Ye Wangchuan with a speechless expression, not understanding why this guy always wanted her to do the dirty work. She walked over puzzled. "Ye Wangchuan, this black cat has fourfold cultivation. I can't even cut its skin. How am I supposed to kill it?" Ye Wangchuan's lips twitched, not expecting this turn of events. Li Luo's cultivation was too low, making it troublesome to finish him off. It was time to take Li Luo seriously. "Feed this poison pill to it." Ye Wangchuan rummaged through his spatial ring and tossed a purple pill into Li Luo's hand. Li Luo immediately pried open Hai Jimi's mouth and stuffed the pill inside. Upon seeing this, Hai Jimi attempted to struggle. However, a blow to its spine rendered its body limp, making any struggle impossible. "Should I fuse my 3 lives again and go berserk once more? No, that would be too costly. But to waste a life like this, I refuse to accept it." Damn! Ye Wangchuan even had a 5th level bodyguard, how disgusting. Just as Hai Jimi was contemplating this, the pill entered its mouth and the poison began to take effect. Moments later it let out a crunch and died. Seeing Hai Jimi dead, Li Luo approached Ye Wangchuan and extended her little hand, smiling. "Where's the cleansing spirit pill? Give it to me. You promised me that from now on, whenever I ask you to do something like this, you'll comply. Then I will give you the cleansing spirit pill," Ye Wangchuan casually remarked. All right. Li Luo nodded, helplessly agreeing. Although she didn't understand why Ye Wangchuan liked her to finish off opponents. However, the cleansing spirit pill was more important at the moment. Otherwise, if Li Luo took 180 days to break through to the 3rd level, Ye Wangchuan wouldn't know how high he would skyrocket. After handing Li Luo a cleansing spirit pill, he approached the masked man and directly stored Hai Jimi's corpse into the spatial ring, to take back for Jiang Yu, seeing how much she liked eating cat meat. In midair, Hai Jimi's soul watched this scene, its eyes. Damn, only 3 lives left. I refuse to accept this. I didn't even touch a hair of Ye Wangchuan's, how can I accept this? Just as Hai Jimi's soul continued to complain. At this moment, Ye Wangchuan suddenly sent the masked man away. Hai Jimi was stunned and instantly became excited. It seemed Ye Wangchuan was unaware that Hai Jimi could resurrect. So upon seeing Hai Jimi dead, Ye Wangchuan was relieved enough to send the masked man away. Hai Jimi immediately came up with a brilliant idea. It just needed to follow Ye Wangchuan's soul until he returned to Ling Mountain at night. While Ye Wangchuan climbed halfway up the mountain, it would suddenly resurrect and ambush Ye Wangchuan. At that time, being halfway up Ling Mountain, Ye Wangchuan wouldn't even be able to call for help. A perfect plan. As for rescuing the little cat tied to the chair, we'll talk about that after killing Ye Wangchuan. Soon night fell. Ye Wangchuan carried Li Luo on his back and began to climb the mountain with Huijiazi. When Ye Wangchuan reached halfway up Ling Mountain, he thought now is the time. Hai Jimi seized the opportunity and resurrected, dashing towards Ye Wangchuan's back. Hearing the rustling in the grass, Ye Wangchuan turned to look behind. Seeing Hai Jimi pouncing towards him, Ye Wangchuan was momentarily stunned. Ha! How did this black cat come back to life? What did I kill during the day? Twins. Clone technique. Or does this cat have 9 lives? Ye Wangchuan analyzed in his mind, yet his expression showed no sign of panic.
At this moment Haijimi was within a meter of Ye Wangchuan. It extended its claws, nearly able to shred Ye Wangchuan with a single swipe.
Meow, haha. Ye Wangchuan.
Die. Suddenly Huijiazi's eyes flashed with red light as it rushed over and struck Haijimi's head with a punch, sending it flying.
Haijimi flew backward and crashed heavily against a cliff. The tremendous force caused the cliff to collapse, burying Haijimi. Ye Wangchuan looked at the collapsed cliff and chuckled, rubbing Huijiazi's head. The second elder upgraded you quite well. Yeah, now you're probably equivalent to a beginner 4th level puppet.
Huijiazi extended its index and middle fingers, continuing, however due to technical limitations it can only be upgraded this high for now.
That's enough. Ye Wangchuan nodded, putting Li Luo down from his back.
Li Luo, do you still have that flame talisman you used before?
Ye Wangchuan asked.
Li Luo glanced at her system space. Villain emotion value 20 points. After reading it, Li Luo looked up.
I don't have it anymore. Just then. Meow.
Haijimi sprang out from the pile of rocks on the cliff, howling as it lunged towards Ye Wangchuan. Li Luo immediately found a place to hide.
Without the talisman, Li Luo couldn't interfere with the fight at the 4th level. Huijiazi transform into a spear form. Understood. After Huijiazi transformed into a spear, Ye Wangchuan grasped it and swung it fiercely at Haijimi.
The enormous force shook the ground and cold air spread wildly. After the strike, Ye Wangchuan thought using the sparrow technique to pull the spear back into his hand for another strike.
Cats are creatures that are heat resistant but not cold resistant.
After a few strikes, Ye Wangchuan had already lowered the surrounding environment to minus 70 degrees. This would somewhat affect Haijimi. Moreover, the malevolent energy swirling around was also quite a nuisance. Haijimi had to constantly be wary of being disturbed by the malevolent energy. Ye Wangchuan calmly dealt with Haijimi. Although Ye Wangchuan's cultivation was only at the late 3rd level, the weapon in his hand was at the 4th level.
Sometimes Haijimi might seize a gap in Ye Wangchuan's defense to charge. At that time, Huijiazi would automatically switch to shield mode to block Haijimi's attack.
When the distance increased, it would switch back to spear form to assist Ye Wangchuan in striking.
It was simply a super intelligent AI. As for why Huijiazi didn't switch to combat form to restrain Haijimi, that's because Huijiazi's combat form was somewhat less agile.
If Haijimi managed to evade Huijiazi due to speed, that would be troublesome. Therefore, having Huijiazi transform into a weapon for combat was the optimal solution at the moment. After several rounds, Haijimi began to feel somewhat exhausted. After all, it was a cat and its endurance wasn't as high as a human's. It truly hadn't expected Ye Wangchuan to be so difficult to deal with. Clearly Ye Wangchuan was only at the late 3rd level. How could he wield ice and telekinesis? But fortunately, Haijimi wasn't just sitting idle. Haijimi was accumulating its ultimate move within. These were its last 3 lives. As long as 3 lives fused into one, it could definitely kill Ye Wangchuan. For a 9-lived cat, after cultivating for 9 years, it could replenish a life. The upper limit was 9 lives. With its 18 years, it would kill the arrogant young master of the Yi family while causing their decline. This could not be more worth it. So Haijimi had already made up its mind. As long as I finish this fight and kill Ye Wangchuan, I will return to the ruins and live peacefully for 72 years. Boom. Half an hour had passed since the battle began. Ye Wangchuan breathed steadily, his expression calm as he gazed ahead. Jaime's breath was ragged and he exchanged a weary glance. In terms of stamina, Jaime had thoroughly lost. Yet Jaime felt no panic within. His ultimate move had yet to be unleashed. Whoosh. Ye Wangchuan raised the loli gun in his hand and fired at Jaime. At this moment, a great opportunity. Jaime's pupils widened and he let out a huff. In the next second, 2 additional spirit pills appeared within him. 3 lives united. In an instant, Jaime's aura surged exponentially. In just moments, he surpassed the 4th level and raced towards the 5th. Although he was still a bit away from the 5th level, it was enough to deal with Ye Wangchuan. Just as Jaime executed 3 lives united, shadows climbed into the sky, blocking out the sun. Shadow Domain. Activate. As the domain unfolded, Jaime began to gain the ability to control the spiritual energy within. With a thought, he severed the connection between Ye Wangchuan and the loli gun, preventing Ye Wangchuan from using his skills to retrieve the spear. Seeing this, Huijiazi had no choice but to shift from spear form to combat form. Soon Huijiazi transformed into a wooden warrior standing 30 meters tall. After the upgrade from the second elder, her combat form had increased from a maximum of 10 meters to 30. 18 Martial Arts Hammer. As the words fell, a meteor hammer with a diameter of 300 meters appeared beside Huijiazi. Huijiazi aimed at Jaime and then pushed the meteor hammer towards him. The hammer charged forward like a runaway plow. The path was left with deep cracks. But Jaime ignored Huijiazi. Transforming into a shadow, he dodged the meteor hammer's attack and charged at Ye Wangchuan. Ye Wangchuan, seeing this, took out a shining golden spear from his spatial ring and slammed it into the ground. Immediately, cold spiritual energy surged forth, solidifying into reality.
Centered around Ye Wangchuan, several massive black blue eye spikes emerged to protect him.
Then Ye Wangchuan picked up a stone and threw it towards Li Luo, who was hiding in the bushes.
Ouch.
Li Luo poked her head out from the bushes, looking at Ye Wangchuan with a speechless expression.
Ye Wangchuan gestured with his finger towards Li Luo, signaling something. Li Luo understood instantly.
Just then a voice came from outside.
It's useless.
Jaime laughed maniacally, gathering shadows on his claws. Within the shadow domain, endless shadows piled upon Jaime's claws. At this moment, Jaime's claws looked more like tiger claws than cat claws. With a swipe, he instantly tore through the ice spikes ahead. Then he saw Ye Wangchuan holding a bow behind the spikes. The bow was called the Day Bow.
Li Luo, load the night arrow for me.
Okay.
Li Luo crouched on Ye Wangchuan's back, skillfully loading the night arrow.
As Ye Wangchuan drew back the string of the Day Bow, he murmured, "Indeed, to deal with a cat one must use a bow."
In the distance, Jaime scoffed at the sight. What was Jaime good at?
Speed. A mere bow and arrow could not possibly hit him. It was simply impossible. As long as Ye Wangchuan released the bowstring, he could easily dodge. Buzz. Jaime's thoughts were not even complete.
Ye Wangchuan released the bowstring of the Day Bow, unleashing a blinding light. The whole area was momentarily blinded for 0.5 seconds. When the brief 0.5 seconds passed, they saw a massive hole had been shot through the dark domain. Jaime had expanded. The mountainside of Ling Mountain looked as if it had been rammed by a dragon the size of a skyscraper. Regrettably, Jaime fell to the ground with only a layer of skin shed. There was no immediate danger. Ye Wangchuan was not surprised by this scene. When he was in the cave world with Li Luo using the Day Bow and Night Arrow, they could unleash a full power attack of the 3rd level. Now, compared to their time in the cave world, both Ye Wangchuan and Li Luo had elevated a significant realm. Thus, the power of the Day Bow reaching a full power attack of the 4th level was not too much to ask, right? Although Jaime was considered half a step into the 5th level, his defense was low. Tisk tisk, truly deserving of the luck of the child of destiny which I intercepted. Ye Wangchuan clicked his tongue and put away the Day Bow, approaching Jaime. Looking at Jaime lying on the ground doing a street dance, Ye Wangchuan decisively took out a poison pill and tossed it to Li Luo. Li Luo caught the pill, her mouth twitching slightly. She walked over, preparing to feed the poison pill to Jaime. Jaime huffed low growl, backing away. Jaime executed a smooth combination of moves, startling Li Luo for a moment.
Seeing this, Ye Wangchuan pulled out the spear again, ready to give Jaime another shot.
Just then, "Hey boss. What are you doing here?"
Down the mountain, Jiang Yu climbed up, inquiring curiously. After eating 4 of Jaime's spirit pills today, she had found a place to sit and meditate for a while. It was only now that she returned. Seeing Jiang Yu arrive, Ye Wangchuan asked, "How did you climb up here?"
"This is 5,000 meters high. Ordinary little monsters can't climb up." I come from a mountainous area. So I'm good at climbing."
Jiang Yu froze for a moment, hurriedly searching for a reason to cover for Ye Wangchuan. Oh no, it seems she revealed her identity. If Ye Wangchuan finds out she is not an ordinary monster, would he do something bad? Just then, Jaime, seeing Jiang Yu climbing up, became instantly alarmed.
A genuine panic.
Jaime huff howl, trembling all over, pupils dilated, began to run around. Logically, Jaime, with the memories of a past life, should not act out in such a low-level panic as other cats. But upon seeing Jiang Yu, Jaime felt a pain in his chest. Speaking of which, this golden-haired cat-eared loli actually knows Ye Wangchuan. And even calls him Big Brother.
Why? Does this not mean
that Ye Wangchuan intentionally sent this golden-haired cat-eared loli to kill him? All of his 9 lives had been taken by Ye Wangchuan.
Ye Wangchuan.
At this moment, Jaime's heart was filled with fury towards Ye Wangchuan. Although he didn't know why, he was sure that any bad incident must have been caused by Ye Wangchuan.
As Hey Jimmy's heart continuously howled within. Oh.
Jiang Yu turned his head and instantly became excited upon seeing Hey Jimmy. She immediately wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth and looked at Ye Wangchuan excitedly.
"Boss, can I eat this cat?"
"Sure."
Ye Wangchuan nodded. After receiving Ye Wangchuan's approval, Jiang Yu immediately walked over and with a claw extracted 3 spirit pills from Hey Jimmy.
Ye Wangchuan carefully observed this scene, saying nothing but silently calculating in his heart. Jiang Yu's identity was quite special and her strength should be at least at the 3rd level. Her fondness for eating Hey Jimmy might be due to the fact that he was a favored child of destiny possessing some special bloodline. The act of consuming special bloodlines for evolution was not uncommon.
With that thought, Ye Wangchuan turned to Li Luo and continued, "Li Luo, feed this cat a poison pill."
Li Luo nodded, walked over and prepared to stuff the poison pill into its mouth. Hey Jimmy lay weakly on the ground watching as Li Luo got closer. It was clear that its end was near.
"No. I want to live. I want revenge.
I will blood wash the entire Yi family. All of you beasts from the Yi family must die." Under the immense resentment, Hey Jimmy felt a surge of power. A low and hoarse voice echoed in Hey Jimmy's heart.
"Do you desire power? Who are you?" Hey Jimmy was filled with confusion. "Do you desire power?" I want power. I want. Crack.
Before Hey Jimmy could finish speaking, Li Luo stuffed the poison pill into its mouth.
Hey Jimmy's expression froze, feeling the toxins in its mouth beginning to spread. The mysterious voice, Hey Jimmy. Ha. What is happening? Logically, shouldn't I be in the explosive growth phase now? Shouldn't I be gaining the assistance of mysterious power to defeat these people? Why did you directly interrupt the explosive growth process? What is going on? With no time to think as the toxins spread, Hey Jimmy began to breakdance to save its life. This made the people around quickly take a few steps back. Seeing this, Hey Jimmy spat out the poison pill. Although the toxins still lingered within, if only it could obtain the antidote. Just the antidote. With its skin turning purple, Hey Jimmy could care less and jumped off the cliff. At a 50,000-meter slope, it began to roll down frantically. On the mountainside, Ye Wangchuan watched this scene, his mouth twitching. This Hey Jimmy was quite stubborn, still trying to find a way to survive. I must chase after it and deliver the final blow. Otherwise, what if this Hey Jimmy gets rescued by a remarkable person at the bottom of the mountain? Ye Wangchuan thought to himself, taking out the corpse of Hey Jimmy from his spatial ring and tossing it to Jiangyu. This corpse is poisonous, so roasted over the fire for a while before eating. Ye Wangchuan casually said, grabbing Li Luo and rushing down the mountain. Li Luo, hey. Hey. At the foot of the mountain. Thud. Hey Jimmy slammed onto the ground, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. At this moment it was close to death. With the spirit pills destroyed, Hey Jimmy could no longer control the spiritual energy. The toxins circulated in its blood, having already spread throughout its body. To survive, it could only rely on a high-level being's help. As it thought this, Hey Jimmy looked ahead. Indeed, it saw a figure in the distance. Ha ha. As long as I act pitiful and meow a few times, I'm sure to get help. No one can ignore a pitiful cat. With that thought, Hey Jimmy meowed as it dashed towards the figure. Crossing through the grass, Hey Jimmy locked eyes with Su Fugu. Su Fugu. Hey Jimmy. Su Fugu, you thieving cat that stole my roasted chicken. Despite Hey Jimmy being in a miserable state, still poisoned and shedding its skin, Su Fugu recognized it. After all, the stench of that thieving cat was too obvious. Upon meeting an acquaintance, Su Fugu was particularly irritated. He immediately pulled out a bronze sword from his spatial bracelet and slashed towards Hey Jimmy. With a swing of the sword, it even carried a sharp sword aura. After all, Su Fugu had enhanced his swordsmanship with reinforcement points. Hey Jimmy, huff flee. Hey Jimmy instantly puffed up like a thornback dragon and ran away. Due to the absence of spirit pills, it could not control the spiritual energy. Additionally, the poison had limited its physical combat strength. At that moment, it was no match for Su Fugu. But alas, Su Fugu, being someone who held grudges, would never let go of such a great opportunity for revenge for the roasted chicken. He unleashed a wave of sword energy, cleaving through any obstructive trees and bushes, fiercely chasing after Hey Jimmy. This chase did not last long. Hey Jimmy, due to the intense movement, accelerated its blood circulation, causing the toxins to spread even faster throughout its body. In just a moment, it was foaming at the mouth and collapsed weakly to the ground. Thieving cat. I want you to pay with your life for my roasted chicken. Su Fugu raised his sword and was about to strike down on Hey Jimmy. At this moment, Hey Jimmy, spitting human words, quickly spoke up. Stop. Stop, stop, stop. Upon hearing this, Su Fugu halted his sword, wanting to see what this cat was up to. Hey Jimmy tried to remain calm and said, buddy, don't kill me. I'll tell you a secret, I'm actually a golden-blooded beast, a 9 lives cat. As long as I cultivate for 9 years, I can gain a life. Now this one is my last life. So let's make a deal. If you save my life, I promise to become your spirit pet. I have a cultivation level of the 4th stage, which is quite useful. Besides, I only stole a roasted chicken from you, it's not like I should die for that, right? At worst, I'll give you money, I have plenty of pocket money. Upon hearing this, Su Fugu pondered for a moment. Hey Jimmy's expression brightened. Indeed, he successfully persuaded the other party. The majority of people in the world are still kind to stray cats. Put. Su Fugu suddenly slashed his sword down onto Hey Jimmy's neck. Because Hey Jimmy's physical condition was relatively good, Su Fugu's first strike did not sever it, and he needed to come down a few more times. What? What are you doing? Why? Why are you still cutting me? Seeing Su Fugu about to kill it, Hey Jimmy panicked and began to cry out. Su Fugu glanced at Hey Jimmy and said indifferently. You a beast, how do you think you are qualified to negotiate with me? A beast is just a beast. Humans are always above beasts in status. Even a loyal dog that bites a person will be put to death. You a filthy stray cat that disrupts the ecosystem dare to steal my roasted chicken. As for spirit pets, I only want females. Prepare to accompany my roasted chicken in death. After saying this, Su Fugu raised his sword again and slashed down with force. Hey Jimmy's physical condition was already weakened by the toxins and had lost the protection of its skin. After several strong slashes from Su Fugu, Hey Jimmy's neck could no longer withstand it. With a crack, its cervical vertebrae broke and it perished.
Because Su Fugu was also a favored child of destiny, Hey Jimmy never experienced explosive growth until the end. Hey Jimmy, the favored child of destiny, reincarnated beast from Blue Star, died. Ye Wangchuan descended from the spirit mountain. Upon his arrival he witnessed Su Fugu chasing after Ye Jimmy and heard their conversation. He learned that Ye Jimmy was a 9-lived cat and was down to its last life. Ye Wangchuan fell silent for a moment, choosing to hide and quietly wait. After Su Fugu struck down Ye Jimmy and left, only the corpse of Ye Jimmy remained. Ye Wangchuan then approached, burned the remains mixed in glutinous rice and half buried it while feeding the fish. With a smooth series of swift movements he ensured that Ye Jimmy would not be revived. Only then did he begin to climb the spirit mountain again with Li Luo. Li Luo. Did Ye Wangchuan come down just to scatter a cat's ashes? On Spirit Mountain, Jian Yu held 4 spirit pills, rinsing them in water. After cleaning them she consumed the pills, feeling her bloodline evolve within. 1 pill, 2 pills, 3 pills. Just as Jian Yu consumed the last spirit pill, a miraculous scene unfolded. Golden light radiated from behind her. In no time 8 cattails sprouted from behind Jian Yu. Jian Yu. What is this? A 9-tailed yellow weasel. Shouldn't 9 tails belong to a fox? What on earth is a 9-tailed cat? Jian Yu shook her head, deciding not to dwell on such matters. Since it's all about evolution, could it possibly evolve incorrectly? With a thought she concealed the other 8 tails, returning to her original appearance. She then took out He Jimmy's corpse, starting to pluck its fur, remove its innards, apply oil seasoning, set a fire and begin roasting. Just as Jian Yu began to cook the cat meat, Ye Wangchuan and Li Luo also approached. Ye Wangchuan, I'm going into seclusion to purify my mind. I won't be out for the next few days, Li Luo said as he stuffed a purification pill into his mouth and began his breakthrough to the 3rd level. Purification takes 4 days, so Li Luo would be absent for that period. Ye Wangchuan glanced at Jian Yu, confirming that she was much the same as before. At that moment the sky had darkened. Ye Wangchuan walked toward Feng Kei's room to attend to serious business. Time passed to the next day. As usual, Ye Wangchuan took Huiqiezi and Jian Yu out shopping in the afternoon. He first arrived at the Yi family as he was reaching the time to break through to the 4th level. At the entrance of the Yi family, Ye Wangchuan first saw Yi Qi kicking a cat like a ball. He continued walking inside. As soon as he entered, a servant approached him. Young master, the Miss Chang Miao, whom you previously had placed under house arrest at the Yi family, has contracted rabies and is now delirious, biting indiscriminately, afraid of wind and water. Would you like the Yi family's physician to treat her? Upon hearing this, Ye Wangchuan thought for a moment. Who exactly is Chang Miao? After pondering for a moment, Ye Wangchuan recalled that she was the owner of He Jimmy, a woman who cared for stray cats. As for rabies, just send that woman back to the Chang family, no need to worry too much. Ye Wangchuan casually said, waving the servant off. Rabies is somewhat similar to rabies in Blue Star, but those infected are even more aggressive and contagious. The way to get rabies is naturally from a wild animal bite without seeking treatment. Ye Wangchuan had already guessed the cause of Chang Miao's illness. Surely that woman fed stray cats a few months ago and ended up getting bitten by one, contracting the disease. The Yi family naturally wouldn't treat an illness unrelated to them, to avoid any trouble later. As for Chang Miao's life or death, Ye Wangchuan did not care. The most important matter now was still to break through to the 4th level. Moments later, Ye Wangchuan arrived in front of the alchemy room. He intended to ask the 4th elder for some pills that would aid in his breakthrough. Breaking through to the 4th level is much more troublesome than the 3rd. Consolidating spirit pills is not something that can be expedited with just 1 pill. With that thought, Ye Wangchuan opened the door and twisted the knob. Creak as the door swung open, Ye Wangchuan saw the 4th elder standing alongside a 140 centimeters little loli. The little loli had a brown single ponytail and was dressed in clothes that were somewhat oversized for her big eyes staring intently at Ye Wangchuan. This made Ye Wangchuan think that this little loli might be the 4th elder's granddaughter. But at that moment, Wangchuan, you're just in time. Come look, how do I look? The little loli ran up to Ye Wangchuan, showcasing herself. Ye Wangchuan stared at the little loli, momentarily stunned. From the tone of this little loli, it seemed like she was quite familiar with him. And upon closer inspection, the clothes the little loli was wearing looked somewhat familiar as well. After a moment, Ye Wangchuan hesitantly spoke up. You are the 2nd elder. That's right. The little loli, the 2nd elder, nodded. Upon hearing this, Ye Wangchuan's mouth twitched. What is going on? How did the majestic 2nd elder, who stands at 1.75 meters tall, turn into a 1.4 meter little loli? Pondering this, Ye Wangchuan turned to the 4th elder. The 4th elder coughed a few times and took out a box of pills, saying the delicate pill when taken will shrink the user's body to about 1.39 meters, reducing strength but not affecting spiritual abilities. The effect of 1 pill lasts for 1 day. Currently it is only effective for humans. 4th elder, have you become a demon cultivator? Ye Wangchuan said with a speechless expression. What kind of bizarre pill turns someone into a loli? This is strange. The
The fourth elder awkwardly coughed a few times, handing the box of pills to Ye Wangchuan and continuing, Wangchuan, you're here for pills to aid in breaking through to the fourth level, right? I'll prepare them for you, just come back tomorrow to pick them up. Alright. Ye Wangchuan casually accepted the box of pills and was about to leave. At that moment the second elder tugged at Ye Wangchuan's clothes. Second elder, what's wrong? How do I look now? Pretty. The second elder asked with a cheerful smile. Ye Wangchuan fell silent for a moment, beginning to ponder. Surely the second elder thinks I have a loli fetish. Saying something like average or not bad would sound a bit cold. After all, the second elder has helped me quite a bit. The matters of weapons and upgrading Huichiezi were all her assistants. With that thought, Ye Wangchuan replied, pretty, you really like this type, huh? Such a pervert. After teasing Ye Wangchuan, the second elder continued, Ye Wangchuan, I'm going to the market to buy some materials, will you accompany me? Sure. Ye Wangchuan nodded in agreement. After all, if he had free time he might as well stroll around Chang'an City to see if there were any other fated individuals. It's just shopping with the second elder, there's nothing much to it. Meanwhile, Huichiezi and Jiang Yu watched the second elder together. Jiang Yu spoke up, what do you think? The second elder of the Yi family likes the master and wants to go shopping with him, Huichiezi bluntly analyzed. Jiang Yu was not surprised by this. After all, Ye Wangchuan was handsome, had a deep background and was said to be a genius, nearing the peak of the third level in 2 months. Such a person would surely have a large number of pursuers. By the way, how old is the second elder of the Yi family? Why is she so short? Jiang Yu asked in confusion. Huichiezi pondered for a moment before replying, she should be over 10,000 years old. What? Ye Wangchuan is only 18, right? This woman is a cow eating young grass. In the commercial street, Ye Wangchuan was accompanied by 3 little girls strolling through the shops. The people around were no longer surprised by this scene. Ye Wangchuan had become a well-known little girl enthusiast in Chang'an. Inside a tea house. Hey, I tell you, I saw young master Ye Wangchuan the other day. He is truly handsome. Is that true? Where did you see him? Right at the entrance of the Yi family, he was with 3 little girls. Alas, what a pity it is said that young master Ye Wangchuan does not like girls taller than 1.5 meters. Inside the tea shop, several young ladies from other families were chatting and drinking tea. Most of these young ladies harbored unrealistic fantasies about Ye Wangchuan. After all, he was the only heir of the number 1 family, handsome and strong. Who wouldn't be moved? Just then someone exclaimed, wait, look over there, isn't that young master Ye Wangchuan? With 3 little girls by his side, it must be young master Ye Wangchuan. Oh. I want to go see. Let's go. Hearing these words, several young ladies rushed out the door. As they saw Ye Wangchuan passing by, they immediately screamed in excitement. Oh. Young master Ye Wangchuan. Aha. Young master Ye Wangchuan. So handsome. I want to be a maid in young master Ye Wangchuan's house and be spoiled by him, woo woo woo. Just as the girls were screaming, a girl from the Yi family frowned. She carefully looked at one of the little girls beside Ye Wangchuan. Looking at her outfit. Isn't that the second elder of their family? Damn. How did the second elder become a little girl? So envious. By the way, wasn't the second elder going to the alchemy room every day before? Could it be a special pill made by the fourth elder? With that thought, the Yi family girl left the crowd and headed towards the Yi family. The girl arrived at the alchemy room and knocked on the door. Fourth elder, it's me, Yi He. Ah, shall he come in? After receiving the fourth elder's permission, Yi He walked in and looked at the fourth elder, saying, Fourth elder, do you know how the second elder shrank in size? Oh, that's because I refined a delicate pill. The fourth elder casually said as she took out a box of delicate pills. Yi He immediately pulled out a bag of money, saying, I want a box. Ha! What do you want this pill for? The fourth elder was somewhat confused. Yi He's face flushed, nervously fiddling with her fingers. The fourth elder's face instantly darkened. No way, you and Ye Wangchuan are from the same family. How could that be proper? Oh, come on, fourth elder. Among everyone in the Yi family, only the clan leader Ye Zhentian and Ye Wangchuan are related by blood. Why care about this? That's still not okay. I beg you, my best fourth elder, you spoiled me the most when I was little. I'll secretly buy you some wine in the future, okay? This. I'll only give you 1 box. This thing has a time limit for its effects. After Yi He's persistent pleading, she finally got a box of delicate pills. Yi He excitedly walked out. Once outside, she decisively took 1 pill and consumed it. In just a moment, she transformed into a little girl. Yi He was immediately thrilled and headed to the commercial street to approach Ye Wangchuan. At the entrance of the Yi family, she unexpectedly bumped into her best friend. Yi He. How did you become a little girl? It's a long story. You have to promise me not to spread it around. I promise not to spread it. Reluctantly, Yi He began explaining to her best friend. After explaining, her friend's eyes lit up with excitement. So you mean after taking this pill you can become short for a day and go flirt with Ye Wangchuan? Yee yes, just don't tell anyone. Don't worry. I'm your good friend. I'll definitely keep it a secret. Yee that's good. Here, have one. Best friend, just one. I treat you as a sister and you treat me like this. Yee Then I'll give you 10. Good. After exchanging a few words, Yee left the place. The moment she walked out, best friend, I'm going to tell my other 10 best friends about this. As long as I only tell my best friends, it shouldn't count as leaking. Talking to herself, she began to spread the news. Word spread from 1 person to 10 and 10 to 100. Soon the entire city of Chang'an knew of one thing: the 4th elder of the Ye family had a pill that could turn people into little girls. Logically speaking, a debuff like turning into a little girl, which is purely negative, shouldn't be sought after. But Ye Wangchuan is a well-known little girl enthusiast in Chang'an. The weak adapt to their environment while the strong change their environment. Ye Wangchuan, relying solely on his own strength, turned the negative delicate pills into a rare treasure. Many families brought large sums of money and gifts to the Ye family just to ask for some delicate pills. The 4th elder of the Ye family originally planned to drive all these people away. But at that moment the elder of the Ye family announced auction. 1 delicate pill starts at 10 gold coins. The highest bidder wins. You can use rare materials to replace gold coins. Members of the Tang family are prohibited from participating in the auction. Time quickly passed to the next day. On Ling Mountain, Ye Wangchuan came out of Fong Kei's room and as usual practiced his shooting skills. Once the time was about right, he took Gui Chiezi and Jiang Yu down the mountain. Arriving in front of the Ye family, Ye Wangchuan's expression darkened and the corners of his mouth twitched. Not because of anything else, but because at the entrance of the Ye family there were thousands of little girls. Thousands. Ye Wangchuan suddenly couldn't tell whether he was at the entrance of the Ye family or at some elementary school dismissal scene. Ah! Ye Wangchuan is here. Ye Wangchuan. I'm from the Shi family. Get away. I'm the daughter of the Bai family. My name is. Hey, I'm from the Jiang family. Ah! Ye Wangchuan is mine. The entrance of the Ye family was in chaos. Ye Wangchuan was overwhelmed. When did he become a little girl enthusiast? Inside the Ye family, the elder of the Ye family was counting the gains from last night's auction and he was almost grinning from ear to ear. Ha ha ha. Ye Wangchuan. You did well. At the entrance of the Ye family, Ye Wangchuan held a grey eggplant in his left hand and squeezed Jiang Yu under his right arm. He squeezed through the sea of green mountains and arrived at the Ye family's entrance. During the squeeze through the sea of green, there were even young girls wanting to touch Ye Wangchuan's backside. Fortunately, Ye Wangchuan was a martial cultivator and could run quite fast. Otherwise he would have been taken advantage of by that group of girls. Creak. Click. As Ye Wangchuan entered the Ye family, the big door of the Ye family closed behind him. Only then did things calm down temporarily. Why did the 4th elder inexplicably circulate so many softening pills? Ye Wangchuan said in exasperation, arriving at the alchemy room. His main task at the moment was to break through to the 4th layer. He entered the alchemy room. The 4th elder, seeing Ye Wangchuan, awkwardly scratched his head. Wangchuan, please don't mind. That 1 softening pill can sell for over 1,000 coins, so why not sell it? It was the Grand Elder's idea, right? That greedy old man. Yes. Well, I don't mind. Ye Wangchuan helplessly rubbed his forehead. After all, they indeed made a lot of profit. The 4th elder stood up, taking out 3 pills, 1 white, 1 black and 1 grey, from the stove and said to Ye Wangchuan. Ling Yang pill, Ling Yin pill and harmonizing pill. Taking these 3 pills will eliminate the internal conflict of yin and yang, aiding you in better condensing your spirit pills. For a normal person it takes about a year to condense pills. If you take these 3 pills it will be simpler, just 1 week. Ye Wangchuan took the pills and nodded, saying thank you, 4th elder. By the way, can I dual cultivate during the pill condensing period? The 4th elder was momentarily stunned and said no way. Who are you going to dual cultivate with? Master Fong Kei. Having received the answer, Ye Wangchuan casually replied and walked out. The 4th elder remained silent for a moment. I remember Ye Wangchuan's master Fong Kei is only 138 centimeters tall, right? Ye Wangchuan arrived again at the entrance of the Ye family, left hand holding the grey eggplant, right arm squeezing Jiang Yu, passing through the sea of green mountains. Some young girls even tried to chase after Ye Wangchuan. It wasn't until Ye Wangchuan reached the foot of Ling Mountain and began to ascend that the group of girls finally stopped. By the way, wouldn't this group of girls all climb up Ling Mountain to live there? On the mountain, Ye Wangchuan looked down at the sea of girls while climbing. Thinking about thousands of girls living on Ling Mountain, Ye Wangchuan shook his head, quickly dismissing the thought from his mind. It doesn't matter, after all the pills are time limited. He would be in seclusion for 7 days to break through. After 7 days there wouldn't be so many girls. Unless the Grand Elder, that greedy old man, continued to sell softening pills for money. He arrived at Ling Mountain. Grey eggplant Jiang Yu. You two stay here on the mountain for the next few days, don't come down randomly. I'm going into seclusion for 7 days. Ye Wangchuan casually instructed Grey Eggplant and Jiang Yu. Then he entered Feng Kei's room. He needed to inform Feng Kei about his plan to be in seclusion for 7 days. After 4 hours passed, Ye Wangchuan finished explaining and left Feng Kei's room. He began his seclusion to break through. Time flew by and 3 days quickly passed. In Li Luo's room. With a burst of energy erupting, Li Luo successfully broke through to the 3rd layer. She took a deep breath and headed to the bathroom for a bath. Purifying the mind is quite difficult. After all, doing nothing requires maintaining thought all the time. Li Luo recalled all the female-focused worlds she had traversed previously. After her bath, Li Luo put on a more casual outfit and went to the courtyard. Ye Wangchuan. Ye Wangchuan. Where is he? Gone shopping. Li Luo scratched her head in confusion. Just then Grey Eggplant walked over and said the master is currently breaking through to the 4th layer and still needs 4 days. Ye Wangchuan is going to the 4th layer. Upon hearing this, Li Luo instantly became unhappy. She thought she had finally managed to reach a similar major realm as Ye Wangchuan. But now Ye Wangchuan was about to break through again. Sigh. When will I surpass Ye Wangchuan in cultivation, then I can fiercely harvest his villainous emotional value. Just then Grey Eggplant took out a jade bracelet and handed it to Li Luo. The master said that if you break through you will receive this jade bracelet. And this token too. What is this? Li Luo curiously took the jade bracelet and token to have a look. After checking carefully, she realized the jade bracelet was the one Ye Wangchuan had obtained at the auction earlier. And the token was what Ye Wangchuan usually used to contact her remotely. Since it was free, she might as well take it. Li Luo casually slipped the jade bracelet onto her other ankle and put the token away. It was just right, one foot wearing the spatial bracelet and the other foot wearing this jade bracelet. Alright, I'm going down the mountain for a stroll now. Li Luo said, leaping down from Ling Mountain. After reaching the 3rd layer, she could freely move up and down Ling Mountain. Although Li Luo's physique was not as good as Ye Wangchuan's, at the same level it was sufficient. Soon Li Luo arrived at the foot of the mountain. She planned to go to the Li family first to show off her achievement of reaching the 3rd layer. Walking on the street, Li Luo noticed that there were inexplicably many young girls in Chang'an City. This puzzled her. Where did all these young girls come from? Could it be that Ye Wangchuan, that perverted loli lover, made some evil pills to force the girls of Chang'an City to turn into young girls to satisfy his preferences? Just as Li Luo was pondering, she suddenly saw a place surrounded by a crowd. Naturally, she had to go over and check out the gossip. As soon as she got closer, Li Luo saw a grand procession. Several tall and muscular men carried some palanquins. One of the palanquins was as large as a blue whale. This indicated that the family background was not small. It was probably comparable to the families ranked outside the 30th in Chang'an. However, Li Luo looked closely at the people in the palanquins. Those people, although elegantly dressed and polite in manner. However, Li Luo did not recognize any of them inside. This was very strange. At the last banquet at the Yi family, Uncle Li had introduced all the well-known families in Chang'an to her. Logically speaking, everyone from a large family should attend the Yi family's banquet. So who were these people? From outside the city. Just as Li Luo was looking up at the palanquins, a noble-looking woman in one of the palanquins made eye contact with Li Luo. Initially she thought nothing of it, just assuming it was a curious child from some family. But after casually glancing at Li Luo, she instantly became unsettled. Stop. With a command from that woman, the entire procession came to an immediate halt. Beside the woman, a middle-aged man asked in confusion. What's wrong? Old Suyu, you look at that girl's jade bracelet on her foot. Isn't that the jade bracelet I left for our child? Mother Su said excitedly. Father Su stood up and walked to the window to scan Li Luo. When he saw the jade bracelet on Li Luo's foot, he became excited as well. Yes. That is our Su family's ancestral jade bracelet. I definitely didn't see it wrong. Li Luo stood by the roadside lost in thought. In the next instant, Su Fu and Su Mu descended from their palanquin. Overwhelmed with emotion, they hurried to Li Luo's side and gently clapped his shoulders. Whose child are you? Were you raised without parents? Wah. Wah what? I was abandoned beneath a plum tree. I've never known my parents. Li Luo stammered, flustered by the sudden interrogation. These two strangers had appeared out of nowhere and demanded to know whether he had parents, startling him utterly. Seeing Li Luo's agitation, Su Fu cleared his throat, composed himself, and began to explain. Su Fu and Su Mu's profound reaction to the jade bracelet was no coincidence. 18 years earlier, on the very day Su Mu gave birth, disaster struck. That fateful day, the remnants of the Su clan were ambushed by an enigmatic family. Though the assailant's identity remained unknown, the Su clan unanimously blamed the Yi clan. It had to be the Yi clan's doing, and retaliation was inevitable. Thus Su Fu left the birthing chamber, leaving only the midwife, a maid, and Su Mu inside. The maid was present because she too had gone into labor that same day. After both women delivered, the maid, heartier and quicker to recover, awoke first. Su Mu meanwhile lay deeply asleep beside her. Noticing Su Fu's absence, the maid's thoughts turned treacherous. She approached the two cradles, one holding her own infant, the other cradling Su Mu's newborn.
The cradles were nearly identical in design. Seizing the midwife's momentary distraction, the maid reached out and silently swapped them.
Clutching Su Mu's cradle, she fled in haste.
"Forgive me, I must sacrifice you so my child may transcend his state." As she spoke these words to the wailing infant, she rushed to a nearby stream, preparing to drown the child and let the current carry him away. But then, her resolve wavered. Gazing at the helpless babe crying in the cradle, her conscience stirred.
In the end, she set the cradle adrift upon the water, entrusting its fate to the river's flow.
There the matter should have ended. Yet the maid knew nothing of the jade bracelet hidden beneath the cradle, the very relic belonging to the Su clan's heir. Drifting endlessly, the cradle washed ashore before a small village. Villagers retrieved it and discovered an infant swaddled in a quilt embroidered with the character Su. And so they named the child Su Fu Gue.
Time now returns to the present.
Li Luo listened bewildered as Su Fu finished his explanation.
"You mean?
I am your biological child. You wish to take me back to your clan?"
"Yes." Su Fu and Su Mu nodded firmly.
Having never seen their own child, they did not even know whether the infant was male or female. Their identification rested solely on three clues: the jade bracelet, Li Luo's orphan status, and his striking appearance.
Li Luo's lips twitched as he prepared to refuse.
He lived comfortably in the Li household, why would he join a clan ranked outside the top 10 in Chang'an?
Moreover, this plotline felt eerily familiar.
Just then a chime resounded in his mind.
Ding! Special quest detected: true heiress, false heiress. Quest activated. Option 1: decline Su Fu and Su Mu's offer and remain in Chang'an. Reward 10 binge-worthy novellas of the true heiress, false heiress genre.
Option 2: accept their invitation, become the true heiress, endure humiliation and scorn, and ultimately take your own life, leaving the Su clan to drown in lifelong remorse.
1 resurrection granted. Reward 1 flame talisman, 1000 antagonist resentment points.
Option 3: accept and seize your rightful place as the true heiress.
Shatter the false heiress's facade, rise as the Su clan's cherished prodigy.
Reward 3000 antagonist resentment points, awakening of the 100 Rivers physique.
Upon reading option 3, Li Luo's eyes widened in disbelief. His gaze locked onto the final line: 100 Rivers physique. 100 Rivers physique.
Was this not comparable to Ye Wangchuan's frost-devouring physique, capable of commanding water itself through spiritual energy?
Excellent. Excellent.
Had his ascension to the third realm finally prompted the system to bestow a worthy treasure? At last, Li Luo would rise.
A mere true heiress, false heiress trope. A faint confident smile curled Li Luo's lips.
As a seasoned transmigrator who had traversed countless worlds, he had visited numerous Xianxia romance realms. This archetype was child's play for him. His temporary inferiority to Ye Wangchuan stemmed solely from this being his first foray into a male-oriented cultivation world. If he could not yet surpass the titans of the male-dominated realm, surely he would dominate the romance realm without effort. With that resolve, Li Luo turned to Su Fu and Su Mu and smiled.
Agreed.
Su Fu and Su Mu's faces lit up with joy. Without delay, they ushered Li Luo into their palanquin and departed Chang'an at full speed. Wait, why has the Li clan's heiress boarded another family's palanquin?
Ah, you're unaware.
Li Luo was originally an outsider taken in by the Li clan solely due to her outstanding Tier Heaven examination results. So she's found her birth parents.
Most likely.
I can't help but feel this resembles child trafficking. On Ling Mountain, a Yi clan retainer stood before Ye Wangchuan's chamber and announced. Young Master Miss Li Luo, the Li clan's heiress, has boarded a palanquin belonging to a clan outside the city and departed Chang'an.
I am aware.
Dispatch agents to follow and safeguard her. Simultaneously investigate that Autopsity clan. I suspect they are remnants of the Su clan.
Ye Wangchuan's voice drifted calmly from within.
He had always known the jade bracelet held no power in his hands, its true resonance awakened only when worn by the fated protagonist. Li Luo had acquired the bracelet that morning, and by afternoon the ripple had begun. The Su clan's palanquin traveled for several hours before arriving at a quiet town. Its name was Anyuan Town, vast enough to rival a major metropolis on Blue Star, though dwarfed by megacities like Chang'an and Yanjing, which housed billions. Still, it accommodated millions with ease. Soon Su Fu and Su Mu led Li Luo to a grand residence.
Li Luo, this is the Su clan's ancestral home.
Yet if outsiders inquire, you must refer to it as the Su family, not the Su clan.
Understood. Li Luo nodded. En route, she had already heard the Su clan's tragic history.
As they stepped inside, two figures immediately turned their gaze toward them. One was a young man, handsome though slightly less radiant than Ye Wangchuan. The other a girl barely 5 feet tall.
Allow me to introduce your elder brother Su Zhe. And your elder sister Su Bailu.
Su Mu offered the introductions, then turned to Su Zhe and Su Bailu. This is Li Luo.
Silence fell. Su Bailu's pupils contracted violently.
She had not truly heard her mother's words, instead her trembling hands flew to her own body, verifying every limb, every breath. Only then did she grasp the truth: she had been reborn.
I have been reborn. I have been reborn.
In my previous life I was the fake daughter of the Su family, Su Bailu.
Just a few days ago my parents brought back a girl. The true daughter of the Su family, Li Luo. Ever since Li Luo entered the Su family, her superior talent in cultivation and her beautiful charming appearance made me seem utterly inferior. Gradually my family no longer cared for me but instead focused their attention on this true daughter. Mother Su would prioritize giving the delicious chicken wings to Li Luo even if her plate was already overflowing, while I could only eat the little scraps left behind. Father Su would prioritize giving some martial arts techniques to Li Luo even though she already had a pile of them, and I could only imitate Li Luo just to learn a bit. Even my brother Suja, who once doted on me, gradually began to ignore me and shifted his focus to Li Luo. All of this was simply because she was the true daughter and had exceptional talent, while I, having done nothing wrong, lost everything that belonged to me. In the end I was expelled from the Su family and starved to death on the streets. When I opened my eyes again I found that I had been reborn. Now in this new life I must find a way to make money and escape so I won't starve again. Su Bai Lu thought to herself. She cast her gaze towards Li Luo. At this moment Father Su and Mother Su were joyfully introducing Li Luo. This Li Luo is the child of your father and me. 18 years ago Li Luo was accidentally mixed up with Su Bai Lu. Li Luo is the true daughter of the Su family. Oh, how delightful it is to have her back. The two who had found each other again had smiles that could bloom. Seeing this scene, Su Bai Lu's thoughts emerged. I know this scene soon. Father will ask Li Luo if she has awakened her talent and she will showcase her 97-tier talent to win the family's affection. Alas. Unfortunately my talent only ranks at 28 tiers. I can't compete with Li Luo in this aspect. I need to think of breakthroughs in other areas. After hearing this series of thoughts, Father Su, Mother Su and Suja all looked at Su Bai Lu in shock. What's going on? Su Bai Lu clearly hadn't spoken yet they heard her voice. Could it be her thoughts? As for Li Luo, she did not hear that thought. Just as everyone was in doubt, Father Su turned to test if what he heard was real. He feigned a kind demeanor and asked little Luo, may I ask if you have awakened your talent? What tier is it? If you have awakened it, I will arrange for a better martial arts instructor for you. Yes, I have awakened my talent 97 tiers. Li Luo nodded in response. As soon as this was said, the pupils of the others trembled slightly. Not too much, just right. It's really 97 tiers. This also means that what they heard earlier was indeed true. Oh no, it's just like last time. Soon my mother will secretly mock me for having only 28 tiers of talent. What should I do? I don't want to be kicked out and starve to death. Su Bai Lu's thoughts echoed again, making Mother Su feel a pang in her heart. Su Bai Lu was right. If it weren't for those two thoughts just now, Mother Su would have indeed mocked her. But thinking of Su Bai Lu's later mention of being kicked out and starving to death, Mother Su felt somewhat guilty. After all, Su Bai Lu had been the foster daughter for 19 years. Even if she was swapped, it wasn't her fault. With that in mind, Mother Su spoke up. Well, a 97-tier talent is good, but don't get too proud, you still need to work hard. As soon as this was said, both Su Bai Lu and Li Luo were taken aback. Su Bai Lu was confused as to why the plot was developing differently from her past life. Li Luo was puzzled why this family seemed to look down on a 97-tier talent. In the Yi family, a 99-tier talent like Ye Wangchuan would warrant a celebratory banquet. The Li family would rather take in an outsider than not have a top-tier genius. Is the Su family so powerful that they don't even want a 97-tier genius? It's getting late, let's eat and get some rest. Father Su felt that Mother Su had gone a bit too far and quickly changed the subject. The few of them had a simple meal. After eating, it was time to select a room for Li Luo. At this time, Mother Su began to contemplate. In this residence only guest rooms remained. The master bedroom was no longer available. Should Su Bai Lu sleep in the guest room and give the master bedroom to Li Luo? Or should Li Luo sleep in the guest room? No matter how one looked at it, Li Luo was her biological child. At least in Mother Su's eyes that was the case. Letting her biological child sleep in the guest room while the foster daughter sleeps in the master bedroom seems a bit backwards. Just as Mother Su was deep in thought, Su Bai Lu's thoughts echoed again. Alas. I can't sleep in the master bedroom tonight. In my last life, Li Luo had such higher talent than me and was the true daughter, so naturally she would get to sleep in the master bedroom. What can I do being the fake daughter? Upon hearing this, Mother Su felt a wave of guilt wash over her. No matter what, Su Bai Lu had been a relative for over 10 years, so there was bound to be some affection. With that in mind, Mother Su said to Li Luo, little Luo, you can sleep in the guest room for now, I hope you can bear with it. Li Luo nodded, looking speechless. Entering the guest room, Li Luo lay on the bed and began to think. In the current situation, she should be the oppressed true daughter while Su Bai Lu is the favored fake daughter. This isn't a big deal, it's quite normal. In cases like Li Luo, if she were to cross over as a fake daughter, then the true daughter would be favored. If she crossed over as the true daughter, then the fake daughter would be favored. As long as it isn't herself being favored, that's what matters. What puzzled Li Luo was why after revealing her 97-tier talent it did not earn her more respect from the Su family. Should I find a chance to mention my cultivation at the 3rd level being taken in by the Li family and my connection with the young master of the Yi family, Ye Wangchuan, among other things to them? As Li Luo contemplated, she took off her shoes and removed the spatial bracelet from her foot, pulling out the Yi family token. She planned to have a chat with Ye Wangchuan. By the way, how do you use this token again? Li Luo thought for a moment, mimicking how Ye Wangchuan had used it before tapping the token. In the next second, a faint golden light flickered on the token. A mature voice also emanated from within the token. You little brat, why are you contacting me in the middle of the night? You scared all my fish away. Yi Zhentian's voice came from within the token. Li Luo's expression froze as she explained, sorry, I contacted the wrong person. Whom? You're the girl from the Li family. If you want to contact that young fellow Ye Wangchuan, you need to knock on the token 9 times. Upon hearing a childish voice from within the token, Yi Zhentian immediately thought of Li Luo. After all, the rumors of Ye Wangchuan being a loli enthusiast had reached Yi Zhentian's ears. But Yi Zhentian thought of these as mere rumors. How could his son possibly be a loli enthusiast? Alright, thank you. Li Luo quickly knocked twice on the token, ending the call. On the other side, Yi Zhentian looked at the dimmed token, not minding it. He continued fishing. He looked up and checked the sky. Yi Zhentian muttered to himself, feeling perplexed. Why is there a reborn person in Anyuan town? Never mind, I can't be bothered. In the Su family. Li Luo held up the token and knocked 9 times. After finishing the 9 knocks, the token lit up. A moment later, Ye Wangchuan's voice came from the token. Upon hearing the voice she was most familiar with in this world, Li Luo inexplicably let out a sigh of relief. Although the person on the other side of the token was a fated great villain. It's nothing, just wanted to chat with you casually, Li Luo said casually. Her aim was not only to chat but also to extract some of Ye Wangchuan's villain emotional value. Alright, Ye Wangchuan agreed. He was currently condensing a spirit pill and couldn't do anything else but chat with Li Luo to relieve boredom. 3 minutes later. Li Luo hu Ye Wangchuan. After chatting for just 3 minutes, Li Luo fell asleep. She didn't even close the token while sleeping. Ye Wangchuan was condensing a spirit pill and couldn't move his body. Therefore he naturally couldn't close the token either. Thus he listened to Li Luo's breathing throughout the night. There were also Li Luo's sleep talking in between. The content of her sleep talking was, I have huge breasts now, he. The next day after waking up, Li Luo casually put the token into her pocket. She yawned and freshened up. Although after reaching the second stage her body would automatically cleanse itself and she wouldn't need to freshen up at all. But Li Luo still habitually freshened up and took a shower. After freshening up, she went downstairs. After a while, the servant prepared breakfast and Li Luo began to eat with the others from the Su family. After breakfast, Su's father spoke up. By the way, Xiao Luo, didn't you awaken your talent? Later you can go learn martial arts and supernatural abilities at the Su family's academy with your brother Zhou and sister Bai Lu. It's a good chance for both of you to teach each other. Okay, Li Luo nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at the academy, it turned out the Su family's academy was quite similar to schools in Blue Star. A room filled with desks below and a podium above. The young juniors sat below listening while the teacher taught from the podium. As soon as Li Luo entered the academy, the teacher came over and kindly asked, you must be the new one. Can you tell me your name and talent level? Li Luo, talent level 97. As soon as Li Luo said this, the other apprentices in the academy were preparing to be shocked. At this moment, Su Bai Lu's inner thoughts transmitted again. Oh no, if the others in the academy find out that Li Luo is the true daughter of the Su family while I am the false one, will they abandon me for Li Luo because her talent is higher? As soon as Su Bai Lu's inner thoughts were out, the other apprentices in the class exchanged glances with each other. They immediately understood that this was Su Bai Lu's inner voice. After hearing Su Bai Lu's earlier thoughts, the apprentices in the academy felt mixed emotions. Su Bai Lu's usual few little followers felt a sense of guilt upon hearing this. Passers-by couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for Su Bai Lu. Even the teacher in the academy began to look at Li Luo differently. However, he still spoke seriously. Now let's start discussing the knowledge of the first stage. Everyone please take your seats. Li Luo, go sit in the empty seat by the window. Originally the teacher planned to arrange Li Luo's seat next to Su. After all, they were siblings and could look out for each other. But after hearing Su Bai Lu's inner thoughts just now, he discarded that idea. Li Luo sat in the empty seat and began to listen to the teacher's lecture. Then she realized. The teacher was only teaching knowledge about the first stage. For Li Luo, who was at the third stage, it was utterly useless. Li Luo looked around and found that nearly everyone in the academy was ordinary people without any cultivation. Only Suja had reached the early first stage. This was probably because Suja was already 22 years old and had received extensive training from the Su family. Even the teacher who was teaching had only reached the mid-second stage. Li Luo immediately lost interest. She propped her chin on her hand, dazed, doodling on a piece of paper and slacking off. However, this behavior only reinforced the negative impression of those around her who already held biases. The teacher on the podium frowned slightly. Poof. This Li Luo. Relying on her talent level 97, she was inattentive and not listening seriously. Thinking this, the teacher looked towards Su Bai Lu. He saw Su Bai Lu diligently taking notes with a feather pen. Look. This is what a good apprentice should be. Even with a talent level of 28, she still works hard to learn. Soon it was time for a break. Everyone left the academy to prepare for lunch. Meanwhile, Li Luo lay on the desk ready to take a nap. After all, she didn't need to eat. However, just after everyone left, a muscular man about 1.8 meters tall approached Li Luo. He slammed the table heavily, waking Li Luo up. Then he pointed at Li Luo fiercely and said, "Little shorty, let me tell you. In our eyes, the daughter of the Su family will always be Su Bailu, not you." Sick in the head, Li Luo replied dismissively. According to the tropes of female-oriented stories, this kind of 1.8-meter tall athlete bully is usually one of the male leads. But unfortunately, Li Luo wasn't interested in romance. Having traversed so many worlds, she had never been in a relationship. To her, this muscular man merely seemed foolish. What other family daughters do has nothing to do with you. Besides, he wasn't even as handsome as Ye Wangchuan. You. The muscular man's face turned a bit red from being insulted. After holding it in for a long time, he managed to spit out a sentence. "I'm a big man, I won't argue with a woman like you." After saying this, the muscular man left the academy. He still had to eat. Turtle Man Li Luo mumbled and continued to sleep. Time flew by and 3 days passed. During these 3 days, Su Bailu, relying on her ability to eavesdrop on inner thoughts, became increasingly favored by the Su family. Meanwhile, Li Luo was continuously neglected. She did try to showcase her extraordinary talent, but no one paid attention. Li Luo didn't mind. She was waiting for the martial arts sparring competition at the academy. As long as she ranked first in the sparring competition with her strength at the third stage, the Su family would naturally know who should be nurtured. Just as Li Luo was thinking this, on the fourth day, as soon as Li Luo walked into the academy, she saw her seat scratched all over with knife marks covered with insulting words and some spit and phlegm all over the table. She turned and looked at Su Bailu, asking, "Who did this? Who did this?" And as Li Luo spoke these words, the entire class burst into giggles. Li Luo ignored the crowd. And she turned her gaze to Su Bailu and asked again, "Who did this?" "And I don't know," Su Bailu stammered timidly. In truth, Su Bailu knew exactly who was responsible, her own loyal underling. Earlier that day, the academy had administered a written examination. And everyone had assumed Su Bailu would claim first place. Yet unexpectedly, Li Luo secured top honors, an impeccable grade A score, while Su Bailu received only a low grade C. The reason was simple: Su Bailu was inept. And had she possessed even modest intelligence, would she have starved to death in the streets? Those around her pressed for answers, but Su Bailu dared not admit her incompetence. She merely fidgeted nervously with her fingers. And her inner monologue, however, selectively revealed only what served her interests. What it concealed, the damaging truths, remained hidden. And thus no one else grasped the full picture. At that moment, Su Bailu's underlings conferred among themselves. Ah. Clearly Li Luo forced Su Bailu to swap exam papers. In reality, Su Bailu earned the grade A, and Li Luo the grade C. And after all, Li Luo spends every class sketching or napping. How could she possibly score so highly? It seemed utterly implausible. And no sooner had the underling voiced this accusation than it was met with immediate consensus. And whether Li Luo had truly earned her grade A through merit mattered little to them. They simply refused to believe she deserved such distinction, especially given her notorious indolence yet extraordinary 97th tier innate talent. And long simmering with envy, the students had already grown resentful of Li Luo. How could someone possess both elite natural aptitude and genuine status as the Su family's true heir, yet still lounge through lessons and somehow achieve perfection? And how? She must have cheated. A group of underlings stormed toward Li Luo's desk, vandalizing it with malicious glee, then urged the entire class to spit upon it. A few particularly cruel students spat directly onto the desk. And though Su Bailu witnessed it all, she made no move to intervene. Indeed, a flicker of quiet satisfaction crossed her face. After all, her previous life had ended in death, and Li Luo bore undeniable responsibility. "And, are you certain you truly don't know who did this?" And Li Luo asked once more. Su Bailu swallowed hard, feigning composure. "And I said I don't know, and I mean it." Sister Li Luo, accusing someone, demands proof. Proof. Very well indeed. "You want proof?" And as Li Luo spoke, her eyes swept across the room, then settled on a buck-toothed girl laughing most gleefully nearby. She strode over. "Was it you? And what's it to you, shorty?" And the girl scoffed, utterly unrepentant, even though she had carved at least 10 vile slurs into Li Luo's. But Li Luo had no evidence, nah. Without proof, what could she possibly do? And strike back. NGO ahead, if she wasn't afraid of being cast out of the Su household, and thud. Li Luo drove her foot into the girl's knee, sending her crashing to the floor, then seized her hair in one hand and raised the other. And slap. And slap. 2 resounding slaps landed squarely, shattering the girl's prized buck teeth, leaving jagged roots embedded deep within her gums. "Li Luo, who did this?" And buck-toothed girl, "Aha. Li Luo, you dare strike me." And slap. And Li Luo raised her hand again, striking once more. "Odd, you dare," and slap. "And you," and slap. "And don't," and slap. And after 6 brutal slaps, the girl collapsed unconscious. Li Luo flung the girl aside without hesitation and turned to select her next subject for interrogation. And would striking her draw consequences? Nah. Ye Wangchuan killed men as casually as breathing. What threat could the Su family possibly pose? Having spent time alongside Ye Wangchuan, Li Luo had internalized one immutable truth, and in female-oriented narratives reason prevails. In male-oriented ones, fists are reason. Logically, Li Luo should have gathered evidence of their bullying, then presented it to Lord Su demanding justice. But now, violence begets violence. Combat. Exhilaration. Only now did the onlookers grasp what had transpired. And what just happened. And had Li Luo truly subdued the buck-toothed girl without breaking a sweat? The cheater dares strike back. Let's pin her down together, and three students roared, surging forward, the very same who'd vandalized Li Luo's desk moments earlier. Among them stood the burly thug who'd threatened Li Luo before. All three towered over 6 feet tall, broad-shouldered, imposing. And witnessing this, the crowd's confidence swelled anew. Ha! And Li Luo dared strike first, how foolish. And now she'd lost moral high ground, leaving her wide open for whatever punishment they chose. Just as the crowd pondered how best to punish her, Li Luo drew a slow deep breath and then dropped low and drove her heel into one assailant's ribs, snapping them instantly. He flew backward with a thunderous crash, smashing through a wall and collapsing, unable to rise. And next, Li Luo tapped her ankle, retrieving a long spear from her spatial bracelet in a single fluid motion. With a whip-like flick, she swung the spear's shaft, blasting another attacker into a spray of blood, hurling him headlong into a pile of desks. And the impact shattered the wooden tables, splintering them into jagged shards that pierced his flesh. Only the burly thug remained, and Li Luo reserved her finest treatment for him. And thwip. And before he could react, she thrust the spear's tip deep into his groin. This thug, a sycophantic turtle man devoted to Su Bailu, had relished licking her boots. And Li Luo wondered how now would he ever kneel again. She kicked him aside like refuse, then flicked the blood from her spear's tip. At that moment, every face in the classroom contorted with shock and terror. That thug had been the strongest student in the academy, second only to Su Jia. And yet 3 grown men had fallen effortlessly. Who did this? And Li Luo leveled her spear at her ruined desk and fixed her gaze upon the trembling crowd. All averted their eyes, pretending not to be seen. And impatiently, Luo strode forward and slammed her foot into the kneecap of a pockmarked girl. The girl, one of Su Bailu's most loyal female underlings, had mocked Li Luo relentlessly. And she would not escape retribution. And ugh. It was her. It was her, I'll tell you everything. She devised the whole plan, and the pockmarked girl crumpled to her knees in agony and pointed straight at an obese, unattractive woman. That woman was Su Bailu's closest confidant, the one who'd first suggested framing Li Luo for cheating and later proposed vandalizing her desk. What do you mean? Why point at me? I only proposed the plan, and you all spat, and you all carved into the desk. You spat 4 times and carved dozens of slurs, and you. And you went to avoid bearing Li Luo's wrath alone. The confidant began betraying everyone else in frantic succession. In the end, Li Luo confirmed one fact: of all the students in the academy, only Su Zhu and Su Bailu had refrained from desecrating her desk. And Li Luo smiled faintly. How convenient, no further complications required. Ah. Stop hitting me. Stop it. Li Luo, you wretch. Don't wipe your thick phlegm on my hair, ah. Glug. 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 Ugh. Ugh. I'm sorry, senior sister Li Luo. I was wrong. Please keep wiping your phlegm on my hair, just don't pour it down my throat again. Glug. Glug. Su Family Academy. Li Luo relentlessly pummeled her victim. At that very moment. Settle down, everyone. Today's lesson begins with. The elderly master strode in, clasping a cultivation manual in his hands as he spoke. Then he lifted his gaze and let out a shrill, piercing cry. Before him, the apprentices lay scattered across the floor, nearly all unconscious. Unconscious and broken, one face swollen grotesquely like a pig's, another head embedded deep into the wall, others buried beneath splintered timber or bleeding profusely from their groins. By the window, Li Luo gripped her classmate Su Bailu's best friend by the hair, slamming the girl's face repeatedly against the desk. Li Luo. What are you doing? I'm beating people. Li Luo answered plainly. Her words froze the master mid-step. Then his voice tightened with indignation. How dare you strike others? That is utterly unacceptable. Li Luo, because they bullied me. The master, then why do they target you and not others? Think carefully about your own. Li Luo, ill think about your damn grandfather. As she spoke, she swung the girl in her grip toward the master and hurled her with brutal force. The master recoiled in shock, then slapped the airborne girl sideways into the wall. Boom. Stone shattered. The girl collapsed lifeless. After striking her, the master raised his head only to find himself staring straight down the length of a spear. Poof. A child's trick. He sneered coldly, assuming a stance. His palm thrust forward toward the spear and instantly turned golden. This was his signature martial art iron sand palm. Its function was brutally simple: to harden the palm beyond mortal limits. A faint smirk curled at the master's lips. Students enrolled at the academy rarely exceeded 25 years of age. And for an ordinary cultivator to reach the second realm, 10 years, minimum.
Thus within these walls a second realm mid-tier master like himself stood unchallenged. Li Luo could never breach his defense.
Put.
The spear pierced straight through his palm, unslowed, unstoppable, driving onward to smash into his eye. His right eye burst, instantly blinded beyond repair. If your eyes are useless now, keep them no longer. Li Luo murmured idly, then swung the spear in a vicious arc, bludgeoning the master across the skull and knocking him senseless. In the aftermath only 3 remained conscious in the entire academy: Li Luo, Su Zhe, and Su Bailu. Li Luo strode toward Su Bailu and raised her hand to strike.
Just then Su Zhe frowned and spoke.
Li Luo roughing up outsiders is one thing, but we're family.
Are you truly going to strike Su Bailu? Do you fear being cast out of the Su clan? Stand down. Put.
Li Luo swung her spear, crushing Su Zhe's groin and sending him tumbling backward in a dazed rolling heap.
She'd long despised this insufferable fool.
Damn it, when my seat was trashed beyond recognition, where was your family loyalty then?
Couldn't you have at least helped me replace the desk?
Yet now when she raised her hand to strike Su Bailu, you suddenly appear invoking kinship like some sanctimonious oracle.
Pathetic. Let me smash your worthless lineage into oblivion. After silencing Su Zhe, Li Luo turned back to Su Bailu, who stood trembling, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks.
She stammered, voice shaking, Li Luo, it's all my fault.
Please spare brother Su Zhe. Punish me instead.
Li Luo gave a slow, deliberate thumbs up, good. The instant the word left her lips, Li Luo's palm flashed forward, 0-frame precision.
Slap. This one is yours by right. Slap. This one was meant for Su Zhe. Slap.
This one's my gift, 2 for 1 free bonus.
3 thunderous slaps, and Su Bailu's teeth shattered outright.
She collapsed, spitting blood, dazed and disbelieving as she stared up at Li Luo.
Wait, sister. You actually hit me. Sure, you've got some strength, but don't you fear the Su clan's retribution? Exile. And why are you this strong? Before Su Bailu could process further, darkness swallowed her consciousness. Inside a pitch-black chamber,
Ye Wangchuan sat motionless, while a nearby communication token blared incessantly, chaotic shouts, screams, and the sickening thuds of Li Luo's beatings. A muscle twitched at the corner of his mouth. Li Luo had shoved the token into her pocket and never switched it off.
For days Ye Wangchuan had heard everything crystal clear. Truly the Su clan must be afflicted with some profound malady.
They dismissed a tier 97 prodigy, yet lavished affection upon a mere tier 28 mediocrity, Su Bailu.
The sex minimum entry threshold is tier 34. What use is coddling someone even their gates would reject? Can she repel external enemies?
Secure resources.
Wait, if Su Bailu possesses no exceptional traits yet commands such favor, could she possess a divine artifact?
Perhaps one that charms those around her, or eavesdrops on thoughts.
Ye Wangchuan began sifting methodically through every auditory detail he'd overheard.
Though he'd rarely read female-oriented novels in his past life, he understood their archetypes well enough.
So neither Su Bailu nor Li Luo is a villainous secondary heroine.
Su Bailu is the destined favorite, the lost heiress beloved by all archetype. Li Luo meanwhile is the neglected true heiress, fated to rise despite abandonment. Their overlapping fortune auras have collectively dulled the intellect of everyone nearby, reducing them to mindless adoring fools who worship Su Bailu without reason.
But fate intervened. Li Luo abruptly abandoned the genre's script, choosing brute force over passive endurance.
And so Su Bailu, whose power stems solely from collective indulgence, now finds herself trapped in crisis. As Ye Wangchuan pondered.
Boom! A torrent of overwhelming energy erupted from Ye Wangchuan's core.
He had ascended to the 4th realm. Rising slowly, he rolled his shoulders. He savored the newfound might of the 4th realm. Compared to the 3rd, his body now housed a single spirit pill, a marvel far greater than it seemed. At its essence, the spirit pill enabled unprecedented storage of spiritual energy within the body.
Moreover, it functioned as a secondary life-sustaining system, replacing vital organs when necessary. Should the heart rupture, the spirit pill would sustain life. Should the brain perish, it would assume cognition. Time to journey to Unyuan town.